Ashes series, and this innings is perfectly set up for him now, given that the ball's 50 overs old.
The circumstances need him to create the big score. Last ball of Broad's over. Smith turns him away to mid-wicket, and Mead quickly out to his right to field and avert the run. 3 for 133 at the end of the over. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
G'day, Damien Fleming here. Want to build a big innings in a career you love? Talk to MEGT. From construction to IT and everything in between, MEGT can find the right apprenticeship or traineeship to suit you. MEGT can help you transition from school to the workforce too, helping you to open your career innings by earning and learning at the same time. So hit your job prospects out of the park. Visit MEGT.com.au or call 1369 63.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley. Everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. 3 for 133. Khawaja is 4. He'll be on strike. Smith now 13. Mark Wood sent down 12 overs. 1 for 32. He took the wicket of Manas Labuschagne. Joe Root just surveys things from the cordon. 2 slips and a gully in place. And Wood is in operation from the Paddington end, from our broadcast ends. Khawaja settles himself for the assault of Wood, who bowls and he drives stylishly forward of points. Leach gets on the chase. He'll slide in. No, he doesn't have to slide. He overhauls it a step in from the boundary. They come back for a fast run 3. And Khawaja advances to 7, 3 for 136.
Yeah, that was beautifully played by Usman Khawaja. Wood just gave him some length. It was full. He gave him a bit of width as well, and Khawaja stroked it beautifully through just behind point. Didn't quite get all of it, but a well-run 3. Steve Smith was keen to get down the other end and took on Jack Leach's arm from right out in the deep.
I fancy it's Khawaja's second scoring shot only in 32. He had the pull shot yesterday, which I think accounted for his 4 runs. And the square drive to move to 7. It puts Smith back on strike against Wood, which is probably what England is searching for in terms of the matchup. He bowls way down the leg side.
That was a deliberate ploy there from Wood. Just trying to feed the leg slip that's in there at the moment, but Steve Smith was all over it. He knows that he's trying to guide the ball. Even if it goes for 1 down to fine leg, Mark Wood knows there's a risk involved. Potentially gets a little tickle through to the leg slip. Johnny Bairstow's there at the moment.
Australia's batting for Bundaberg. Ginger Beer. A lot rests with this partnership as to how far Australia might be able to push things. Wood's got 2 in the deep of the leg side. He digs it in short. Smith takes him on, drags it to ground all the way to deep square. Leach fields. It went at such a pace that just the 1 run is added. 3 for 137. Smith to 14.
Well, that's a very interesting sign again. Steve Smith took it on yesterday. He scored a beautiful pull shot off Ben Stokes for 4 late yesterday. But Mark Wood's a different proposition. Bowling in the mid-140s. His hands were up high. Placed it beautifully. Rolled the wrists on it. Kept it down. So he's seeing the ball nicely, Steve Smith.
Tried the short ball a little bit, as Kat mentioned at the end of yesterday's play. Wood in, pitches up, Khawaja in behind it. Stout in his defence.
What's that, 2 up? Yeah, I'll finish wrong.
There you go. You got it right from the middle. Mark Wood's going to finish off around the wicket with the last 2 balls of the over.
He's got the thick Geordie accent, Mark Wood. Easier to understand now than he would be at the end of play. And the Geordies have a few beers. They're very difficult to understand. Having played with Steve Harmison and Paul Collingwood back in the day at Durham, I know great fun to play with. They're fantastic cricketers, but they were hard to understand after a couple of pints.
Subtitles at the bar. 2 slips of gully, the leg gully in for Khawaja. So the around the wickets assault from Wood. He's in on the pads and he's turned neatly through mid-wicket. Khawaja on the back foot, stood up on it, knocked it away and collects a single. He moves to 8. It's 3 for 138. That's productive stuff for Australia at the start of the day. They're 12 runs through the 23 minutes. After a couple of maiden overs, just found the scoring zones to keep it all moving along. The two in the deep. And the leg slip in place with Smith back on strike. Wood looks to finish off the over. He's in and bowls over the wicket. Smith defends back down the pitch. 3 for 138 independent reserve. Scoreboard choose independent reserve for crypto.
Harvey Norman Summer Sizzlers. Enjoy summer at home. HP Pavilion X360 laptop now $1,493. Save $500. Queen metal beds from a low $329. Stylish and sturdy. Queen 7-piece rectangular dining suite. Great price, $1,398. SodaStream Spirit Sparkling Water Maker. Hot price, $68. More great deals are now at Harvey Norman.
Our experts on SEN Test Cricket for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Simon Katich on duty. Chris Rogers joins as well. Hello to you, Buck.
Morning, Gerard. Morning, Kat.
Morning, Buck.
What are your early impressions?
I think it's I think it's a battle at the moment, isn't it? It's a nice little arm wrestle we have going here.
Stuart Broad begins the fresh over. Khawaja leaves.
That's 12 runs. I make it off 6 overs this morning. What was probably interesting was just how England wrestled their momentum back at the end of yesterday. They bowled 17 overs, 2 for 34. So there's probably a key here. They just have to try and stem the run rate, keep the pressure on here, and almost extract a false shot out of one of these Australian batters. Not go chasing it too much.
Smith's 14 watching on. Khawaja's 8 as he faces up to Broad from around the wicket. He's in behind defending.
I'm interested, Kat, how you would bowl to Khawaja here. Where's the area you'd like him to be hitting?
Well, I think, judging by the field here, with Stuart Broad, he's got the little bit of protection there at cover. So I think he's definitely going to try and nick him off, coming around the wicket, get one to leave Khawaja, a bit like how he got Warner out yesterday. So encouraging him to drive back through mid-off.
Broad is in and bowling to Khawaja. Kept low. He got it out of the pads. He nudged it wide of Woods. It's mid-on and took the hurried single. Khawaja's 9. It's 3 for 139.
Yeah, I mean, I think that line is a mistake from England. You bowled too straight to Khawaja. I reckon he's one of the best in the world on the leg side. The way he can wrap his hands around the ball and hit through mid-wicket square leg, I think it. As a bowler, you think, I'm in the game, he might miss it there, but equally, if you get too greedy, Khawaja's going to feed off that all day.
Smith on strike on 14. Broad sets in from the Randwick end and bowls, and Smith is in behind it defending.
Yeah, you're spot on with your assessment of what the England plan should be, because this phase of the game here at the SCG is always difficult for the bowling team when it's sort of 50-odd overs old. Day 2, if there's no reverse swing, then there's not a lot of movement. You've just got to play the patience game, and they did that very well yesterday, and I don't think it's a coincidence that it led to a couple of wickets, albeit that newer ball after the ball change probably helped because there was a little bit of movement, but now at the moment it does look like good conditions, and I think, spot on with Khawaja. I think he does like the ball in closer so he can clip through the leg side.
2 slips and a galley ready themselves. As Broad is in and bowls to Smith too far down the leg side.
I think it's that battle of trying to make him play from around the wicket for Stuart Broad, but also maintaining a line that sort of gets him feeling for the ball just outside off stump, and that's the challenge, is holding that line and the length as well to try and get Khawaja on the front foot, because he's more inclined to want to sort of play off the back foot, and as a result of that squares up a little bit.
Even by Smith's standards, that was an extravagant lead. Down on one knee, bat raised high. It was 3 feet down the leg side. Broads down the leg side again. Smith squinted this one. He didn't make any contact. He's gesticulating in the aftermath. One from the over. 3 for 139 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Correct tyre inflation is the single most important part of tyre care. It helps keep them in good condition to provide optimum performance and maximum life. The best thing you can do before a long journey is check your tyre pressure and top them up with air if needed. And don't forget to check the spare tyre too.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Visit tyrepower.com.au for your local owner operator.
SEN Test cricket for host plus, that's a plus. He can tend toward the ludicrous, Steve Smith, and that leave is going to be replayed over and over throughout the day's play. Down on one knee, bat high in the air, ball miles down the leg side.
That's what you do to your brother out the backyard when you're messing around, isn't it? That's
Oh dear. Jimmy Anderson's been tossed the ball. So he replaces Mark Wood. He begins his new spell, Usman Khawaja, and he's in behind defending. So, but you were on commentary as you could sense England closing in, and it was led by Jimmy Anderson. And the moment you stepped out, the wickets fell. Harrison Labuschagne, in a great example of how you build pressure to find your way back in, and their veteran paceman was able to do that.
Yeah, the other thing is England have had, it's like they've done their research and the researchers said the likelihood of getting a wicket after a bowler's fifth over in the spell goes down, which is...
Anderson in bowls, Khawaja in behind it defending to leg.
And there is a fair bit of research about that in Australian conditions, but that's not always the case. For instance, because I remember Greg Shippett at Victoria kind of showing this research, but then Dirk Nannes was someone who actually got more wickets kind of from his 5th to 7 overs because it just took him time to work into his spell.
Yep.
And Anderson yesterday, it just looked like once he was getting to about his 5th over, it looked like he was going quicker.
He's in and he bowls to Khawaja. That leapt at him like the first ball of the test match. Suspicious eyes down the pitch. Khawaja got it to ground. He's shaking his glove almost as vigorously as he's shaking his head.
Well, if I'm perceived for me, I'm probably putting my head in my hands there because it's only going to get worse. We're only going to see more of that, I would have thought, throughout the test match. And with Australian faster bowlers, especially Pat Cummins, who's going to hit the seam, that's going to be messy.
So what will Anderson follow up with? He would have shaken Khawaja up with that. Khawaja defends the ball to off.
Yeah, when you saw the side-on replay of that ball, previous ball from Jimmy Anderson that climbed, it really grabbed the surface and almost felt like it stopped for a little period of time. And I dare say it's taken a little bit of the surface underneath the grass. And it's hard because the grass is so thick on top. Even though it's 5 mils, it doesn't sound like it's thick compared to Melbourne's 11 mils. It certainly looks it, but it's dry underneath.
It took a divot, actually, Pat. Tough, the grass flew up.
Yes, Khawaja's on 9 down the leg side. He's able to jam down on it or off the pads. It trickles away.
Credit to Khawaja, though, that the next ball he was right in line. Sometimes that happens and there's something in the back of your mind saying, oh, am I going to get one that's going to jump up and hit me on the helmet? But he was right in behind the line, which you have to be.
Yeah, and that's experience, isn't it? He's played a lot of cricket here and played a lot of cricket in general, and experience tells you that you have to have that mindset, otherwise you're in trouble.
A leg bye added to the total. 3 for 140. Anderson's last ball of the over. He delivers to Steve Smith, who's beaten. Ball that pitched and moved just a fraction past the outside edge. 3 for 140. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. Hutto's coming in.
Australia's making positive energy and there's more on the way. It's all part of our plan to reach net zero by 2050. We're rolling out rooftop solar at record levels, expanding snowy hydro, so it's the biggest battery in the southern hemisphere, and investing billions in projects like hydrogen hubs and seaweed for feed, which means more jobs and even less emissions, helping us reach net zero by 2050. Find out more at positiveenergy.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Morning, Chris.
Hello, Heather.
I thought we'd start things in a more formal way rather than Buck. Go with Chris. And good morning, Simon.
Good morning, Anthony.
Right, we've got that out right. It's going to be Jack to come on and bowl out. This is interesting. So going for Leach rather than Stokes. 3 for 140. You've just joined us. We talked off air this morning, Buck, about who England would bowl with first. I don't think we thought Leach should be bowling this early. Just bowled the 2 overs yesterday. He's going to bowl to Khawaja first up, who looks to work him around the corner. Played him instead to mid-wicket.
I don't think it's a bad plan. You wanted to get in a bit of a rhythm and then be able to rotate your fast bowlers from one end while your spinner controls the runner at the other.
Slip and a deepish short leg, but this is the problem. They can milk him for runs. Potentially it's a defensive start. We've seen and heard how Joe Root and Leach both felt that they were too attacking early in Brisbane, and that had ramifications. He was left out of Adelaide. He was really defensive in Melbourne. And we're at the 4th test, and you're kind of still nursing a bowler.
It's like the Djokovic saga, isn't it?
Is it?
Well, it's the complete opposite.
Khawaja is 10. Smith takes stroke for the first time against Leach. He's on 14. And reaching forward to defend.
I mean, you want to be in that. You kind of want to match up how attacking you are to what the batter is doing. So if the batter's being defensive, then you can afford to be aggressive.
Leach again. Fuller and wider, and Smith a handsome drive through the covers. There is protection, as we've talked about, and Bairstow got around to keep the scoring to 2.
And what Leach and Root got wrong, I think, at Brisbane was Australia were being very aggressive, but even England were being aggressive as well, rather than going into defensive mode.
Lighter tap from Smith against the spin as he plays that right back on the stumps, while it is Stokes at extra cover. SEN Test Cricket, Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto, resuming at 3 for 126. And now 3 for 143. Last ball of Leach's first over of the morning. Smith again is happy to go on the back foot, and he beats the bowler, so gets the one that's on offer to the deep long off. Talk more about that in a moment. It's 3 for 144 for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Prefer Australian owned? Want to support local businesses? Believe in community spirit? Want a deal on your energy? Of course you do. So, should you switch to Lumo SA? Of course you should. We're 100% Australian owned with a rewards program full of local finds. We're actively helping communities and offering amazing energy deals to boot. Call 131 5866 or search Lumo. SA residential customers only. Lumo Energy SA not available in all areas. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. See website for details.
SEN Test Cricket from the SCG. Day 2, Jimmy Anderson. He talked about choice of bowler. Stuart Broad still had an over to complete at the start of the day, so he did start, but already the danger lifts with Anderson. Bowling to Smith, and it's come from a thick inside edge behind square as he got across, as he always does, Steve Smith, to work from off to leg. He gets a single and gets to the other end, so we won't see that duel any longer immediately. Smith goes to 18 and Khawaja is 10. It's 3 for 145.
I didn't mind the way that Roots started with the bowlers. He's got one of his best bowlers. He had one of his best bowlers on Broad, starting with Wood, who's probably going to be a little bit more expensive, you'd think, but
Anderson to Khawaja, he lets it go outside.
rather than going with Broad and Anderson, as a batter, then it's almost thinking to yourself, oh, I just need to get through this spell, and then the change bowlers are going to come on, and the runs will then flow. Rather than this way, there's always one of the better bowlers coming at you.
Colo for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. Get to him after this ball from Jimmy Anderson. Khawaja on 10. And Khawaja is speed up freshly, but played it pretty well to mid-wicket.
Anderson's got
Khawaja out 4 times in Test cricket. Khawaja averages just 17 against him.
It's a big occasion for Usman Khawaja. Pulled up in unexpected circumstances. Had a few days to realise that was going to be the case. It's where it all started for him against England in 2011. He's played against England more than any other team. Anderson bowls, tight line to off stump, but over the wicket to the left hand of the natural angle, took it towards the slips, he let it go.
Be interested, Colo, how many times that's been in Australia, though.
Oh, now you send Colo off. He has to go and work out how many times that was in Australia. Sometimes when you give a stat, you know it all and you can come back with the next bit. Sometimes you've just got the stat and you don't want any questions from it. 3 for 145. And again, that same line. Same length, just outside off stump. Trying to tempt Khawaja to play. It was the kind of ball that Harris nicked yesterday, but maybe just fractionally wider to allow Khawaja to lead.
Well, it's really good batting. I mean, that's would have been easy to try and play at that. That's pitching on the line of probably about middle stump, but with the angle going across and missing off stump by about 3 inches, I'd say.
Last ball of the over. Will he bring it back and make him play? 2 slips in the gully already. Anderson does bring it back to middle stump and net well by Khawaja's defensive bat. End of the over. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. 3 for 145.
SEN's coverage of the Australian Open is served up by Kia. All the big matches, winners and excitement, SEN and Kia will be there. The all-new Kia Sportage SUV has been unleashed. The Australian Open on SEN. Powered by Kia. Movement that inspires.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Jack Leach begins a new over. Smith drives with control up to long off for 1. And moves to 19 with the field well spread. 3 for 146. The right-hand, left-hand situation, Colo, with Jack Leach and his record.
Yeah, he takes his wickets against right-handers at 24 and left-handers at 65.
Yeah, it's big numbers, isn't it? Big difference. He's bowling now to the left-handed Khawaja, who drives in the air, and it wasn't far away from the mid-wicket fieldsman. It got past, and Broad got around to do the covering, and Khawaja does a rehearsal where he doesn't quite hit it as aerially, and Ben Stokes was almost in the game there at mid-wicket. Just fell short and was just wide. So he now has the right-hander back on strike. Leach pushes it up, and Smith right back on the stumps. And again, Leach thought there's a chance of breaching that defence. There wasn't.
So Smith is just batting normally here, but Leach has 4 players on the boundary rope.
Again, outside the off stump. How's he going to get him out, do you think?
I don't really know. I don't really understand what the tactics are here. Unless he's literally not trying to get a wicket, he's just trying to go at 2 and over and then allow the fast bowlers to try and take the wickets.
Steps up, it's a bit shorter length that time, and turned quietly by Smith to mid-wicket.
But he's not tempting Smith into playing a shot like maybe bringing mid-on in and trying to beat him in the air. If he tries to go over mid-on, he might get a thick outside edge.
Smith is back on the stumps and can turn that. Wood, the fieldsman, flings it in, but they get... No, in fact, Smith was sent back. So no run off that last 4 balls of that over, which is finished at 3 for 147.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm grown, family made. Picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table. That's Nippy's. Delicious!
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
Day 2 and the Richies are in at the SCG. 3 for 147 for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. Get the collar with a follow-up in a moment. Khawaja's going to take the first ball of this Anderson over, though. Again, just played pretty well and controlled wide of mid-wicket. Foolish ball, but played with no power, but excellent placement by Khawaja. He gets to 12. So far, so good this morning. It's 3 for 148. Colin?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this was the answer that Chris was expecting, but every time that Anderson's got Khawaja out in Test cricket has been in Australia. Once in 2011 here, a couple of times at Adelaide in 2017, and on Boxing Day in 2017 as well.
I was interested because I was trying to remember back if he had got out to him in England. I just couldn't quite remember.
Of course, last series Anderson didn't play, did he? In the 2019 Ashes, so it would have been previous to that. Anderson's playing now. He's bowling full to Smith, who defends, getting right across.
I do remember Usman playing at Old Trafford and getting the worst decision I've ever seen in my career.
That's a big goal, the worst. There would have been a few.
Oh, it was caught behind and he missed it by 2 inches. And then it went to DRS or referral and still given out.
Anderson and Smith got right across outside his off dump to defend a rising ball. Most batsmen would say they got the worst decision ever given, I would have thought.
Oh, no, this one was extraordinary. It was Graham Swan bowling. And, I mean, he was nowhere near it. It was the New Zealand umpire trying to place him. And I turned around to him. I just couldn't believe he'd given it. I was laughing.
Now, is there some weather, Colo? It looks like there might be some rain. Is this...
Yeah, it was drizzling last over, and it's just gotten heavy enough for them to call for the ground staff, I'm afraid.
So it looked so much brighter and more promising this morning than it did yesterday, but things can change quickly. And speaking of quickly, the ground staff are into their sprint work. How much training they do for that to be the first two out there, and whether they're the chosen two.
I think they get plenty of training.
They do at the SCG, don't they?
I feel I've been watching the groundsmen at Junction Oval all throughout our pre-season with all the rain that's been coming through. The amount of times they've just had to run out and put the covers on. What a job.
It's a source of much frustration. It was yesterday, and England haven't been able to break through further today. What's the skies look like at the moment there, Colo?
Not as bad as yesterday. It's not dark cloud cover. I'm kind of looking up out of our commentary box now. It doesn't feel as well set in as it did yesterday, and it happened quite suddenly too. It was sunny 10 minutes ago, so fingers crossed. They're not that enthusiastic about getting the covers on either. They're just putting on the main strip now, but they're not running out or anything like that. So, and the players are only dawdling off. The rain isn't heavy at all.
Yeah, the rain coming more from the north than it was yesterday, where it was coming offshore, but it looks on the radar. There's a little bit above. It'd be 50-50 if it continues on that manner as to whether it'll hit the SCG. Probably looks like there's nothing significant there. So hopefully that means that that we won't miss too much play. Typical Sydney weather comes the view off the SMS. Just one I was going to mention to you before. Chaps, I really like Mark Wood. He reminds me of Darren Gough. They both should be Australians. That's David from Wattle Grove. What do you think of those thoughts?
Oh, he's great to watch. He's all action. He always has a smile on his face as well. Just a really good competitor. The thing that I has found with him is because he had a whippy action, and every now and again it would just click, and he bowled one that just felt 5 to 10 kilometres quicker. And those are the bowlers that are really hard to line up. But he's been fantastic this whole series, hasn't he? The way he's run in can't be that easy either. The effort he puts into his run up.
Yeah, Atherton's made the point. Gough was much loved and performed well in Australia, didn't he, for an English fast bowler? And Wood seems to be extremely popular as well. Atherton's made the point that he's been getting quality wickets, and Wood yesterday sort of was a felt a bit frustrated that he bowled well, bowled fast, but hadn't got more wickets. Is he intimidating enough for his pace, do you think?
What do you mean intimidating?
Physically, we saw Warner physically intimidated by him in Brisbane, and he obviously, we didn't know at the time he had the rib injury. He's made a few other Aussies squirm, but at the pace he's bowling, does he? That's just a question. I'm not saying that could he bowl any different to produce more wickets? Is the broader question. But
well, he's had a really interesting international career because it's been a bit stop-start with all these injuries.
Yeah.
So I don't think we've seen the best of him just yet. The only thing with him, he's a bit of a skinny bowler, so
he's not as tall as a lot of those fast bowlers.
I think the covers are coming off now. Right. Well, sometimes the skinny bowlers, for the better players, they're actually not too bad because the ball's not standing up and always challenging the outside edge, especially if the conditions suit for batting. So it's hard to say. I think he makes it uncomfortable for players, and that can kind of benefit the team as well because the players sometimes don't want to be down the end; they want to be up the other end. So yeah, look, I think he gives them a point of difference as well. When you had a look at that side that played in Adelaide, I mean, they had 5 bowlers all bowling practically, right arm over. It
was crazy that he wasn't. If you're going to bowl 5 bowlers, he wasn't one of them in there.
Absolutely.
If you've just joined us, 3 for 148 is the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. Rain has interrupted this first session. The first session for Raydell, the brand of choice for Mitchell Starc and Elisa Healy. By the way, there's someone asking our weather updates are for rainbirds, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. Peter Lawler has joined our conversation that the news is more positive from up there, despite the fact that Colo is due for a commentary spell shortly, and yesterday that seemed to coincide with the bad weather. Pete, good morning to you.
Good morning and greetings from Sydney, fellas. Yes, passing shower. It's not going to interrupt the test match too much. Compelling morning, isn't it? Or is it just me? I'm kind of riding Usman here. I want Usman to do well. There's a lot of good feeling for Usman Khawaja at this venue and in my heart. The reception for him when he walked out here yesterday was really quite significant. He's a cricketer that Sydney people love, even though he left us for Queensland. So I shouldn't be barracking for a player, but I'm barracking for Usman here.
There's the chance that if he puts a good score in here and with the cricket and where it's going to be played, there'll be some really good storylines, won't there? If he can return to Pakistan and play Test cricket again, it'll be really, really interesting and a great way for him to finish his career potentially over the next couple of years.
Yeah, and I like watching the way Usman bats. It's almost a little bit, at times, Muhammad Ali rope-a-dope. Kind of come on, throw it at me, I'm not going to come at you, you just keep coming at me. But also there's that experience there. We saw that one delivery there really fly up and come at his gloves. It is the mind. Well, and Chris, you would know this much better than I because I only watch it and think about it. You've lived it. But to get him behind that next delivery in the manner that he did so solidly, after you've seen it fly up and almost break your hand previously, just shows the experience of a veteran, the mind control of a veteran, and it's kind of his personality too. But Usman lets things go. He's very good at that. He's in a good place in his life.
I said it at the time too, Pete, and I thought, well, it's kind of to be expected if you're playing Test cricket, but some players would approach that differently. Maybe they think, you know what, if this pitch is going to misbehave, I'm going to start playing shots and try and get runs before I get out, really. Almost expecting that you've got a ball with your name on it. So he's not gone away from his game plan, and it's almost mentally just saying to yourself, like when you get hit in the helmet, just saying, nah, next ball, I'm right in behind it. I'm not scared here.
Is that a learned behaviour?
Yeah, I think so, but it can be, but equally, it's probably either in you or it's not. For some players are
for Pete and I, it probably wasn't in us. I haven't seen a lot of Pete's batting,
but it's pride as well. It's proving to yourself and also showing others that that you're not going to pull away and get out of the line. You're going to get stuck in even more.
Yeah. We've just had the umpires do a quick pitch inspection, guys. But getting back to that point, Chris, and on a more macro level, there's a lot of talk about, and you would know this better than most of us, that is one of the issues in the county game. What you talked about before of, there's a ball here with my name on it, I've got to get some runs before I get out. Is that a prevailing attitude in your county game?
Well, I don't think it's just in the county game. Hey, I think it's in a lot of cricket these days. Funnily enough, there's a lot being said about Darren Stevens, who bowls 110 kilometres and takes a lot of wickets and at 45. And he actually got interviewed, and he said, "Don't blame me." He said, "The thing is, it's Test cricket, but with T20, techniques have got worse, and players are less likely to actually try and defend. They just want to take it on, kind of thing." So when you're talking about a macro level, there's wide conversations, and I spoke to Gerard and Athers about this yesterday. That I wouldn't say that everyone has that attitude that get the runs before I get out. But I can remember in my own career, there were times when I was out of form and was still learning the game and got to a point where it was like that. It's like, you know what? I can't get any runs. I might as well see if I can slog 20, and then hopefully I'm going okay, then I can settle in. And you learn, I reckon, over time that that's futile. That's not going to get you where you need to be. And actually, if you want to be world class, you play like Usman is now, Steve Smith, those kind of players as they are playing now. So there's wide ranging conversations around that, and I think coaching as well in everything's got to be better than just allowing young players to go out and try and slog them and having no accountability.
All right, stay there, Pete. Colo as well. We might take a break because play will resume in a couple of minutes' time, which is good news. So, all things being equal, the covers are off and the ground staff are just doing a final couple of things to make sure the outfield is set to go, which it will be in a couple of minutes' time. Our SEN test coverage to continue then. The Henley Everyday Advantage. We don't hide our prices. Australia pushing on from 3 for 126 to 3 for 148. The not-out batsman Steve Smith on 19 and Usman Khawaja on 12. His first session for Radel, the brand of choice for Mitchell Starc and Elisa Healy, to continue next.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Having out-of-balance tyres causes uneven tread wear and an uncomfortable ride. You'll also cop excess wear on your suspension and other parts of your vehicle. If you experience severe vibration while driving, especially highway speeds, get your tyres dynamically balanced at your local Tyre Power store straight away.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power. Get the power!
Summer Sizzlers on now at Harvey Norman. Get 60 months interest free, no deposit, no interest from Latitude, and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Shop furniture, bedding, technology, and electrical. 60 months interest free, no deposit, no interest with 60 approximately equal monthly payments, and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Finance only on participating Latitude credit cards. Minimum finance amount $1,000. See T's and C's. Interest applies for non-compliance. Fees and product exclusions apply. Summer Sizzlers now at Harvey Norman.
G'day, Rusty here for Bendix Ultimate Plus brake pads. Their advanced ceramic formulation means greater stopping power, and the high friction formulation means low dust generation, keeping wheels cleaner longer, low braking noise, and greater resistance to brake fade at higher temperatures. And what good are pads without brake rotors? Bendix Ultimate Rotors are the latest in braking technology and manufacturing, the perfect complement to Bendix brake pads. Bendix, put your foot down with confidence.
G'day, I'm Damien Fleming. Ready to smash your career out of the park? Get the experts at MEGT on board. MEGT is Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, with apprenticeship completion rates above the national average. If you're transitioning from school or you're a business owner, hit your employment goals for 6 with MEGT. Start building a solid partnership with your local apprenticeship experts. Visit meg.com.au or call 13 63 48.
G'day, Glenn McGrath here. The Ashes are well and truly underway, and so no matter where you are or who you go for, you can help the thousands of families experiencing breast cancer by purchasing your very own virtual pink seat. You can buy one for yourself, for you and your mate, or for your entire family. Visit pigtest.com.au, buy your virtual pink seat, and help us make this the pinkest Ashes ever. Oh, and P.S. I've got mine.
The Ashes on SEN for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. That's a plus.
There's some weather, Colo. It looks like there might be some rain. It looked so much brighter and more promising this morning than it did yesterday.
Passing shower. It's not going to interrupt the test match too much.
And right, Peter Lalor was. It has been a passing shower. The sun is out at the Sydney Cricket Ground, SEN Test Cricket. For the Henley Everyday Advantage, we don't hide our prices. Adam Collins with you, Pete's still with me. James Anderson is halfway through his 16th over this morning so far. Australia have added 22 runs without losing a wicket. They're 3 for 148. Smith there on 19 from 58 balls. With Usman Khawaja, 12 from 51. It's been a good contest so far.
Has been. Hyper-vigilant curators here. Got the covers on for about 2 minutes and then off again. Leave them off. Spice it up a bit.
Yeah, it felt like one of those frustrating ones where had they just held their nerve for 30 more seconds, they wouldn't have needed to have brought the covers out. Alas, we lost about a quarter of an hour and ready to roll again.
Well, there's a little bit of sunshine now.
Yep.
I don't know where it's coming from.
It's much better.
It's grey, but there is sun.
2 slips and a short leg. As the clock strikes 11 o'clock, the resumption of play. Anderson, Paddington end, bowls to Smith. It's full and he drives down the ground. That's a glorious on drive. The perfect start from Smith after the resumption. A boundary. He moves to 23. Australia past 150. They're 3 for 152. Foxtel 4K4's Foxtel for the love of cricket.
Well, just to warm up all that, 124 kilometres an hour right up in the slot. They're the kind of ones they give you at Milo Cricket to teach you how to drive.
Yes, Anderson found his rhythm straight away this morning. That'll frustrate him. He'll be kicking the turf the usual way. The Richie's enjoying it down at the Randwick end. Anderson once more passes umpire Tucker. Bowls here, and Smith leaves alone outside the off stump. I was hoping they'd go a couple more overs of Wood this morning, or maybe we'll see him again before lunch. I'm sure we will. But, this might sound like a self-evident point, but fast bowling is successful against Steve Smith comparatively. If you get it up above 145, says CricViz, his average drops to 34. Now, not many bowlers in the world can get to that kind of pace, but it is a reflection of, I suppose, the alternate universe where England did have all their fast bowlers available. It's Anderson now, though, bowling again to Smith, who defends into the onside. The interrupted over comes to an end with Smith on 23, Khawaja on 12, Australia 3 for 152.
Harvey Norman Summer Sizzlers. Enjoy summer at home. HP Pavilion X360 laptop, now $1,493. Save $500. Queen metal beds from a low $329. Stylish and sturdy. Queen 7-piece rectangular dining suite. Great price, $1,398. SodaStream Spirit Sparkling Water Maker. Hot price, $68. More great deals are now at Harvey Norman.
Jack Leach prepares to go again from the Randwick end. He's going to stay with this left arm around the attack at Usman Khawaja. Conservative in his disposition, just trying to get him into the test match, you feel. 2 out on the leg side. Deep backward square and a long on bowling here at Khawaja. A slip is only catcher. Starts his over here. Khawaja goes back and tucks it out just in front of square. Takes a single to Ben Stokes. Khawaja 13, Australia 3 for 153.
I while setting the fields there, Joe Root's been gesturing urgently towards the ground staff as well. I suspect he probably wants some sawdust. Had a few problems out there, haven't they, with where they're landing?
The sawdust was a big feature of yesterday.
I like a bit of sawdust. Butcher shop field.
Yes, 4 out now. Leach around the wicket to Smith. Comes forward and defends. So a deep point, about 10 metres in from the rope in front of the lady stand. A long off, that's Stuart Broad, a long on, and a deep mid-wicket. So a defensive field. Trying to contain Smith here. Root's the one catcher. He's a slip. Leach bowls and Smith comes forward and defends out towards mid-wicket. Made that point before that Smith hits the Archer bouncer into Lord. He's been caught 7 times in the leg side trap. That's why they have the leg gully there straight away for him. But it's spin at the moment. Leach passes umpire rifle, bowls and Smith clips just past mid-wicket. Out to the sweeper. They jog through for a single. Smith's 24. Australia 3 for 154.
For you, it's a defensive field, but for a batsman of Steve Smith's skills, he's just going to milk Leach here, isn't he? He's just going to push it round where those singles are on the offside and the onside. He's not going to take them on.
Yeah, there's touch on, isn't it, that after a rain delay, maybe a bit of a break in concentration, or at least a break in rhythm. They haven't put the foot down. A change in angle here from Leach, so he's going to go back over the wicket to Khawaja. He's got a short leg as well. So more positive here. The 2 men are still out on the leg side. Leach bowls Khawaja, reverse sweep, and nails it. Gets himself a boundary out towards deep backward point in front of the Daily Messenger stand. Well, Khawaja, he's played that stroke well at test level before, most notably in his fine century at Dubai in 2018. He made perfect contact there. Australia 3 for 158. Khawaja up to 17.
That's a man comfortable in his place.
Well, we talked a lot yesterday about Khawaja sensing his freedom in this team. He's probably only playing this week. Head will be back next week. Leach again here at Khawaja. He's forward, defending out to mid-wicket. No single on offer there. The end of the 59th over on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Crypto Australia 3 for 158.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Adam Collins with Peter Lalor, our experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Anderson again, running away from the sawdust towards Stephen Smith, who defends towards short leg where Hasiba Mead. Fields moving to his left, no run there. So they got the sawdust out between overs. That reverse sweep from Khawaja in the previous over. Pete, we saw that sweep and reverse sweep was a bit of an issue for Khawaja away from home until that masterful innings at Dubai in 2018 to save a test match across 5 sessions. And now we see him play it quite a lot.
Yeah. That's an extraordinary partnership with Tim Payne, wasn't it?
Yeah. And with Nathan Lyon at the end as well involved. Here's Anderson bowling, and well forward is Smith in defence. Lyon batting with Payne for an hour towards the close of play. Thrilling stuff. As Khawaja has this opportunity. I mentioned that Head will be back next week. That's what Khawaja himself said yesterday, that he's filling Head's spot.
Yeah.
Gets his week here. He'll enjoy the week being a test cricketer again, and whatever will be throughout the course of 2022. Interesting seeing Travis Head in your paper today. Anderson bowls to Smith, who's forward again, defending out to mid-on, no run. Saying that he's basically tried to work out how he got COVID, and the best theory he can come up with is that he was staying on the same hotel floor as the England squad members, or the broader family members who contracted COVID.
Oh, did he say that? Because I read it that he thought he might have just got into the same lift and pushed the button or something like that. I mean, how do you know?
How do you know? But it's that idea that they're living in these close quarters at the moment. Here's Anderson delivering to Smith on leg stump. He turns it around the corner, plays it well. There might be 2 on offer there, and there is. Good running from Smith. He advances to 26. It's 3 for 160.
I know that there was some angst or some raised eyebrows in the Australian camp when the infected England parties moved out of the hotel. So they travelled up down the corridors and in the lifts and waited in the foyers and things like that. So then everything was good. That was the night that Steve Smith was stuck in the lift. Now I wondered, is it too much of a coincidence?
All theories are welcome. Here is Anderson bowling to Smith, leading alone. Good height lead. Was able to shoulder arms on the basis of length.
I like this line and length that Anderson's bowling now. He's come back into it. They bowled much better this morning. It's been a good contest. Khawaja 17 from 54. Smith 26 from 69.
Yes, how often do you see it? The change of ball did wonders for England yesterday. Anderson got it to move a lot more after it got wet. And they litigated the case to Rod Tucker and away they went. Last ball of Anderson's over here to the crease. Paddington end. Bowls to Smith, who again is able to come forward and defend. Back down the pitch. End of the over on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for Crypto Australia at 3 for 160.
The all-new Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. Know the beauty of having a wild one with an all-new turbocharged engine. Bred to be fearless with a strikingly sculpted exterior, soft touch leather interior, and a kingdom worth of Kia boot space. Unleash the beast, explore the beauty with the redesigned Kia Sportage. For more info, visit kia.com.au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
17, Smith on 26. They're going to stick with Leach operating over the wicket. Left arm over to Usman Khawaja. Receiver meets at short leg. Joe Root, does it slip? 2 out. A long on and a deep backward square. Ready here. Ram weekend. Leach bowls and Khawaja drives from the outside portion of the bat out towards backward point where Crawley does the fielding no run.
Hamid is kind of a COVID short leg, isn't he? He doesn't get too close. You understand? He's just a few steps back from your normal sort of bat pad.
Well, I suppose when Simon Katich was learning the ropes, as Bharat Sundaresan joins us in the Summariser chair, here's Leach to the crease and bowls, and Khawaja is able to defend out towards mid-wicket. You don't see an awful lot of short leg. You don't get the chance when Cat was coming through. He fielded short leg week in, week out at state level. But Hasib Hamid wouldn't do an awful lot of this when playing for Notts. Of course, you've followed his career closely, Bharat. Here's Jack Leach bowling and Usman Khawaja defending back down the pitch.
I don't think you use too many short legs in England, do you, these days?
Very rarely. It used to be a bit of a specialist position. David Boone in there, for example.
Yep.
Not so much these days. Leach delivers and Khawaja goes back and can't beat Hamid, who does well, working to his right, stopping a single.
But Hasib Hamid just looks awkward in most positions he's put into in the field. It isn't a facet of cricket that comes very naturally to him.
It's Leach here. 2 balls left in his over. Delivers to Khawaja. Khawaja doesn't beat Hamid again. He timed that quite nicely. Good reflexes from Hamid. And Peter Lawler's applauding. Our experts for Anaconda play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee.
Man in the spotlight.
I'm just a little upset with him since he cut his hair, that's all.
To finish the over here, Khawaja drives, and again it's out towards Zach Crawley at backward point. No run. Leach completes a maiden. On the independent reserve scoreboard, choose independent reserve for Crypto Australia, remain 3 for 160.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today. Get into Anaconda and save on Christmas essentials. 60% off lifetime 5-foot tables, Spinifex Springline Double High Queen Airbed, only $79. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Anaconda!
James Anderson turns at the top of his mark, away from us at the Paddington end. Towards Smith, 2 slips and the short leg. Bowls here and Smith leaves alone outside the off stump. Got a text in here from Julian in Mudgee. If Usman scores heavily, does Harris come back under pressure for Hobart and beyond all of that interaction for Tyre Power's big holiday sale?
I don't think so. Is my initial reaction, because I think Australia are very keen to bed in that opening position in the long term. So if Usman's looking for a place, it's in the middle order.
Absolutely, and I thought Harris looked his best. He had all series in his first innings and a little disappointed with the way he got out.
It's dark again at the SCG, I'm afraid to report, as Anderson arrives at the crease and bowls to Smith, who goes through that leg side region, out towards fine leg. Doesn't quite make it to the rope, though. It's cut off by Jack Leach. Had plenty of work to do, racing around to his right. Wasn't in complete control of the stroke, though, Smith, it must be said. He moved to 28, Australia 3 for 162, but there's no leg gully anymore.
Just to see in that even more socially distanced bat pad. He's actually 2 pitches back now, isn't he? Is that probably looking more for the deliberate shot turned off the face of the bat rather than an actual bat pad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Inside edge onto the bat pad.
Well, now, predictably, in comes the leg gully. Johnny Bairstow in position there. Anderson bowls and Smith on leg stump bisects short leg and leg gully out the deep backward square. Gets the easiest of singles. That's better. He's 29. Australia 3 for 163.
Just seeing Smith and Khawaja in there together, and Jimmy Anderson bowling reminded of something I saw and heard 2 days back. It's pretty funny. Steve Smith defended a ball in the nets, and he just proclaimed to himself first that that's the ball that got me out in the last test, and I did well. I played it much better, and then he just screamed, "That means improvement, right, Uzi?" And Uzi was in that joining net, and Uzi said, "Yeah, improvement is what it's all about." And Steve Smith was like, "Yeah, improvement is what it's all about. So we are improving every day."
God help us.
Anderson looking to improve here with a bit of sawdust in the footmark. Stuart Broad did the heavy lifting for him there.
I don't think the best surveillance cams or CTV footage would ever pick up as much as you do from the nets.
I mean, some of the conversations we had yesterday, just noting that between balls, I think that Smith thought they might have been going off for rain again. But there is some drizzle. And
Steve Smith's got no right to do this. He's just walking away before the umpires even met. He doesn't want to play.
Yeah, just to be clear, Smith's now 15 metres back towards the pavilion before Rod Tucker's even consulted Paul Rifle.
Yeah.
So that conversation's taking place. Now, there is drizzle in the air. It is dark. But much to the delight of the Sydney crowd, Smith and co have not been successful. The show will go on.
Get back there and bat, mate.
And if you notice, he did that for the first rain break as well. As soon as it started raining, he was just off.
Anderson's now got a catching cover. Bowls to Khawaja over the wicket. He leaves alone outside the off stump.
And I'll tell you something, the ground staff actually applauded that decision. Good call, umpire. So there you go. We won't blame the ground staff for being hyper-vigilant.
Well, it's what they should have done about half an hour ago. The rain's no heavier now than it was then. It's blown over within a minute or two.
If Smith had crossed the boundary, would he have been out? He's walked.
I'm keeping my counsel on that. I don't know if there's a precedent.
You don't know, Colin.
To the crease. Bowls here to Khawaja. That's wider and shorter and left alone through to the gloves of Butler.
I don't know whether that counts as a forfeiture of your innings. I'm sure if the umpires asked England, "Do you want to appeal for it?" they would have said yes.
Well, I'm appealing and you're the umpire, and that is what your job. So what's your decision?
Yeah.
There you go. He's off again.
Now Smith's running off, but this time he is justified in running off because the rain has got heavier at the SCG. We're going to have our second rain delay of the second morning. And it's followed us around so far in this test match. By my count, that is 6 times the players have been taken from the field, in addition to the delay that stopped us beginning on time yesterday and the one that took them from the field 20 minutes early. So with the score at 3 for 163, Australia started at 3 for 126. Smith's advanced to 29. Usman Khawaja 17. That's on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. All told, Bharat Sundaresan, who's of course in our expert chair for Anaconda, play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. That was quite a challenging session, probably with the exception of Leach, who didn't really threaten. All 3 seamers on show had their moments.
Absolutely. I think they got all of them consistently together, collectively got their lengths right. Yesterday, I thought Jimmy Anderson was just Jimmy Anderson, but Broad was a little up and down. Would you expect him to be slightly short of length and make the most, whatever bounce there is because he's the fastest of the lot? But on what has been a 2-paced pitch so far, I thought Wood would be slightly easier to play, if that makes sense. But then I thought once he altered his length yesterday and also this morning, I thought he was quite a handful. So Jack Leach, Colo, I'm not surprised at all with the way they're using him. I was just telling Peter earlier, that's the plan they came here with, even in the game against the England Lions. They had 4 men out. They got him to bowl a very leg stumpy line to both right and left-handers. So no surprises there. I was a little surprised with them bringing him on so early today. I mean, considering there have been breaks as well, thought the seamers could have gone on for a little longer.
The England players were quite reluctant to leave the field. To me, Joss Butler and Jack Leach took a long time to cross the rope. They sense it'll be a similar kind of delay, and not unreasonably either. The ground staff are in no hurry. It's like a replica of what happened half an hour ago, Pete.
Yeah, well, at least that indicates some intent from England that they think that there's something out here and we want to make the most of it. Yeah, we're not going to do that in the dressing rooms.
Speaking of intent, I just wanted to come back to that conversation we started before about Mark Wood. Andrew McGlashan wrote a great piece on Cricinfo overnight about it was a bit of a look into how things might have been had all of England's quicks been available, at least Jofra Archer alongside Wood. The very fact that since Labuschagne has gone to number 1 in the world, Wood has picked him up twice in the space of 10 deliveries, and Wood's had success against Smith in this series as well. If you throw Archer into the attack alongside Wood, I'm not suggesting for a heartbeat the scoreline would be any different, but it would have a different dynamic to it, having 2 genuine pacemen rather than England relying on a fragile Wood who can't play every week because of his long and well-documented history with injury, and then you're relying on those seasoned veterans who aren't as threatening in these conditions.
Absolutely, and you just have to look back to last summer as well, when India found guys who could, get the ball jump off the surface. Even Navdeep Saini in a couple of spells. I don't know how many people remember him from last summer, considering the other names that popped up. He did trouble Steve Smith. If you remember his dismissal at the Gabba in that second innings when he was cruising, it was that ball that just rushes him. And it's the same with Manas as well. They've gotten so comfortable in this series, facing a lot of Anderson and Broad and these guys, where you can really get into the same position over and over again, where you're not made to change anything at all. And they are past masters at that. Like, if you let them do that, they will keep scoring runs. So having someone like Wood who pushes you, gets you to think about different things. And you can see that in the nets as well, when they're suddenly working on something extra. It's not just about, where my hands are, where my feet are. Like, you're suddenly looking at different fields. Like, Justin Langer spent nearly, 40 minutes with Manas Labuschagne day before, actually on the eve of the test, just focusing on that short of length ball, and it was very there were specifics. Like, he was trying to hit that ball to very specific spot. But of course, it was the slightly short of length delivery that jumped at him outside off stump that got him out, just like it did at the MCG.
Yeah, when they didn't have that point of difference in Adelaide with Wood, it was Ben Stokes doing the job at about 135 clicks, and you saw that distinction there. I should note that the big cover has come off. The Hessian remains. Umpires Rifle and Tucker are making their way back to the middle, and we're about to do that dance again, Pete.
Well, I think that with, if I can join in that conversation about Archer, and imagine if you could get Ollie Stone up bowling at 90 miles an hour for a few tests in a row. So you've got 3 quicks bowling at 90 miles an hour. For a start, is Marcus Harris going to enjoy welcomes like that to the wicket? It is going to make life significantly more difficult for Australian batters, and it's going to ask questions, and you kind of it tests the loose teeth in the mouth.
Yeah, and the 2 test matches that Stone played this year, one in India where he's very good, and then the test at Edgbaston. I mean, he's right thereabouts with Wood in terms of pace. So I mean, he's not as well known as Wood and Archer, but a younger man who does move the ball away from the right-hander as well.
Absolutely. I thought the test match he played in India in extremely hot conditions. I thought he bowled superbly. He kept running in, and unlike Mark Wood, he looked like someone who I thought wouldn't break down as often as he does, because you look at his action, it's not an action where it puts so much pressure on the body, or for example Jofra Archer as well. So I thought Ollie Stone, we would see a lot more of him here. But you know what I'm looking forward to? I'm looking forward to what South Africa and West Indies do next summer. When I think they are the teams, they'll come and play Test cricket. Forget about their batting issues for both teams. But both those countries do seem to have at least a couple of fast bowlers who can do that, who can rush you. So I'm looking forward to that already.
Yeah, that South Africa series, I mean, we're seeing them play out a wonderful test match at the Bull Ring against India, right in the balance at the close of play on day 3. But South Africa's quicks have been a big part of that, with Ngidi and Rabada especially.
Yeah, and Dwayne Olivier, I know you're a big fan. There's been a lot of talk about his drop in pace, but he's just feeling his way back into Test cricket. So who knows what we can expect from him. Henrik Nokia is always hitting 150 pretty consistently. He's going to be a threat as well.
Tell me what's happened with Quinny over there, you guys. Like, he's announced his retirement from Test match cricket. He's got years left in his legs. How do you read that? Because there is a disturbing element of flight from South African cricket.
Yeah,
before you get to the team and now while you're in the team.
There was a problem with the Kolpak situation in the UK, which enabled South African players to make more money playing domestic cricket in England and foregoing their right to play international cricket.
They became English, didn't they?
Well, that's what I mean. Players like Kyle Abbott, Riley Rousseau, Duane Olivier, who Bharat mentioned before, and a slew of them a generation ago. But now that Kolpak players are no longer legal in keeping with the new Brexit provisions, that does change the dynamic. I mean, someone like Olivier is back in the Test team this week. But, I mean, I read Neil Manthorpe's piece that went through the decision that Quinton de Kock made, and it sounds on face value to be what it is, in that de Kock knows that he's on the road so often with white ball cricket, more lucrative for him, and he wants to spend legitimately more time with his young family. I mean, I know that's a bit of a cliche, but I suppose you have to take him on face value on that until proven otherwise.
Oh, look, and there are legitimate financial considerations for South African players in those circumstances. They reach 28, 29, 30. Look at how much money they've got in the bank and what options they have. And I hate to, but you even look at a cricketer like Morne Moore, who would be able, who has done quite, had a great career, brilliant bowler, great guy, can live comfortably in South Africa, but his options are very limited because they don't put enough money away during their time as international cricketers for South Africa. So, for instance, if they go to Australia or England, basically the money they have is cut in half, isn't it? They can't afford a house.
Bharat, we'll grab your thoughts on that as well, just noting that the stumps are back in and the Hessian is coming off, and all we're waiting for now is a restart time.
Yeah, and before we come to South Africa, I've been enjoying the way they fold the Hessian mats. Every time they do it so precisely, it's like someone putting on a sari. Not that I go around totally seeing people put on sari.
What about a dhoti?
Yeah, that counts as well. Yeah, you have to be very precise, as you know.
Yeah, a dhoti is a very long length of cloth that sort of winds around a man, doesn't it? You actually, basically, you get tied up into it. It takes a bit of. It takes some assistance to put on a dhoti.
Of course, it found. Yeah, and it's safer if you have like a waist belt on as well, so that you don't. Unlike at my wedding when it just fell off. But anyway.
We should get some when we're in India later this year. I'm sure we'll be there.
Is there any footage of this
incident? There is. I mean, the in-laws were happy that I have branded boxers on, so that was always.
She's married well.
Here's the good news. As soon as the players are ready, there's going to be a restart. So we'll throw to a break on SEN Test Cricket, and Gerard Whateley will be ready to pick it up off the back of that. So, with the players just about ready to go again, Australia are 3 for 163.
I remember as a boy tagging along with my mum for the weekly shop. It was exciting because if I behaved, once we got to the local grocers, I'd be able to get a Nippy's flavoured milk. Now, as a dad myself, I can share that joy with my own kids. They love the juices.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm grown, family made, picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table, that's Nippy's.
Delicious!
The Hyundai Venue fits in anywhere, even into your budget. Experience safety technologies, comfort and style, all within a compact SUV. And enjoy standout features like Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Plus, you're all backed up with the confidence of Hyundai's 5-year warranty. The Hyundai Venue fits in anywhere, stands out everywhere. Test drive the Venue today. T's and C's apply.
The Ashes on SEN for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. That's a plus.
We'll have a third go on morning 2 at the SCG. 3 for 163. Usman Khawaja is 17. Steve Smith is 29. Another annoying rain delay. The independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. There's one ball to come in Jimmy Anderson's 18th over. The covers are just being rolled up. Bharat, Sundaresan and Pete Lalor still with us. Pete?
They're taking a while to put the linen away, Gerard. Players are all set to go, but the truck's parked there at square leg.
It's like folding the fitted sheet. It's just so difficult to get right and into the right space.
It sure is. I'm confused by this delay. Why are they going so slowly? Do they know something we don't know? There is sunshine at the SCG, Gerard. It's coming in from behind us, but it's pretty dark just behind the barongal sand.
Right.
Sorry to tell you. Anyway, this is one way to draw out a test match.
Yes, it's such a frustration, but at least the delays have been brief so far.
Yep, I think the tractor's heading off now.
It's heading off, but I don't think eventually they just stuffed it all up. I don't think they rolled it properly.
As you end up doing with a fitted sheet, don't you?
So underneath, get someone with some expertise in, do it properly, learn, do it properly, do it again.
I thought it was interesting to see how keen Stephen Smith was to get off. It probably tells you that it's not that comfortable out there. You're not running off that fast when there's runs aplenty and it's easy going. And how reluctant England were to get off. Now we're reversing the trailer now, Gerard. Back in.
A little to the left.
Yeah, that's right. You only good at reversing trailers, Gerard?
So this is like if you're a rowing dad and it's your turn to take the boats back. I've known many a dad who's given up halfway through that. No, I can't get it in. Oh well, they're going to successfully navigate. This is Test cricket, as the frustrations that have been expressed are playing out before us now.
Yeah, well, it does look a bit like rowing with the ground staff in their SCG Trust polos, borrowed from the rugby community, Gerard.
So, play to resume. Australia's batting for Bundaberg Gingerbeer. Usman Khawaja on 17. Jimmy Anderson around the wickets, and he's defended the ball to point. End of that over 3 for 163. So, the challenge of each batsman, we haven't seen anyone get out on the restarts. They've sort of been well into batting sessions by the time those wickets fell yesterday, so that's probably been a mercy.
There's a little bit of life in this wicket, isn't there, Gerard? I mean, we saw Wood bring up a divot before and a ball really take off. That will worry people. I think it's a wolf in sheep's clothing, this wicket. It's got a gentle grass cover, but underneath it's quite dry, which is not what you'd expect in these conditions, but it's dry because of these conditions. They were anticipating a bit of moisture about.
Much talk of the runner cracks that are underneath the surface. What lies beneath? Leach around the wicket, starts his new over. Smith is defending and going with the stroke as he nudges it away into cover. Stokes misfields as he arrives, but there was no chance of thwarting the run. 3 for 164.
This pitch is like one of those spicy curries where you just see a lot of coriander garnished on top, and you feel like it's going to be a little mild, and then you get in, and then.
You just have a sense Australia's attack might make a mess of England on it. 2 in the deep on the leg side. Leach over the wicket bowls. Khawaja stands and defends.
It isn't.
Well, Hamid moved into the traditional position, socially distanced bat pad, and there's a lot. I think it's raining here again, but we're going to ignore it and keep playing cricket because we're sick of this.
No, seriously.
Yeah, just keep playing, guys.
Full rifle eyes to the sky. We've only had 3 balls since the last rain interruption. Khawaja again stands the off stump and defends. Ever fancy being the chief tennis rider, did you, Pete? Be a lively day on that, Pete.
So the Telegraph's cricket writer, Gerard, is not here this morning. He's been sent down, the UK Telegraph's cricket writer has been sent down to Melbourne Airport to cover the siege. Is it a siege yet, Gerard?
Well, Khawaja defends. Djokovic has been sent to a safe house, to a government-controlled hotel in Carlton. Like, if you're in Serbia writing the story, you can make it sound pretty dramatic. The Prime Minister's just spoken. Khawaja's on 17. He faces up to Leach and he cuts well. Past backward points and away to the boundary for 4. Khawaja moves to 21. The boundary for Foxtel 4K, Foxtel for the love of cricket.
Yes, and Gerard, I'm sorry to inform you that Steve Smith is doing what Steve Smith's done, and he's beaten Usman Khawaja by 100 metres to the dressing room. He's first man off again.
This is the heaviest rain we've seen today as well. So, doesn't look good.
No, so that's 6 balls we got. That's 6 balls. Dear me.
6 excellent balls, Gerard. I think we could probably talk about them for the next hour. Now, that last 4, well, it did add 4 to the total. It did add a little bit of moisture to the ball, too.
Exactly.
We might get another change ball. I do like seeing the ball run over the outfield when it's damp. Not when I'm a bowler, of course, but if you're batting, I think that's what you like to see.
Stuart Broad's just thrown his arms in the air. You call this rain?
And this is this is good attitude from England.
Yeah,
we want to play cricket. We're here to play cricket, and I don't know what's going on in Steve Smith's head running off that quickly.
I think he's just trying to protect his bat. Like,
Is that it?
He was trying to get into. I just took a picture of him trying to do some weird things, an attempt to protect his bat from getting wet. It's like a child. Look at that.
He is, yeah. And you're right, well, he's actually, at least he's come out of the dressing room now, and he's waiting with the dugout with Usman Khawaja. And, we're starting again.
Make them play.
They are going to play. They're walking back on.
I mean, in junior cricket, you're told, unless it's unplayable, unless you think that someone's going to be in trouble in terms of injury or whatever, you just continue playing. There are people around. At times, Test cricket does make you wonder. It's one of those weird sports where everybody who's supposed to play and everybody who's supposed to write about people playing won't play to stop all the time.
I don't know that the people who write about play won't play to stop all the time.
Well,
it was a hell of a task filing 830 words yesterday on that play.
So Usman Khawaja never left the field. He just stayed boundary side. The England players never crossed the rope. The umpires have sent the ground staff away. The Hessian got laid down and lifted. And play on. 3 for 168.
Dad's reversing the kayak back into the shed now, so we'll be ready to go in a few minutes.
Much better this time.
I know Smithy's worried about his hair. Perhaps he's using a cheap dye because they're not allowed to go to hairdressers and people run in there. I noticed you don't go out in the...
Okay, so Jack Leach with the last ball of a prolonged over. He can't deliver it just yet. He was ready to, but the tractor's still on the field.
There were 2 tractors on the field, so the one that got off quickly last time didn't even get to unfurl the sheets this time.
If you dropped into this as a fresh sport, you would be scratching your head.
Yeah, it's a sport that provides you with driving lessons as well.
All the years worth of conventions that constipate the game from time to time.
Nice phrase, Jerry.
So the tractors are off. The players are on. Jack Leach has the ball in hand for the last ball of this over. He will be around the wicket to Usman Khawaja, who stands and defends. 3 for 168 at the end of it. The independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
A curious sort of morning at the SCG it has been. 3 for 168. Australia's batting for Bundaberg ginger beer. Into the experts' chair we bring Damien Fleming. Hello to you, Flem.
Morning, Gerard. Morning, listeners. Can we get some cricket going now?
Just for a sustained period of time. And England's use of Jack Leach, it's a bit of a head-scratcher. Jimmy Anderson starts the new over. It's turned away by Steve Smith, and he's picked the gap between the short leg and the leg gully, and he's able to rotate the strike. He's 31, Khawaja is 21, Australia 3 for 169.
Yeah, it looks tough work when the quicks have got the ball, haven't they? And then when Leach bowls with defensive fields, you feel like Khawaja and Smith can rotate the strike under no pressure.
If you play a spinner, you are obliged to use him in the overs in the 60s, aren't you? But it just doesn't feel like it matches the circumstances of the game. Anderson around the wicket bowls and Khawaja defends the ball to cover.
And it's not like they've had long spells in, hot conditions, is it? They've been able to come on and off, so they haven't bowled a lot of overs. Stokes could have come on instead of Leach to keep that pressure on.
And Jimmy Anderson create the threat. He's now in the 19th over. In terms of what he's sent down, it's the 64th over of the innings. He's around the wicket. Khawaja pulls him away. Didn't get all of it. Down to fine leg. It'll be cut off in the deep. Leach tosses it in. A single for Khawaja. 22, 3 for 170. Jimmy Anderson's had problems with the landing zone. It was frustrating him yesterday at the popping crease, and he's toppled over there, Flem.
Yeah, Mark Wood struggles with it as well, isn't it? Just with that little bit of rain, if you don't land perfectly, there is that tendency to slip. And it makes you uncertain when you're running into bowl, so I wouldn't be surprised if you get some sawdust.
And piles in various places is how it's going to be deployed. He was a pretty cantankerous old bowler yesterday, but that's actually when he produced his best. A couple from the over so far. He pitches up and he's driven by Smith through cover. Stokes sets off from mid-off. It's a decent race. He'll overhaul it late and get rid of it quickly. Smith sent back by Khawaja as he was looking for the third, and he had to scamper to make his grounds. Smith is 33, Australia 3 for 172.
That's not a type of delivery Stephen Smith's got many opportunities to do, hasn't it? They've starved him and hit him through the covers, so just a little bit full. Opportunity taken by Smith. This pair, they've batted a lot together. Their experience is on display today.
This is the bulk of Australia's runs out of this partnership, potentially. And the way the pitch is anything in the 300s would give, to my eye, Australia a pretty good advantage in the game. Anderson sets in. He's over the wicket. Smith is on the back foot, playing the ball to cover and going with the stroke. They're taunting Stokes to come in, to go back in the fields. He can't prevent the single. 34th for Smith. The fielding for PGG Wright's unturfed Durascape.
Yeah, good signs here. Stephen Smith just starting to flow. They've done the hard work, Khawaja and Smith.
So Jimmy Anderson just taking his time back at the top of his marquees from the Paddington end, from the broadcast end of the SCG. Khawaja's on 22. Anderson is around the wicket to complete the over, and it's left alone. 5 from it. 3 for 173 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to AdelaideStrikers.com.au.
Begins the new over to Steve Smith, who's defending the ball to the offside, no run. Damien Fleming with you on commentary through this phase. Stop-start session. Steve Smith's been desperate to get off at various stages, which is a curiosity in its own right. Leach is around the wicket too. He's leaning forward and defending. Why do you imagine he wanted to be off so rapidly, Flem?
Because he's Stephen Smith, yes. And there's things you can't explain.
That's as good an answer as any. A deep cover and the deep mid-wicket in place. Smith is prodding forward defending.
You just wonder what goes through his brain, doesn't he? Like he's thinking for the umpires as well. He's looking at route changing the field. He's taking in all this information.
Leach is bowling to him, and Smith is forward and defending.
Not much happening there for the spinner, Gerard.
No. I'm absolutely torn as to whether I think these are wasted overs or not. Can he create something? Leach. Smith just turns him away to the leg side. Hamid picks up Shies. It all ends up into the stumps, but Khawaja had well beaten it home. A well-judged single 35 for Smith, 3 for 174. So the ball is 65 overs old, although it was a replacement ball, wasn't it, Fleming? Are you bowling Leach through the new ball, or are you going, come on, let's see if we can knock one of these over?
No, they can't afford it. It's too big a wicket, isn't it? You get Cam Green in these conditions, so I'd have him off and have Stokes bowling, and then maybe give him 3 or 4 before the second new ball.
Khawaja whipped the ball away to mid-wicket, took a single to complete the over. He's 23, 3 for 175. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
G'day, it's Rev Hughes here. In my day, I loved battling the ponds, but these days, my missus is the enemy. Why? I snore really badly. And she saved the day by sending me for a CPAP direct sleep test. Now, the snoring is gone, I'm refreshed and revitalised.
CPAP Direct, now open at 600 Port Road, Allenby Gardens. From sleep studies to the latest CPAP gear at Adelaide's best prices. Sale on now.
If you snore or wake up tired, head to cpap.com.au.
The session is still waiting for its big moment for Bendix Brakes. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix Brakes. What was it? We'd sent down 47 overs yesterday, so there have been 18 overs. The score has progressed from 126 to 175, so 49 runs added in that time, and Ben Stokes is going to replace Jimmy Anderson. Gerard Whateley and Damien Fleming in the box, Adam Collins as well.
Well, we did call for it, but it was to replace the spinner, Ben Stokes.
So let's wait and see what happens at the other end. Colo?
The average first innings tally here in the last 8 test matches is 440. All of those scores have been good enough to either win or draw the test, apart from England in 17-18, where they made 350 and Australia responded with 649.
Doesn't feel like a 440 pitch. There have been recent test matches that have had scores in the 600s, haven't there? That India battered Australia into the dust, and Australia 4 years ago in this test match just doesn't the pitch doesn't feel like that. So a lot of manoeuvring being done. There's a fly slip, so a third man, but in line with the cordon in place. Is Stokes going to be the short ball enforcer? He starts with a bouncer against Usman Khawaja. He's got a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket phlegm, so this feels a little bit like Adelaide.
Where I just don't think he's at his best. I think Ben Stokes is at his best when he bowls full, because he moves the ball. He's got a great wrist release. And just the surprise bounce every now and again.
A short leg in place. Hamid is under the helmets. So there's a keeper and a gully. Stokes is around the wicket. Bouncer. Colo, just walk us around the field if you would.
Yeah, happy to. We've got a man on bang on square, just in front of square, on the rope, deep backward square, a fine leg, and a fly slip. So 4 back for the short ball, and then a short leg under the lid, a gully, the other catching man.
So this is the Adelaide field, the Leg Fury field, isn't it?
Sure is.
So this is Joe Root's resorted to this. I wonder if he'll have success. Stokes around the wicket, pummels it in short. Khawaja takes it on, didn't get all of it, and probably just as well. It lands in short of Leach at fine leg. A couple of bounces as it reaches him. Khawaja 24, 3 for 176.
Oh, well, it's not a foreign tactic for the English. I still don't think it's what will be the most productive, but they're going to stick with it. Usman's taken on once. What will Stephen Smith do?
And they're keeping it for Smith as well. The identical field. Perhaps the fly slip becomes more a deep third man, but alas. And they haven't got a man around the corner, though. They don't have a leg gully or a leg slip, just the short leg.
Just with the pace, though, I'd rather Mark Wood have a couple of overs with these field places. It's not Stokes.
Yeah, he's an interesting choice for it. You're absolutely right. Smith on strike. Stokes' right arm around the wicket, bangs it in. Smith just turns him harmlessly across the turf to the deep square. Takes a single to move to 36. It's 3 for 177.
I just think with that extra pace on board, that reaction, last minute, do you take it on or not? You know, that third man could come into play, I think, particularly to Smith against Wood.
If he's going to do it, Joe Reid, he should develop the close-up on the camera and he should give it the, just for history's sake. So the in-outfield on the leg side, Stokes with the bumper barrage. This is in on the hip and turned away by Khawaja down to fine leg. The pace of travel that suggested it might have been a leg by. It's 1 to the total, 3 for 178. Bowling at the mid-130s, whereas Wood can do it at the mid-140s. There's slow overs as a result of being able to rotate the strike and manoeuvre the field, and now there's a security guard who's ambled into the wrong spot. Tummy hanging over his belts. Hurry up, fella, get out of the way. We've had enough delays. Stokes to Smith to complete the over. He's in behind the rising delivery. Gets it down to his toes. 3 for 178 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian, farm grown, family made. Picked by our family for yours for over 50 years. Free to table. That's Nippy's. Delicious!
There's nothing quite like celebrating and enjoying summer vibes with your pals. Parafield Airport Liquor Store, that is. Come into Pals. You'll be bowled over by our prices. Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
3 rain delays, no drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Cricket has managed to at least relieve itself of 1 delay in the game by scrapping those in the on-off nature of it. Jack Leach is about to begin his 9th over. It's 3 for 178. Smith 36. Khawaja has the strike. He's on 24. There's a slip in place. And it might be the overhanging camera, the flying fox, that is causing the delay this time. It's becoming a parody, the delays in this test match.
Yeah. Is there a streaker? Yes. They're due.
Yep. They really are. It's enough to drive you to drink, that much is for sure. Leach around the wicket, bowls, and Khawaja stands and defends. Mike Atherton rejoins us in the commentary box. Hello to you, Athers.
Hello, what a morning it's been. Oh dear.
Test cricket, eh? Test cricket. Khawaja turns the ball to the leg side, but it's well protected at backward square, no run.
The best delay of the lot was waiting for the tractor to be reversed.
No doubt.
Into the groundsman's shed.
Can you rate the top 5 appers then?
Leach to Khawaja. Oh, he was angling the cut. He got all cramped up, knocks it away to the offside.
Not been that impressed with Steve Smith's attempt to run the game either, to dictate to the umpires when they'll stay on and go off.
Make him stay through one shower just to exert some authority. Turned away by Khawaja to the leg side. He's able to go with the stroke as he placed it just wide enough of Anderson. He moves to 25. It's 3 for 179.
I think Smithy thinks the rule is you can't play in any rain.
He thinks the rule is he runs the game.
Leach tweaking away.
But he just...
It's around the wicket, bowls to Smith. Go on, Glenn.
Just that information, you know, he's umpiring. He's also, every time Joe Root makes a change, he's listening in there. It's almost like he's going to captain for the opposition.
It's the last ball of Leach's over. Innocuous as ever. It's defended to the offside. 3 for 179 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
The all-new Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. Know the beauty of having a wild one with an all-new turbocharged engine. Bred to be fearless, with a strikingly sculpted exterior, soft touch leather interior, and a kingdom worth of Kia boot space. Unleash the beast, explore the beauty with the redesigned Kia Sportage. For more info, visit kia.com.au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Your interaction 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power Big Holiday Sale. There is a certain amount of annoyance around the rain and Sydney and Steve Smith's antics, and Novak Djokovic, you won't be surprised, keeps bobbing up in the feed that's arriving. Ben Stokes bowling short. Khawaja backed away. He had a mind to lift him up to third man. He missed as it went through. So this is... What did you think the reversion to these tactics, Mike, which we saw in Adelaide?
Yeah, it's clear that he's gone back to the Adelaide tactics, which is why Khawaja has played that shot stepping away to try and flat bat it over the offside, because the field set is a very dominant leg side field for the short ball.
Stokes playing enforcer. Muscles in and bowls down the leg side, left alone.
So who did he get out like that? Got Warner out, didn't he, at Adelaide? It was Warner who stepped away to try and flat bat one through the offside when he was on 94-5 from memory. And he picked up a wicket, but I don't know. It's not how you bowl for wickets, I don't think, generally.
3 for 179. This partnership has guided Australia from 117. Stokes to Khawaja, who stays out of a ball, rising under the armpit down the leg side.
The problem is really how you finish the previous over, Gerard, before we went to a break. You said Leach, innocuous as ever. That is the problem for England, that we're in this kind of phase where the game drifts, and because they've not got an attacking spinner, it just drifts away from them as the ball gets older and older.
Stokes bowls to Khawaja. It's short. It struck him on the shoulder. He shaped up to have a dash at it, kept the bat out of the way, and had to wear it as a consequence.
Oh, well, he's creating a bit of indecision here, Stokes.
So how long... we're just debating, Athers, as you play a spinner, you're obliged to bowl him, particularly at the age of the ball. But how long can you go with it and allow that this is the most dangerous partnership in the match, you suspect, in the way that it's shaping up between Smith and Khawaja? Stokes digs it in, Khawaja ducks underneath.
Well, there's obviously been a real hangover from what happened at the Gabba. That short passage of play before lunch on the, what would it have been now, second day, I guess, has had real ramifications for Leach and for England. Obviously, you have to bowl your spinner. I think my issue with the way Root has handled it is when he's bowled Jack Leach, because he seemed to bowl him at some absolutely crucial times in the game. After lunch, second day, Melbourne.
Stokes rounds his mark. This is the last ball of the over. Let's get the leg side field set deep. Bouncer pulled into the turf by Khawaja. You heard the loud call of yes as he drags it down to fine leg. 26 for Khawaja, 3 for 180. We'll pick it up in a moment. The Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto.
We're live at the coalface at Chatswood. Two players have been outstanding all tournament as the umpire calls play. It's been match point back and forth for a while now. Steel Blue serves into Bisley's right corner, who returns confidently. Steel Blue with the backhand return. Bisley shows off that stunning underhand. This is a volley for the ages.
Don't bet on other workwear stores. Coalfaceworkwear.com.au. Everything you need in one shop. Shop 1, 66 Lower Gibb Street, Chatswood.
Khawaja 26, Steve Smith 36. The leading run scorer thus far, Marcus Harris with 38 for Victoria Police for non-urgent police assistance. Call 131 444. Leach around the wicket, starts the new over. Khawaja tucks him away to backward square, no run. Athens?
It's a very difficult place to come and bowl finger spin. That must be said from the outset. Nathan Lyon's figures are simply outstanding in that context.
Khawaja awaits Leach. He just pauses for a moment before beginning his approach. He delivers and defending Khawaja.
So that's the starting point, I think. But what you hope from your finger spinner is that it can give you control in the first half of the game. And if you get in a position where you're attacking in the second, pick you up some crucial wickets.
10th over for Leach, none for 23. Bowls Khawaja, clips him away, and he's put it forward of square on this occasion, or forward of the man of square, and he's able to take the single out into the deep, 3 for 181.
And the problem for England and for Leach is in this first half of the game, while the game's in its early stages, he's not able to give Root much control, either because they smashed him out of the attackers at the Gabba, or now because they're milking him with a deep set field.
Smith has the strike. He taps away and plays forward, drives back to Leach, who scrambles in his follow through to stop a single.
And to give one measure of that, Leach has bowled one maiden in the series. That was this morning. Lions bowled 37.
It's a pretty good measure. All over the stats and facts at the SCG. Smith's seen 87 balls so far for his 36 runs. He's turning the ball to the leg, and he'll be able to milk the next single as he places it wide of Hamid, Australia 3 for 182.
And I think England wanted a left-arm spinner, partly because of Steve Smith, who has loomed so large over the last couple of Ashes series.
This will be the last ball of Leach's over, and delivers it to Khawaja, who defends off an inside edge, and it ends up on the leg side. 3 for 182. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Can Ben Stokes produce the big moment for Bendix Brakes? Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix Brakes. They're checking the ball. England might like a new one for the 70th over. I wonder if they'll be successful as they were yesterday.
Well, it got them wickets, didn't it, yesterday? They got nothing to lose.
Change the ball, change your fortunes. Not just yet. So they've got 11 overs notionally to go with this. The leg theory field is set. Stokes around the wicket, bangs it in, turned away by Smith down to fine leg at another to the total, which is at 183. Appers, you're talking about the want for the left arm spinner.
Yeah, because Moeen Ali, who'd been England's spinner, had been milked to such great effect by Steve Smith, who has an outstanding record against off spin as opposed to left arm spin, where his record is still obviously very good, but not quite as outstanding. So I think for all manner of reasons, England were keen for a left-arm spinner, not an off-spinner.
Well, Stokes continues his barrage. He's into Khawaja, who pulls him away down to fine leg for a single. He's 28, Khawaja, 184 on the board.
Because the other spinner in England's squad, of course, is Don Bess, who is an off-spinner, who offers a little bit more probably with the bat, but is not as accurate a spinner as Jack Leach. And so that early charge at Leach at the Gabras had such an impact, I think, on Leach himself and on Root and on the strategy generally.
Stokes sets in again. He bowls to Smith, who ducks.
You wouldn't say at the moment that Steve Smith looks troubled by this particular short ball ploy, but I would say Khawaja's looked a little bit more uncertain. He got hit on the front side, front shoulder. He's had one flap outside the off stump and one kind of pull that he wasn't quite in control of. So you'd say he looks a little more uncertain than Smith with the short pitch ploy.
I know we should think of Douglas Jardine, but I can't help but think of Hugo Weaving as this is transpiring. Stokes struck Smith. They got all tangled up between playing and leaving and ended up with the ball under his chin.
What about Gary Sweet?
Yes. Well, Hugo Weaving's sort of before us at the moment with the Matrix being regenerated. That's on high demand on Foxtel. I've seen portions of it twice in the past few nights, and he's in. So he's a young man there. I mean, he's in Love Me, which is one of the new ones on Binge that I saw the first episode of, and he's an old man there. So it's the two ends of his career. But I think we all agree it peaked with the Kennedy Miller miniseries bodyline. Stokes to Smith on the follow-up. Just gently pulls him away to deep square for a single. 185 on the board.
One of the great sports movies. It's difficult, isn't it? Because actors are not very good at actually doing the action.
I feel like Hugo Weaving.
Go, Flem.
While we wait for Flam, Rampage and Roy Slavin playing Gubby Allen in the Bodyline miniseries as well, of course. The man who wouldn't bowl Bodyline.
It's the rights of that are fascinating. That it's never popped up as all these streaming services have come. I've got the DVDs of it. I managed to secure them a few years back to make sure I had it in the collection. Last ball of the over is ducked by Khawaja. Hutto, this is his specialty area, I think. 3 for 183. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
As your business put cleaning standards to the test, there's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
There's two sides out there. And they're both playing cricket in this over. Jack Leach is going to continue. Afternoon, Athers.
Good afternoon. How are you?
And Colo, and I think Flem's still with us. Jack Leach is. That is the big surprise. He's bowling to Smith who presses forward and defends.
Hello.
You are there, Flem. Excellent. What a mini-series it was. Three for 185. Leach bowls and Smith somewhat tentatively, but in control defends.
I'm going to get
I was wondering.
Sorry, Flam, after you.
Well, let's Leach again. It is a bit fraught, this, as he defends quietly to cover, and yes is the call this time. Well judged single. 3 for 186. Go, Flem.
Yeah, I was just wondering whether Hugo Weaving was basically playing Douglas Jardine in the Matrix movies. That character.
Yeah, it's changed in the field here. Mike, you might have a better view of it than we do. Just the left-hander coming back on strike. He gets settled now. Leach to bowl. And he's answered, he dropped by Root. It was a fine edge, it just went past the gloves of Butler. Root was maybe a fraction late to go as he dived to his right. It was in, it was out, maybe off the end of the fingertips. To the surprise of everyone, Jack, in fact, it has deflected from Butler, so that's why Root was so late to go and wasn't able to recognise the angle. A life for Khawaja, who gets a single as the next ball is driven for 1. 3 for 188. Athers.
I think the deflection actually made it slightly easier for Root because it took the pace off it and sent it his way. Otherwise, it would have beaten him well to the right, and he should have taken that.
Frustrated Leach. He bowls again to Khawaja, who's more watchful, but does work this well placed just forward of square for 1. And it's 3 for 189 at the end of a dramatic over from Jack Leach on SEN Test Cricket.
Harvey Norman Summer Sizzlers. Enjoy summer at home. HP Pavilion X360 laptop now $1,493. Save $500. Queen metal beds from a low $329. Stylish and sturdy. Queen 7-piece rectangular dining suite. Great price, $1,398. SodaStream Spirit Sparkling Water Maker. Hot price, $68. More great deals are now at Harvey Norman.
Flames left us for now. And Jack Leach's opportunity. Maybe they've come and gone with that. Multiple replays being shown. including the frustration etched all over the face of the left arm spin. A new over begins. Stokes to Khawaja, who this time sways out of the way of the first ball. It was a short one.
Yeah, there's a couple of things to say. Before Ben Stokes' finger injury and before he stepped away from the game in the summer, Ben Stokes would always be at slip for the spinner. He's an excellent slip fieldsman to the spinner. So Root's only been doing it more lately in Stokes' absence. That said, he's generally got safe hands there, and this was a pretty straightforward catch.
Stokes continues. Khawaja gets a really short, slow one. He could have had a crack at it. He lets it pass.
Because the edge was quite a fine one, but just thick enough to take it past Butler's gloves. It hit Butler's thigh, and that's... It took a lot of pace off it. It sent it straight to Root, really. He only had to just turn his shoulders to his right to take what was a fairly simple catch. So it was a bad drop and a number that England have put down in the series, clearly.
Stokes continues around the wicket. 3 for 189 at the SCG. Short one. He does take this on. It's a fine pull shot. The fine leg was in position. And it's just one run. So these tactics...
They've got two men back for Khawaja. I'm not sure whether you can quite see the field of it, but those two men back are, I would say, about 15 yards in from the boundary edge. So they're very much there for that top edge ballooning up as Khawaja played that shot. You know, if he tries to roll his wrist slightly too soon and it just balloons up, or indeed if he tries to go upwards in the air. So there are two fielders very deliberately placed for it.
As you said, it seems like it's more likely to be worrying Khawaja than Smith, but they are employing the same tactics to the right-hander. 3 for 190. Stokes rolls in again short and pulled with control straight to Hamid on the bounce. Dan texts in, so that was terrible keeping. Where were his hands? What do you think about that in terms of Butler?
I'm not sure, really. I'm not sure I know enough about wicket-keeping, for one. And secondly, regardless of how much you put it on Butler, that should just have been taken by Root, because the deflection made it a much easier catch.
Smith on 41. It's a very determined former Australian captain at the wicket. He's controlled whatever impulses he's had to play any outlandish shots. He has Stokes coming around the wicket. He gets a bouncer and he lets it pass.
So the field is effectively Hamid, who's about 6 yards off the bat under the lid at short leg. Anderson is right behind Hamid at square leg. Then they have a deep square in front of square. One man about halfway back behind square, and then a fine leg. So it's an unusual field, and there's a problem here for England because Ben Stokes is going off.
Yeah, he's
Marwood has been called to replace him, and Stokes is going off here with an injury.
Side strain by the look of it.
Yeah.
And trying to bowl with short stuff all the time, it's probably not that surprising.
No, absolutely. And that, in fact, was mentioned at Adelaide. You know, those kind of slightly bone-jarring spells that Stokes was asked to produce in the absence of Marwood at Adelaide. People said it's not physically great for somebody like Ben Stokes. He just wandered off with a side strain. So more bad news for England.
Yes, 3 for 190. They couldn't snaffle that catch. You can visit Snaffle yourself, though, by going to snaffle.com.au. Independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. It's 3 for 190. Smith is 41. Khawaja is 31. Australia pushing on through multiple rain interruptions to be 3 for 190 after resuming at 3 for 126. Wood is going to come on and complete the over. Will they keep the tactics or not?
They seem to be doing. They've just brought a leg slip in now for Smith, so that third man that was back on the leg side has come catching.
All right, let's see how Wood fares. Just the one ball to go. Around the wicket at Smith. It's full, it's outside the off stump. And he's just timed it with no backlift whatsoever. Wide of cover for one more run. He goes to 42. And on the independent reserve scoreboard, choose independent reserve for crypto. It's 3 for 191.
G'day, Glenn McGrath here. The Ashes are well and truly underway, and so no matter where you are or who you go for, you can help the thousands of families experiencing breast cancer by purchasing your very own virtual pink seat. You can buy one for yourself, for you and your mate, or for your entire family. Visit pigtest.com.au, buy your virtual pink seat, and help us make this the pinkest Ashes ever. Oh, and P.S. I've got mine.
So a drop catch and then an injury to Ben Stokes. Things not getting any better. Consoled by Jimmy Anderson on his way off the ground. And no joy at all so far for England through this first session on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. Leach is going to continue. He throws this one up with a bit of air and he's handsomely driven down the ground by Smith with no real pace on the shot for one. He goes to 43 and it's 3 for 192. Just under 8 overs till the second year ball's due. Mikey, I know you were talking about this before with Gerard. He's surprised Leach is still operating. He did get a drop chance, so I suppose he deserves another over. But
I was surprised he came on so early this morning. Yeah, that was what I was surprised about.
Maybe he can find some sort of groove now. Probe Khawaja, who is driving just wristfully up to mid-on, and he goes to 32.
I mean, when you're in the 73rd over and you're approaching the second new ball, the spinner's got to be bowling, really. But it's the times that he's bowled Leach that I think have been a bit questionable in the series.
Singles off the first two balls. Smith eyeing off a half century. He's on 43. He's slightly deceived through the air, perhaps, as he pushed forward to that one. But he covered up, made the adjustments needed. Maybe Leach has got a bit more confidence now, the left armour. 3 for 193. Smith is back on the stumps and plays this standing up. Huge gap there for him to milk, and that's what he's doing. 3 singles in this over down the ground. He's 44 and Khawaja is 32. It's 3 for 194.
And that's the problem, just the milking of the singles in completely risk-free fashion.
Lunch break coming up, a huskybrand.com.au. Leach bowls and Khawaja just prodding forward and defending ever so correctly on the offside.
But he's round the wicket. He's played a bit with the angles on Khawaja, which eventually brought the edge in the last over.
Leach bowls again and Khawaja. Oh, Hamid misfields as he played it to that wide mid-wicket area, and he really should have made the save there. So 4 singles taken from the over. It's 3 for 195 independent reserve. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
G'day, Alex Carey here. Toyota have been taking families to cricket grounds all over Australia for 50 years. So when Toyota designed the Fortuner, they built it with power, comfort and added safety to get you through the toughest conditions. With Apple CarPlay and a stylish interior, there is plenty of space to keep you comfy and plenty of storage for all the gear. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. How's that? Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Call of wickets 51, 111 and 117. Steve Smith getting towards a half century. Used to be the leading run scorer for Victoria Police. The non-urgent police call 131 444.
Just throwing things forward, that Ben Stokes injury, obviously we'll wait to hear how bad it is, but if it's a side strain, that is bad news usually for bowlers.
Yep.
And would make him very vulnerable for the Hobart Test, and that is a real issue for England when they're thinking about how to balance their side. It's the issue they had all summer against India in the absence of Stokes, just the inability to play a fifth bowler, or if you do play a fifth bowler, it weakens the batting. A real problem.
Yeah, just as we wait for Wood to come in, what do you think they'll do?
Good question.
Wood's coming in around the wicket. Khawaja is trying to turn him fine. It's come from pad, though. You could hear the thud as it went down to that fine leg.
What they did in the summer was effectively just play a 4-man attack, and then they fiddled around with either the 3-seamers and the spinner, or they used Root as the spinner. Remember, it's a day-night pink ball test match at Hobart. So my guess is that they would go back to a seam attack and use Root as the spinner. Wokes would come in to stiffen the batting, perhaps. And they'll use Root probably as the main line spinner, which he has done before. And if you think the pink ball game is going to perhaps play to the seamer's strengths, they could go down that route.
A constant conversation about the English bowling lineup for each test. Wood goes fuller, and Smith has worked. He placed it beautifully as he just controlled, tempered his on drive, and he gets a single. This is good cricket from Steve Smith and Khawaja. As I said, been in really good control, and their running between wickets has been a highlight as well.
Yeah, it's been a bad session for England. A frustrating one with the rain delays, but a bad one for England. The drop catch, the injury to Stokes, and just a sense of drift with Australia in control, really, and just milking the bowling as we come to the second new ball.
Some looks of frustration around the field. Wood goes back over the wicket to Khawaja, who just plays it gently to mid-wicket and can't get a run. He is 33 and Smith's 45. Wood in his 14th over has the figures of 1 for 39.
And the sense of drift that I'm talking about, you've not really had the equivalent when Australia have bowled in this series. And that's been the difference, really, that Australia's bowlers and attack have been relentless in keeping the pressure on England. And you don't get these sessions where you can just accumulate in risk-free fashion.
Wood's on the march again. Arms low and then up and extends and bowls, and that's a good short ball. Took off. Khawaja, though, to his credit, just saw it in time and got the head out of harm's way.
He played that beautifully. It was a good bouncer, actually, from Wood. But he's over the wicket, so the angle is slightly across Khawaja. So you've got two ways of playing that short ball. You can either duck into it, if you like, and let it go over your front shoulder. But on the angle, he just swayed inside the line, and he didn't look flustered at all, and it kind of missed the grill by much.
I'll ask you a question which you can answer after the next ball. Who bowled the hardest bouncer to avoid when you were batting? Wood is bowling to Khawaja, and he doesn't need to offer.
Walsh bowled a hard one. Change of pace, angle from wide of the crease. Wasim Akram with his fast arm through the crease. And he used to bowl a lot of them, even though I was his Lancashire teammate. He bowled me 4 or 5 and over. They were two quite tricky bouncers to get a handle on. And Shoaib Akhtar, just because of the speed of it.
Yes, you had a few to choose from in the era you played in, that's for sure. 3 for 197. Last effort ball here from Wood of this over. And Khawaja is playing it off this slight inside edge. It went to mid-wicket, and there's no chance of a run there. SEN Test cricket, they're searching occasionally for boundaries. Foxtel's 4K4s. Foxtel for the love of cricket.
Victorian harness racing just got bigger with all the exciting action on Trots Vision. It's an enhanced online platform with every Victorian harness race streamed live. Enjoy exclusive content, the daily form, tips from Australia's most respected racing analysts, and more. Trots Vision brings you all the live action every day at home or on your phone. And best of all, it's free. Lap up Trots Vision. Lap up the trots. Visit thetrots.com.au.
Multiple interruptions during this first session for Thunderbird Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. And then the drama happening for England late in the session with a drop catch from Joe Root at slit off Khawaja bowling to Leach. And then Ben Stokes being injured, all up 71 runs for the session. Leach is going to continue. 9 minutes away from the break. The second new ball looms large in deciding perhaps honours early in this test match as Smith leans and defends.
Yes, that second new ball is going to loom as so important for England. If they don't take wickets with it and a man down in Stokes, it will be a very difficult afternoon session.
Sunny shining now around the SCG. Leach comes in and bowls to the right-handed Smith, who again picks out the field. Hamid on the on-drive, no run.
So Root's slightly tightened the field now. Deep cover has come in. Long on has come back to about just to saving the single. There's only one man out at long off.
Leach bowls more here, so maybe he's got some confidence. He still eases the squeeze by off-driving past the bowler, so there's a single there, and it's 3 for 198.
And you have to try and squeeze. You can't just allow Australia to take 4 or 5 singles every over off Jack Leach, because eventually that damage adds up.
Steve Smith in the running for the Bingley Player of the Day. Bingley grabbed a deal today. He's 46. He's top scoring this Australian innings at the moment. Khawaja on 33. Leach bowls. And he thought for a moment about lapping it around the corner, but stayed upright and defended instead.
And there's David Milan at cover is just loosening up, actually. So we may see a bit of leg spin just before lunch.
Excellent.
Because you like leg spin?
I do, yes. He's down the pitch. He's defending and playing it on the offside.
Oh, Colin's telling me you are a leg spinner.
Well, yes. Colin and I played a couple of media matches together. Don't get me talking about my leg spin. This could be here for a while. Leach bowls, and he does take up the invitation. It's a lovely looking cover drive, and with a bit of a gap in the deep, there's a couple of runs on offer for Khawaja this time, and he moves to 35. And Australia are 3 for 200 at the SCG on the independent reserve scoreboard at the end of the over. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
SEN Test cricket from the SCG. England failing to snaffle the catch 10 minutes or so ago. You can visit snaffle.com.au. You can snaffle plenty of things on offer. 3 for 200. 3 for 200 precisely is the score, and you're spot on. Other than allowed him to come on and bowl, and he actually bowled okay when we last saw it.
Come on, Hodder, you're not going to get away with it. Who do you model yourself on as a leg spinner?
That's a good question. It was hard for leg spinners who grew up at the same era as Shane Warne, Mike. Peter Sleep actually was a leg spinner when I was younger. Milan bowls, drops it short, and he's defended back up the pitch. Flem is not here to testify to it, and I don't like to brag, but I did dismiss him with a wrong one in a match once. We didn't have many great leg spinners to model myself on, I've got to say, when I was growing up until Shane Warne appeared. Milan bowls, and he's defended the cover. It was the search for a leg spinner in Australia was on for a long time, really, until Warney came along. Milan looking to roll out another one here. Gives it air, and he's driven with wristily by Smith, well placed wide of Anderson.
Peter Sleep, one of the great nicknames. Sounder, who was a coach actually at Lancashire in about mid-career for me at Old Trafford. He was the second 11 coach, and we had a young leg spin who played 1 or 2 test matches for England called Chris Schofield, and Sounder was brought in to try and help Scoey along in his early days as a leg spinner.
Now the left-hander on strike. Khawaja has a good look around. He's on 35, 3 for 201. Milan steps up and drops it on a good length. Khawaja can't beat mid-wicket. My wife actually deceived me when she was just my girlfriend, Athers, because she was able to do an impersonation of Peter Sleep. And I thought, that is impressive. It was quite deceptive about her love and knowledge of cricket, as it turned out, as Khawaja is on drives Milan for 1, and it's 3 for 202.
Did you propose there and then?
Pretty much.
He was a good bowler, Sounder. He used to bowl at us in the nets at Old Trafford. He was still a good bowler.
4 minutes remaining before lunch. Milan, last ball of the over, rolls it out, and he's on driven wide of Anderson again. There's not a lot of worries here for the Australian batsmen in dealing with Milan. They're not being too attacking, so 3 singles from the over. At the end of it, 3 for 203 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto.
Want an internet provider with the most satisfied customers? Mate has been rated the best for overall NBN satisfaction by CanStar Blue's annual providers review. In fact, Mate are the only telco to score 5 stars in all areas. That's customer service, value for money, ease of setup, bill and cost clarity, as well as speed and reliability. So, join the most satisfied NBN customers. Choose a provider you can trust, like a mate. Mate! Visit letsbemates.com.au.
Leach bowls full as he starts a new over, and he's driven by Smith. Can't beat the cover feel. Three for 203. 3 minutes remaining before the interval. He steps up again, fuller again. In fact, it's a full toss. And it was low on the bat by Smith, but he takes it out to deep mid wicket for 1. And it's 3 for 204.
Peter Sleep, 31 test wickets, took a 5-wicket bag here at the SCG against England in 86-87.
When the SCG used to turn square, didn't it? Much more so than now.
The Peter Who test match.
I think he got the wicket to win the match, didn't he?
Yep.
From memory, Leach bowls.
10 minutes to go.
And Khawaja is sent back by Steve Smith as he's looking to milk Leach for another run.
Is it me, or have cricket thing nicknames declined since
the quality of them?
Yeah.
Where did Atherton come from?
I had a few actually, but most of them unmentionable.
You've got one of the best.
Bowls.
FEC.
Well fielded on the follow through by Leach. So 2 balls to go. Might sneak in another one after this. 3 for 204 as Khawaja's back on the stumps and he hammers this away out to deep cover, and there's 2 easy runs.
Well, they played beautifully actually, both of these players. I thought Smith looked quite ominous from the start today. When he played that on drive off Anderson quite early on, got the sense that his game was in good working order, and Khawaja's played beautifully as well.
No boundaries scored for 84 balls. 3 for 206 Leach bowls, and again Rishley played from the crease by Khawaja. He can't beat mid-wicket, end of the over. 3 for 206. Our boundaries are for Foxtel, 4K falls.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. Summer is here, so get your car's aircon serviced at your local Repco authorised service centre. Their fully qualified mechanics will keep you cool all year with a comprehensive aircon service. Book online today at repcoservice.com.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
All your social interaction for Tyre Power and the big holiday sale that's now on. Last over before lunch. Milan bowls, and again it's a very full leg spinner. A lot of turn there. It didn't give it the chance to really as it's defended back. The thing about leg spinners when I grew up was that it was just custom that you bowl one bad ball and over. That was what everyone did until Warney came along. Milan again, and that's dropped on a better length and played away from his body by Smith, but to cover.
At least one bad ball and over in my case. Must reserve.
3 for 206. Crowd. Slow claps. Milan throwing them up there still and played quietly to cover by Smith.
He's got 2 test wickets, David Milan, one of which is Marnus Labuschagne, both of them at Adelaide earlier in the series.
2 for 33, in fact, his figures. Australia looking for quick run. Milan bowls again and played from the crease by Smith, and that's 50 runs for Steve Smith. Yet another half century. He went past Justin Langer in total test runs earlier today. He's had the hunger in his eyes from the moment he got to the crease. Back on his home ground at the SCG, and 50 won't be enough, you suspect. His 33rd test half century in 81 matches.
Yeah, I agree with you. He's got that hunger and looks in the groove today.
3 for 207. Milan, a high full toss, waist high. And Khawaja just probably didn't quite have enough leverage to whack it where he would have liked to. And in the end, he hits it out to deep forward point for 1.
Smith's batted 13 times at the SCG. 10 of those he's passed 50, and 3 of them he's gone beyond 100.
Yeah. Average is 75 74.8 before this.
Now 79.
Sometimes those Luke Rankful tosses like that one from Milan can pick up a wicket, such as the shock it did on that occasion. So last ball before lunch. So leg slip and a slip from Milan, and he goes down the leg side. It's turned with authority by Smith deep into the outfield. He's got one, and that will satisfy them, as will the score. Australia pushing on from 3 for 126 to be 3 for 209 at lunch. Steve Smith, 51 not out. Usman Khawaja is 39 on the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. No boundaries for just under 90 balls. Those Foxtel 4K4s, Foxtel for the love of cricket. No need for a review either for the TAC Drive Safely this summer. Mike Atherton, your thoughts at lunch after 83 runs were added in 31.1 overs by Australia?
Yeah, you say no boundaries for 90 balls, and of course that's right, but it's not as though the scoreboard has been not moving. They've just been in total control, really, for the last hour or so, with the field set deep, particularly for Leach, the spinner, and Australia just able to milk him around. So the start really was the key, and once Smith and Khawaja settled against England's new faster bowlers and got through those early rain delays, then the final hour in the sunshine was definitely Australia's. It was a bad session for England with the drop catch, the injury to Stokes, which is going to cause real problems if he can't come out in the afternoon session, and thinking ahead to the Hobart Test match. Second new ball due just after lunch, and if England don't take wickets with it, they're staring a big score in the face and a bit of trouble, so they have to come out and have a dart with the second new ball and hope that they can pick up Smith and or Khawaja and get back into the game.
Former England captain Mike Atherton, one of our star experts for Anaconda, the independent reserve scoreboard. Choose independent reserve for crypto. We'll hear more from Mike a little later. 3 for 209, the wicket takers. Anderson 1 for 40, Broad 1 for 41, and Wood 1 for 39. Stokes 13.5 overs, none for 37, and Leach enjoying his longest spell at the crease. He did have that drop catch, 14 overs, none for 39. The fall of wickets, well, there hasn't been any today. When they come, and they came yesterday, were for budget truck rental, no matter the job, they've got a truck. Steve Smith, our Bing Lee player of the day so far. Grab a deal today with thanks to Bing Lee. No wicket takers, they've been shared. Of course, the leading wicket takers are for the new Spinal Ease mattress, spinalez.com.au. Gerard Whateley and Chris Rogers to join us next to take you through the lunch break and get all the latest news as well here on SEN Test Cricket.
Sport's biggest moments, called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SENSA.
Making SEN news this hour, Prime Minister Scott Morrison says Novak Djokovic will be deported from Australia, saying the tennis champion was unable to provide evidence to support a medical exemption from vaccination upon landing in Melbourne. More than 68,000 new coronavirus cases have been reported across the country so far today, along with 13 deaths. There will be some new restrictions in Victoria from midnight tonight, including mask wearing at major events and density limits. And in the US, lawyers for Ghislaine Maxwell are calling for a fresh trial after a juror told media he is a sexual abuse survivor. SEN.com.au Sport is next.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live, anywhere, anytime.
After more rain delays at the SCG for day 2 of the 4th Men's Ashes Test, Australia have now passed 200 runs. In the NRL, 16 Brisbane Broncos players and 3 staff members have tested positive to COVID-19 after 4 players tested positive yesterday. And schedule changes for the upcoming round of the NBL, with 2 games postponed and 2 others changed due to COVID protocols.
Miss your favourite show? Want to catch up on an interview? Download and listen to every SEN podcast when you want it, or on the SEN app.
Download the SEN app, pair it to your car, and listen live anywhere.
cloudy with a shower or two in Adelaide today, a top of 23, a low of 16 overnight, then similar conditions tomorrow, partly cloudy on Saturday, a top of 25 degrees. And for the Toyota Fortuner with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto, SEN is your home for this year's Ashes series.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
You don't have to head south to taste your way around McLaren Vale. Just head north to your pals. Sam and Jamie from Parafield Airport Liquor Store know every drop on the shelf. They can guide you through the McLaren Vale region all under one roof. Whether you're a weekend sommelier or just know you like reds, talk wine with your pals and they'll introduce you to their best McLaren Vale pals. Parafield Airport Liquor Store. Pals. Next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Boom! For tickets and next match details, go to adelaidestrikers.com.au.
Didn't get the gift you wanted? Don't miss the Drummond Golf Boxing Day sale with great savings store-wide. You can save $460 on the Tour Edge HL3 12-piece graphite package with titanium driver, now just $839. TaylorMade V3 Soft Golf Balls 12-pack, just $22, save $17.95. Need a buggy? Get a Triumph Outset buggy for just $198, save $101.95. But hurry, the Drummond Golf Boxing Day sale ends soon.
When there are issues with your bathroom ground, up to it. And you need someone to sort it out, up to it. When your walls are damp and the carpet freaks, you want the best to repair your leaks, up to it. Need an expert in the field, so now's the time to get Mega Sealed.
Stop leaking showers and balconies without removing tiles. Visit megasealed.com.au. Megasealed.
The road can be a little frightening sometimes. Conquer your road fears in the new Volkswagen Tiguan with Travel Assist. Test drive the new Volkswagen Tiguan now at Solitaire Volkswagen, Hawthorne and Medindi, DL 65541.
It was a huge year of Season 6 of the Sounding Board podcast with Hutchie and Damo, discussing the biggest media and sports issues of each week and their own unique take on journalism.
We've talked a bit about Death Riders from a journalistic perspective. I don't think we've really written much about the positive version of them, which is the cheerleader. The cheerleader, the person that has a relationship with someone of public note, and so barracks really hard for opportunity for them.
I'm guilty of this in the past, and I may well be for the purpose of this conversation too, and I know you have been as well.
100% been a cheerleader. In fact, I think it's human nature that when you have a relationship with someone, you want the best for them. When there's an awkward question, they throw up a Mickey Mouse at first. You must be happy with the game, and it often happens, right? Band-Aid off. There's no way I'll be able to get through the interview without asking about the umpires, so I'm going to get it out of the way first.
The Sounding Board podcast with Craig Hutchison and Damien Bharat. Catch up on Season 6 via the SEN app or wherever you listen to podcasts. Thanks to Drinkwise. If you're choosing to drink, choose to Drinkwise.
This summer, Foxtel is the only place to watch every ball of the Vodafone Ashes series in 4K Ultra HD. Foxtel, Australia's only dedicated sport 4K Ultra HD channel. The Vodafone Ashes series in 4K Ultra HD. Only on Foxtel for the love of cricket.
SEN SA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company. Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. The Ashes on
And he
SEN.
gets it, he does. Dropped by Root. It was a fine edge. It just went past the gloves of Butler. Root was maybe a fraction late to go as he dived to his right. A life for Khawaja. Line bowls again and played from the crease by Smith, and that's 50 runs
for Steve Smith. Yet another half century back on his home ground at the SCG, and 50 won't be enough, you suspect. The lunch break for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. Celebrate at home. The defining moments of the session, along with 3 rain breaks and the backing up of the tractor, which featured ever so heavily. 3 for 209 as Australia builds a commanding position. Smith is 51, Khawaja is 39. It's the lunch break for SEN Test Cricket. The Husky Drink Storage Solutions presenting the lunch break. 1300 736 736 0433 98 11 16 to correspond with us for Tyre Power. Big holiday sale and extended session, although interrupted along the way. Chris Rogers, it served Australia's purposes well.
It did. It's been a very steady session for Australia. None for 83 off 31 overs. They'll be exceptionally happy that they've set this innings up that they'll be looking for 400 plus, and we've already seen a few deliveries that have misbehaved. I suspect there's some cracks just hiding underneath this grass, and they'll play a role at the back end of this match when England are predominantly going to be batting.
The biggest moment is the dropped catch. As Khawaja was on 28, it was 3 for 186. And as these things go, he was essentially dropped by both the keeper and the first slip.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the keeper is you just got to hope that's hitting the gloves, really. But just looking at that replay, that's probably one that Joe Root will wonder how he dropped it. He got 2 hands to it. It just looked like he kind of misjudged it in the end, really. But it's a crucial drop. And I mean, Jack Leach has had an interesting session himself. He's bowled 12 overs for about 33, 34 runs, I think it is. He just looked a little bit innocuous. He's had defensive fields, hadn't really changed it up. But I guess he did create that one chance. And on first session of day 2, you can't expect too much from your finger spinner.
So that, if that's taken, it recasts his day. So I felt his presence contributed to the drift. But if he gets the wicket, his figures are 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 39 instead of none, or 1 for 38 instead of none for 39.
Yeah, I think England just looked at the floor play yesterday, and at one stage that they conceded 36 runs off 8 overs. That was kind of in the afternoon. But then the last 17 overs, they managed to only concede 34 runs off 17 overs and took 2 wickets. They probably felt, okay, we need just to keep it tight here and chances will present themselves. But that just didn't seem to kind of work out. And just looking at it, I think Joe Root just lacking imagination. Change it up. Try to change the momentum to create chances. If it means bringing a couple of fielders in for Leach and almost enticing Smith to hit across the line over mid-on, and that brings the bowler into the game. But it just looks like they just sat there and went, oh, well, we're going to be defensive this session. And it didn't really work out for them, and they had no plan B.
The big moments of the session for Bendix breaks put your foot down with confidence. So no sooner had the catch been dropped than Ben Stokes, who'd been put back into the role as the enforcer with the short ball, leg theory field, he strained his side, or they're describing it for the moment as left side tightness. It didn't look terribly promising. He couldn't complete his over and he left the field.
No, they're kryptonite for fast bowlers, your side issue. I mean, he's done that. I suspect it's going to be hard for him to bowl in this test, even the rest of the series. So it's a big blow for England. Now Leach is going to have to do a huge amount of work, really, while the fast bowlers rotate from the other end. And it's compounded what was probably a poor session for England, and now they don't have a lot of options to go to. I mean, we saw Milan come on then. What I found interesting there was Joe Root gave the part-time spinner a short leg, but he didn't even give Jack Leach a short leg in those last 3-4 overs. I mean, that's that's quite extraordinary, isn't it, really? And that says a lot about the tactics that they're using.
The independent reserve scoreboard tilting in Australia's favour. Choose independent reserve for crypto. So 3 for 209. Smith 51, Khawaja 39. How have you seen the batting?
Yeah, it's solid and steady. I think you go into day two and it's one of those days where you just think, oh, well, I've got a lot of time to bat here, particularly with the rain that was, the time was lost for rain yesterday. So you're just going to grind. It's not about trying to put pressure back on the bowlers. You're just looking to react and wait for the bowlers to miss and give you scoring opportunities. And they did that well. They batted in a pretty steady tempo, went at just under 3 runs and over. But most crucially, they didn't concede any wickets. So, from here, they've got another challenge. The second new ball is about to be bowled. They get through that. If I was batting, I think if I could get through that, there's a lot of runs to be had here for the rest of the day.
The player of the day for Bingley, grab a deal. Hutto mentioned when Steve Smith passed 50 that won't be enough. This presents for him, doesn't it, for the commanding innings that he's been searching for?
Well, I mean, articles have been written about him this week, really, about why he hasn't been scoring more runs and is there some weaknesses in his game? And he would be completely aware of these articles and what's been said. So it wouldn't surprise if he's just come out and makes a huge score and almost have that to some of the criticism of him. And we've seen it time and time again from Steve Smith. So I think he's really, and you can sense from how he's batted that he's just prepared to knuckle down. There's been no risks against Leach. He just knocked it to one of those 4 fielders he's had in the deep and just keep churning.
It was such a driver of his last SCG century. He'd almost made up the criticism in his own mind to fuel him. There was just enough to work with this time around. So Steve Smith's psychosis has been richly fed, and he's got the 51 to his name as a launching pad. So this is it, isn't it? The new ball is the 2 overs away. If England don't take a spate of wickets, this feels like it will get right away from them.
Oh, without a doubt. And then it's going to be, what does Joe Root do here? Does he attack? Does he try and gamble? Does he sit in tight, kind of approach it with a bit of a moderate outlook? Have a few catching positions, but 1 or 2 out or whatever. But it's just going to be really interesting to see England's tactics because, as you say, if they don't take wickets here, then the game's pretty much gone.
Chris Rogers for Anaconda, play more, pay less. Lunch break, 3 for 209. If you're looking for an exciting Triple A this summer, you'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. Head to visitmildura.com.au and get planning. The Ted Hurley Classic Ski Race is held on the Darling and Murray Rivers in late January. We'll bring you up to speed on the latest in the Novak Djokovic scenario. Coming up next as he awaits deportation out of the country. It's the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. Celebrate at home.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can score yourself a free Makita brushless blower when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18V ×2 brushless multifunction power head kit. Hurry, limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit makita.com.au for details. Makita, rule the outdoors.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
Ever dreamt of snaffling glory? We can't fix sporting dreams, but you can snaffle hundreds of products today and pay in bite-sized payments tomorrow. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393 023.
G'day, it's Rev Hughes here. After years of snoring like a train, the missus sent me for a CPAP direct sleep test. I'm sleeping quiet and waking up refreshed.
If you like to get away, drop in to CPAP Direct to see the latest technology in travel CPAP machines and batteries, so you can snore no more on the road.
Find your local store at cpap.com.au.
Get into Anaconda and save on Christmas essentials. 60% off lifetime 5-foot tables, Bitterbeck Springline couple high queen airbed, only $79. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
Where do you find peace when facing an uncertain future?
There are moments of confusion, anxiety, but underlying it all, there's a sense of peace that comes over.
The one thing that's really helped us through this is the phrase, don't cross bridges till you get to them. Don't go too far ahead and think about how bad it's going to be.
Keeping the situation in perspective is a helpful way to work through a difficult situation. For more about finding peace in challenging times, go to messagesofhope.org.au. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
Stadium Super Trucks boss Nathan Kaiser reveals the real Barry Ryan.
People misunderstand Barry. You know, we see him for the guy that swears on TV and does that sort of stuff, but he's an incredible bloke.
Last time we spoke to Barry Ryan on this show, I think he was watching Maths. You think that's a joke? That's not a joke. That's dead serious. Yeah, that was dead serious.
Download The Driver's Seat app to listen now.
It's the summer of racing at the Dogs. Angle Park, Gawler and Murray Bridge are ready for a bumper summer of racing at the Greyhounds. Take the family along for heaps of fun and excitement, with great meals, a fantastic atmosphere, and of course, fast racing. So, when the heat is on, catch the best entertainment in town. Don't miss the summer of racing at the Greyhounds. Visit greyhoundracingsa.com.au for more info. Drink responsibly, gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
With destinations like the Barossa Valley, your best adventures are right here in South Australia. Switch your electricity and gas to Red Energy on a Qantas Red Saver plan today, and you'll get 15,000 bonus Qantas points plus 2 points per dollar on every energy bill you pay on time. Switch on to Red Energy now on 131806, so you can switch off on a South Australian holiday later. Residential customers only. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. Basic plan information documents available at redenergy.com.au/BPID.
G'day, Flem here. Make a great power play, become an apprentice with MEGT. Construction, IT, electrical, plumbing, a great career is waiting for you. Earn and learn with MEGT, your local apprenticeship experts. Visit MEGT.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. The lunch break at the SCG for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. Celebrate at home. 3 for 209. Steve Smith 51, Usman Khawaja 39. The Independent Reserve scoreboard. Choose Independent Reserve for crypto. The predominant story in Australia today is a sports story. Novak Djokovic. There was unease, unrest. There was outright anger yesterday when an exemption was confirmed that he could play in the Australian Open. He arrived in the country overnight, was detained, and his visa cancelled by border officials. There has been a lot of politicking going on, shall we say. Here's the Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, with his explanation of what's transpired with the world #1 tennis player.
On the issue of Mr. Djokovic, rules are rules. And there are no special cases. Rules are rules. It's what I said to you yesterday. That's the policy of the government and has been our government's strong border protection policies, and particularly in relation to the pandemic, that has ensured that Australia has one of the lowest death rates from COVID anywhere in the world. We were one of the first countries to move on shutting our borders. We were criticised at the time, but it was the right decision. And we have maintained those important border controls over the entire period of the pandemic. We have tightened them even further on occasion. Again, we were criticised for doing that, but it was the right decision. And we will continue to make the right decisions when it comes to securing Australia's borders in relation to this pandemic. Our government has strong form when it comes to securing our borders. I don't think anybody doubts that, and they know that I, both as Prime Minister Treasurer and particularly as Minister for Immigration and Border Protection, have a very strong view on this. And I want to thank the Australian Border Force officers for doing their job, implementing the government's policy. And the ABF has done their job. Entry with a visa requires double vaccination or a medical exemption. I'm advised that such an exemption was not in place, and as a result, he is subject to the same rule as anyone else. I also want to stress that ultimately, this is the responsibility of the traveller. It is for the traveller to be able to assert and back up their ability to come into the country consistent with our laws. So they'll take advice from many places. No advice was provided by the Commonwealth Government, I underscore, but they will take advice, but it's up to them at the end of the day. And if they don't comply with the rules, then the Australian Border Force will do their job, and they have done their job. This is nothing about any one individual. It is simply a matter of following the rules. And so those processes will take their course over the next few hours, and that event will play out as it should.
So Djokovic had a medical exemption to play at the Australian Open, but he didn't have a sufficient medical exemption to enter the country, is the way reading between the lines is there. And The Age, we spoke with the chief political reporter in Victoria, Paul Sakal, at the start of the day, and he's published a piece that twice Tennis Australia was sent letters from the Federal Health Department saying that a player who had contracted COVID in the past 6 months would not be regarded as fully inoculated. And if that is the grounds on which Djokovic was able to secure his exemption through the two panels, they had very specifically been told that would not be enough to enter the country. So that seems to be the sticking point. Brett Phillips is SEN's tennis commentator. BP, welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Gerard. Been going on. Yeah, a lot to get our head around, and yeah, that's my understanding as well. That TA was told explicitly in writing a number of times that an infection in the last 6 months wouldn't be grounds for getting an exemption. Look, it's messy. You just got to wonder how on earth he was allowed to, get on the plane or just get into the country. This all should have been stopped before he even jumped on the plane to come to Australia. To be granted an exemption through two panels, and we know that, certainly Border Force doesn't necessarily accept that previously contracting COVID-19, even in the last 6 months, qualifies as a valid exemption, and backed up by the federal authorities. So it wasn't necessarily the visa, filling in the wrong visa form. It's clearly, rests with the reasons for wanting the exemption, which haven't stacked up. And here he is, whisked off to a Melbourne hotel, issued a deportation notice, trying to seek an injunction, but it looks, obviously improbable. He's on a flight back to Serbia, back to Europe tonight. It's just become an absolute farcical mess, to be totally honest.
Yeah, it is embarrassing for those two panels and for Tennis Australia in this that they would convene in such a manner to approve for the tournament without very specific regard for clearing the border, which is where this has fallen down. So their own levels for the playing in the tournament simply don't meet, and they had been warned that it wouldn't meet the level to enter the country. That's a pretty bad misjudgment.
No doubt, Gerard. There are just so many questions and very little answers. There's so much sketchy detail that hasn't been shared, and it leads to speculation. So, this is it's quite incredible, isn't it? And if he is to seek an injunction and it gets knocked back, there is the possibility that he might be allowed back in the country for the next 2 to 3 years. That's the worst case scenario, which is just embarrassing all around for a guy that has dominated the Australian Open here, but obviously, a lot of this does rest with Djokovic and his own personal stance on vaccination, and this is going to become harder. I'm telling you, Gerard, the way the world is tracking, and you know it as well as anyone, certainly, the French Open this year, Wimbledon, the US Open, I think it's going to become even more difficult for Novak because they probably down the track will introduce vaccine mandates of sorts, so it'll be interesting to see where it all goes.
It will. On court, what's to report, BP, around the country?
Yeah, I'm at the ATP Cup, so spots in the semi-finals up for grabs today. I'm watching Team Great Britain up against the USA. Dan Evans, one of the real characters of the game, just beating Big John Isner, so he's given GB a nice little leg up there, and Taylor Fritz and Cam Norrie, the two number one players, are doing battle, so Fritz has got to win this one. All 4 teams in this group can make the semi-finals. And down the road at Ken Rosewall Arena, Italy and Russia, really the winner of that will get through. And Yannick Sinner, the world number 10, has won the first match. Medvedev's just stepped out on court, has won the first 3 games against Berrettini. So you would think that's probably going to come down to the doubles. And Australia will play France tonight, which effectively now is going to become a little bit of a dead rubber. But yeah, certainly if you're in Melbourne, a chance to watch Rafael Nadal live. He'll be under the lights tonight, so his first singles hit out of the year, which will be brilliant. Ash Barty was terrific last night, coming from behind, and a little mention for Thanasi Kokkinakis as well, the man that was very much off Broadway last year, just battling on the Challenger circuit. 2 really good wins in Adelaide, and he's a guy, if he can get it all together, Gerard, that body holds up, he should be back inside the top 100 this year.
There's a lot to take in at the moment, BP. Good man. Good luck with the day.
Thanks, Gerard.
Brett Phillips, SEN tennis commentator. This has been the lunch break for Husky Drink Storage Solutions. Celebrate at home. 3 for 209 with play to resume shortly. On SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. And Henley Everyday Advantage. We don't hide our prices.
Sport's biggest moments, called play-by-play from around the world, right here on SENSA.
I'm April Austin with SEN News. Prime Minister Scott Morrison says Novak Djokovic will be deported from Australia after the tennis champion was detained by border officials on arrival in Melbourne last night for failing to meet Australia's entry requirements. It came just hours after Australian Open boss Craig Tiley and Victorian government ministers defended the medical exemption process that had approved Mr Djokovic to play at the Melbourne Grand Slam. But the Prime Minister says Mr Djokovic was unable to provide evidence to support the exemption at the airport.
It is on them to have the proof to show why they wouldn't have to be vaccinated. Now, he was unable to furnish that proof to the Border Force officers at the airport last night, and they're the rules, and it happens on many occasions, and that's what's now happened.
More than 68,000 new coronavirus cases have been reported across Australia so far today, along with 13 deaths, including a vaccinated New South Wales man aged in his 20s. The Victorian government has announced some restrictions will be reimposed from midnight, including mask-wearing requirements at major events and density limits for indoor hospitality and entertainment venues. To other news, sales of new cars and trucks in Australia has topped 1 million for 2021, with demand jumping by more than 14% last year. And over in the US, lawyers for Ghislaine Maxwell are calling for a fresh trial after a juror told media he is a sexual abuse survivor. Ms Maxwell is facing decades in jail after last week being found guilty of aiding Jeffrey Epstein's sexual abuse of underage girls. SEN.com.au Sport is next. At lunch in the Ashes, Australia were 3 for 209, Steve Smith on 51 and Usman Khawaja on 39. Here's the audio of Smith's half-century.
Played from the crease by Smith, and that's 50 runs for Steve Smith. Yet another half-century. He went past Justin Langer in total test runs earlier today. He's had the hunger in his eyes from the moment he got to the crease.
Trackside, your daily fix on all things racing. All the results, all the news, all the form. Live daily on SEN Track.
SEN Open Line 1300 736 736.
The all-new SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show. Streaming live anywhere, anytime.
Cloudy with a shower or two in Adelaide today, a top of 23, a low of 16 overnight, then similar conditions tomorrow. Partly cloudy on Saturday, a top of 25 degrees. And for the Toyota Fortuner with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto, SEN is your home for this year's Ashes series.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
Get into Anaconda this Christmas and save on a huge range of camping gear. Spinnabeck, Wilfred Eclipse 10 half price. Ultra 80 litre fridge freezer, save $500. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Conditions apply. Anaconda!
Winning the Ashes is hard. You need to perform at your best. Day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side That's a plus. Host Plus. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
SEN's looking back at incredible summer Snapples. Brought to you by Snapple. One subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Remember when England last visited the SCG? Steve Smith worked some magic to remove the dangerous Milan.
Now he's got to...
Start gets Milan's edge.
SEN Summer Snapples. Thanks to Snapple. One subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe to Snapple today at snapple.com.au.
If there are issues with your bathroom grout, up to it. And you need someone to sort it out, up to it. When your walls are damp and the carpet freaks, you want the best to repair your leaks, up to it. You need an expert in the field, but now's the time to get Mega Seal.
Stop leaking showers and balconies without removing tiles. Visit megaseal.com.au. Mega Seal.
G'day landscape gurus. Want something to make you look even better than you already do? Install Rainbird's R-Band rotary sprinkler nozzles. They're designed to improve water efficiency, throwing the right amount of water effectively and getting the best results from your lawns. You can have a green lawn in no time. Don't believe me? Just look at the MCG's outfield. Smooth and pristine green. They installed Rainbird, so install Rainbird's R-Band rotary sprinkler nozzles. Rainbird, the intelligent use of water. Learn more at rainbird.com.
G'day, Greg Rust here. If you need to replace the brakes on your European vehicle, look no further than Bendix Euro Plus disc rotors and brake pads. Bendix Euro Plus disc rotors are available for a wide range of European cars and utilise a high carbon metallurgy for optimum stopping performance and driving comfort. With the advanced Swift Fit protective zinc coating for quick, easy installation. If you drive a European car, ask your mechanic for Euro Plus brakes and drive safe with Bendix.
G'day, Glenn McGrath here. The Ashes are well and truly underway, and so no matter where you are or who you go for, you can help the thousands of families experiencing breast cancer by purchasing your very own virtual pink seat. You can buy one for yourself, for you and your mate, or for your entire family. Visit pinktest.com.au, buy your virtual pink seat, and help us make this the pinkest Ashes ever. Oh, and P.S. I've got mine.
Hi, Shane Heal here. Catch every game of the NBL live on ESPN with KO. This will be the biggest season yet, with the return of NBA superstar Matthew Dellavedova. Even LeBron loves Delly.
I love Delly. What he brings to our team is just brings toughness and grit.
There's also NBA stars in the making with Osman Dieng and Kai Soto, 7-foot Chinese giant Joe Chi, and the LeBron of the NBL, Bryce Cox. The NBL is here. Watch every game live on ESPN with KO.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. The second session. Stay safe. Search dial before you dig every time.
SEN Test Cricket Australia to resume at 3 for 209. This second session under grey skies, but there's a little bit of sun around as well at the SCG. Will be for dial before you dig. Stay safe, search dial before you dig every time. And that weather update will keep our eye on the radar, but it doesn't look too bad at this stage. A bit of wind around as well. This afternoon is for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Simon Katich in our experts chair this afternoon. Afternoon to you, Kat. Are you well sated? Do you eat well at lunch?
Certainly did, Anthony. It was a very nice lunch as usual. We had had a little bit of pizza today as well from the Maryvale group.
Excellent. What was the topping of choice?
A bit of everything. I think there was margarita, there was ham and pineapple, and there was pepperoni. So tried a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I was discriminating as Colo, of course, who would have had the vegetarian, I imagine.
Just got to do it. Got to get by here, Hutto. It's fine, but we're being well looked after, I assure you.
Yeah, no, it's that's terrific. So England, Cato, that dropped catch, I think it was number 16, or arguably 16 and 17. I saw on social media because it came from the side of Butler on the way through to the hands of Root. We're down, second new ball available in 2 overs. This is a critical time coming up, isn't it, once the second new ball is taken?
Yeah, it certainly is. It was a critical first session, and Australia won it well. They had the chance. Joe Root was livid with himself when the chance went down. Even though it deflected off Butler's thigh, he still had a decent look at it, and I think, if anything, it was probably the pace off his leg with the deflection that probably did him a little bit, just the line of it, and it went begging, and it was a crucial drop, particularly for Jack Leach's confidence.
Yes. Can't take a trick, can he? He's going to continue after the break.
He's potentially going to be a token over this.
Sometimes wickets fall and token over. Smith's on 51. I'll get you to talk through what you've seen with the very determined Steve Smith and his innings. And Usman Khawaja, if we get cricket all the way through, he could post a substantial score by the end of this session as well, which would be a very meaningful one. So Luke steps up. He bowls to Smith, who gets a short, wide one, and he cracks it away through the covers. And it goes for 4. That was an old-fashioned loosener. Not exactly what Jack Leach had in mind, and Steve Smith was all over it.
Yeah, Steve Smith accepted that belated Christmas gift, short, wide, outside, off start with point up, and now the deep point man goes back again.
Didn't take much. 3 for 213. Leach and Smith is more watchful as he guides it into the same gap, but with the protection back there, he walks a single. And not a great start for Jack Leach after lunch. 14.2 overs, none for 44. Partnership up to 97. After those late wickets last night, it's been a crucial combination. Leach contemplating, now ready to deliver. And Khawaja gets a full ball, which he whips away into the gap. Very risky shot from Khawaja. He moves to 40. And Australia 3 for 215.
The Australians just milking Jack Leach again here. Doesn't matter whether it's before lunch or after lunch.
Just the one slip for Smith. Leach bowls, and more circumspect that time Steve Smith, who seemed annoyed afterwards about something, or pushing away towards the offside with his arm as if maybe he could have hit it through that region again. A mini victory for Leach. Smith wasn't quite ready for him, so a stutter and then in past umpire rifle. And that's a good delivery. Drops it on the spot. And Smith's hand hurts him there. He shakes it as if it vibrated up the bat handle. I think it could have done too much damage, but never be quite sure what Steve Smith's thinking or being affected by it. Hasn't affected his batting. He's ready for Leach again. Shorter, and he goes back and tries to repeat the dose from earlier in the over, but with that extra man back, he is satisfied with a single. So 7 runs from the first over after lunch, 3 for 216 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. And you wonder what sort of total here, Kat, that Australia can amass and how England will then fare. We'll get a better idea, I guess, of how the pitch is playing once we see a bit of England batting.
Yeah, I think Australia feel that there's just enough on offer with the dryness under this grass wicket, and I've seen a number of balls bounce on this surface. There was one today that took a little bit of a divot against Khawaja earlier. I think it was off Jimmy Anderson. And I think they also know that Nathan Lyon will have a role to play, given the bounce and spin that he can extract from this surface. And I think they'll just try and wear England down. I don't think they're worried too much about how quickly they score. I think it's just more about the volume of runs, getting them in the first innings and then giving themselves plenty of time to potentially bowl England out twice.
Joe Root has going to bowl the last over himself. He's had some success in this series. 1 for 29 in Brisbane, 1 for 72 from 20 overs in Adelaide, and then 2 for 27 in the second innings. He's going to bowl this last over, you would imagine, with the old ball before the new one is chosen. Smith on 57 and something in his eye line. Someone just close to the side screen, distracting him. And a snapper. With broad blue hat and fluorescent yellow short sleeves over the top, and the pink from the pink test. So a real colour combination there, enough to distract Steve Smith. Now Roots dropped the ball. He's retaping his finger. Lord Tucker has a chat to him. Root tosses the ball once, twice to himself. Steps up and bowls, and Smith's right back on the stumps, turning it around the corner, but straight to the field. Leach doing the work there. He's a handy bowler, Root. Cat.
He certainly is. I think he's better than part-time.
Balls to Smith, who again plays it from deep in the crease, into the gap in the covers. Helps himself to another single. He walks to 58. And that is the 100 partnership between these two. They've steered Australia after those late wickets last night to a position of safety, and one from which they can really set themselves up in this test match. 235 balls it's taken. Looks like Root might go around the wicket here to the left-handed Khawaja. Bowles drops it to short of the length and played straight to cover by Khawaja. And there's no run. Root again even wider on the crease, short, and Khawaja pounces all over that one. Pulls it away with great control. Out through the leg side and out to the boundary forward of square. For a Foxtel 4K4. Foxtel for the love of cricket. Easy pickings for Usman Khawaja, who closes in on a half-century.
Yeah, that was dismissive from Usman Khawaja. He liked the length, just swiveled back, whacked it through square leg.
Root again, Khawaja 44, and more careful that time in getting well forward to defend. Khawaja's previous 50 was in fact 101 a couple of years ago in Canberra against Sri Lanka, 101 not out ahead of the Ashes series, which wasn't so successful for him. Root bowls, and Khawaja is back and trying to square drive this one through point. He can't beat the field. Atherton out there doing the fielding as the sub for for Stokes. End of the over, 3 for 221 at the SCG. For Host Plus, that's a plus.
No one likes a messy office. Hygiene standards start to slip, so keeping your office clean is getting harder. Make the move across to Laurenex Cleaning. From office buildings to shopping centres, Laurenex Cleaning will deliver higher standards for you and your customers. Office cleaning, high-rise window cleans, preventative infection control, garden maintenance and much more. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australian workplaces super clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for your office. Google them today.
So the preliminaries are over, and we are about to see the second new ball taken at the SCG. SEN Test Cricket, our expert Simon Katich for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% prize beat guarantee. It's got to be the here and the now for England. They need to get a couple of wickets, you'd think, with this second new ball pretty quickly, Kat.
Yeah, I think given the way the Australians have set out their stall earlier today, they've looked patient. They've been disciplined. It's only been the one chance off Khawaja that went begging earlier off Jack Leach. But Jimmy Anderson's bowled well. Good spell earlier. Now he's got his second new ball at the round weekend.
Jimmy Anderson starts his 20th over. The first with a second new ball. Smith across very early. Even by Steve Smith's standards, he got back and across and exposed the leg stump, but the ball wasn't too far away as Anderson, whether by design or not, set it down the leg side. A bit of movement off the pitch too, I guess, with a natural angle from over the wicket, Cat.
Yeah, there was a little bit of seam movement there from Jimmy Anderson back into Steve Smith. So I'm sure he'd be trying to attack the stumps here early on with this new ball.
2 slips and a tight gully as well as a point. Anderson, again, Smith getting well into position and got right across outside his off stump. The ball was further wide and allowed to pass unencumbered through to Butler. What was your mindset as a batsman with the second new ball, Cat, if you were well set like these two?
It depends on the game situation sometimes. I think with the scoreline the way it is, I think these two will be looking to try and nullify the new ball.
Things can happen one way or the other. Anderson, Fuller, and played from off to the leg by Smith. Straight to the field. Good news from the ECB. Ben Stokes will return to the field shortly. However, it's unlikely he will bowl today, so it's good and bad news.
Yeah, it's a tough ask being asked to bowl consecutive short pitch balls for over and over on end. He did in Adelaide as well. It's tough physically.
Smith whacks a couple of times, flexes once, flexes twice, and then lets the ball pass. A little bit of late movement again there for Jimmy after the ball had gone past the stumps.
But yeah, just going back to that discussion, Hutto, I think a lot of it depends on where the test match is poised. You know, if Australia had another 100 runs in the bank and these guys were both past 100, then it'd probably be a different story. They're probably looking to up the ante a little bit. But I think given where the test is at, I'm certainly trying to weather the storm here.
Anderson, seam up as he comes in ready to deliver, and Smith was waiting for it outside the off stump but didn't have to play.
Not that it's going to do a huge amount, but I think that there'll just be a bit more on offer than we saw prior to the lunch break with that older ball. So there'll be a little bit of extra carry, a little bit of extra zip off the wicket, and potentially a little bit of swing and seam movement, but it's still, with the sun on this wicket now, it looks like a good surface.
Anderson's picked him up twice in the series so far, in Adelaide for 93, and then he bowled him in Melbourne. Anderson's way down the leg side, and even if Smith wanted to, he couldn't have reached that. So an uneventful first over with the second new ball. It's 3 for 2-2-1 at the SCG.
Shh. Can you hear that? Hang on. Here it comes. The new Kia Niro has landed. Available as a hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and full electric. It's Australia's broadest electric SUV range. Technology moves fast. Meet 3 ways to catch up. The new Kia Niro electric SUV range. Check with your local Kia dealer for details.
Kia, movement that inspires.
3 for 2-2-1. How pleased are you for Usman here, Kat? He's got his chance and it looks like he's really going to take it.
Yeah, he's been excellent. I think he came out last night, and obviously when you lose a couple of late wickets, there is pressure batting at 5, because if you get out and expose Cameron Green and then Alex Carey, who are still young into their test careers, there's a chance that, you know, England get on top of the test. But this partnership's been crucial, and I like the way he's gone about it. He's been unflappable, and when the ball's been short, he's really pounced on anything to pull. He's played a couple of nice shots off Jack Leach, the reverse sweep.
Now he's got Stuart Broad to deal with. He's going to bowl around the wicket. Takes his turn with the second new ball. From wide of the crease, Khawaja not forced to play.
And it just looks like he is happy for the bowlers to come to him. It doesn't look like he's gone chasing the game too much. It doesn't look like he's been anxious to score too quickly or get on with it and get to 20 or 30. He's just been happy to bide his time. Looks like he's set himself for big innings, and we know the last time he played here in an Ashes test, 171, albeit on a different surface, but yeah, he's looking good so far.
Played against the England Lions early in the summer, just scored 11 and 5, but had played beautifully in the Sheffield Shield. Broad, Fuller, and it got the outer portion of the bat that went straight into the ground and out to cover. And he remains 44 not out. Second most Shield runs so far, 460 runs at 65.7, but it's been difficult. Like so many of the England players on tour, it's been a while since he's actually played.
Yeah, it's such a tough schedule now for the players in terms of their preparations for these tours, and it's got to be looked at. It's not right that players are coming in so underdone with a lack of 4-day cricket.
Exacerbated by COVID, of course, with big squads and little opportunity. The headband at Broad has a full ball at Khawaja on driven. Wood dived and took pace off it, but deflected rather than stop the progress of the ball, and so they get a single. And he goes to 45, Khawaja. Smith is 58. 3 for 222, which is appropriate on Richie Day at the SCG. And the Colo might be able to come in and tell us here about the media centre that was unveiled by Daphne before the test.
Yeah, just simply that. The media centre, which never had a name here, is now the Richie Benno Media Centre at the SCG. So a nice presentation at the front here as you walk in with a quote of his about the joy of cricket and it being part of the Australian fabric and all the rest of it. And that was done the day before the test match.
0433 98 11 16. A favourite Richie memory? A quote, a line, something about Richie, whether it be the white, the off-white or the beige? Let us know. Broad goes over the wicket. Smith gets one to drive, which he does. It goes straight up to Wood at mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, I can give you mine, Hutto, because he presented me my baggy green cap in 2001. Not long after Steve Waugh brought that tradition into Australian cricket. And he said there are many more important things in life than a baggy green cap, but to an Australian cricketer, it is the ultimate achievement every time you wear it with pride and enjoy yourself. And those words were very, very special.
What a great honour. Smith on 58. He has the helmet rather than the baggy green. Broad full and he on drives, but straight to Anderson. Is it true that Richie said after presenting to Katich, I'm not presenting to anyone else again?
Well, I don't think he presented to anyone else, so I felt very, very lucky and fortunate because, I mean, it's a special day when you make your debut because of all the memories you've had as a junior cricketer and you finally achieve your dream to play for Australia. But to have him, an icon of the game here as a former captain and broadcaster, just made it even more memorable, and those words were very, very special.
3 for 222. Yeah. Here comes Broad. Full again to drive, so he's really putting it up there outside the off stump. It went straight to Leach in the covers, and there's no run. End of the over. 3 for 222 for Host Plus. That's a plus.
Get into Anaconda for half price Christmas essentials. Spinnerbed standard gazebo, $99. Ultra getaway chair, only $39.99. Play more and pay less without 10% price beat guarantee. Plus, Anaconda.
Bred on a Kimberley cattle station to withstand the Aussie life, Ringer's Western clothing looks great in the city while toughing it out on the land. From tees and jackets to boots and denim, Ringer's Western. Shop now at ringerswestern.com.
Good news, but he's unlikely to bowl, according to a report from the ECB. 3 for 222. You've got a Richie favourite moment. 0433 98 11 16. His commentary of the ball, the century, has to be right up there too, doesn't it? And he's done it. Mike Gatting doesn't know what's going on. He still doesn't know. Anderson bowls to Khawaja, who takes him into the gap at mid-wicket for 1. He asked Kenny Palmer for an explanation, something to that effect, and just had to keep on walking.
There was a second baggy green that Richie presented to Mitchell Stark.
Sorry, Kat.
No.
Colo's there to spoil it for you.
Thought I'd pull it up. That was at Brisbane in 2011.
More than happy to share it with Starkey.
Smith 58 now. Jimmy Anderson. His second over with a second new ball. The defensive Steve Smith plays it back up the pitch.
There's been a spreadsheet created by a listener, Christopher Weinberg, who went through every baggy green presentation since they started the tradition. The first was Michael Bevan, cap number 360. And you're looking through the chart here, Ricky Ponting's done more than anyone else. He did most of them when he was captain. In recent years, Mike Hussey seems to be the player of choice.
They are a little restless. Anderson, good ball, but across went Smith and worked it from middle and off down to fine leg for one. And it's 3 for 224. And of course, the Richie memories are coming in a little too thick and fast to cope with here on the SMS.
Simon Katich presented one baggy green as well.
Correct, yeah. Nick Mattinson in Adelaide.
Yeah, 2016.
Richie once described the Mexican wave as nothing but calculated moronic behaviour. Anderson bowls to Khawaja, who keeps it out and plays it back up the pitch. Richie caught combing his hair when Channel 9 came back from an ad break when he realised he didn't flinch. Just put it down and started talking like a pro. That's from Luke. My grandpa grew up next to Richie in Sutherland Road, Parramatta. They'd play cricket every day after school. Anderson bowls and Khawaja lets it go outside the off stump. Still 3 for 224. When Grandpa was in his last days, the cricket was on the TV. I pointed out Richie doing a drinks break. Look, Grandpa, it's Richie Benno, I said. I wonder if it's the same Richie Benno I used to know, came the reply from Grandpa. What a catch, what a catch. Peter Taylor's one-handed classic in an ODI. Yes, I think he might have said that more than one occasion, but didn't he deliver it magnificently? Khawaja on 46. Anderson targets that off stump. He plays with the angle square of the wicket. And Bairstow does the fielding and saves any run. End of the over, 3 for 224 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Is your strata management team looking for professionals to clean your property portfolio? Sick and tired of low hygiene standards and dealing with on-site issues? From strata management to commercial property owners, Laurenex Cleaning can coordinate routine strata cleaning, perform emergency 24-hour cleaning services, high-rise window cleaning, plus our super clean services. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for strata management. Google them today.
Smith 59, Khawaja 46. Cricket Australia has just informed us that the no-ball technology is currently down due to a technical problem. Broad starts a new over and Smith drives fluently. Square of the wicket on the offside. It was slightly over-pitched. And Steve Smith, as is his way, knew exactly where to place it. It spears off his bat for 4.
Yeah, it's been a hallmark of Steve Smith's game in this innings. He had a beautiful on-drive earlier today, and that one was wider. Points vacant, and he just guided that beautifully off the full face of the bat.
It's a Foxtel 4K4, Foxtel for the love of cricket. Smith starting to pile on the run. Second new ball coming off quick and fast. Next ball from Broad. He doesn't play a shot. I think it was headed down leg side. Stuart Broad was on the charge as he always is. They are going to review. They are going to review.
To the umpire director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. Can we start with the front foot, please?
That was full. He let him strike it on the pad.
Okay, that's a fair delivery. And we know he hasn't played a shot. We just go through to front on spin vision, please. Oh. Okay, clearly not played a shot, no bat involved. Can we go through to ball tracking when it's available, please?
Struck him just on the top of the knee roll.
Oh. Coming in there, Rod. Pitching us it off, impact in line. Wickets is missing. I'll get you to stay with the original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
So confirmation that was going down the leg side for the TAC drive safely for everyone this Christmas season. Kat?
Oh, that was tight, wasn't it? Well worth the review. I think England made the right call having a look at it, particularly with someone like Steve Smith. You've got to use your reviews on the right players. Smith's going to be influential with this innings if he carries on. And that was close. Good decision from Rod Tucker, because live it looked pretty close. Interesting decision. I think Steve Smith's worried about that man around the corner, Hamid, at the leg slip.
Yeah, I'll get you to talk more about that in a moment. As he continues over the wicket Broad. Smith goes across early and lets it go. So you think, because it did seem odd that he didn't play a shot at all at it. He's got that fielder in his mind.
Yeah, I think there's been a number of balls today where, whether it's Anderson or Broad, they've thrown that ball down the leg side knowing that they want to try and feed the ball into the leg slip, potentially with a little bit of an inside edge. But Smith's aware of that. He's had that tactic thrown at him before, and on that occasion just patted it away.
Broad bowls, and he beats the outside edge of the Steve Smith bat. That moved away from him off the pitch, and a nod of recognition from Steve Smith. All of a sudden, some questions being asked here by Broad of Steve Smith.
That was one hell of a ball from Stuart Broad. Great length, left Steve Smith off the seam, good bounce. Josh Butler has taken a number of balls up high. That one took off, almost like it hit a trampoline.
Yeah, missed the outside edge by a considerable amount. 3 for 228. Broad to Smith. He pulls this one around the corner. He's got it fine. And it's down to the boundary for 4. So Steve Smith has the last laugh. His second boundary of the over. Another Foxtel 4K for Foxtel for the love of cricket. He moves to 67. And Australia 3 for 232 now.
Yeah, they've tested him out with some short stuff, England. I feel like this wicket potentially might be a little bit too paced. Odd one bounces high, the odd one stays down a little bit, and on that occasion, Steve Smith with the swivel pull got a bottom edge, flew down to fine leg, nice and fine for 4. Now the leg slip has moved just a fraction squarer.
What can Broad bring to this last ball of the over? It's a good ball. He nibbles at it, Smith, and he's edged it through. And Steve Smith, he's on his way. An eventful over ends with Stuart Broad removing Steve Smith, denying him of a much-cherished century again at the SCG. It's a vital breakthrough, and Stuart Broad has provided it for England.
Yeah, it's a massive wicket for England. Steve Smith played beautifully for his 67, but Broad's managed to remove him just back of a length. Steve Smith just sparring it outside the off stump, and in the end, taken nicely by Josh Butler. And England now have their 4th wicket, and Cameron Green comes to the crease. England needed that. They're desperate for a breakthrough, and Stuart Broad's the man.
Yes, the last ball of the 4th over with the second new ball. Smith out. Caught by Butler, bowled Broad. And maybe the amount of movement off that previous ball a couple of deliveries ago was in Steve Smith's mind. He wasn't quite sure how to play that.
Yeah, it was a challenging set of 6, that from Stuart Broad. I mean, whenever a ball moves away from the batsman, particularly the ball a couple of balls prior to the dismissal, it can play on the batsman's mind, and Stuart Broad worked the length that over. He went short, got hit for 4, didn't worry about it, banged another one in, got Steve Smith sparring. And that's the line that potentially Steve Smith could have let go, but when he felt bat on ball, got a 4 down to fine leg, sometimes it's hard to pull the reins back. And challenge now is Jimmy Anderson's bowling well at the other end, so the ebbs and flows of Test cricket. England will sniff an opening here, try and make it 5 and 6.
They need multiple wickets, that's for sure. Our experts for Anaconda, play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Anderson to bowl to Khawaja, who lets the first one go outside the off stump. 4 for 232. Green, the new man at the wicket, has scores of 0. Of course, the first ball duck in Brisbane, wasn't required to bat the second time around. Then he was bowled by Robinson there, and then bowled by Stokes in Adelaide for 2. Not out 33 as Australia chased runs in the second innings in Adelaide, and then LBW to Leach, a more patient 17 in Melbourne. 52 runs all up at 17 for Cam Green, so he's improved his bowling. Khawaja pushes the next one into the covers, but it hasn't been a great summer with the bat so far for Green. He's been working a lot of technical stuff. Colo?
Green's highest score in Test cricket was here last year, 84 against India in the second innings, including 4 sixes. His only half century in Test cricket.
Yes, again, that was a circumstance where they were looking for quick runs, and he was able to provide. And really, scoring runs has been an issue for him, Kat, hasn't it? Being at fine ways of scoring enough runs when he's been at the wicket. Anderson around the wicket now to Khawaja, and he did just square him up a fraction. It jumped up from off of just back of the length, and Khawaja was able to get the elbow up high enough. It hit him high in the back, but he defended safely.
Yeah, Cameron Green probably didn't come into the Test series on the back of as dominant a form as he had for WA previous seasons. This season, just a little bit under par.
He made that 1 century against South Australia, but averaged 40 overall. Anderson, short, Khawaja pulls. Beautifully timed, but he didn't have the placement to match. And it's fielded down there by Wood. They do sneak back on a slight misfield for 2. That was hit with terrific timing and excellent power by Khawaja. Wood saved it from being a 4.
Yeah, he hasn't been shy of playing the pull shot. Usman Khawaja. He likes anything banged in.
He's closing in on a half century. Anderson from around the wicket. Bowls full and he drives. He can't beat mid-off. Leach gets across to make the save.
Yeah, but going back to Green, I just think, early in the series when you let one go and then miss out, got a pretty good ball in Adelaide from Ben Stokes in that first innings. Looked like he found a little bit of rhythm in the second innings with that 33 not out, but missed out in Melbourne. It's sort of been a little bit of a disjointed Ashes campaign for him, batting at 6, but this is a big challenge today.
Gerard and Fleming coming in a moment, but Anderson first to deliver a short ball, awkwardly played, or well handled in the end, an awkward ball as it's played on the offside. 4 for 234. Last Richie comment from Alan Devon Malcolm out first ball, and damn lucky to last that long.
Something wonderful happens when you visit Mildura. The city vibe continues, but the outback's only moments away. Fresh produce is endless, the embers are hotter, and the night skies seem longer. Nature sings, kangaroos graze, and the sun glistens magically on the river. Photos captured and stories told are shared amongst family and friends. So, when you're ready, start your journey with us. Visit mildura.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. Hutto doesn't do a bad impression of a leg spinner, but his Richie is bang on, so that's been most enjoyable. It has been important for England. Broad got through. 17 overs, 2 for 50 now, Australia. 4 for 234, and Cam Green to face up to the challenge of Stuart Broad. 3 slips are in place. There's a short leg as well. Broad is over the wicket. He bowls and Green in behind it. Very upright in his defence. A good sound start. Hello to you, Cap. Eric. And Damien Fleming. Hello, Flem.
Gerard, Cato, how are you, boys?
Very well.
Thanks, Flem.
Well, that was important, Flem. Bowlology in that previous over from Stuart Broad.
That was beautiful, wasn't it? Great setup, but massive wicket for England.
Set up through a DRS review. An LBW that was just missing. Green is forward in defence off the outside portion of the bat. It skews away to point. Bairstow fields no run.
And the thing is, Cato, the test could have gone away from England if they hadn't broken through with this new ball. Khawaja and Smith looked like they were just grinding the English bowlers.
They certainly were, and with their experience, I think they realised that big first innings total was going to put a huge amount of pressure on this England batting order.
A lot rests with Khawaja. Australia will be eyeing something 100 more than what they have at least. Broad bowls. Green lets it strike him. So he lifted the bat out of the way. It nipped in. It's up over the pads, so not worthy of a shout. He lost his off stump earlier in the series doing that.
Yeah, I'd like to see Joe Root bring that cover fielder into a gully position because Stuart Broad's getting some good bounce, some movement away from the right-hander. And Cameron Green's shuffling over to cover that off stump, but if he spars at one around that fourth stump line going away, the slips and gully are in play.
That wouldn't have tickled. That ended up under the rib cage. Such was the bounce that he got. Broad bowls. Green plays out of the pads. A ball that was spearing in at the stumps. He was able to wedge it away to mid on no run. This was a replay of the ball that he left from Robinson earlier in the series at the Gabba. Went down looking. So he's well set with the ball, Cam Green. He's enduring his struggles with the bat at the moment. New ball in Broad's hands, and Green plays forward. He nudges it to point. He's able to get his first run as Bairstow has to come around to his right to do the fielding. Cam Green off the mark. It's 4 for 235.
Nicely played there by Green, just bunting it into the cover point region. Getting down the other end, relieving the pressure.
$115 runs added by Khawaja and Smith. Largely responsible for delivering Australia to this position. It's vital that Khawaja is able to go on with it. Broad bowls to him. Khawaja plays on these pads as he'll bring up his 50. Out into the deep at square leg. He hurries back for his second. And Usman Khawaja's return to Test cricket is a productive one thus far. He'll raise the bat at 50 and have a real determination to take it much further than that. 15th Test half century in his 45 Test matches to go along with 8 centuries. And worthy of a satisfied smile for now. End of the over, 4 for 237.
We've all dreamed of snaffling the big one. The Ashes winning catch, a goal after the siren, or a Snaffle wallet. Subscribe to Snaffle and get the stuff you want today and pay tomorrow. Snaffle a winning deal with all the best brands like Apple, Samsung, Smeg, and more. Don't wait, Snaffle it now. Snaffle, one subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe today at snaffle.com.au. Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
Usman Khawaja's half century from 134 balls, just the 4 boundaries in it for Bundaberg. Ginger Beer, Damien Fleming. It's been a terrific return for him thus far.
It has. I mean, he's such a classy player, isn't he, Usman? He hasn't played a lot of cricket coming into this innings, but he's looked composed. His experience helping Smith, turn the tide in this Test match has been important. But he'll be hoping to at least double this in front of his home crowd.
Mark Wood replacing Jimmy Anderson. His first ball is defended by Green to cover no run.
But, it just averages 50 in Australia, and he hasn't looked in too much trouble here, Usman. Watched the ball really late, very strong square of the wicket.
He has craved and earned this opportunity. He's needed a stroke of bad luck to a teammate to get it. But now the opportunity to set himself for the final phase of his Test career. Cam Green is starting out. Wood over the wicket, bowls to him. In behind it, defending. So just 3 overs from Jimmy Anderson before bringing Wood in with the new ball.
Yeah, maybe it's a match-up with Cam Green. Maybe they feel that the extra pace might get Green, caught on the crease, which he has a couple of times in this Ashes series. But you feel like Anderson generally will bowl half a dozen overs with the new ball.
He hasn't been shy about bowling lengthy spells in this series, so just wonder about the thinking in it. Woods bowling the 15th over of his work in this innings. He delivers and Green lets go outside the off stump, and that barely carries through to Butler to give you an idea of the variable bounce.
And a big job for Usman here with young Cam Green as well. It's been a tougher series with the bat for Green. He hasn't had a lot of opportunities, so to have someone experienced like Usman down the other end is going to be a bonus.
We had him as the player of the day yesterday for Bingley for his return to Test cricket. Grab a deal today, so he's making a good fist of doubling up. Green.
Tell you what, if he gets 100, it'll be back to back.
Oh, absolutely it will. Tall figure Cam Green plays forward, defends the ball out to the offside. Now, the other news that's been filtering through is Pete Lalor reported a bit earlier that there are positive tests in the Sixers camp. We've just been told from Cricket Australia that the Strikers and Stars BBL game tomorrow night has been postponed. The Stars are at a point where they can't field a side, so they're only just hanging on in the BBL. Gonna need some luck, I think, to get the remainder of the way. Mark Wood is sitting in from the Randwick end of the SCG, bowling edge from Green through the slips for 4. It was just short of Root. It was a bit of a forlorn figure. He didn't make the stop as it bounced. It went between Root and Stokes and away to the boundary for 4. And Joe Root, as much as anyone wants to have a look at the replay, I think he was expecting Stokes to come over to his left. And it was in the air there. Root's other choice was to come forward, but he thought Stokes was going to come across. So indecision in the cordon. Green is 5, survives a lucky 1, 4 for 241. Wood tries again, and Green is able to defend full face of the bats. And that's the end of the over. 4 for 241 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
The all-new Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. Know the beauty of having a wild one with an all-new turbocharged engine. Bred to be fearless with a strikingly sculpted exterior, soft touch leather interior, and a kingdom worth of Kia boot space. Unleash the beast, explore the beauty with the redesigned Kia Sportage. For more info, visit kia.com.au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
The session for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe. Search Dial Before You Dig every time. Damien Fleming, who wears the blame on the edge, not taken in the cordon?
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I reckon you've got to be communicating with the wicketkeeper a lot of the time. But I reckon you've alluded to it a couple of times. I reckon this pitch is a little bit too paced.
Ben Stokes in the aftermath, head down, shaking his head. I think Stokes was the only chance to catch it if he'd taken off to his left. I don't think Root had a reasonable play at it. Broad to Khawaja, full, driven. Anderson fields, no, he misfields at mid-off. And any danger passes in that moment. 51 for Khawaja, 4 for 242.
No, definitely with that catch. Ben Stokes would have had to have dived sideways and got it in his left hand to be able to catch that. But Green felt like he had it covered, but just the extra bounce off the pitch, extra pace from Wood.
The fielding for PGG Wrightson, turf Durascape. 3 slips. And the short leg, who's 2 pitches away under the helmet. Fine leg comes a little squarer. There's a mid-on, a mid-off, a cover, and a point. Broad over the wicket, bowls to Green, who defends to cover, no run.
Great opportunity for Green here, Gerard, isn't it? That the match is set up for a big partnership between him and Khawaja. Runs here for Green just soars up that number 6 spot.
So this test last year, he was in a phase where it invited happy hitting, and we'd sort of got our first tastes in the white clothing of just how powerful a figure Cam Green could be. There wasn't a huge amount of consequence on it. This innings is in a different guise, and he is in a form struggle as well, so there'll be well-earned runs. He's inside edging onto the pads from the bowling of Broad. There's no run and no danger.
Yeah, I mean, he has to focus on being positive and building a partnership here. But, you know, if he does get into the 20s and 30s, I'd love him to show a bit more initiative and back that power that we saw last year.
Yes, can he A little bit of it is the discussion that's been had around grafting runs, whether you're prepared to do it or hitting out knowing there's a ball with your name on it, which has infiltrated every level of cricket. Broad bowls, green edges, caught at third slip. It's a short stay for Cam Green. It was a dicey occupation. Stuart Broad gets in, Crawley takes the catch low down. Green on his way for 5. And the new ball's done the trick. 5 for 242.
Yep, new ball, happiness for the English. It could have gone away from it.
Stand by. Front foot.
No.
Trouble on the front foot. We need another look at the side on. No, it looks like he's been dispatched. Sorry, Flem, as you were.
Oh, yeah. Well, you never know these days, do you? And the way that England have gone about it, no ball wickets. But, no, it's new balls worked well, and Broad hasn't wasted it, though, has he? He's bowled a lot of balls into that avenue of apprehension, and Green got an edge last over off Wood, and it was a similar sort of shot. I think his hands were playing well in front of his pad, and you're very vulnerable if it moves late, which it did. So, excellent bowling for Broad. And the England now, a bit of hope, isn't there? Get Carey out and into the tail.
Yes, while the ball is new, having sort of marked time for, it felt like good portions of that opening session, and they bet a lot on the new ball, and they've got Smith and Green to show for it so far. So Hutto mentioned that the no ball technology is down at the moment. The umpires are making the on-field decisions until the technology is restored, except that we did get a side-on replay, which introduced an element of doubt to it. I'm not quite sure why the side-on replay is not enough to be doing that work, as I saw it.
Yeah.
And I'd like a second look at it, because I'd make the case on what flashed up before me that he didn't have any part of his foot behind the line.
Well, it's a big call, isn't it? Like, if the technology's there and it's a no ball, Green gets a second chance.
I wonder what layer of technology is missing when, and Colo, this is your long suit, when the side-on replay is there that was shown on the Fox coverage, what layer of technology is missing? I'm a bit befuddled.
Well, this is it. I think it's to do with what the third umpire can do with the toggling, the actual tool they have in the box, whether that's working. The camera angle was clearly there. Broad did land then slide, it must be said.
Yeah, so I'd like another look at that. Stuart Broad with a wicket to his name. Alex Carey in his sights. He bowls and Carey leaves the ball that rises up over the off stump.
The impression I took from it was that the Paul Wilson did look at it and made the assessment that it was play on the basis of that first replay. Broad seemed to land and then jolt forward. But it was a decision made quickly, that's for sure.
Stuart Broad has a terrific spell going. There's been some fine nibble off the pitch. He's got the ball to move both ways. He's picked up outside edges that have been taken and have been missed. He's got both wickets. Trying to restrict Australia. Broad leading the attack. He bowls to Carey, who leaves the ball well outside the off stump. So a wicket and a run from the over. 5 for 242 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
The session for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe. Search Dial Before You Dig every time. 5 for 242. 2 wickets, a Khawaja half century. Alex Carey in the middle mark. Wood has ball in hand. Ben Stokes can't bowl for the remainder of things. So Anderson a short spell. Maybe he replaces Broad when the time comes. Wood is shouldering the work from the Randwick end as he begins his 16th over. 1 for 43. He's around the wicket. He bowls to Khawaja in behind defending. Damien Fleming, just the craft of Stuart Broad. And England are in this invidious position. The better he bowls, the more their decision-making looks woeful earlier in the series. It's the classic double-edged sword.
That's just what I was thinking. I mean, what could he have done in the, the swinging conditions at the MCG? What about the Gabba, the slow swinger? Because he set Green up there. That was the fullest ball he bowled. He bashed the length and then he went a good length and got the outside edge.
So seizing the opportunity that he's been granted, can Woods join in at the other end? He bowls, Khawaja pulls a ball that didn't get up. And it dives underneath the bat and through to the keeper on the bounce.
And his first spell yesterday, Gerard, he looked a bit rusty, didn't he? He hadn't bowled for over 2 weeks. And then, you get him on day 2 now and he's got the ball on a string. So he's been frustrated. I wonder how his teammates have been feeling, but it's been a bonus for the Australians without Broad playing every test.
Usman Khawaja taps away and readies himself for Wood, who bowls in on the pads, and he's glanced away, fine for 4. A classic leg glance from Usman Khawaja. A Foxtel 4K4 Foxtel for the love of cricket. He's 55, it's 5 for 246, Flem.
He can play that shot because he plays it so late, doesn't he? Usman Khawaja watches the ball all the way. He's such a classy player.
So graceful in the way that he's played. Mark Woods tries again. He bowls and Khawaja plays out of the stumps and turns it to leg. No run.
Yeah, those 4s, they really do your head in when you're bowling. You push it down leg side. Once they get bat on it and it goes fine enough, it's not going to get fielded. So you just start walking back to your mark, planning the next ball.
What's your gut feel on what we've seen, Flem, in the way the pitch has had its moments of misbehaviour early? What do you reckon par in the first dig is?
Gee, another 100 would be nice, wouldn't it?
I think 350 really lets you run the test match. If they could get that far, Wood bowls, Khawaja defends.
I just think there's still enough swing, probably more swing here than in the other venues, but a bit of seam, but there's just some inconsistencies with the pace off the pitch and the bounce. So with the Australians all bowling fast and bashing a short of a length, I think they're going to get some natural variation out of this pitch.
The relentless nature of the Australian bowling, I do feel like it will be well suited in what we're seeing. Is I can't see Australia allowing the test to drift for the 20-odd overs that England did on the way to lunch. Wood bowls, Khawaja defending down the line of the offside. And the over is called. The mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Australia 5 for 246.
Make it a cool summer with Australian Made. Look for genuine Aussie products sporting the green and gold Australian Made kangaroo logo. There's more than 20,000 to choose from. Whether you're chasing the dog under a sprinkler, sizzling snags on a durable backyard barbecue, or applying the finest quality sunscreen, buying Australian Made is cool because it supports Aussie makers, farmers, retailers, and creates Aussie jobs. Visit australianmade.com.au/summer to find genuine Aussie products. Buy Australian Made. Make it a cool summer.
SEN Test cricket for Henley, everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. Stuart Broad, 19 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 54. He has taken the wickets of Smith and Green. Can he get further with Alex Carey to look at? He will have 3 slips, a backward point, cover, mid-off, a wide mid-on, forward square leg. In fact, the backward point is going to come into gully now. So 3 slips in the gully and the cordon. Broad begins his fresh over. He's around the wicket. He bowls to Carey, who leaves a high bat lift as it passes outside the off stump.
Well, we talked about a good opportunity for Green. It's equally for Carey, isn't it? That, he seems to have not had a lot of opportunities to perform with the bat this series. Been very good with the gloves and helping out leadership-wise on field when they're bowling, but great opportunity with Usman set here.
He's had An excellent international career against the white ball so far, Alex Carey. He's got a half century in Test cricket. And there's an opportunity and a task at hand as he faces up to Broad looking for his first runs, and he'll get them as he opens the blade and runs the ball wide of gully and takes the single 5 for 247.
You can see Usman's working hard with Alex Carey, giving him a lot of encouragement. So excellent stuff from the veteran.
How do you see the Khawaja role for the calendar year, Flem, with test matches in Pakistan, in Sri Lanka and then in India?
Yeah, I mean, the subcontinent hasn't been his best venues. I mean, that classic 100 against Pakistan, the UAE, but he's very versatile because he can open but also bat in, the middle order. So he's very important.
So, key cog in a touring squad, whether he's in the first choice team at the start of it or not. He's on strike with 55 to his name. Broad bowls to him and Khawaja defends back down the pitch.
And the great story that could potentially happen is, he gets to play test matches in Pakistan, where he was born. I mean, that would be massive for the series. Australia haven't toured there since 1998. I think it'll be so well supported and there'll be a lot of genuine cricket love around that series. For Usman to play would be massive.
It's a long-term ambition of his. He's making a good fist of showing how valuable he can be. Khawaja pulls across the line, out into the deep. There is protection there for Broad. And it will only be a single. 56 for Khawaja, 5 for 248 Australia.
And good teams have players that are unlucky, don't they, Gerard? You look at the quick bowlers, that there'll be a decision made. There'll be one or two unlucky quicks. We need that with our batting as well.
Yeah, there are the tools there for a really creative team to match the circumstances, to match the environment, to match various conditions and pitches. Broad around the wicket, bowls, and Carey runs the ball to gully. Bairstow dives, knocks down the bump ball. Cam Green is a big part of that with his bowling, but his batting's not there this summer. He wasn't in the same form coming in through Shield cricket that he was the year before, and it's an ongoing struggle for him. The 5 from 14 balls today. Broad with the last ball of the over, bowls to Carey, who defends to point. There'll be no run. The mate scoreboard. So Australia's most satisfied NBN customers, 5 for 248.
G'day, Damien Fleming here. If you're an employer, make sure you get on the front foot and recruit MEGT to help catch a great apprentice or trainee for 2022. MEGT are your local apprenticeship experts. They can help sign up an apprentice or trainee and even check if you're eligible for financial incentives. Start building a great business innings with MEGT by calling 13MEGT or visit MEGT.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Everyday Advantage. We don't hide our prices. Our last over, Gerard Whateley and Damien Fleming, before we hand over to Adam Collins and Mike Atherton in the box at the SCG. We've seen some pretty fine bowling from Stuart Broad. Actually, let's go to the ground now, shall we? As Adam Collins, what's happening?
We're just trying to get a handle on it. I mean, it looks as though that Stuart Broad's gesticulating towards the room. Guess what? They're trying to get the ball changed. You're right, Watson. There might be something wrong with Stuart Broad, but no. It's only taken, over 90? 10 overs into the second new ball before the wily old veterans Anderson and Broad have said, can we have another look, please? And it appears as though they've been successful for the second time in the test match. They're going through the process now.
There you go. Why don't you keep it? Colo and Athers, you take it up, because there's a slight delay here. It's 5 for 248. The mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Khawaja's 56 and Carey is 1.
Yes, a good little session. 10 overs with the second new ball for England so far. Wickets in the 84th and the 88th over. Smith and Green, respectively, for 67 and 5. Both caught behind the wicket, both from the bowling of Stuart Broad, who's now taken 3 wickets across the innings, and Mark Wood preparing to continue. This is exactly what England needed. They needed to go bang, bang with the second new ball. Otherwise, it had the feeling of drifting in a certain direction.
They certainly did. They had a very poor morning when they let the game drift, dropped a catch, injury to Ben Stokes. It was all gloom and doom, really. And they got to lunch. The ball was 78 overs old. They came out and bowled 2 poor overs after lunch. But then, thankfully, with the second new ball, have taken wickets.
Wood to Khawaja. Bowling here. Khawaja on the drive, only as far as extra cover, no run.
And Broad it has been, who has bowled a good spell with his second new ball, as he is wont to do when people are writing him off and talking about the end of his days as an England player. He's got remarkable character, really. I've always felt that is the key thing, that you do not play that number of games without having a really tough and resilient streak, and we've seen it with Broad time and again. Remarkable player.
It's as though he needs that extra incentive for people writing him off sometimes. 2 out for the pull shot here out towards the members' pavilion as Wood arrives and bowls at Khawaja, and there's the bouncer. Khawaja under it nice and early, no concerns.
Looks a fast bouncer as well. I'm just trying to see. You can see what it says on the speed gun. There's nothing.
Yeah, 146.6 that was. So good wheels for the short ball. Mark Wood.
He gave Khawaja a ripping bounce when he first came to the crease late last evening, and then Khawaja got off the mark with a thunderous pull in response. So this might be a good contest. Mark Wood against Usman Khawaja.
Khawaja averaging 80 at the SCG and 55 in Australia at Test level. 16 scores above 50 in 25 tests at home. Loves these conditions. Wood to the left-hander now over the wicket. Khawaja beaten outside the off stump. Not a lot of footwork to speak of there. Wood's got his hands on his knees. He knows how close he was to a breakthrough there.
It was a good ball, fast, and just a bit of nip off the pitch and on the angle, passing the outside edge. Khawaja definitely had a feel for it and then withdrew his bat after the ball had passed. Interesting to see Stokes at slip, isn't it?
Yeah, we haven't seen Stokes do much work in the cordon at all in this series, despite his pronounced skills as a catcher. I suppose that's been due to the injury he brought into the series with the finger. Here is Wood again, who pulls out when he arrives at the crease. He'll go back to the end of his long run up and start again. That must be on account of the fact that they don't want him running around the field with the side strain.
Yeah, I guess so. But of course, the moment he went into the slips, there was that low catch to his left. And whether, a side strain, a left side strain means he's less mobile in there, I don't know. He's a very good catcher normally, but as you say, after that broken finger in the IPL, he's generally vacated that spot. Zach Crawley's actually a good catcher, and he's in the gully at the moment.
Took a good chance off Green at third slip. Here's Wood now bowling to Khawaja. Plays off middle stump towards Broad at wide mid-on, no run. A couple of balls left in this over. We spent some time with Hutto before talking about our favourite Richie Benaud moments on account of the fact that the media centre's been named after him here this week. You've had some interesting moments. As a colleague with Richie, of course, he was a legend of English television as well with the BBC and Channel 4 in later years, and that's where you started your broadcasting career.
Yeah, I think he was as legendary in England as he was here in Australia. He was the voice of our summer as he was yours, actually.
Wood to the crease, bowls to Khawaja, who leaves a short and wide one through to the gloves of Butler.
So for many, many years, Richie was the lead voice on the BBC commentary, which had the rights to all cricket until the late 90s, and then it went to Channel 4, where Richie then moved to Channel 4, and that's where I started my broadcasting career. So felt very lucky to have started with that team who had some really good broadcasters: Ian Smith, Richie Benaud, Mark Nicholas, Tony Gregg was there as well, Geoffrey Boycott. So it was a good learning school to sit and learn and listen as a younger man, not necessarily young then, but younger.
Mark Nicholas tells a good story about when he was assembling that team. There was one instruction: get Richie Benaud.
Get Richie.
Get Richie Benaud, whatever it takes. Last ball of Wood's over to the crease here, passing umpire rifle. Khawaja plays with one hand off the bat into the onside, gets himself a quick single. Awkward length there from Wood to finish. Australia move along to 5 for 249 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Summer Sizzlers are now at Harvey Norman. Get 60 months interest free, no deposit, no interest from Latitude, and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Shop furniture, bedding, technology, and electrical. 60 months interest free, no deposit, no interest with 60 approximately equal monthly payments, and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Finance only on participating Latitude credit cards. Minimum finance amount $1,000. See T's and C's. Interest applies for non-compliance. Fees and product exclusions apply. Summer Sizzlers now at Harvey Norman.
Khawaja's on 57, Carey 1, SEN Test Cricket, the host plus. That's a plus due abroad to continue from the broadcast end, from the Richie Benno Media Centre end. Taking a chance to reflect upon the late, great Richie Benno, in celebration of his legacy here at the SCG through the course of the week. 2 out for the pull shot now with Khawaja on strike. Broad bowls over the wicket. Khawaja defends into the offside. Of course, the final summer of Richie on England television was the 2005 Ashes. I mean, talk about wonderful timing, and there's the Edgbaston moment. I suppose England listeners, of course, there wouldn't be any because we're geo-blocked in England, but alas, they'd remember the Harmison, Jones, Bowden, Kaspervitz, the man to go. That's the bit of commentary they love from Richie.
End of the 2005 Edgbaston Test match, which went right down to the wire, and he called it brilliantly.
Broad again to Khawaja, takes on the pull, and it's been completely lost at deep square leg and out to the rope for 4. It's gone well in front of square, but just lost by Johnny Bairstow. He didn't move a muscle. Khawaja up to 61. Australia passing 250 in the process, 5 for 253. That was struck with real authority.
It was. Bairstow did lose it, you're right, but even had he seen it, he wouldn't have been able to cut it off because he's right on square. And this went a good 30 metres in front of square, which tells you how quickly Khawaja saw it. And he plays that shot really well, really well.
So the senior player here, Khawaja, going through the gears, pushing back against Broad, who bowls here, defending off the inside part of the bat into the front pad, out towards Mark Wood at mid-wicket, no concern, but Broad likes it.
The final broadcast, Richie's final broadcast, was at the Oval, of course, the game England finally won the Ashes. And I remember he prepared his farewell speech, really, to go out over the airwaves as he took his bow from his final broadcast and blow me down. The moment, just as he was starting to deliver it, Kevin Peterson chose the moment to get out. So he kind of upstaged Richie in an unknowing way.
Broad to the crease again to Khawaja, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Yes, Richie got into full flow talking about Andrea Bocelli, time to say goodbye, the music he carries around in his suitcase, and then Peterson bowled, out for 158. Next it'll be Michael Atherton. Minimum of us.
Yeah, well, Arlott, of course, was the great commentator who just went out with the most minimal of fuss, if you like, by just not saying anything, and he just passed over to Christopher Martin Jenkins for his last stint. I think that's the way to go, probably.
Yeah, so after a couple of words from Fred Truman, it'll be Christopher Martin Jenkins, as he was taking a round of applause from the Lord's crowd there in the Centenary Test 1980.
And there was a standing ovation for Richie at the Oval. There was. As I say, he was held in unbelievably high regard. He was much loved in England.
So a bit of cloud cover now as Broad gets to the crease, delivers to Khawaja, who tries to ride the bounce and leaks the outside edge. He went back with it, and Broad walking all the way up in dismay. He knows that he's been close to the outside edge a couple of times with Khawaja. It stays at 5 for 253. Broad's well and truly in the hunt.
He is. This is his best spell of the series, I suppose you'd say, having missed the Gabba and the MCG. Bowled okay at Adelaide. I didn't think he was quite at his best here yesterday, even though he got Warner, and there was a lot of conversation about that getting him for the 13th time. But I didn't think he was quite at his best. But this spell, with a second new ball after lunch, has been the best of Broad.
Suns back, last ball, Broad to Khawaja on leg stump, pushing into the onside, no run. Just the 4 runs coming from it via the pull shot on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied customers, Khawaja 61, Carey 1, Australia 5 for 253.
Introducing the all-new Staria Load, Hyundai's new commercial van, loaded with as much space and tech as you can possibly fit. With fitting class-leading safety features, like a 360-degree surround view monitor in the lift back, giving you another set of eyes on the road. Plus, the two-seat van fits 3 Euro pallets. Right now, we've also fit in a special $750 bonus for ABN holders. The all-new Hyundai Staria Low fits in everything. T's and C's apply.
Adam Collins with Michael Atherton, our experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Mark Wood prepares to go again from the Randwick end. And speaking of Richie and his influence on your career, I suppose coming out of the captaincy and out of the England dressing room into the broadcast box, people are kind of hanging on your every word, as it was when Richie would have started in his career. Did he provide much advice as to how to manage that transition?
I was just told, really, that there was a producer who worked for Channel 4, he was called Gary Francis, and I went to him for advice right at the start when I took up the job, and he just said, watch Richie. Watch, learn, listen to Richie, and that was it, really. That was the only advice I got.
Wood to Carey on 1. Or inside edge, past the keeper and down to the rope for 4. Wasn't a long way from that leg stump. Carey's first boundary. 5 for 257. Something for Wood to work with there.
Yeah, good pace. He's bowled with great pace throughout this series, and he's hurried all of Australia's batsmen, really. And that was just a bit of a flinch from Carey, trying to just quickly get into a position to play it on the back foot, and flying off the inside edge. No chance for Butler to cut it off, and no chance for fine leg either.
As we talk about Richie Benno, the Richies down at the Randwick end are singing the Channel 9 theme song, as is their way.
It used to be played as you came up in the lift here, but they no longer have it.
Hey, the broadcast rights changed, Mike. You know how things work. A leg gully now for Carey, prompted by that false stroke. It's Craig Overton, the subfielder. Haven't seen him as a subfielder through the series. Also a fine leg that's directing traffic, making sure they get their angles right. David Milan doing the work in front of the old pavilion here at the SCG. Wood racing in, bowls to Carey, over the wicket. Carey rides the bounce down to backward point, no run.
So I remember the first day at Channel 4, and they said, watch Richie, learn from Richie. And we used to have a thing where people would be in different parts of the ground, welcoming, getting the broadcast underway. And we went from Mark Nicholas out in the middle, Barry Richards in the stand, Ian Smith somewhere else. I did my bit. And I came up to the commentary box, and Richie was to bring the broadcast on air, and he was supposed to swivel in his way, look to camera, and say whatever he was going to say. And it got to Richie, and he turned to the camera and he began to speak, but he'd forgotten that he didn't have his microphone. And he thought he had what's called a lip mic on, which is the thing that attaches to your blazer, but he didn't. And he was supposed to be holding the handheld microphone. Anyway, he started talking to camera, so all the viewers could see was Richie's mouth going up and down with no sound emerging.
Wood to the crease. Delivers here to Carey, who wants to play and pulls out at the last possible moment. Good thing too. And would have been feeding a catch to the cord. Not to be.
I was stood behind the cameraman and just watching Richie at work, and the producer was waving to Richie saying, pick up your microphone, pick up your microphone. So Richie, he couldn't turn away from the camera because he was in mid-flow, so he fell to the side, picked up what he thought his microphone, and it was his glasses, and he started talking into his glasses. So that was my first day, and it's a great lesson actually, that even on live television you're going to make mistakes all the time, and it's not life and death. We're not brain surgeons saving people's lives, and you make mistakes and just get on with it.
Get on with it, I'm sure he did. Minimum of fuss, as we say. Wood bowls here, and Carey plays and beaten. Might have just kept the fraction low as well, didn't carry all the way to Butler. So we've seen a couple pop from that end, and that's the first one to shoot through. As Chris Rogers noted earlier this morning, the one man on the ground right now who'll be watching that with most interest is Haseeb Hameed.
Well, the one man on the ground at the moment is Josh Butler, because it's hit him straight in the thigh, I think, as he went down long barrier to try and stop this. And it's hit him straight on the left thigh, and at Mark Wood's pace, that's probably... might have just got the end of the finger on the way through to the thigh as well. Butler looks in a bit of trouble.
So it looks as though Butler's going to receive some attention, which, despite the fact that we're not at the end of the over, might be the catalyst for the drinks break, and it will be. So, after the extended first session, the third hour of this second day, Australia lost Steve Smith for 67 from the bowling of Stuart Broad, caught behind Joss Butler, and then Green shortly thereafter in Broad's next over with the second new ball, caught Crawley. Green gone for 5. The wickets falling on 232 and then 242. Australia now 5 for 257 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. This is the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
G'day, Damien Fleming here. Want to build a big innings in a career you love? Talk to MEGT. From construction to IT and everything in between, MEGT can find the right apprenticeship or traineeship to suit you. MEGT can help you transition from school to the workforce too, helping you to open your career innings by earning and learning at the same time. So hit your job prospects out of the park. Visit MEGT.com.au or call 1369 63.
No one likes a messy office. Hygiene standards start to slip, so keeping your office clean is getting harder. Make the move across to Laurenex Cleaning. From office buildings to shopping centres, Laurenex Cleaning will deliver higher standards for you and your customers. Office cleaning, high-rise window cleans, preventative infection control, garden maintenance and much more. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australian workplaces super clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for your office. Google them today.
For 30 years, Radel has been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients to enjoy summer with health confidence. Radel, the brand of choice by Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. Radel.com.au.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund.
General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
The Ashes on SEN for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. That's a plus.
What can Broad bring to this last ball of the over? It's a good ball. He nibbles on it, Smith, and he's edged it through. And Steve Smith, he's on his way.
Broad bowls to him. Khawaja plays on his pads as he'll bring up his 50. And Osman Khawaja's return to Test cricket is a productive one thus far. Broad bowls, green edges, caught at third slip. Stuart Broad gets in. Crawley takes the catch low down. And the new ball's done the trick.
Australia 5 for 257, middle of day 2 as the Bundaberg Ginger Beer drinks break the Great Australian Brew. And Josh Butler continues to receive attention. We thought initially it was the thigh that got waxed, but the problem was, Mike, it hit his left finger on the way through to the thigh, and that's far more of a concern.
Yes, obviously a fast bowler, Mark Wood, is still going to get through to Butler at a decent lick, and it seems it's his left forefinger and or thumb that's the issue, and it obviously hit him on that part of the hand and then went into the thigh. Just looking at the replay now. So yeah, almost the back of the left part of his hand and the forefinger there. So he's got no protection because he's almost turned his hand to try and stop the ball. England have a ready-made replacement, of course, in Johnny Bairstow, but it looks as though Josh Butler is going to grit his teeth and keep the gloves on.
That's exactly what he does when he puts his inner back on. That is a real grit of the teeth when he makes his way back here. Watching the replay a couple of times there, it was the back of the glove of all the places to get hit.
And it's Johnny who's walking with him. He will have the greatest sympathy, of course, as a wicketkeeper himself. And you might just be thinking, am I going to be required here? I don't know how much keeping he will have done. I suspect he would keep the keeping ticking over, even though he's not England's number one keeper. He'd still keep that part of his game ticking over, I would imagine.
It was always interesting that when Butler came back into the Test team in 2018, and for a decent stretch as well, he wasn't wicket-keeping. Bairstow was favoured in that job, even through to the 2019 Ashes at different points, and last year too. But as it stands right now, they want Butler keeping, and Bairstow batting inside the top 6, coming in, of course, for Ollie Pope as he did at Melbourne. So we're nearly ready for this interrupted over to continue. There are 2 balls left in it. We've had 12.4 with the second new ball. It's been worth 2 wickets for England, Smith and Green. Important breakthroughs just when the day was drifting. And with Green, make that Carey on strike on 5. They'll keep the leg gully. That's going to be Bairstow. 2 slips and a gully, conventional gully, a man out at long leg 2. Wood bowls and Carey. Turns it around the corner, nicely played off the front foot. Wants a second, gets a second. With assertive running there from the South Australian. He's 7. Australia up to 5 for 259. Alex Carey averages 50 on this ground at first class level. Made number 110 against New South Wales here in December 2018.
kind of sample size is that, Colo? Is that just the odd game or quite a few?
It's his 5th match here, 5th first class game here. So 4 for South Australia. He's averaged 19.4 in the series so far. Wood to complete his over. Bowls here and Carey. Hit on Pat. Just a bit of extra zip there from Wood. Just tying up Carey. Caught on the crease. End of the over on the Mate Scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers, Australia, a 5 for 259.
Is your strata management team looking for professionals to clean your property portfolio? Sick and tired of low hygiene standards and dealing with on-site issues? From strata management to commercial property owners, Laurenex Cleaning can coordinate routine strata cleaning, perform emergency 24-hour cleaning services, high-rise window cleaning, plus our super clean services. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for strata management. Google them today.
Stuart Broad's finished his spell from the Paddington end. It was worth a couple of wickets for England, and he'll be replaced by James Anderson, who bowled just 3 overs with the second new ball at the Ram weekend, now getting a chance to run away from us and run towards Usman Khawaja, who's there on 61. Anderson has 1 for 44 from 22. Picked up the wicket yesterday of Marcus Harris, caught in the cordon for 38. Anderson's got 2 slips in a gully, bowling here, and the first ball leaps at Khawaja, pulls his bottom hand off the bat, and it spills into the offside, hitting the sponsor's label. Good restart there from Anderson.
Good spell, that, bro. I'm trying to work out what it was. About 15 overs for 41 he bowled.
He would have bowled 6 in that spell.
6, 2 for 19 off 6. Pretty good spell with the second new ball. And Anderson, obviously, who just bowled a shorter spell, should be fresh enough now to keep the pressure on. They've not got the fourth seam of Stokes. He can't bowl. So Anderson and Wood, for the moment, got to keep this pressure on.
Anderson playing his 169th Test match. Bowls here to Khawaja. He takes it off his hip. Gets himself a single. Well played. Khawaja up to 62. 5 for 260. While we're on matters England, there was a little bit of a mini brouhaha on television last night that kind of went viral. An exchange between Moeen Ali and Alistair Cook on the BT Sport Couch, where Moeen Ali said in no uncertain terms that he preferred Joe Root as his captain and put a bit of meat on the bones as well. It was kind of hard to decipher whether they were joking around or not, but talking to a couple of colleagues in the press box, the thing with Moeen Ali is he tends to speak the truth. He's not much one for joking around. Anderson gets to the crease and bowls, and Carey comes forward to defend. Well, what did you make of that?
Well, like you, I watched it a bit last night, but it was quite late. I had a few beers in my Lara, and I couldn't quite work out whether they were being serious, whether they were slightly joshing. So I was all a bit confused. But as you say, Moeen Ali speaks the truth, but of course, one man's truth is another man's truth. Sure. Different players will have different preferences for captains, and it did sound like Moeen Ali was trying to back up Joe, who's obviously under a little bit of pressure here.
Anderson delivers here to Carey, who tries to clip, hits him on the pad, spills out into the onside. Half an appeal from the cordon, but it's ambitious at best. Anderson, just take a look at Root just to make sure that there isn't a review in this, and I don't expect they'll take it any further, and they don't. So the original comment was Cookie would never give me throwdowns, which seems innocuous enough, but he goes on to say that Root has more of an emotional attachment with his players. He spends more time with the players, and then Cook bit straight back. Are you criticising my captaincy? And then Moeen says, I guess I am a little bit, yeah. I did better with the bat with you, but I did better with the ball under Root because he used to put an arm around my shoulder. Interesting stuff. Anderson delivers here to Carey. That's better. All forward in defence out towards mid-wicket.
And the tone of these things is often the key, isn't it? I didn't sense any aggression between the two, but it wasn't quite jokey either. It was somewhere in the middle. But as I say, in this team of 11 cricketers, there'll be those who played under Root and those who played under Cook. And not everybody will have their... If you said to them, who would you prefer, they'd probably come with different answers. That's always the way.
Anderson to finish his over. Delivers here to Carey, who plays again out towards leg stump. A straight over there from Anderson, trying to attack the stumps. Unsuccessfully, though, on the Mate Scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied MBN customers, Australia, 5 for 260.
G'day, it's Reviews here. In my day, I love battling the ponds, but these days, my missus is the enemy. Why? I snore really badly, but she saved the day by sending me for a CPAP Direct sleep test. Now the snoring is gone, I'm refreshed and revitalised.
CPAP Direct, now open at 600 Port Road, Allenby Gardens. From sleep studies to the latest CPAP gear at Adelaide's best prices. Sale on now.
If you snore or wake up tired, head to cpap.com.au.
Change of bowler for England. Jack Leach into the attack. He's bowled 15 overs, done for 46. Stuart Broad's off the field. Didn't look like there's anything wrong with him, but up the race at the end of a long spell there after lunch. Leach getting his opportunity, replacing Mark Wood at the Ram weekend.
Now, if Ben Stokes is able to bowl, which he's not, we've been told that he won't bowl today, but if he was able to bowl, you'd imagine that Stokes would be on now, that the fourth seamer would be on to try and keep the pressure on. And the question is now for Jack Leach is, can he find a way of bowling with Anderson at the other end that enables England to maintain a strangle on the game that they've had since they've taken the second new ball? Because in the morning, gathering runs against Leach was just too easy. There was no risk involved. The field was set deep, and it was just risk-free accumulation.
Well, and really, and so it is again. I mean, the deep backward point's already there. Deep backward square, long on. There's one catcher being the slip. But he's going to go around the wicket to Khawaja. I mean, it is fundamentally a defensive starting point.
It's a defensive starting point. He's got two semi-catchers there at mid-wicket. Stokes one, Alan, I think, the other.
Yeah.
So if they do try and work it into the gap, at least they've got two men there.
Leach bowls Khawaja, carving, out through cover, does it well. Beats the diving man in close, they'll get a couple. Crawley races around to keep it to 2. Khawaja up to 64, Australia 5 for 262.
It's a real problem for England if Jack Leach can't at least hold a tight rein on things, because he's not looking like getting people out.
Yeah, well, that number we cited before lunch, he's bowled one maiden in the series. Nathan Lyons bowled 37. And it really does stand out. Bowling again here to Usman Khawaja, who again tries to access the extra cover region, but this time a diving stop is pulled off.
So maybe if
out there, no run.
If they can get Carey on strike, you'd hope that long on would come up and they'd bring up deep points as well, and at least try and manipulate the strike and keep Khawaja away from the strike and put some pressure on Carey.
Leach bowls to Khawaja, who goes back and defends out towards mid-wicket. Ben Stokes does the fielding, no run.
Root is at slip, not Stokes. Wondered whether Stokes doing slip for the seamers. He's normally the man who does it for the spinners. Remember, Root put down a catch earlier in the day.
Leach here around the wicket to Khawaja. Comes forward. Oh, nearly through. Nearly through. Might have clicked at a little inside edge via a pad. Or obscured by his backside. But in any case, that's going to give him something to work from. Actually went past the outside edge and wasn't gloved by Butler.
Very much as he took the outside edge before lunch. That was the same kind of delivery. Just going on, not spinning, beating the outside edge.
Leach again to Khawaja, who gets well forward to nullify the spin down the pitch.
When did the pitch here really stop spinning? We talked earlier about the characteristics of the surface. When did that stop?
Well, they were still playing two spinners here as recently as 5 years ago with Stephen O'Keefe, but I think that was more to do with getting O'Keefe an opportunity. Leach to finish his over here, around the wicket to Khawaja, defending again out into the offside. There'll be a change in commentary with Gerard Whateley and Chris Rogers joining Michael Atherton on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied MBN customers, Khawaja 64, Carey 7, Australia 5 for 262.
There's nothing like the freedom of four-wheel driving. Hi, I'm Aaron from Go 4x4, and we know that every vehicle has a story to tell. So we take pride in thinking outside the box. We're the go-to four-wheel drive outlet for quality accessories, comprehensive diesel service, performance and diagnostics. And we specialise setting up your four-wheel drive and always go the extra mile to ensure your vehicle is maintained to the highest standards. Feel the freedom with Go 4x4. Check go4x4.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. 5 for 262, Australia. Anderson to Carey. Start of the new over. Carey drives to mid-off, no run. Mike Atherton's in the box at the SCG. Chris Rogers slides into the experts chair for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Buckalo
Hello, Jerry.
What did we have? 14 overs of pace with the new ball, 2 for 39, and Stuart Broad 6 overs, 2 for 19 was the man who did the damage.
Yeah, I'm just listening to Atherton say that that's the best he's bowled in the whole series.
Anderson bowls, got through Carey, maybe an inside edge onto the pad, it slewed away to gully, no run.
Just the what ifs, isn't it? The fact that he's now well into his work, and that's what it is with fast bowlers all the time. It's bowling. That's how they find their rhythm. You don't find it in the nets too often.
Anderson in operation, the second over of this spell. Looks to cause Carey some problems. He leaves outside the off stump.
And just experience counts for so much. I guess that there's this going to have to be a push for the next generation of bowlers coming through for England. Maybe they want it done sooner rather than later, but still on this tour, the best two bowlers really have been Broad and Anderson.
The breeze rumpling the whites out in the middle of the SCG. Carey's on 7, Anderson bowls to him, he pulls backward of square. He'll get a run down to fine leg and move to 8. It's 5 for 263 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
And I think Wood and Robinson have definitely had their moments. They've bowled some good spells. But just the really great spells that they've come from Anderson at the MCG and now Broad.
So Anderson's in his 24th over, 6 maidens, 1 for 46. And 2 in the deep on the leg side now for Khawaja, who's on 64. Smith's top scorer on 67. Anderson bowls. Khawaja's defending. He's put it wide of gully and he'll get 1 as Samir chases from points. He didn't come for the second. 65 for Khawaja, 5 for 264.
It's interesting, Anderson to Khawaja has bowled predominantly over the wicket. The ball that he just bowled then was pitched up outside off stump from around the wicket and found an outside edge. And that's probably a line that England could utilise a lot more, I think, to Khawaja. As soon as you go into him, he just works you so easily through the leg side.
Oh, the pitcher's frozen in here. Anderson bowls to Carey. It rose on him. He got it off the shoulder of the bat, safely to turf in front of the cordon. End of the over. 5 for 264 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Harvey Norman Summer Sizzlers. Enjoy summer at home. HP Pavilion X360 laptop, now $1,493. Save $500. Queen metal beds from a low $329. Stylish and sturdy. Quinn 7-piece rectangular dining suite. Great price, $1,398. SodaStream Spirit Sparkling Water Maker. Hot price, $68. More great deals are now at Harvey Norman.
The session for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe. Search Dial Before You Dig every time. Jack Leach is in operation. Chris Rogers and Mike Atherton. So you might be in a position to talk to Athers around the changing nature of the SCG pitch and when it stopped being necessarily the domain of spinners and 2 spinners at that.
Well, it's been a long time now, actually.
Khawaja plays back, turns to leg, no run.
I can remember being bowled out for 55, I think, for Western Australia. And Stuart McGill was doing ridiculous things.
Leach to Khawaja. You heard him call no as he clipped the ball to mid-wicket.
I remember facing a ball from McGill that pitched outside off stump. A left-handed, as I was left-handed, pushed forward and it bounced over my right shoulder. It was quite incredible, really. That was the day we got bowled out for 55.
Leach is bowling and Khawaja is playing forward in defence.
And I would imagine that was around the year 2000, to be honest. But since then,
Khawaja won't get a run as he drives straight to short cover.
Since then, I mean, there's been the wicket's changed. It's been more kind of abrasive, reverse swing, not a lot of spin for the spin bowlers, and that would have been almost, 2005, 2006, I reckon.
Khawaja is back and defending.
I can remember playing against a young Mitch Stark and Josh Hazlewood, and them bowling on and almost trying to get reverse swing from early on.
Khawaja defends the last ball of the over. We'll pick this up in a moment. 5 for 264 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Good pals are hard to find, but at Parafield Airport Liquor Store, hard to find is our specialty. Whether you're after old reliable pals or want some new pals, Sam, Jamie and the team know just the pals for you. They've made pals with over 200 gins, over 300 craft beers, over 500 whiskies from around the world, and over 2,000 wines. Parafield Airport Liquor Store, Pals, open till late 7 days, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. Chris Rogers and Mike Atherton. So, Mike, when you were here, was the SCG a prodigious spinner's pitch?
I don't remember it being so, actually. It did spin a bit in 1990-91, but in 94-5, it was a pitch that favoured the seamers a bit more, actually, although it was a very cool and drizzly test match in that year.
Jimmy Anderson is in operation from the Paddington end here at the SCG. He's in and bowling to Carey, who's on 8. He's defending.
So I think it was more a hangover from the 80s. I obviously remember that test match when Peter Sleep and Peter Taylor, I think, got wickets. And I remember other games from the 80s when it was renowned as a big turning pitch. But by the time I played here, I can't remember that it was, actually.
Anderson's bowling right arm over the wicket to the Australian keeper, who's seen 22 balls for his 8 runs. And he's leaving outside the off stump.
Quite nice when if you did have a turning pitch here, though, and you still had the whacker, which offered the pace and bounce, and the gabbo with its characteristics. I think that variety of characteristics over 5 different venues always offered a complete challenge.
And that's Robert Craddock is really thoughtful on this. He does think that the SCG should be Australia's answer to a raging Turner. On the back foot, Carey defends the ball away to point. He won't get a run.
It's just so difficult with AFL being played at the SCG and the way that they have to look after the pitch. Well, they're droppings now, aren't they?
Not at the SCG.
How do they?
The Gabba, is it the Gabba and the SCG are the two that have survived? While the rest have become drop-ins around the country. They have a picket line, I think, to make them drop-ins in Sydney. Carey's defending a well-pitched delivery from Anderson.
How do they look after the square during the AFL season?
Well, that's the curators are quite marvellous on that front and sometimes quite jealously. He's a bit militant at the Gabba around what you can and can't do around the centre square. And when you get it back and how you prepare it, that's no different to how it was in the past. Anderson strides in over the wicket bowls and Carey takes it off his pads. No run.
Atherton is on the field. Don't know why. Why would he be on the field? Trying to look round who's off it.
Broad's just sitting the other side of it on an esky at the moment. After he finished his spell, he was spied going off the ground, but doesn't look any the worse for wear. So 1 to come in the over. It's 5 for 264. 2 slips and a gully. Anderson is proving miserly, and he will complete a maiden as Carey defends to leg. That is the end of the over. Mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers, 5 for 264.
The all-new Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. Know the beauty of having a wild one with an all-new turbocharged engine. Bred to be fearless with a strikingly sculpted exterior, soft touch leather interior, and a kingdom worth of Kia boot space. Unleash the beast, explore the beauty with the redesigned Kia Sportage. For more info, visit kia.com.au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
5 for 264. A couple of wickets with the new ball. Usman Khawaja's the mainstay for Australia. He's 65. The leading run scorer for Victoria Police for non-urgent police assistance call 131444 is Steve Smith with 67. So Khawaja has that in his sights. It's the 99th over of the innings. Leach around the wicket bowls. Khawaja turns off his pads out through square leg. Bairstow went back. Hamid came up from the deep. A single taken. 66 for Khawaja. 5 for 265. They're natural pitches in Hobart as well. Not drop-ins yet there. So those three grounds survive in the old form, despite the incursion of the AFL.
Not sure why I thought that.
Slip in place. Carey taps heavily away. Leach bowls to him, and Carey sweeps. Didn't get all of it. Got it off the under edge out to Hamid in the deep. And a single taken. 9 for Carey. 266 for 5. What else? So, but is there still enough characteristic around each pitch around the country? As Leach is bowling, and Khawaja has tried to pull a ball down the leg side. He missed it.
I don't think like it used to be. I think it was probably more extreme. I guess there's this kind of romantic view about the whacker.
Leach to Khawaja, who's forward defending.
But I mean, I played for the whacker for a long time. It was pretty flat.
Yeah.
It wasn't, there was some bounce in it, but it wasn't lightning fast.
Leach none for 50. He's in his 18th over. Leach bowls to him, and he's forward and defending.
But Adelaide now is quite a different pitch. I mean, there's a lot, particularly in shield cricket, there's a lot of grass that's left on it.
Will be the last ball of the over from Leach, and Khawaja clips it back. The bowler couldn't knock it down in his follow through, so a single taken to complete the over. 5 for 267 on the mate score, but Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. Summer is here, and that means two things. Our big quigs are steaming in on the pitch, and your car's aircon needs to be on top of its mark. Your off stump will be blown away by the aircon service at your local Repco authorised service centre. Their fully qualified mechanics will keep you cool all year with a comprehensive service on your car's aircon system, no matter what you drive. Book online today at repcoservice.com.
There's an excellent piece of correspondence here. 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Rod Cavalier, when he was chairman of the SCG Trust, specifically designed the new grandstands in such a way that the drop-in pitch trucks couldn't get through the driveways to prevent it becoming drop-in after he retired. Anderson around the wicket. Khawaja flings it away on the pull shot into the deep. He's going to be able to take a single as Leach does the fielding. 68 for Khawaja. That's one way to do it. Build them out.
So you said it was relayed.
It was relayed, I think, at the turn of the century. So I think in 2000. So Mark Taylor had spoken about the rolled mud that he never liked, and then they seemed to get a better mix. So you would still want two spinners. Anderson bowls, but driven back by Carey, knocked down by Anderson, prevents a run. would have enough there for pace at the start of the test match and then be rounded out by spinners at the end without being just a mud heap. Khawaja was back scrambling for his ground. With the straight drive coming back towards the stumps. Anderson working away, bowls and Carey rises up into the midriff, falls away to the sides. No run, so he's providing moments of discomfort. So when you go around your grounds, Athers, are there absolutely distinct characteristics?
Not so much, you wouldn't say. The Oval and Old Trafford generally would be our quickest pitches with most carry and bounce.
Carey's on 9. Anderson into him. He's just fending the ball that rises up into the ribs down on the leg side.
Headingley was always a paradise for seamers, really, but often the overhead conditions there can dictate. Trent Bridge has become a swing bowler's ground, but was always flat when I played there. So they go through their changes, I suppose. Pitches change, grounds change. Trent Bridge, they seem to suggest that as it was built up and became more of an enclosed ground, the atmospherics changed a bit.
100th over of the innings. 268 on the board. Anderson bowls and it's left outside the off stump.
From what you've seen, Buck, here, what do you think would register as a par score? What score would both sides be reasonably happy with, do you think?
I mean, England, anything under 300, I think, particularly losing the toss. But Australia, I think that with the way some of these balls misbehave, especially from Anderson over the wicket.
Anderson bowls and Carey runs the ball out to point no run.
350, really.
That is the end of the over. 5 for 268 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Have you reserved your seats for the next Adelaide Strikers game yet?
Because this summer's biggest hits are at the Adelaide Oval.
Kids tickets from $10, plus fireworks in the sky.
Move! For tickets and next match details, go to AdelaideStrikers.com.au.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years, so they designed the Fortuner with a powerful turbo diesel engine, stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to get you through tough conditions in comfort. Test drive the Toyota Fortuner at your local Toyota dealer.
It's 28 degrees in Sydney. SEN Test cricket for Henley. Everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. 100 overs in. Usman Khawaja's on 68. Alex Carey is on 9. Has Joe Root been tossed the ball here, Athens? Or has he grabbed the ball?
He is. He's about to have a do, replacing Jack Leach. He often underbowls himself, in my view, as captain, actually. It's not always the easiest thing to get it right, to know how much to bowl yourself when you're captain, but he's underestimated at times.
So he's given himself a slip as the only attacking fielder. Sort of deep cover as protection. Khawaja is forward and defending.
I think I prefer this matchup for England than the ball turning into Khawaja.
Yeah.
He's around the wickets. Root bowls. Khawaja drives. And he'll get the single to the right of Stokes at mid-off to progress to 69.
I guess if Stokes can't bowl in Hobart, it's a matchup they might be seeing a bit more of. They might only play Root as a spinner.
Root without much hesitation in bowls to Carey. It's an inside edge onto the pad, balloons away. There's nobody there.
He's always good for the over 8, Joe. That's the main thing.
Keep things moving along. Australia take some runs from him and make him earn it. Carey stands, he drives in the air, straight down the ground. 1 bounce, 2, it reaches the rope for 4. Alex Carey lashes out at the opposition captain. He's 13, and Australia progresses to 5 for 273 for Bundaberg Gingerbread.
He's got a long on, but mid-off is up.
Good, safe, strong, straight hitting. Root back in, Carey across the ground, straight back to the bowler. Root shies it into the gloves of Butler. Do it all over again.
If that was me, actors, I'd have that the other way around. I'd have mid-off back and mid-on in.
Reverse sweeping Carey won't beat what became the backward square as it's knocked down by Wood. And a dot to finish the over. 5 for 273. Henley Everyday Advantage. We don't hide our prices.
Winning the Ashes is hard. You need to perform at your best. Day in, day out. It's the same with your super. If you're with Host Plus, you're with a top-performing super fund over the long term. Having a top performer on your side, that's a plus. Host Plus. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Mate Scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Khawaja 69, Carey 13. Lynch is actually switching ends. So he's come to the Paddington ends, which is why Root bowled the previous over. 18 overs, 2 maidens, none for 51 as he'll resume.
I don't think that's a bad move, just to see if there's any difference. You never know if there's a bit more turn or a bit more uneven bounce.
It's got fielders deep square of the wicket, a deep backward square, a deep points, and long on. Pushed back. Jack Lynch. The change of ends. Around the wicket he bowls. Khawaja drives him through the covers. It was over-pitched. It was given the treatment. And he will go all the way to the boundary. Beautiful bat stroke from Usman Khawaja. He's 73 and he's got his groove on.
Well, that's a bit of a captain killer there. Leach has got a leg slip, 2 mid-wickets, and he'd have a deep man on the leg side boundary. So 5 on the leg side, 4 in the off, and he's just floated up a half volley outside off stump.
These have the potential to be big moments for Australia. 277 on the board. Khawaja defends. Big moments for Bendix Breaks. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix Breaks.
He's going to have to bowl a pretty tight line here. He's probably almost aiming to hit middle and leg. There's not a lot of margin for error. And then if he gets his length wrong, he'll probably turn towards a square leg umpire.
Reach to Khawaja, drives again through cover, straight through the fielder who got something on it as it trickles out into the deep as a result. They have a couple as Anderson arrives in the vicinity. 5 for 279.
Yeah, questionable tactics here from England. I'm not... They seem to have a plan, but Leach doesn't seem to be able to bowl to it. It almost can't be scored off the offside with the way the field is set up, or that's what Root's asking him not to be scored on the offside.
Slip, leg slip. Leach bowls, Khawaja again drives and he beats the dive and extra cover for another boundary. It's help yourself, and Khawaja is filling up on Jack Leach. He's 79.
Wowee, that's just very, very poor bowling. He just can't afford to land the ball outside the off stump with this field, and he's done it 3 times in this over, Leach.
Any pressure that England were trying to build has just evaporated.
I just don't understand this round the wicket tactic.
Khawaja stands and defends.
I mean, that's just a dart then. He's under pressure. He doesn't know what to do, so he throws in a quicker, flatter one. Just not giving it any air to float outside off stump.
10 from the over. It's the last ball of it. And Leach is going to change the angles. What's he doing? He's pushed the leg slip out to a short fine leg. He's got a deep backward square on the rope. Khawaja stands and defends and takes another run. 11 from the over. Khawaja to 80. Highly questionable all round. The mate scoreboard is ticking. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
Looking for an exciting trip away this summer? You'll be spoiled for choice in Mildura. Enjoy a night under the stars, a show at the theatre, or check out the live music scene. So what are you waiting for? Start your journey with us online at visitmildura.com.au and get planning.
Throughout the summer, whatever occasion you have, at Powell's, we've got you covered. Over 200 gins, 300 beers, 500 whiskies and 2,000 wines. Come into Powell's. The team are ready to help. Powell's, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
Twin spin. We've been talking about the old days at the SCG. The ball is 22 overs old and Root and Leach are in operation. Khawaja is 80. Carey's 13. 5 for 284. Khawaja turns the first ball of the over away from the stumps, out to mid-wicket and advances to 81. Henley, SEN Test cricket for Henley. Everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. Just fine back. Root bowls, it's defended to the offside, no run.
Yeah, imagine being on 81, there's 102 overs gone, and you're facing Root and Leach.
So Stokes is injured and can't bowl. That plays a small role in it. Carey across the line, sloped straight up in the air, and it will be caught. Bairstow makes the ground behind the bowler, slides in and takes the catch, and Alex Carey has chucked it away. Root gets the wicket. 6 for 285. He's gone for 13.
Well, it's a questionable shot in the end. It's just no need to do it. There's absolutely no scoreboard pressure. He's tried to slog sweep one, drag it from outside off stump, and it's actually caught a foot mark and popped up in the air, and he's got a top edge, and Johnny Bairstow from mid-wicket has run round to a mid-on and taken a very good catch over his head. But that, I mean, you'd kick yourself if you're Alex Carey. There was just easy runs to be had. Just hit the ball on the ground, really, and get down the other end. I wonder what the conversation was between Khawaja and Carey at the end of that last over, because, I mean, Leach had just gone for 11 runs, hadn't he? So, even, you face a maiden, you're still on top, really.
The reception for Pat Cummins, the new batsman for Bundaberg Gingerbread. He's in his home tests for the first time as captain. And he joins Usman Khawaja, who's dictating the pace of play on 81. I don't know why you wouldn't just come inside Khawaja and just run with him. He's making the pace, he's on the charge towards a century. Feed him the strike, knock it around. I mean, you don't want to belt Root out of the attack. He'd love 10 overs of this spin.
Yeah, it's clearly not a technical issue, it's just a mindset. I mean, trying to slog that across, or a slog sweep across the line, I mean, that's always risk with that shot. It doesn't matter, even if it's the best surface or not, but, I mean, that's pitched in the foot marks as well, which hasn't helped Carey.
And here's a Bendix Breaks, big moment. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix Breaks. Khawaja has the strike. They cross. So Root bowls and he's upright defending.
I'll tell you what, there was... that's going to give Nathan Lyon it's a big target really there that he can hit.
It puffed, didn't it, as it pitched? Root bowls and Khawaja defends back down the pitch.
It is outside off stump, so the England batters you'd expect would be able to leave that, but that foot mark's only going to get more pronounced as the match goes along.
The This was a long session. Australia with the potential to make hay, but that wicket plays a role in just reining them in. Root a successful over. Last ball over. Khawaja is back, cutting from the stumps, and he'll get another boundary. He races to 85. And there's a milestone in the offing. 6 for 289 as Hutto comes in. The mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
G'day, I'm Damien Fleming. Ready to smash your career out of the park? Get the experts at MEGT on board. MEGT is Australia's largest and only national apprenticeship network provider, with apprenticeship completion rates above the national average. If you're transitioning from school or you're a business owner, hit your employment goals for 6 with MEGT. Start building a solid partnership with your local apprenticeship experts. Visit meg.com.au or call 13 63 48.
It was a good catch by Bairstow. Afternoon, Buck.
Hello, Hutto. Was a very good catch.
6 for 289, 5, 11. And it's just how many more are you going to get off the next over? And then all of a sudden he self-destructs. But as you said, there's a big puff of smoke coming out of the pitch. And he's perished for 13 carry. And it just gives England a tiny chance here to rein Australia in. It looked like it was galloping away quickly on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
And it's not too often you almost get to have a net out in the middle of a test match, and that was one of the times. So for you to just knock that into the offside, take a single, back to you, Woozy, and we'll just keep ticking it over that way.
Pat Cummins' position at number 8 is under threat from Mitchell Starc. So he'll be looking to contribute here. And a team sense first. Wood with pace, full. Missed time drive by Carey, but he got it safely to mid-on. It's still 6 for 289. This session for Dial Before You Dig. Stay safe, search Dial Before You Dig every time.
I do have a better answer to why the SCG doesn't spin as much now. I don't know if you were listening to the conversation before.
Yeah, I heard most of it.
But it was dug up around 15 years ago.
What about to bowl? Cummins gets a short one, he slips inside.
The pitches in Australia use a clay soil, which doesn't really crumble. But the SCG was famous for its woolly clay soil, so it was a different kind of soil. So ever since it has been dug up, it's almost been a completely different pitch.
It gets to the end of his mark. Turns now, charging in. Cummins, 2 slips, gully, short. It seems to be the way of this over so far, but it hasn't really worried Cummins too much. It goes through to the keeper. So is it still the same soil as it was?
No, it's a different kind of soil. Right. So, I mean, the groundsmen are always trying things, whether it's a different type of grass or whatever, but...
There's been an ongoing saga in Melbourne, obviously, hasn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
And the question has been asked before about why don't you just go and get soil from somewhere else and bring it in, like get it from Perth and bring it to Melbourne if that's what you're after, but it's obviously not as simple as that.
Yeah, no, exactly.
I'm quite sure why it's not, but apparently it's not. Wood and Cummins doesn't need to play at that one either. A little fuller, but still outside the off stump.
It's a good carry, that, though. That's Butler taking that well above his head. I imagine the Australian bowlers are going to be quite a handful on this.
Yeah.
Just because it seems the bounce is inconsistent. I think the SCG at different times over the last 10 years has copped a little bit of criticism for the pitches. I remember in 13-14, Darren Lehman was openly critical about the pitch.
To Cummins, that's a better one. Maybe, if you're being kind, he played inside the line, but it went past the outside edge of the bat nonetheless and through to the keeper. Novak Djokovic's federal court bid to overturn this morning's decision will be heard at 4 p.m. So we should have an answer on Novak soon enough this afternoon. Replays of the Drummond Golf's Boxing Day sale. There's been a bit to look back on so far today. Some interesting dismissals, not the least of which Alex Carey a couple of overs ago. Wood bowls and Cummins again shoulders arms through to the keeper. So a maiden from Wood, negotiated by Cummins, 6 for 289 at the SCG. So Khawaja will have strike at the start of this over. He has motored along. He's the one who has been productive of late, as the particularly took the Jack Leach. So I suspect there'll be a bowling change.
Just fascinating Khawaja's, and just because he was dropped on 28, I think he was. What does that do to his career now if he'd been caught there? And it was a pretty easy catch. But he was dropped, and now he's 85 not out, and you'd say it's more likelihood he is going to go on and get a century.
But there's no catch. The Snapple. So visit snapple.com.au. Khawaja is 85. Joe Root's going to continue after getting that wicket, and he's turned away in front of square for 1, 6 for 290. And Cummins on strike. Would you think that's the right thing to do? Keep Root on here? I know he's just got a wicket, or would you bring his strike bowlers back with notionally Australia into the tail?
I just think they're
a bowler down. Obviously.
Yeah, they're a bowler down. If they go all in and it doesn't come off, then they're highly exposed. So maybe just keep going with Root. See if he can do anything more, particular to Khawaja. We saw that one ball that got Carey, that actually misbehaved out of one of the footmarks. So you just never know. You probably keep going with him for a little bit.
Taking his time to adjust the field here. Slip and a leg slip for the England captain, the off spinner. Bowling to his opposite number from wide of the crease around the wicket. He's defended with the full face, pressing forward by the tall Cummins. Six for 290. Root steps up again. Cummins back on the stumps. Pitch well outside the leg stump. And a big threat to him there as he played it back quietly on the on. Root again. Further outside leg. Whipped away by Cummins, but he can't beat Wood, who moves smartly to his left behind square.
And Root did get Cummins, I believe, the first test caught at leg slip.
Yeah, he's been handy. He's picked up wickets almost every time he's bowled in this series. Yeah, he doesn't need to play a shot to the next one, thrusting the pad forward. One for
Adelaide.
1 for 29 in Brisbane, 1 for 72, and 2 for 27 in Adelaide. And 2 for 30 at Milan, took 2 for 33 as well. So the part-timers got amongst the wickets. Cummins defends this one back to the bowler. The over is negotiated at 6 for 290.
Toyota's been driving off-road in Australia for over 50 years. So when designing the Fortuner, they built it with a powerful turbo diesel engine to get you through the toughest conditions. And even gave it a stylish interior and 7 spacious seats to keep you comfy whether you're off-road or on one. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota!
Mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. It's 6 for 290 Australia. Khawaja 14 runs away from another century. A 9th test century he is coveting. But he has Wood bowling short. That leapt up, but he's controlled the short ball well. On his toes that time he played it into the vacant area at mid-wicket and walks a single to go to 87. So Cummins to take strike once more. Taps away. Wood. Unleashes another bounce. He hasn't quite got the direction of these short balls right to really worry Cummins. Still 6 for 291.
What has been so impressive by Khawaja, though, is just he fought hard early, but almost in the later stage of his innings, just the touch he's been able to use to get off strike. Just manoeuvre the ball into gaps, open the face, or close it when he's needed to. And it just makes him very hard to bowl to, because you never feel like you can build enough balls on him to work out a plan. And he looks completely untrusted.
Yeah, it does. Good delivery, too good for Pat Cummins. Again, he got the bat inside the line as it turned out, but he had no idea.
I think that would have been too good for anyone, really. Hutto, that was a beautiful leg cutter. Probably just slightly back of the length and bounced. You're doing well to get an edge to that.
Almost a bit of classic Dennis Lilly leg cutter. At a slightly quicker clip than what Dennis was delivering them in the latter part of his career.
I think we'll see a few of those from Pat Cummins later.
Yeah. Wood. A tearaway still. Cummins short. And again, he gets his body inside the line of that one, swaying. And lets it go thumping into the gloves of Josh Butler. Afternoon to Damien Fleming.
Hello.
Flem?
Bucky, how are you, boys?
Hi, Flem.
What do you reckon, Flem? How much have they got to knock them over for England to stay in the match?
Oh, gee, I tell you what, I've been talking about the pitch just misbehaving a little bit. The first innings runs are just premium, aren't they? They wouldn't want to be chasing any more than 350 first innings.
Sun shining. What terrific delivery, targeting just outside that off stump. And Cummins has no real idea how to defend here. Wood, though, unable to either hit the stumps or the outside edge. That must be frustrating as a bowler, Flem.
But just pace, it's going to happen, isn't it? You can see Cummins, he just can't get used to the pace and the variable bounce in this pitch.
Pearl from Port Macquarie's not happy with Chris Rogers talking up Khawaja's century, which is imminent. Don't be the mock, please, back. He's walking away. He doesn't want to add anything. Last ball of the over. Can Wood hit the stumps or the outside edge? No, he can't. His shorter stuff hasn't been as good. Down the leg side, a wasted one. End of the over, 6 for 291. All our numbers for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. Either way, Buck. Defend yourself.
Oh, no, it said Wood had bowled 20 overs, so I put my stimpers up, but of course he bowled that extra one ball at the end of Ben Stokes' over, so.
That is confusing.
Yeah, no, if he got out now, it would definitely be my fault.
Yeah.
But my brother used to say that. He said every time he turned on the radio to listen, I would get out, so. You know, it was always his fault.
Yeah, 0433 98 11 16. Tell us that whatever the sport, if I do this, then this will happen. Because it happened once, so it's going to happen every time. Sometimes, though, when you're barracking for a team, Flem, whatever the sport, you do feel like you've got to turn it off or walk away or something because it's just too painful, isn't it?
It's happened a bit. It's mozzied, I think, Stephen Smith today.
Mozzie season, perhaps. Or it's going to continue. Khawaja on 80-70. Just checked his drive that time as it dropped on a good length and he played away from his body, but he played it pretty well. Cummins still yet to score through 16 balls, getting a workover from Wood at the other end. Khawaja is facing route from wide of the crease. Again, he's happy to defend, and it's still 6 for 291. Joe Root operating in the sunshine of the MCG. At the SCG, and his state's wrong there. He's defended again by Khawaja to cover.
He's looked more likely than Leach to get a wicket, hasn't he?
Yeah, he
Joe
has.
Root?
Bowls again, more air, and he's driven handsomely by Khawaja out to deep cover. Just the one on offer for him, though. There's a sweeper and broad out there, and it's 6 for 292.
He's eating up the part-timers today, Usman.
Yes. Well, that's just smart cricket, isn't it, really? Question for you here from Fleming from Mario at Maslin Beach about Alex Carey, which I'll pose to you in a moment. Root bowls to the right hander, well wide of the leg stump, through to the keeper. Alex Carey needs to have a chat with Gilly. He needs to show a lot more intent from the start of each innings, Mario. That's a comment, but you might get your response at the start of the next over, given the spinner is operating at the moment. Although he is adjusting his field here, Joe Root, pushing out an extra man behind square. There's a leg slip, so it's well stocked on the leg side. If Cummins wants to take him on, he's looking for a single. He can't beat mid-wicket. And it's 6 for 292. The mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. England looking to snaffle another catch, another wicket if they can. Visit snaffle.com.au. And our eyes on Usman Khawaja for our Bingley Player of the Day. Bingley, grab a deal today. What do you think, Flem? How are you assessing the way Carey's going about his batting?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. You don't want to get compared to Adam Gilchrist, isn't it? Like, he's a once-in-a-lifetime player, and he got out trying to be attacking. It looked like a BBL shot, and it stuck in the pitch, and that's the problem. Well, the beauty of Test match cricket is the pitches aren't as flat as T20 pitches, so you've got to get your shot selection absolutely superb. But I think he looked all right at the start of the innings, to be honest. It's his inability to go on and push past 50 that's been the main problem.
So Khawaja is facing the music at the moment. He's on 88. Wood pounding in. He's pulled away. Caressed. Oh, yes! Go for 4. For a moment, it looked as if the fielder behind square was going to get around. Exquisite timing from Usman Khawaja, who is closing in on a century at the SCG. He's 92.
Sublime. Well, geez, he's so good, isn't he? When he's pulling and hooking the ball and just a swivel, no problems whatsoever. The crowd's going nuts. They want Uzi's 100.
What a magnificent shot. At one end, Pat Cummins was struggling to lay bat on ball. Khawaja is waiting and playing late and playing strongly down a deep backward point, but Hamid is there for the back cut. And he keeps the scoring to 1, so we will see this duel between paceman to paceman, Wood and Cummins. Once again, it's 6 for 297.
I just think Wood's got to try and attack the stumps. He's been uncomfortable, Cummins, when it's been a full delivery, but they've been passing over the stumps.
Because he's got 12 minutes before tea to pick up the 3 figures. 7 runs required. Wood in his 21st over. Tea break for Bundaberg Gingerbeer, not far away. Gets his shot at Cummins. It's full, it is at the stumps, and twisted the bat at Pat Cummins, but thankfully for Pat, it went more front on than anything, and he kept it out. Mark from Vermont Flem says, if I have 3 legs of the quaddie and my wife walks in just before the last, I might as well burn the ticket. Biggest jinx ever. Toffee from Cheltenham says, when I was younger, every time I bought a Hawks badge before a game of a player, they would do a hammy. Happened about 4 times in a row over 10 years or so. The old curse or the jinx. Wood. Bowls just outside the off stump, angling in, but not enough to threaten the off stump, so Cummins let it go. All your feedback for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Alex says, I listened to 2 gold medals in the pool this year at the Olympics on the radio, went into lunch and watched on TV, and we choked and lost a gold medal we should have won. I'd never watched a race after that, only listened from there on in.
Yep, it's amazing, isn't it, the Mozzie? But I'm not saying anything in regards to Uzi.
Okay, fair enough. Wood to Cummins. Full head of steam, it's a bouncer. It was a better directed short ball than we saw before, but Cummins picked it up pretty well at 143.3 and again slipped his head inside the line. On this day, 2018, Usman Khawaja scored a test century against England. 171 he made. What an innings that was. Now he gets the chance to reprise it. 6-2, 9-7. Last ball of Woods over. Cummins again is defending grimly, but he's doing the job. He survived 22 balls without loss of his wicket. 6-2, 9-7. Mate scoreboard, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
There's nothing like the freedom of four-wheel driving. Hi, I'm Aaron from Go 4x4, and we know that every vehicle has a story to tell. So we take pride in thinking outside the box. We're the go-to four-wheel drive outlet for quality accessories, comprehensive diesel service, performance and diagnostics. And we specialise setting up your four-wheel drive and always go the extra mile to ensure your vehicle is maintained to the highest standards. Feel the freedom with Go 4x4. Check go4x4.com.au.
Joe Root is going to continue at the SCG. 6-2, 97 on the mate scoreboard. He's bowling to Khawaja on 93 and he's happy to defend a ball that jumped off a good length. Back to the bowler.
Big spell from the English captain.
Yes. Into his sixth over. Khawaja on 93. Root with 1 for 17. And he's driving more expansively. Straight out to deep cover and Stuart Broad who's patrolling there. And there's just the one run, so Khawaja goes to 94. Cummins is yet to score. The men out since the luncheon interval. Steve Smith caught Butler bowled Wood for 67. Cameron Green caught Crawley bowled Broad for 5. And Carey caught Bairstow bowled Root for 13. Wickets falling at 232, 242 and 285. Root to Cummins, and he plays quietly long on. He'll get himself a single, which is welcomed by the crowd because Uzi's back on strike.
Always a good feeling, though, Huddo, for Captain Cummins getting off the duck.
Yes, it's taken 23 balls on the 24th. He has himself a single.
TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can grab yourself a free Makita brushless blower when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18-volt ×2 brushless lawnmower kit. Hurry, limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit makita.com.au for details. Makita, rule the outdoors.
In a hurry? We've got you covered at Solitaire Volkswagen with Service Express. You still get the same quality service that you'd expect, but at pit crew speed. In and out in 1 hour at no extra cost. Visit solitairevolkswagen.com.au for more details. DL 65541.
There are issues with your bathroom grout. Up to it. And you need someone to sort it out. Up to it. Stop leaking showers and balconies without removing tiles. Visit negasealed.com.au.
No one likes a messy office. Hygiene standards start to slip, so keeping your office clean is getting harder. Make the move across to Laurenex Cleaning. From office buildings to shopping centres, Laurenex Cleaning will deliver higher standards for you and your customers. Office cleaning, high-rise window cleans, preventative infection control, garden maintenance and much more. Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australian workplaces super clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety for your office. Google them today.
You haven't seen garage doors like this before. Smarter, quieter, safer, beautifully refined custom finishes with endless possibilities. 4D Doors. Garage doors redefined. Discover more at 4ddoors.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
And he stumps, he whips it away, he beats the field, he punches the air down low. It's the feel-good moment we all needed. The most popular of centuries from Usman Khawaja. What about that one?
He's taken the most of it. He's batted beautifully. That's a magnificent 100, Usman Khawaja.
The Zebra, the Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
SEN Test Cricket, the Host Plus, that's a plus, and is so often the case. Anthony Hudson has put it perfectly. It's the feel-good moment we all needed. Adam Collins with you, Bharat Sundaresan with me.
And that's precisely what it was. It was a thigh-slapping moment too for Khawaja. The photographs will make for wonderful looking at tomorrow in the newspapers and all the rest of it. What a joyous experience. From the moment he walked out last night, under some pressure, it must be said, at 3 for 117, advancing Australia to 6 for 321 on the mate scoreboard. Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Khawaja has been quite outstanding.
Yeah, they had that moment on television everywhere where his partner and his kid just went up, but it wasn't just them, Caller. At that moment, the entire SCG went up with them. Everyone could feel the same joy that she was feeling for her husband, her partner out there. Like Hado said, a very popular century. And, there was this moment in the nets a couple of days ago at the SCG, Caller. David Warner was playing on this pretty tough pitch in the nets, and he was really struggling, and he spent 50 minutes, and Usman Khawaja was just walking in. And David Warner said, mate, if you want to come into this, just come into this. If you want to have a grind. If you're looking for confidence, don't come in. And Usman Khawaja almost looked at him and said, man, I don't need confidence. And because that's the kind of summer he's had already, scoring runs without fuss, and he scored this 100 without any fuss.
Yeah, and he was most unlucky not to get picked for the first test at Brisbane on the weight of runs he scored for Queensland. Overlooked, I suppose, for Travis Head, but also Marcus Harris. There was probably a world where he opened the batting in that first test match. It wasn't to be, but he seemed to take it all in his stride, and I think that's a feature of the public commentary we've seen this year. And to be honest, it's not always been the way with Khawaja. From time to time, he's been quite a prickly character with the media, in interviews and all the rest of it, but he seems perfectly at peace at where he is with his cricket career right now, age 35. As Mike Atherton put yesterday, he's probably on his last way around now. However this ends will be the end for him, whether it's for another couple of years or maybe even indeed if he doesn't get another chance. But it's that sense that he now feels completely at peace with his story in cricket.
Yeah, the last Shield game that he played was at the Karen Rolton Oval, where it was built up as this bat-off between him and Travis Head. And if you remember, he's been saying throughout that, mate, I'm not thinking about my test return. I'm just scoring runs and winning matches for Queensland. And he enforced the follow-on where he could have easily given himself another chance to bat there. Travis Head makes 100, and I remember the media was there asking him about that whole bat-off and how it's ended for him, at the end of that game. And he said, I'm still saying the same thing. I'm not too fussed about, making that test return. And just that innings he played that last day, they needed not too many runs, 70 or 80.
Yes.
Came there and breezed his way to this beautiful half century.
Which immediately followed Travis Head making a barnstorming 100 as well.
Absolutely, right? Yeah. And he, like you said, he's at such peace with himself, and you just speak to him. And the one thing he'll always say when I've heard people tell him, his former teammates, mate, how are you so relaxed? He's like, it's just in the outer, man. I'm as nervous as I always have been inside.
Well, it didn't look at the way that he played today. We've got loads of texts coming in. The text for Tyre Power, big holiday sale 0433 98 11 16. Here's one. Just so happy for Khawaja. Has to be in the best 7 bats for Australia now. That's the good problem that Australia now has, not only next week at Hobart, but through the winter tours to Pakistan, Sri Lanka and India, which is exactly what he wanted coming out of this, making the case for himself over the winter.
I mean, if we thought this was romantic, Colo, just imagine what it will be like if he does something similar, or even if he just walks out to bat in a test match in Pakistan. It'll be his life just, completely following that up. It'll be a great moment for Australian cricket and test cricket if and when Australia return there. And especially if he's part of that playing 11, it'll be something else.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that that's not something that he spoke about a lot when he started his test career 11 years ago. Remarkable that it's 11 years since he walked out those gates for the first time against England. But now he's quite happy to talk about his heritage, his background, where that sits with him. And yes, I mean, I'm sure he'll be quite open with the world about what it'll mean if he does get on that plane to Pakistan.
Oh, yeah. And, like you said, in the last couple of years, he started speaking a lot about more representation for Asian origin Australians, and especially those from the subcontinent who moved here, and there are plenty doing the rounds these days. So he's been pretty outspoken on that, and it will mean a lot to not just those who moved here from Pakistan, but for those who moved here from India and Sri Lanka and others playing junior cricket, playing great cricket around the country.
Thank you, Bharat, Sundaresan. This has been the Bundaberg Ginger Beer Tea Break, the great Australian brew. When we resume, Australia will be 6 for 321. Usman Khawaja, 102.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians.
Here's the latest in women's sport thanks to MEGT. Team up with an apprentice or trainee by talking to MEGT today.
In the WNBL, the Boomers edged the Flames 83-77, while the Bendigo Spirit fell to the UC Capitals in Canberra, and the Southside Flyers just got home 86-81 over the Fire. While in the Women's A-League, Melbourne City thrashed Melbourne Victory in the local derby, running out 5-1 winners, which sees them sitting second on the league table, ahead of the Victory in third, with Adelaide United back in seventh. And in women's state cricket, the teams enjoyed a well-earned break, with the next round of games to be played January 6th and 7th.
That's the latest in women's sport, proudly brought to you by MEGT, your local apprenticeship experts. Need an apprentice or trainee? Call them now on 136963.
SEN's looking back at incredible summer Snapples, brought to you by Snapple. One subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Remember when Nathan Lyon reeled in this hanger at Adelaide Oval to remove Moeen Ali?
Chip takes it. That is a blinder from Nathan Lyon. And again, it's another game changer for Australia.
SEN Summer Snapples. Thanks to Snapple. One subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe to Snapple today at snapple.com.au.
Sport brings inspiration.
It's a draw, and we're back again next week.
And jubilation.
That winning feeling returns to Australian cricket.
Across every town and city, sport is the glue of our local community. And SEN is there with you. Listen anywhere, anytime on the SEN app. The latest news articles, podcasts, live sport, and more. Download the SEN app today.
Didn't get the gift you wanted? Don't miss the Drummond Golf Boxing Day sale with great savings store-wide. You can save $460 on the Tour Edge HL3 12-piece graphite package with titanium driver, now just $839. TaylorMade V3 Soft Golf Balls 12-pack, just $22, save $17.95. Need a buggy? Get a Triumph Outset buggy for just $198, save $101.95. But hurry, the Drummond Golf Boxing Day sale ends soon.
Papa, when we go see the twins, can we go down to the lake?
Only if Kate's with you, or Mum and I are there too.
Aww.
What are you sighing about?
I can swim.
I know you can. You're a very good swimmer. But are you forgetting the 5?
How can I forget the 5? You make me say it 10 times a day.
Slight exaggeration.
Fence the ball, shut the gate, teach your kids to swim, it's great. Supervise, watch your mate, and learn how to resuscitate.
Supervise, half-bass, supervise. I'm Laurie Lawrence. Kids alive.
Do the 5!
SEN's coverage of the Australian Open is served up by Kia. All the big matches, winners and excitement, SEN and Kia will be there. The all-new Kia Sportage SUV has been unleashed. The Australian Open on SEN. Powered by Kia. Movement that inspires.
There's nothing like the freedom of four-wheel driving. Hi, I'm Aaron from Go 4x4, and we know that every vehicle has a story to tell. So we take pride in thinking outside the box. We're the go-to four-wheel drive outlet for quality accessories, comprehensive diesel service, performance and diagnostics. And we specialise setting up your four-wheel drive and always go the extra mile to ensure your vehicle is maintained to the highest standards. Feel the freedom with Go 4x4. Check go4x4.com.au.
SENSA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
The Ashes on SEN for Toyota Fortune, empowered with the freedom to move, and Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. The third session for Suncorp, building a more resilient Queensland. That's the Suncorp spirit.
Great spirit and atmosphere around the SCG. Everyone just soaking in the sunshine and the moment they witnessed before tea when Usman Khawaja raised his bat for his 9th Test century. He will resume on 102 not out from 202 balls. Pat Cummins alongside him is 15 from 34. Pat Cummins helping himself to a few boundaries off the part-timer amongst all that drama before the tea break. 6 for 3-2-1. And it's SEN Test Plus, SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus, and welcome those joining us for the first time on new relays across the country joining. And we might go to Sydney as to get a weather update for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. Peter Lalor is with us in the commentary box. I'm not sure what your weather forecasting's like, Pete, but it's such a ghastly forecast when we came into the test match, and we had the interruptions yesterday and a bit this morning. It's been pretty good today, mostly. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello. Well, it might be a little bit above my pay scale, but the sun is out. There's blue sky. We're going to have a full session here. We're going to have a lot of cricket. Australia are going to get a big lead, and I reckon with about 40 minutes to go, Pat Cummins is going to say, "Let me at him. Come on, let's get out of here and let's have a bowl." Fantastic watching Usman Khawaja make a century at what really is his home ground. It's in his old neighbourhood. It's where he started playing state cricket. It's where he made his debut. It's where he made 171 last time. And as Bharat says, doesn't it set the scene for Pakistan?
It does.
Because I reckon Usman Khawaja will be in that team for Pakistan.
Yeah.
One way or another.
It makes you, I said before too, it makes you sort of wonder whether he should be in the team anyway. But we can talk more about that because players are about to resume the final session for Suncorp. That's the Suncorp spirit. Cummins has strike. Broad has the kookaburra. Has the figures of 3 for 60. And Cummins back on his stumps and plays the most glorious cover drive. Cop that, Broad.
The traditional warm-up ball from the English bowlers. Gentle pace up in the slot, like you give the kids at Milo cricket. 4 runs.
It was met with a full face by Pat Cummins, who's defending his position at number 8 under serious threat from Mitchell Starc. Quite nicely here. Got his front foot forward and dispatched it away to the boundary. 6 for 325 now. Lauren leading scoreboard. Broad Cummins waits for that, strikes him on the pad. Broad thinks it's out. It is. LBW. Pat Cummins is going to review immediately.
To be umpiring director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. Going to start with the front foot, please.
Well, he's gone upstairs pretty quick on that, which suggests to me that did he get a nick on it? Because
Yeah,
it
maybe.
looked plumb.
It did. So, yeah, he did seem convinced, didn't he?
Okay, that's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on spin vision, thank you?
Upstairs for the TAC drive safely these holidays.
Roll it through, roll it through. Okay, ball's close to the bat there. So we get the onside hotspot, please.
I don't think that's in the bat, Hudson.
No, I think it's just leg side. If it is the only
Roll it
thing that might
through,
save him.
roll it through. Okay, there's nothing there on the bat at all, no mark. Can we go through to RTS when it's available, thank you?
Even by Stuart Broad standards.
Okay, just roll a rock and roll past so it goes past the bat. I've got on the left-hand screen, I can't see a bat at the moment, actually, Gavin. Unfortunately, I don't know if you can fix that up. Thank you.
Nothing on Sicko.
No, it's not looking very good for Pat Cummins here. So it's clipping at best.
Given
It's
out,
hit on the knee roll.
Umpire's call will be in his
Just
favour.
waiting, you guys.
For the TAC, drive safely these
Okay,
holidays.
just roll it through, roll it through. Okay, there's nothing, just roll it right through. Okay, nothing, the bat hits the pads. There's no bat involved. So we go through to ball tracking when it's available, please.
Oh my goodness. To hear that
Go in
sound
there, Rod.
from
Pitching goes off, impact in line. Wiggins is missing. I have to get you to change your decision to not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. Signal now.
So the review is retained by Australia. And Pat Cummins remains.
Wouldn't have been there if we'd had our way, Hutto. We gave him out.
Well, yeah, you did. I sort of said it might be going outside, but you no, it did. It did. I would have thought with the umpire, that might have been umpire's call, but alas for England. I mean, it pitched outside the off stump. Looking at the replay, it has moved appreciably off the pitch. Stuart Broad, he was ready to celebrate, and then he thought, I better have a cursory look around for the umpire to make that appeal, but with the affirmative, but not so from the third umpire. So for the TAC, drive safely these holidays, it goes in Australia's favour. So back to 6 wickets down. Broad Fuller, and he's driven again, not with the same firmness, but placed it wide of Wood at mid-off. can't get a run.
Now, this is, I mean, it looked like they probably will bowl Australia out in this session, but and there has been a lot of rain, but this has been a long time again for the England bowlers, on and off the field, into their work, out of their work, starting again, Stokes down. The batters are going to start heavy in their legs again, aren't they, Hudson? It's going to be that same old situation late in the day when you really don't want to bat. You're going to be asked to. At least the light will be good tonight in Sydney. Much better than it's been the first 2 days of the cricket.
Yeah, it'll be a touch of Melbourne again, though, won't it?
Yeah, for sure.
Broad to Cummins, and he accidentally hits it for 4. He was trying to withdraw the bat. He initially was going to play a full wide one, and then he tried to pull away and followed him, and it's gone down through the cordon for another boundary. He's second of the over, and he's up to 23, Pat Cummins.
Well, when your name's Pat Cummins, your life's like that. You just have a bat dangling in front of his stumps with no real intent, and the ball goes for 4. The guy's got the world at his feet, asking him what he wants.
Yes, perfect Pat, he seems to be. Beat with us for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Cummins 23, it's 6 for 329. Broad line just outside the off stump. Can't induce him to play at that one. Under the gloves of Butler.
And you know, the curator here has left this wicket very dry underneath because the prevailing circumstances are quite wet, and was worried about how much moisture we get into it as the game progresses. But these afternoons like this where the sun's coming out, and it's already got cracks on day 2, this will be quite interesting test for the batters later as the game goes on.
Broad on the approach. Oh, it's turned to leg. He covered his stumps well in the end, and he can't get a run. It's 6 for 329 at the end of the over on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
From AFL to NRL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
The road can be a little frightening sometimes. Conquer your road fears in the new Volkswagen Tiguan with Travel Assist. Test drive the new Volkswagen Tiguan now at Sthalekar Volkswagen, Hawthorne and Medindi, DL 65541.
Yeah, some of those overhead, the flying fox shots from above the pitch, Pete, gives you a chance to see some of those cracks underneath that those of you that have seen it, those of the experts that have seen it have referred to underneath the grass. So it will be interesting to see how it plays initially for England, but then as the test progresses.
Yeah, I think with the new ball and after a bit of a roll, it's going to be very difficult work for the English openers.
Khawaja 102. Jack Leach is going to continue. They're a man down, of course, with Stokes unable to bowl. Just the one slip in place. Leach steps up over the wicket, right back in his crease, defending it, even though it was well outside the off stump.
I see the official word from England is that Stokes has got stiffness. That's an extraordinary thing to come off in the middle of an over with stiffness, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, strain more likely, I'd say. Huddo?
Yeah. At least they've said there's something wrong. Australia actually said there was nothing wrong with Josh Hazlewood. He's missed the next 3 test matches. As Leach's next ball is turned around the corner by Khawaja. It will be interesting to see what Nathan Lyon does get out of the pitch when he bowls as compared to Jack Leach. It's in the future. Leach bowls and strikes him on the pad. It looked as if Usman was going to turn it away. For a moment, Leach was animated and then realised he was unlikely to pick up an LB from that position. Just seeing the replay of the drop catch early on from Jack Leach of Khawaja when he was on 28, the deflection off Butler to Root as, again, just squared up a bit defending. It came off the thick outside edge that time, square on the offside. And he gets a run. Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today, 6 for 330.
That was the 16th catch that England have put down in this series. Huddo, Australia, I think, have put down 5, and probably doesn't include some that they didn't go for.
Yeah, it's a telling number, isn't it? And trying to find reasons for one team's dominance over another, that's certainly in the mix. Leach bowls, and it's popped up in the air. Short leg would have gobbled that up, but there's no one there, so Cummins survives again. He's still 23.
We've got 3 men back on the boundary for Cummins, who will probably want to go aerial at some point.
He took to Milan before tee. It's been sedate so far, and there's an invitation to drive. He does it all along the ground, up to long off, gets himself a run into the over. Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning, 6 for 331.
G'day, Glenn McGrath here. The Ashes are well and truly underway, and so no matter where you are or who you go for, you can help the thousands of families experiencing breast cancer by purchasing your very own virtual pink seat. You can buy one for yourself, for you and your mate, or for your entire family. Visit pigtest.com.au, buy your virtual pink seat, and help us make this the pinkest Ashes ever. Oh, and P.S. I've got mine.
Pete, I know you've got a statement for us to read out from the Sydney Sixers, which I'll get you to do in a moment as the new over is about to start. Also want to pose a question from one of our listeners regarding that spot, what this century does for Usman Khawaja in terms of potentially taking the place of Marcus Harris. Let's watch the first ball of the new over, though, from Broad. Frustrated by the events of the last over. He bowls a good one, but Cummins is over the top and guides it square of the wicket. What news have you?
Yes, this is confirming what I tweeted earlier. 4 members of the Sydney Sixers touring party have tested positive to COVID-19 after undergoing a PCR test in the last 48 hours. They're isolating from the rest of the group. No further information regarding the 4 members will be provided. All other members of the touring party have returned negative results following PCR tests in the last 24 hours. As an aside, I'm told they're expecting more. All members of the touring party have been undertaking daily tests. The Sixers will continue to Coffs Harbour tomorrow for Sunday night's fixture, so that's the important bit of information. They will play the Perth Scorchers.
Okay, Broad strikes Cummins on the body. That one followed him a little, a short ball, and it went away on the offside. The net continues to close, doesn't it? It's dodging bullets left, right and centre.
Yes, and there are people starting to express concerns for the players who are enduring this kind of frantic, anxious existence. Dashing around the country, and and some of them are actually concerned because they've actually got sick people at home. It's not that they're worried about themselves, but they are persisting. But I think I wonder how much more of it they can endure and the competition can endure.
Broad bowls a bouncer, and it goes butting into the gloves of Butler as Cummins got underneath it. It seems like that the mantra is just to keep going, isn't it? No matter what.
And I, for one, really like that attitude. I think you've just got to keep trying to do your best and continue life as normal and sport as normal. And they're providing great entertainment to people in the evening who sit on their couch and want to watch the Big Bash.
Right now, our eyes in the middle of the SCG on a big day for Usman Khawaja. He's on 103. Broad bowling to Cummins, a thick inside edge, lower portion of the bat as he looked for an expansive drive through the offside. Miscue, but along the ground. 4 dots here in this over.
Well, you think the only thing that can save England from being beaten in this test match now, Hutto, is weather, or somehow that pitch becoming benign. And you're saying those shots that you're seeing are suggesting that it won't become like that. And we're seeing balls keep up and down, aren't we?
Yeah, there's just been enough, hasn't there, to give an indication about what might be to come. Sun shining for now. Oh, that's an awkward one. It jumps up on Cummins with their glove. I think so. You can hear the shouts. Rob Tucker, unresponsive. It was the best of the bounces delivered so far from Broad.
By director, we have a play review for caught behind. Regional decisions not out. Can start with the front foot, please.
We go to our commentators up in the referee's box, Hutto.
Yes. Big moments for Bendix breaks, the best known breaks. That's Bendix.
It's a fair delivery.
Let's roll forward. Keep it going. Okay, it's a fair delivery. Can we go on to front on spin vision, please? Okay, just rock and roll that, please.
So close.
Okay, can we go through to hotspot, please?
Top of the
That
backhand.
ball has passed in the sort of gully between the glove and the arm guard, the lower arm guard, but whether it's actually connected or
no
not.
hotspot, so can we go through to RTS if it's available, please?
Hotspot, RTS.
Okay. Somebody on RTS?
If anything, it's the top of
Roll
the handle.
through,
I
roll
reckon.
through.
Just clip the rubber
Okay,
through
just
there.
go back,
but-
please.
Yeah, looks like he's out.
Roll through. Okay, there's a spike. There's a spike in the next frame as it's gone past the glove. So it's, just roll it backwards and forwards, please. Roll it forward. Spike comes just after the glove. Frame after, which is still in the right frame. So you need to go back to the on-field umpire. That's conclusive evidence the ball has hit the glove. Go back to the on-field umpire, please. Ron, I need to get you to change the decision to out. You're on screen now. Make your signal.
So Cummins has to go. He's given out. I'm not sure Rob Tucker was hearing all of that. He seemed a bit perplexed by the comings and goings, but he did get the message that Broad has got the top, either the glove or the top of the handle of Pat Cummins, and he's out for 24. It was the faintest of touches, but we just saw enough on the DRS. Broad has 4 for 68. He has the figures, and Pat Cummins has got to go for 24. And Australia now 7 for 331. And the score, Pete, is just low enough that if England could clean up the rest, it hasn't completely got away from them.
Yeah, I know, but I'm looking at that. I mean, Pat Cummins isn't a top order batsman, but that delivery is a really good bouncer. It's really hurried him up there. There's still a bit of life in this wicket. No, I don't think Pat Cummins will be too happy about this innings winding up anytime soon. At 330, 350 is a significant innings. I mean, have England passed 250 on this tour?
They haven't looked like it, really, have they?
No, not really. I was wondering maybe if we combined all their innings.
So Mitchell Starc with an overall average of 23.15, but returning of late to some of his best form. Made 36 in Brisbane off 64, 39 not out in Adelaide, and then 19 in the second innings when he was dismissed, and another 24 not out as Australia got late runs in Melbourne. 117 runs at 58.5 in this series. So far, Pete, one of 4 Aussies coming into this test match that was up over the 50s.
And he's, I think he's ranked number 4 in the all-rounders
That's
list
right.
for the ICC, ahead of Ben Stokes.
Yeah, he's 5 now. Stokes is 6.
Oh, 5, is he?
Overtook him after Melbourne.
Colours numbers for Robot Building Supplies. Robot's got it. So, 3 wickets on offer. Broad could get a big haul here. Starc not interested in the first that goes past the outside of his bat, outside the off stump. And that should be the end of the over. It is. 7 for 331.
Didn't get the gift you wanted? Don't miss the Drummond Golf Boxing Day sale with great savings store-wide. You can save $460 on the Tour Edge HL3 12-piece graphite package with titanium driver, now just $839. TaylorMade V3 Soft Golf Balls 12-pack, just $22, save $17.95. Need a buggy? Get a Triumph Outset buggy for just $198, save $101.95. But hurry, the Drummond Golf Boxing Day sale ends soon.
Mike Atherton about to join us. With Australia 7 for 331. It's all for Host Plus, that's a plus. Khawaja on strike at 103. Leach steps up over the wicket and Khawaja 40. Defended in the air about mid-pitch back before it hit the turf. Well short of Leach. Afternoon, Mike.
Good afternoon. That was a great bouncer, wasn't it, to Pat Cummins?
Ripper. Rearing delivery. It's too good for Cummins. Leach bowls and Khawaja drives with that mesmerising timing again. He picks the gap. It won't go for 4. Bairstow hairs off after it and keeps the scoring to 2. 105. A terrific century from Usman Khawaja at this
Yeah, on the point of tee, there was just an echo, wasn't there, of that Steve Waugh moment. I know it was nothing quite like it for the final ball of the day, but just beating the ticking clock to get it before the tea break, there was an echo of that Steve Waugh moment. An amazing roar from the crowd.
Leach again. Khawaja defends, leg splayed. It's back down the pitch. Yeah, what you said, any chance to mention that Steve Waugh moment and Richard Dawson bowling to him, we all do. But
yeah, what a moment that was.
Wasn't it?
Blimey.
Seven for 333. Leach to Khawaja. It's short, and he rolls his wrist over it and whacks it away for 4. Or no. Salesman just comes out of the area that I couldn't see from down here in Melbourne.
I think it's Don Bess actually down in front of the old members' pavilion there.
He just left me hanging for an extra second or two. Thanks for that. Minor victory to the Poms. 7 for 335. Khawaja got 2 instead of 4. Leach is at him. Fuller and again at the leg stump, and just turned quietly that time by Khawaja into the gap for 1 more. So we didn't get the chance to talk about it before with Pete, but from a neutral point of view, Khawaja's claims to stay in this team versus Marcus Harris, do you think, going forward?
Oof, well, that is a really good question, isn't it? You know, I'd forgotten actually. I was looking back through Khawaja's career. I'd forgotten his last Test match. I know it had been a while since he played, but I'd forgotten that it was the Ben Stokes game at Headingley, which is some time ago.
Yes. Pete did disappear, but he is coming back to join us for that conversation. Last ball of the over, Leach bowls, and Stark just prods it out to the cover. We'll take a short break. Back in a moment. SEN Test Cricket for Laurenex Cleaning. We'll do Laurenex Cleaning today.
I remember as a boy tagging along with my mum for the weekly shop. It was exciting because if I behaved, once we got to the local grocers, I'd be able to get a Nippy's flavoured milk. Now, as a dad myself, I can share that joy with my own kids. They love the juices.
This summer, quench your thirst with Nippy's fresh juices. Proudly South Australian. Farm grown, family made. Picked by our families for yours for over 50 years. Tree to table. That's Nippy's.
Delicious!
To fall since tea, Pat Cummins with a score of 331. Caught Butler bowled Broad. Broad's 4th wicket. Where'd you go, Pete?
I was dismissed. Michael Atherton told me to leave the box. When Mike tells you to leave, you leave.
That is not true. I came in and Pete left like a shot, as if he just couldn't face being in the same vicinity as a palm up here in the commentary
That's
box.
not an accurate representation at all, but anyway, we'll move on from that moment. I'm here again.
They do shower these days, don't they, Pete?
I put that to the young English generation. They'd never heard that slight before about their hygiene.
Stuart Broad over the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja. 2 slips. No gully. It's a deepish point in the cordon. Flicked down to fine leg by Khawaja for a single.
I mentioned the unbelievable cheer for Khawaja on the point of tee. He's obviously left to go to Queensland now, but I'm right in assuming that there was no, ill feeling or bad blood, and he's still a very popular player here at the SCG, judging by the reaction that he got when he came out to bat for the first time, and then on that 100 moment, you'd think so.
Wouldn't happen in Aussie rules, Mike, if you left your hometown and came back, but he has come back with the national side.
Yeah,
slightly.
Stark takes strike now. Broad, full, at the leg stump. Yes, says Khawaja. A leg bye was on offer. Stark a little slow to respond, just trying to work it all out, but he got there.
I just think that there's a lot of empathy, sympathy for Khawaja as a person. He's a very likeable, inoffensive character, grown up in the game, conducted himself well, probably should have played more tests, been a little bit hard done by. If he was a Victorian, he'd be a cult figure.
Took me that deep on the leg, as it's a defensive shot by Khawaja to Broad.
I love watching that. Watching that all day.
He's a lovely player, isn't he?
He's beautiful. Just calm. Looks like he belongs in Test match cricket. I mean, hasn't played Test for some time, but walks out there, slips into the groove.
Just mentioned that the last one was the Ben Stokes game at Headingley.
Jared and I had convinced ourselves that he should be the person to open it together. Like, who are you going to want opening for Australia when Broad and Anderson have got the ball? We've got Usman Khawaja, captain of Queensland.
Broad bowls, and it's a Broad bat that is offered back in defence. He scored 122 runs in that Ashes series at 20.33. He was caught behind 5 times in that series. It was a bit of a revolving door for Australia at the top of the order, wasn't it?
It was, and in a way he paid a price for David Warner's poor form too, because that puts pressure on the other batters in the order, doesn't it? And they decided to persist with Warner, hoping he would come good.
Big moments today for Bendix Breaks, manufacturing in Australia since 1955. Broad bowls and a sedate defensive shot back by Khawaja.
So the question you posed is, does he replace Marcus Harris at the top of the order? And the question really is about Harris, not Khawaja, isn't it? Because Khawaja's come in to head. And so the question more so is about, does Harris deserve to keep his place as an opener from what you've seen in the series so far, in the conditions against the attack? How has he done? And then you move from there, I think. Does he deserve replacing?
Well, he's done his job in these last 2 Test matches, hasn't he? But Broad bowls, and Khawaja is composed as he defends again. Into the over, 7 for 338. Host plus, that's a plus.
This radio station endorses the commercial radio codes of practice, which have been registered by the Australian Broadcasting Authority. The codes relate to taste and decency, accuracy and fairness in news and current affairs, advertising, Australian music content, and complaints handling. Copies of the codes are available by contacting this radio station or Commercial Radio Australia on 02 9281 6577. If you feel a code of practice has been breached and you wish to register a complaint, your complaint should be made in writing. See the complaints section at sen.com.au.
Our experts for Anaconda, play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Stark still yet to score, Khawaja 109. Well, Stark go after Leach. 7 for 338 at the SCG. Leach bowls, it's full and it's driven calmly to long on. Takes the single that was there, he's off the mark, he's won. What do you think, Pete?
Well, I don't think you do that at this stage. I think Harris is just starting to find his feet. I don't think he's as good a batter as Usman Khawaja, but I think he's a longer-term prospect and they need to bed down that opening position. I think there's another question you could ask too, though.
I'll wait with bated breath for that. Yes, Khawaja, he's looking to drive, and he does, but he picks out Bairstow in the cover, so there's no run.
But we know the answer to this question anyway, because the selectors have showed their hand. They showed their hand by choosing Harris first. But I think he's a better batter than Head, too. For all that Head's done in this series, Usman Khawaja, I'd still feel better about sitting him there.
Khawaja dances this time, but doesn't go for a full-blooded drive. Happy to play it up the pitch. Yeah, it's a good question.
What would you do, Mr. Atherton?
He's just going to pause with mouth open as Leach has turned around the corner for 1, and Khawaja's 110 now.
So Australia's next tour is Pakistan, isn't it?
Yeah.
How do you evaluate how they might play in the conditions against spin? Who's regarded as the better player of spin, Khawaja or Head? I'm asking questions rather than answering them, really. But this is a very tricky one. A guy comes in for COVID, a guy who's scored the fastest Ashes 100 or second fastest Ashes 100 at the Gabba, good performance at Adelaide and an Ashes winning side. Khawaja comes in, gets the 100.
But you really think there's no Head not to come back next test?
No, I think probably Head would come back.
Yeah, I think so.
What have you made 200?
Well, it's a bit like Boland. Boland would have been left out, wouldn't he? Had Hazelwood been fit, for example, for this game.
Exactly, yeah.
Stark's had a good look around. The field well spread on the leg side. I wonder if Australia have a time in mind here or a score.
Oh, to have these problems is really what I'm saying. I wish England had some of these selection issues, whether to drop a guy who's just made 100 and take a 6 for 7.
Well, England haven't had a batsman make 100 or a bowler pick up 5 wickets yet in the series. Leach steps up and bowls, and Stark just works it around the corner, out to deep mid-wicket for 1, and that is the end of the over. Colo's going to come in and join the conversation. It's 7 for 3, 4-1 for Host Plus. That's a plus, or is there one more ball? There's one more ball to go. You're all sticking the finger up at me. The right one. Field adjustment for Khawaja. Plenty of suggestions coming in off the SMS. Drop green, open with care is another suggestion. Lovely drive, another one to add to the catalogue of the day for Khawaja as Hamid hairs after it from backward point, and they get 2 more. Khawaja is 112. Colo's coming in after this at 7 for 343.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck, watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
Hi, Shane Heal here. Catch every game of the NBL live on ESPN with KO, with the return of NBA superstar Matthew Dellavedova. There's also NBA stars in the making with Osman Dieng and Kai Soto. The NBL is here. Watch every game live on ESPN with KO.
Continue with Australia at 7 for 343. Khawaja's 112. Stark is 2 new to the crease. Broad striving for a 5-wicket haul in Australia. At a ground where he hasn't had much success over the journey, but he's bowled nicely throughout the 2 days. Can they finish Australia off in a timely enough fashion? He can have 2 slips of gully. Let's call it a backward point as well. Broadly catching into the crease and delivers here. Stark squared up and spits out towards cover, no run.
I think the selector's life will be made a little easier for themselves when we get to Pakistan, we being Australia here, Michael, because I just don't think that everybody will want to go. Everybody that's in this 11, I don't think will actually sign up for that tour.
And they'll pull out on security grounds, you think? Or what?
Yep, I think so.
I don't think I've really heard that moot, Pete, until you've said it now. Usually they defer to the security personnel at CA. Here's Broad delivering to Stark, who leaves alone on length. Good delivery, coming back off the seam, taken by Butler on the way up. So you think there'll be players who, CA will issue their recommendation and they'll of course satisfy the Australian Cricketers Association and tick those boxes. But you think even beyond that there'll be players who might say, not this one for me?
Oh, well, the players are sitting back hoping that CA make the decision. The ones who don't want to go are hoping that CA make the decision for them. But it looks to me like CA will make the decision we're going. Everything feels like this to us on. I don't feel like they're faking it. But I know a number of players are concerned about it going to Pakistan.
Broad bowls and Stark drives down the ground. Shot of the session so far. A classical off drive. He moves to 6. Australia 7 for 347.
My, that was a good shot from Mitchell Stark. It is so good to have these top-class bowlers who can bat a bit. Cummins, Stark, they get useful runs and usually get them quickly and add a bit of pain at the end of a long and tiring day. For England, root down a bowler, of course. Stokes can't bowl, so he's having to flog these seamers. And it's painful when Cummins and Stark get going.
It prompts a field change. Deep backward square goes out. Broad bowls and Stark through the gate nearly. Just over the top of the off stump. There's an appeal for what looks to be caught behind. And Broad goes up to his captain, Root.
Deserved a wicket. It was a beautiful wicket.
And he does go upstairs. I suspect, Mike, that he's going upstairs thinking, well, maybe there was a little and maybe it's hit him just on the flap of the pad and it might be, I think we've got a review, we may as well use it stage. Time will tell.
It was a beautiful ball. It jagged back off the pitch and was a lovely length. And you wondered, first of all, how it didn't bowl Mitchell Stark, who was looking to drive straight again. But there's just a bit too much bounce.
Okay. Right, so the back flat that we referred to second looks like it's in the frame. very much in the frame because he's a long way back in his crease. Your first thoughts, Athens?
Well, if it has hit that back flat, it's a bad replay, first of all, because what you need is a bit more depth to get a sense of the height and the line.
Gut feel?
Gut feel, back flat, going over.
Pete, gut feel?
Out is my gut feel, but it is a very... If that's touched the pad, it's out, isn't it?
How tall is Mitchell Stark?
Quite.
Very tall.
Thank you.
6'5", back flat of the pad.
Okay, yeah, go to the pad. Thank you. So we go through to ball tracking when it's available, please.
Must be
The
hard.
voice of umpire Wilson, the third umpire.
Well, Tucker will be hoping he got this one right, because there'll be 3 wrong and 3 overs just about, won't it?
Well, the key thing here is that the umpire's call is not out, so even if it's just clipping, it's going to stay not out. You'd think back flat here it would be going over the top.
So we're still waiting to see whether it's touched the inside edge on the way through. We're going back and forth and back and forth. Even though umpire Wilson
missed the bat.
It's missed the bat. I don't know why they're looking at this.
Well, they've had about 20 looks at the replay.
Just turn the DRS into a...
Ball tracking coming up now.
You can see off stump. Here we go. So ball tracking. It's a couple of reds to start, and it is umpire's call.
You can stay with your original
Mitchell
decision,
Stark
right?
will survive. It's hitting the off bail. And a fair bit of the off bail as well, but not enough. Not out is confirmed. Australia remains 7 for 347. Stuart Broad does not collect his 5th wicket at the SCG.
It's hitting about as much as the stumps as Milan and Bairstow's at Melbourne. But the not out call is the key.
Just the way they
stays with the on-field umpire. And fair enough. You've got to think as an umpire that's going over the top.
Well, even the way that took them a long time to get to that decision. I stand by what I originally said. I think in Root's case, well, maybe there was a feather. It did carry through. Yeah. Or maybe it was the flap. It was the latter. Not to be. England lose their review. They've still got 2. Australia have got 3 for what it's worth. Broad goes again to the crease and delivers, and Stark's on the pull. Doesn't get much of it. 2 out for that stroke. The squarer of the 2 does the fielding. Stark moves to 7. Australia 7 for 348.
Been a terrific performance from Broad today. Second new ball after lunch. Excellent spell from him. 4 wickets, hunting a 5th. Just a note that he'll be passing under the door of everybody in the English press box tonight to say I'm still around. Don't forget.
You can be sure of one thing. Stuart Broad will do the press conference tonight.
There'll be a press conference. There'll be a column in the Mail on Sunday.
He's extremely good at that, isn't he? He knows exactly what to say.
He gives good copy.
How to frame it. We all benefit from that. Broad to finish is over. Delivering to Khawaja, who goes back and defends into the onside. No run. 118 overs gone on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Khawaja 112. Stark 7. Australia 7 for 348.
Doing a bit of painting? Monarch Rollers make your job easier by pairing the nap length with your project. Walls and ceilings, exterior doors and trims, anything. Monarch Painting Tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists, monarchpainting.com.au.
Hi, Shane Heal here. Catch every game of the NBL live on ESPN with KO, with a return of NBA superstar Matthew Dellavedova. There's also NBA stars in the making with Osman Dieng and Kai Soto. The NBL is here. Watch every game live on ESPN with KO.
Pete Lawler leaves us in the expert chair. He's replaced by Simon Katich for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's price speak guarantee. Simon Katich, you'll be a very happy man after what Usman Khawaja's been able to achieve. Your old opening partner here at the SCG today. A stellar effort and not done yet. It's going to be Leach to continue at some stage. They're tweaking the field. Deep mid-wicket, long on. The 2 men out with Stark on strike. A short leg, a slip, and a couple of men around the corner behind square. In fact, Leach is going to go over the wicket now to Stark to try and open up that angle. Ram weekend and sets off now. Leach on the way. Stark off the outside edge, pass slip down towards the road. Root will have some work to do. They should get back for a third. Khawaja gets through comfortably. So Stark into double figures. Australia passing 350, 7 for 351 to be precise.
Yeah, magnificent knock from Khawaja. Very, very proud of the way he's gone about it.
I think, given the circumstances, being out of the Test team for a number of years now, I think since the 2019 Ashes, to come back in and play the way he has, particularly with the way the wickets played today and the way he's navigated this second new ball. Stuart Broad has bowled magnificently today, and he's weathered the storm and got a magnificent 100.
Backward point goes straight out. Leach bowls to Khawaja, who lunges forward in defence. I want to sort of explore an idea with you, Simon, and Ath as well. When Khawaja became the senior player in this team and Warner and Smith were suspended for 12 months, didn't really take the opportunity. Had he have done so? It may very well be he who's captain at this stage of the cycle, given his age and seniority. Here's Leach bowling and Khawaja driving through the offside. Does he beat deep point? Hasiba Mead cuts it off at the last. They come back for a second. Khawaja 114, 7 for 253 the score.
Yeah, it's a very good point because he's captained Queensland with a plum. I've lost track of how many Sheffield Shields they've won in the last couple of years, I think. I think they've definitely won at least one under his watch.
Yeah, it might be
potentially.
Yeah. I think they got one at the start when he first got there. Yeah, he was overseas in South Africa when they won the title in 17-18. Here's Leach to Khawaja, reverse sweeping and getting it behind point. Didn't get all of it, but down towards the deep third rope it goes. Root again on the pursuit. They get back for a third, a productive over this. They're going after Leach, 7 for 356. Khawaja 117. He's now beyond 3,000 test runs as well.
Kat, you obviously know him much better than me. I don't really know Osman at all, but he looks a very laid-back character. Is that how he is to bat with?
Very much so. I played with him when he was at the same grade club at Randwick Petersham when he was a 17-year-old. And he opened the batting there, and he always looked like a natural opener. Batted time, prepared to bide his time and build a big innings. And when he came into the New South Wales team, he opened as well, but we did also have a number of other openers, so he moved around a little bit in the order.
Leach around the wicket to Stark, who's happy to push out into the offside off the front foot, no run.
But it's no coincidence when he has opened for Australia, and I think he's done it on about 7 occasions, Colo. He averages mid-90s. And he got a magnificent 140-odd against South Africa in the pink ball test in Adelaide. I think in 2016?
Yeah, his masterpiece, 2018.
Yeah.
That's two big hundreds opening the batting. To end the over here, Starks forward again in defence. We'll pick up that conversation on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Khawaja's 117, Starks 10, Australia 7 for 356.
This radio station endorses the commercial radio codes of practice, which have been registered by the Australian Broadcasting Authority. The codes relate to taste and decency, accuracy and fairness in news and current affairs, advertising, Australian music content, and complaints handling. Copies of the codes are available by contacting this radio station or Commercial Radio Australia on 02 9281 6577. If you feel a code of practice has been breached and you wish to register a complaint, your complaint should be made in writing. See the complaints section at sen.com.au.
Test Cricket, the host plus, that's a plus. Adam Collins with you, Simon Katich and Mike Atherton with me, our experts for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Broad to Khawaja again, who's there on 117. Paddington End. Yeah, the 2 centuries that Khawaja made opening, the second of those, the 140 in the desert at Dubai. Here's Broad bowling to Khawaja, who drives. Drives nicely. It's an on drive. He checked the stroke but timed it well enough to get just about to the rope. Mark Wood and James Anderson have done a lot of work at the bowling crease. They have to chase after it. They rotate for a third. Khawaja 120, Australia 7 for 359. He didn't open when he came back home. He went back down the list to number 3. Marcus Harris got his opportunity. With the benefit of hindsight, if he makes that opening spot his own then, there is a big opportunity for him, but it just doesn't quite play out that way. And when Labuschagne batted so well in England, he became the man who kind of had to go. Maybe it would have been Warner if they knew how it was going to proceed, but remember that they had to make that call, as Mike pointed out, after the Headingley test, and Warner made a half century in the first innings there, his only contribution of the series. Broad bowls, and swinging is Stark over cover. Just lobs up in the air and pitches, and Hamid does the fielding. They get back for 2. Starks 12. The board's ticking quickly now, 7 for 361.
Yeah, I think it's going to create an interesting selection dilemma for the Australian selectors, because I just think when Khawaja's test record is in the 40s and Harris is in the early 20s, it's just
chalk and cheese. And this 100, it's not like it's been an easy 100 where he's picked them off after all the damage has been done. He's done it when Australia needed him most. And yes, the series is over, but ultimately there's still pressure on this test match. There's been a bit on offer for the bowlers today. Stuart Broad has been excellent, and he's gotten through that second new ball. And I think it's been the way that he's done it too. It's been a commanding 100. Apart from the one chance of Jack Leach, he's hardly put a foot wrong. And he's been really composed, and I just think he's in a really good place with his cricket at the moment.
Deep point goes out. Broad away from us towards Stark. Over the wicket, Stark plays conventionally off the front foot, defending to cover.
And for Queensland, where does he bat when he's captain of Queensland?
4.
Bats right in the middle order. Okay.
Which is, in a way, it's very selfless, because he could have put himself in front of the team and thought, well, there's an opening spot up for grabs, I can open, but there's a couple of young kids up there opening, and he's given them the opportunity. Young Street, who made the 100 against the Lions recently, and Joe Burns, who's obviously played Test cricket before. So he's let that eventuate, I guess, and put himself as captain behind those two.
So Broad's going to go around the wicket now to Stark, delivers, and Stark leaves alone on length.
It's not that common for players to move state to state still here. I know it's probably a bit more common than it was, but when you moved from here to Queensland, it was just what, in search of greater opportunity or just a change of scene? How did that play out?
From memory, I think his final season here at New South Wales, there was a few issues here, and I think most of it was off field, from what I can gather. And there was a number of players that left. He wasn't the only one. Phil Hughes left as well, and that is almost unheard of in New South Wales cricket.
Broad again to Stark, who takes this off his hip into the onside. There's 2 out on the leg side ropes. They think about a second, but Woods sprints around for a mid-on and keeps it to 1. Stark's 13, 7 for 362 the score.
It's one thing New South Wales has always prided itself on is producing young, talented players and giving them opportunities when they're young and talented and trying to progress their careers. And both Khawaja and Hughes, to lose them to other states was a massive kick in the guts for New South Wales at the time. And I think he's proven that he went for the right reasons and made the break, and his career certainly has prospered up there, and his leadership has been excellent up there.
Last ball of Broad's over. 3 out to Khawaja over the wicket, and Khawaja driving out to deep point. Gets himself a single, retains the strike. Khawaja 121, Stark 13. On the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard, Google Laurenex Cleaning today, Australia 7 for 363.
We've all dreamed of snaffling the big one. The Ashes winning catch, a goal after the siren, or a Snaffle wallet. Subscribe to Snaffle and get the stuff you want today and pay tomorrow. Snaffle a winning deal with all the best brands like Apple, Samsung, Smeg, and more. Don't wait, Snaffle it now. Snaffle, 1 subscription, 1 wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe today at snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores, Proprietary Limited, Australian Credit Licence 393023.
SEN Test Cricket, the Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians, with Adam Collins, Michael Atherton and Simon Katich in the commentary position. Paddington end of the Sydney Cricket Ground, James Anderson just changing his boots between overs. We've seen a little bit of that from the England bowlers through the course of a couple of days. Broad's got up the race. He's finished his spell, so he's done for now. And it's going to be Joe Root taking over from the Randwick end. So we're into that phase of the day when they're just trying to shake it up and see what happens. Shuffle the pack. Root's bowled 6 overs and taken 1 for 25, getting Alex Carey to play a sweep shot that he'd like to take back down to top edge just before tea. Now bowling at Khawaja on 1-2-1. Bit off up. Khawaja pushing straight to that man, no run. Mike, you love your cricket photography as well. You've written a lot about photos from the game across the decades. And there'll be some lovely photos today with Khawaja's celebration. Root delivers here and Khawaja pushes out towards the sweeper at deep point. Takes 122.
They were rather lost on me, though. What were those celebrations?
He was slapping his knees.
I know they were, but what did it mean?
I was going to try and work that out with Kat.
I've got no idea.
That'll be the photo, won't it? Him slapping his knees will be the photo tomorrow morning.
I was just thinking it was him just being a jutz bag or whatever he's doing.
He looked up to the sky as he was passing Ben Stokes. Stokes was clapping, of course. Here is Root delivering to Mitchell Stark, who leans on the front foot and pushes to cover. No run there. Jack Leach does the fielding.
It's a great moment of theatre, though. Boy, there was a roar when he got that 100.
Oh, he's a crowd favourite here.
Yeah, you could tell that.
Yeah. Massive support.
All the way back to the start. Here's Root to Stark, who again pushes the cover.
Talking of cricket photography, did you see the one Phil Brown got of Broad getting Warner yesterday?
No.
He kind of got them as they crossed, with Warner departing, obviously, throwing his bat in the air, and Broad with his arms outstretched celebrating. It was a fantastic shot.
Here's Root and Stark taking this off his hip, getting it fine enough for runs. There's at least 2. Anderson in pursuit, just dragging it in. There'll be 3 as well. Khawaja wants every single run that's available now. Stark up to 16. Australia 7 for 367 with 1 ball to come in this over.
I've seen too many balls just disturb the surface lately, but there were 1 or 2 earlier in the day, weren't there? Just going back to that decision, you were absolutely right, Simon, about batting first. It's proven to be the right call.
Root to finish his over. Khawaja in defence. We've got an answer on what the celebration was all about coming from the back of the box. I'll leave you in suspense. Australia on the Lower Next Cleaning scoreboard. Google Lower Next Cleaning today, 7 for 367.
The Hungry Jacks NBL season is taking it next level.
Catch Sunday Hoops this Sunday between the Illawarra Hawks and Melbourne United.
Don't miss a minute of the action with tip-off at 1 p.m. from Wheat Entertainment Centre.
Watch Sunday Hoops live and free on 10 Peach, 10 Play and KO Freebies.
Frozen underneath. NBL 22, next level.
3 of us aren't basketball fans because we've received a torrent of text messages, I suppose that's the collective term for that, telling us at once that it's LeBron James celebration called the Silencer to cap a brilliant moment. That's something that he does on the court. So in homage to the great LeBron James, Usman Khawaja today. Of course, we made a 50 here a few years ago. He did the dab celebration.
Yeah.
And all hell broke loose.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was, again, I wasn't quite in touch with that either, but it didn't go over too well. And since then, a lot of sportsmen around the world partake in that, but he was an early adapter, perhaps. Here's Anderson. He's going to go around the wicket, starting his spell. He's taken 1 for 48. Bowling here to Stark. Couple of slips. Stark works him out through cover. Hamid does the fielding for the umpteenth time today. Stark up to 17. 7 for 368 the score.
And just going back to his career and where it sort of, I guess, went off the rails a bit in that 2019 series, that you could argue that his away record is obviously inferior to his home record here, but if you compared that to David Warner's, it's not too dissimilar. David Warner's got a magnificent record here in Australia, but he's had a number of tours away from Australia, where it's India, England in that 2019 series. So you could argue that Khawaja at times has been treated harshly by the Australian selectors and unfairly.
Yeah, 2 centuries away from home, 7 in Australia. Khawaja facing up to Anderson here around the wicket, finds the inside part of his bat, trying to drive out through cover. It ends up at mid-on, no run. So his average away from home is 24, but that doesn't build in the test at neutral venues in the UAE, which skews it somewhat. Of course, that's where he made his 141 back in 2018, opening the batting that we referred to before. It's you're right, though. Warner averaging 33 away, a much bigger sample size, of course. Warner was given lots of latitude, whereas Khawaja, for example, in Bangladesh, 2017, 1 test and out. Gone, yeah. Anderson again around the wicket, in at Khawaja, wide of the crease. Khawaja goes back, rides the bounce and defends the cover.
Why do you reckon more left-handers look more elegant than right-handers? Not every left-hander, obviously, with you sat here, Simon.
I was waiting for that.
It's true,
is that
though.
1 all for pitching default? And 19 dismissals?
It's true, isn't it? Something about left-handers that they're just, the best of them look more elegant. I don't know why that is.
Particularly David Gower when he was trying to catch you 75 runs behind you at the SCG.
Anderson bowls to Khawaja, who gets a single through mid-wicket. Times it well. There's a sweeper at deep backward square, racing around to make sure there isn't a second run. I think that's Jack Leach it is. So Khawaja advances to 1-2-3. Australia 7 for 369. Have you got a working theory, Af?
No, I don't. But just remember, as a boy, you know, many left-handers, even left-handed golfers, somebody like, yonks ago, Bob Charles, who had a beautiful flowing swing Fluid swing. Lovely to watch. Don't know what it is. Something about left-handers.
Anderson gets a chance at Stark. Big point in protection, but Stark comes forward in defence. Got a text in here from Brendan, who says, given that Khawaja is prone to these other celebrations from other sports, is cricket ready for a shoey? Now, Alf, you might not be across that.
What is a shoey?
That's your Formula One Daniel Ricciardo celebration. When he wins a race, he takes his boot off and sculls from it.
They did it in the World Cup, didn't they? Because isn't
Yes.
Marcus Stoinis mates with Ricciardo?
Yes, he is. They did do some of that in the T20 dressing room when they won the trophy in October.
Lovely.
Is Jimmy Anderson away from us to finish his set. Bowls to Stark, who are in defence again, off the back foot towards backward point. End of the 122nd over on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Khawaja 123, Stark 17, Australia 7 for 369.
The all-new Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. Know the beauty of having a wild one with an all-new turbocharged engine. Bred to be fearless with a strikingly sculpted exterior, soft touch leather interior, and a kingdom worth of Kia boot space. Unleash the beast, explore the beauty with the redesigned Kia Sportage. For more info, visit kia.com.au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Khawaja and Stark have put on 38 in 49 balls. As we drift a little bit, I'll do as Hutto might do. Text in 0433 98 11 16. What are your favourite celebrations from other sports that Usman Khawaja could mimic the next time he makes 100 for Australia? Here is Joe Root bowling to Khawaja, leaning forward and tucking just in front of square. Getting a single to start the new over. He's on 124, Australia 7 for 370.
They've become increasingly outlandish, though, haven't they, the celebrations? Gone are the days where you just raise your bat to the crowd and maybe shake the hand of the guy at the other end. Those are long gone. I don't know when it changed. Certainly in England, I reckon Kevin Peterson started that trend.
Moved it up a notch. Here's Root bowling to Stark, who's happy to defend again. We haven't really seen him take the long handle as yet. I mean, I suppose with bowler celebrations too, you go back to the 70s and there wasn't a lot of fanfare. It's a relatively modern phenomenon. Players really going for it upon taking a wicket. Here's Root bowling to Stark, who again defends to cover, but this time finds a gap, deep point. He's 18, 7 for 371.
If you watch the footage, the old footage of when Jim Laker took 10 and 9 in the game, he basically just hitched up his trousers every time he got a wicket, and that was it. That's all he did.
They're one of two games I was going to cite, 56 at Old Trafford and 1968 at the Oval, when England miraculously win a test match that they never should have got on the final day. And Derek Underwood barely celebrating. Here's Root bowling and pulling his Khawaja out through backward square. That's a boundary. A convincing one at that. Oh, he's batting beautifully. He's 128, Australia 7 for 375. Foxtel 4K4's Foxtel for the love of cricket.
He's picking up length so quickly, and that pull shot there just swiveled, got it backward of square leg, and the outfield did the rest. It's only just short enough.
So Khawaja really piling on the pain now for England. Another day in the dirt. Down the ground he goes for the easiest of singles. 129, Khawaja 7 for 376, Australia.
And what will they be thinking tonight? Bat the day and come tomorrow, or?
There's still an hour and a half left. I can see Mitchell Stark trying to tee them up soon. Pretend he's on the 15th.
Yeah.
Stark's turn at Root. Will he go for it? He doesn't. He's happy to defend back to the bowler. We're going to have a change in commentary with Jerry taking over. Kat, you'll stay. Atherton and I will make way on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Khawaja's 129, Stark's 18, and Australia a 7 for 376.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. 7 for 376, Gerard Whateley, and inelegant left-hander Simon Katich in the expert's chair as Jimmy Anderson begins the new over and Khawaja is in behind it. Hello to you, Kat.
Good afternoon, Gerard. that was payback for an earlier drive at Athens this morning with the 19 scalps against Pigeon McGrath.
I did love it. He put himself in on radio and then you used it against him so artfully on television. You have learnt the art of commentary well, Cats.
Yes.
It has been riveting listening over the past hour or so. Turned away the leg is Anderson by Khawaja. Yeah, the fitter is out deep on the rope, so he's able to walk a single. He's 130. So Hutto's description of the feel-good moment we all needed was quite beautiful for the times, but the longer this goes is what an asset this is in Australian cricket. And I must say is the error that was made, and I'm happy to call it an error, and not with hindsight, was the opening partnership last summer was actually the problem. Joe Burns was in terrible form and they moved Matthew Wade up in a career-shortening move instead of installing openers. Anderson bowls and Stark turns into leg. They had the option of a short-term solution which would have become long-term. Khawaja should have been opening in the Indian summer. And that's the error that was made. And it's taken until today, really, for it to correct itself. And now it provides a whole different issue, is how can you leave an asset like this on the shelf? Stark taps away, 377 on the board. Anderson bowls, off the hip goes Stark, and it's an easy single into the deep to bring up 378.
Yeah, and that's the question the selectors are going to have to ask themselves now. You've got a guy that averages over 40 in Test cricket, a superior first-class average, and as we know in Australia, guys averaging over 40, they're hard to find, particularly in this period of time in Australian cricket where there's only been probably 3 players.
He is in Australia's 6th best batsman. Anderson around the wicket bowls and Khawaja just goes again. The fluent stroke out through cover that is serving him so well. Bairstow around the rope is the sweeper to get it back to a couple. 132 on the board.
And I think the most impressive part has been the manner with which he scored the runs. There's no doubt this has been a class innings. Just the one chance, albeit Joe Root should have taken the catch. He's made the most of it, and he's done it against the second new ball as well.
It's cruelly been recounted at the moment that Khawaja has scored more runs in the series than every English batter bar Root and Milan in this one knock. He's pulling across the line, an under edge past the off stump. Butler does well, sprawling to his right to save a boundary. And that is the end of the over. 7 for 380 on the Lorinex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Lorinex Cleaning today.
Looking for great value? Look no further than a Kogan Money credit card. No annual fees, tantalising rewards, and entry into Kogan's Christmas prize draw just by signing up. Plus, earn up to $400 Kogan.com credit when you meet the spend requirements. Make the switch to a great value credit card at koganmoney.com.au/radio.
Offer ends January 30. T's and C's credit criteria apply. Product issuer and credit provider Citigroup Proprietary Limited.
This third session on day 2 for Suncorp. That's the Suncorp spirit. 7 for 380. Khawaja's 132. Stark is 119. And Mark Wood is about to pick up the action. I wonder, I could see Australia aiming for an hour here, Simon, and see if they could reprise the MCG at the SCG, see if they could make 20,000 in Sydney sound like 40,000 in Melbourne and rip out the top 4 again. This innings is into its 125th over. Wood starts again. He bowls to Stark, who leaves outside the off stump.
Yeah, it's certainly not the way it was planned for England today. They would have come back here with high hopes, 3 wickets down, get a couple of early breakthroughs, and then potentially keep this Australian innings under 300. And now it's playing out as it has all series. Australia dominant. The wicket showing signs of a little bit of up and down bounce, a little bit of spin. So everything in Australia's advantage here.
The Fifth wicket fell with the score at 242. Now 380 on the board. Stark takes the ball to leg, knocks it straight to Hamid at mid-wicket, no run.
But judging by the way that Mitchell Stark's going, looks like he's set in here. I mean, he was averaging 58 before today's knock in this series. So, obviously want to get a massive first innings total.
At 7 for 380, they've got a big down payment on that. Wood over the wicket bowls and Stark upright in his defence. There was that stat kicking around during the Indian test, wasn't there, Colo, that Stark's average over a couple of calendar years is superior to Cheswa Pujara.
It's now superior to Kohli's over the last few years. Don't blame me, I stole that from someone else.
Okay.
Hold the hate mail.
So Stark's playing for Red Ink. That's what we're... Instead of hitting out, he's playing for the not out. His bowling mate will have to declare on him. All Wood do here, he pitches it in short. Shine out of the way, Stark. It was too high to cause him much discomfort.
Yeah, Mark Wood knows that if he pitches up, I think Mitchell Stark will throw the sink at it. Got two back on the leg side. Hamid's at forward square leg, almost mid-wicket.
I doubt Stark is much interested in maidens at this stage, so let's find out from the Randwick end. Mark Wood is in and bowling to him. Stark stands up, nibbles the ball away to point. There's no run to be had. There's on the celebrations that you were referencing, Colin Miller was doing shoeies in the late 1980s. Best sports celebrations for Usman to take Thierry Henry versus Spurs when he ran the length of the field to knee slide right up to the home fans. Would love Khawaja to give Justin Langer a kiss on the cheek a la Allen and Glenn Jakovich in 93.
That would be gold.
Drew Petrie's Frank the Tank from the final against Essendon. Wood, he might bowl a maiden over here to Stark. He does, as it's defended into the leg side. 7 for 380 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Are you ready for bigger and better things? Automasters need more quality technicians, service advisors and franchisees to join SA's leading automotive service and repair group. With over 20 branches and new centres opening soon, Automasters offer clean workshops, the latest diagnostic equipment, with ongoing training and promotion opportunities at every level. Technicians, service advisors, franchisees, go to the Automasters website to apply. We could be just the change you're looking for.
SEN Test cricket for Henley, everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. 7 for 380, Khawaja 132, Stark is 19. 125 overs bowled in this Australian innings. Lots of your correspondence, 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Jimmy Anderson starts his 29th over. He's bowling to Khawaja, who leaves outside the off stump. More on the celebrations. This is from Port Macquarie. I loved when Mark Riddell, when playing for St George in the NRL, scored a try, then jumped the fence, sat in a chair and applauded himself. That was
I can
nice.
see you doing that.
There's a lot on the LeBron James trademark celebration that we saw. And in amongst all that's been sent through, John, Bob, Sam and Coco have texted through, Ponting for England coach, 3 years we believe. Anderson around the wicket, bowls Khawaja, drives to mid-off, no run. Lots of good stuff to keep us amused on a Thursday afternoon as we just await how Australia will plot the course. They're not accelerating, so there's no rush to a declaration for the time being. It's a long day's play. There's still an hour and 20 minutes left. Anderson bowls, Khawaja leaves outside the off stump. lead might be working its way around the SCG.
It sure is. Just getting to the ladies' stand now, and they're playing along. The members are playing along a little bit as well, Gerard.
12 boundaries in Khawaja's innings of 132. Jimmy Anderson got the wicket of Harris at the start, and he's been barren since. This is left well outside the off stump.
To relive our Richie comments from earlier in the day, the Mexican wave is nothing but calculated moronic behaviour. That's a classic.
Fun though.
Yes, you've got to be in it, really. It's a bit of make your own fun while we wait to see what is about to unfold next. There was transfixing on the way to tea as Khawaja was closing in on that century, that's for sure. Anderson bowls and Khawaja is leaving. So not a run in sight all of a sudden.
Yeah, Jimmy Anderson's just trying to bore Khawaja out here. He's got the field set accordingly. Slip in, a deepish gully man, short catching point, short cover, mid off, and then the deep backward point in case he slashes at one, but just trying to bowl the length outside off stump to get him hitting through the offside on the up.
Anderson in from the top of his mark. He bowls to Khawaja, untempted on that dry line. Look on this one up. Colo Craig Indiamo has sent through. Look up the Rick Del Basso, BASSO, ice hockey goal celebration. Give that to us. A Maiden over, 7 for 380.
For 30 years, Radel has been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients to enjoy summer with health confidence. Radel, the brand of choice by Mitchell Starc and Elisa Healy. Radel.com.au.
Ever dreamt of snaffling glory? We can't fix sporting dreams, but you can snaffle hundreds of products today and pay in bite-sized payments tomorrow. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
Maiden overs on the Laurenex cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex cleaning today. Stark 19, Khawaja 132. Australia 7 for 380 as Mark Wood begins the new over and Stark leaves outside the off stump now.
So Rick Del Basso, try again. Rick Del Basso, his goal celebration. He scores and then he, how would you describe it? He jumps on his helmet and starts sliding on his helmet with his legs in the air. We should all be so lucky.
Sitting or standing?
No,
on his head.
On his head.
Oh, on his head. It's quite an athletic feat. Good on you, Craig. Thanks for sending that through. Mark Woods bowling from the Randwick end. They're all ginned up at the SCG, as you can well hear. Wood bowls down the leg side, flicked by Stark, up over the top of the keeper, down to the boundary for 4. It's the 50-run stand between Mitch Stark and Usman Khawaja. Stark to 23 with an unorthodox boundary, a Foxtel 4K4. Foxtel, Australia's only dedicated Sport 4K Ultra HD channel.
So Stark to 20 again this series, 35, 39 not out, 19, 24 not out, 23 not out, 140 runs at 70.
Another ball that hits the glove too. That climb from Mark Wood. Stark just got enough on it to clear Josh Butler. He's looking weary behind the stumps, yeah. Josh Butler. 126 overs now. There was no spring in his legs then.
An injured hand too from a little earlier on. It was classic closed eyes batting from Mitch Stark. What's he got in the follow-up? Wood bowls to him. He flings at it again. And he's feathered it through to Butler, who takes the catch. Is he going to be reviewed by Stark? It's an underwhelming dismissal, it's fair to say.
The original decision is out. Can we start with the front foot, please?
Stark's pointing at his arm guard rather than the glove. So this for the TAC as we work through the process.
Can we go to front of spin vision, please? Can you just rock and roll for that for me, please, Gav? Roll it through.
That looks arm guard.
Okay, can we go through to onside hotspot, please?
Yeah, that's exactly what
roll through
Stark indicated.
Okay, there seems to be a mark on the arm guard. Mark on the arm guard there. So we go through to RTS to confirm, please. Roll it through. Okay, just rock and roll it for me again, please, Gav. Need to get it past the glove. Roll it past, roll it past. Okay, hit comes off the arm guard. Just roll it again, please. Go back. Okay, clear spike as it hits the arm guard. So have to get back to the on-field umpire. Paul has come off the arm guard, not the glove, so they need to change the decision to not out. On screen now, signal now.
It's a rare error from Paul Rifle. Understandable to watch, but Stark protects the red ink. He returns to not out on 23, and he can go back to his average building. Strike out the 8th wicket. It's 7 for 384. And poor old Mark Wood, unrewarded. Back he goes to try again. Stark's ready and waiting for him, and he's defending to the leg side. It all adds to an atmosphere, doesn't it, Kat? A bit of a mood, just the downtrodden nature of England.
This is, it's starting to get humiliating. And you can't bowl a team out, and you're just waiting for the declaration. That's a sign that you've got a team on their knees.
It would be hugely tempting to put them in tonight and prey upon that. Stark faces up. Same again, that was a rising delivery down the leg side. He had a flick at it. So one he got away for 4, one came off the arm guard, and that one he missed.
And it is tempting to see the Australian bowlers on this wicket, given the bounce that we've seen, just with the extra pace. Woods deserved better than his 1 wicket, but with the extra height of the Australian bowlers, particularly Stark and Cummins, and even Boland, the length that he bowls on this wicket, you'd like to think that the England batsmen are going to have their work cut out.
I think there's a very real chance Australia makes a mess of the England batting on the surface. Coming off what they're coming off in Melbourne, Stark stands up in his defence, blunts the ball away to mid-off. 7 for 384 as drinks are called at the SCG. The session has seen Cummins fall. Court Butler bowled broad for 24. There's no stopping Usman Khawaja. He's 132. Stark is 23. Australia toying with England right now, with drinks on the field for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
COVID-19 vaccination boosters have now been approved for everyone 18 years and older. A booster dose increases your protection against becoming very sick or dying from COVID-19. Boosters are available through your GP, pharmacist, or other healthcare professional. Help keep yourself, loved ones, and your community protected. Book your booster at australia.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Not feeling confident in your health? For 30 years, Radel has been supporting Aussies by providing health products from naturally derived ingredients so that we don't miss out on the things we love during summer. Radel is dedicated to helping steer you on your health and well-being journey. This summer, make sure you're feeling confident about your health. Radel, the brand of choice by Mitchell Stark and Elisa Healy. Enjoy your summer with health confidence. Visit radel.com.au.
And it's a very intense second innings here. McGain to bowl. He lets rip.
Oh, Miller has absolutely smashed this high and long towards mid-off. Daniels may get there before Edwards. Or is that Williams? I think one of them has long hair and one may have a hat on. And it's a catch, I think. There's people in white running everywhere. And the score is now something for something.
Don't miss the best bits. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Visit drinkwise.org.au.
The Ashes on SEN. For Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. That's a plus. Oh, that's an awkward one. It jumps up on Cummins with their glove. I think so. You can hear the shouts. Rob Tucker, unresponsive.
Well, I need to get you to change the decision to out.
So Cummins has to go.
Wood bowls down the leg side, flicked by Stark, up over the top of the keeper, down to the boundary for 4. It's the 50-run stand between Mitch Stark and Usman Khawaja. The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. This is relentless stuff from the Australians, who for the moment refuse to declare and take a ping at England. 7 for 384 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Damien Fleming was with you just before tea for the Usman Khawaja century. He has continued on to 132 and Stark is 23. Flem back with us for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Hello to you, Flem.
Jared, how are you? Yep, Starky's been flipping those bounces from Wood. But, how long will it go now? I mean, it's getting really ruthless. Stark's, warmed up. It's just going to be an ugly session for England. It's just how many overs they're going to have to face.
What would you like if you're running the Australian bowling setup? Were you an hour? Well, that's past 50 minutes, 8 overs. What do you think?
Well, you'd love to see a spell from the 4 fast bowlers, wouldn't you? You'd like to have seen them at least get a few overs each. So, I wouldn't be batting for longer than 15 minutes.
Yeah. I thought they might have gone for the same hour they had in Melbourne. And I would have said 4 was right in the zone again. But they've held fire on that. There's a discussion happening in the middle. Would this be about how long Stuart Broad was off the field for and whether he's able to bowl yet? He wants to bowl the next over, but he did spend a prolonged period off the ground.
Yeah, it must be Broady and Mitchell Stark having a good old chat. So this is eating time as well for the Australians. I'm going to handle pulling out of drinks.
Yes,
really.
yeah. Oh, that same hour as in Melbourne could have been great fun, but not to be. So Broad's not allowed to bowl yet. Anderson's going to have to continue on. And we watch the clock, so it's 25 past 5. We'll play through to 6:30, all local time. Just even in this session, Flem, Cummins rearing delivery, given not out, overturned to out. Stark rearing delivery, given out, overturned to not out. Australia's paceman, I think this is going to be so difficult for England to bat on. Anderson bowls, Khawaja stylishly plays the ball to cover, no run on this occasion with Milan on the scene.
Well, as a bowler, what you love is natural variation out of the pitch, and what you think on day 2, I mean, we only got half of day 1, is that there'll be swing and seam, but there's actually inconsistent bounce as well.
Yeah, it's been devilish at times, and that's been right from the start of the test. So Kat's told us about the runner cracks that are under the grass and what that might represent. Anderson bowls, Khawaja leaves. They're utterly unhurried. They don't look like a team who's declaring tonight.
No. The thing is, I know you're 3-0 up in the series, but, there's rain around. You still want to give yourself the best time to win the test match.
17 overs beyond this notionally remaining in the day's play, but it's much more on the time. Stumps will be 6:30 and there'll be a couple of overs lost.
And really, England's batting hasn't given us much hope, has it really?
No, he plays away to point. As you're picking up on a team that's just been bowled out for 68 at the MCG and lost 4 wickets in an hour in exactly these circumstances.
Yeah, Usman would have gone past most of the aggregates of the English batsmen, really, besides Milan and Root.
All bar Milan and Root. It has been quite the innings. He's given a reprieve on 28. And he's surfed that so well. Khawaja faces up and defends with bat and pad together.
Having not seen him for a while, Jared, you feel he can be a bit underappreciated his career. Averaging 50 in Australian conditions. He should have been one of the first picked in the last couple of years. Just so easy to watch, easy on the eye.
His career trajectory is really interesting. The summer that he was needed when he had 3 was against India the first time around when Smith and Warner was suspended and he didn't succeed and Australia lost. Anderson bowls close to the off stump but left alone. And then he understandably gets squeezed out in England once Labuschagne reveals himself. But I was saying to Kat before, the mistake last summer was not opening with him and instead going with a horribly out of form Joe Burns. And man who'd never opened the batting in his life in red ball cricket in Matthew Wade, is that was the time for Khawaja. And Australia, to its peril, stumbled through that series, never resolving its opening issues, and lost. Khawaja leaves outside the off stump.
Yeah, I thought he was unlucky in the 2019 Ashes as well. You know, Bancroft come from nowhere to open in those first couple of test matches.
That is a maiden over, 7 for 384.
Having a top performer on your side? That's a plus. Host Plus, an industry super fund. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus BDS and TMD available at hostplus.com.au and your objectives, financial situation and needs, which are not accounted for in this information.
How's that? Nothing better than sitting on your deck watching the cricket, enjoying some sun and a warm beer. With a brand new energy-efficient Husky drinks fridge, that beer would be ice cold. Husky, the celebration continues at home. huskybrand.com.au.
This third session of play for Suncorp, building a more resilient Queensland. That's the Suncorp spirit. Damien, Fleming and Gerard Whateley with you for the over. Mark Wood is going to deliver it. Stuart Broad is still on the clock and not allowed to take up the attack as he strives for his fifth wicket. Wood over the wicket, bowls to Stark, who drives him through mid-off and sets Anderson in motion out into the deep. It's a decent race. The fast bowler slides in, saves the boundary. Stark gets 2. He's 25, 7 for 386. The first attacking stroke in quite some time.
But he just looks in a good space, doesn't he, Mitchell Stark? First with the ball, but throughout the series with the bat, he's built some really handy partnerships throughout.
It's 24th over. Stark awaits him. He ducks the bouncer. There's all sorts of different ways to approach selection, and it'll be the talking point for the next few days. The first is Usman Khawaja the 6th best batsman in the country? So Marcus Harris is opening as they look for the futures project of betting things down. It was a hairline call between Head and Khawaja that I think Head won because he's going to be playing for longer. And Cameron Green is the apprentice at 6 who can't make a run, but his bowling is phenomenal, so he's the investment in the future. Wood bowls, Stark swings across the line, went hard at it, dragged it through backward square and found the boundary. Pearstow never saw it. He didn't flinch and he ended up with his arms outstretched going, I don't know where it is. It's into the pink rope. That's where it is. Stark 29, the boundary for Foxtel 4K4s. Foxtel for love of cricket.
Yeah, bonus runs. I mean, Woods bowled so many short balls to Stark. That one didn't get up, so big 6'7", left-handed bat was able to swivel around nicely. Safe shot before. Having a bit of giggle with Usman too.
Oh, poor old Johnny Bairstow. The 4,000 fans in the bays behind him are all saying they saw it quite clearly, and they've got beers in hand and they're 12 deep. Didn't see it for a moment. Wood bowls. Stark didn't know where that one was. They flew at him, came off the shoulder of the bat, skewed away to the offside, but landed safely.
Geez, they're into Johnny Bairstow.
Yes.
Bronx cheers if he fields the next one.
Yes. There's not a hole deep enough just at the moment. That ball again off the shoulder and the bottom of the gloves. It's tantalising to see what Australia's attack might do with that sort of steepling bounce. 7 for 390. Wood bowls. Stark just stayed out of it. It was short. It was across him. He had a moment where he thought he might try to lift it over the cordon or have a full-blooded swing around the top edge, but he let it all go by. Australia's batting for Bundaberg, Ginger Beer. It's pretty good reading down the page. Warner 30, Harris 38, Labuschagne 26, Smith 67, Green missed out for 5, Carey threw it away for 13, Cummins with a sprightly 24. Stark has been controlled in his 29, but the day belongs to Usman Khawaja, who's on 132. Last ball of Woods over. He delivers to Stark, who defends the ball to point and calls decisively no. 7 for 390 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today as Hutto comes in.
Greyhound racing is always a great day out for the whole family. So get along to any of SA's 4 major greyhound racing venues for an exciting day out. Head along to experience the thrill of greyhound racing. Enjoy some great meals with family-friendly dining options available. You can also head trackside and see these amazing athletes in person. Head to greyhoundracingsa.com.au to check the schedule. We love our dogs. Gamble responsibly.
Australia 7 for 390. Afternoon, Flynn.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
I think these English players want to get off the field.
He looked like, Bairstow looked like the emoji, didn't he? Just with the hands out. Didn't see it. And again, they've had little stanzas where things have been better and then they just haven't been able to go on and capitalise. Stuart Broad now is allowed to return to the attack. Still hunting that fifth wicket. On the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard, Google Laurenex Cleaning today. He's propelling himself forward to Khawaja, and he's slightly aerial, but they've all worked into the gap at mid-wicket. And out for one more run, which is easily strolled, and he goes to 133 and Stark 29. Chris Rogers also with us for Anaconda.
Hello, Huddy.
Hello, Buck.
Surely there's a declaration coming soon, though.
Yeah. What do we collectively think? Is it a time thing? Is it a get 400 thing? Or?
It's hard to know. I'd imagine it was a time thing, really. Looks like it might be 40 minutes now.
Stark walks away and then comes back, and then it's Broad that's holding up proceedings. He leans into the run-up. Stark is playing off his pads, wide of Anderson for one more run. He flings it in frustration at the stumps, Jimmy Anderson. Butler was ready for it. What do you think, Flynn?
It doesn't seem like runs, isn't there? There's not much urgency. They're putting away bad balls, but it's timing. I'm hoping it's 40 minutes minimum, like Bucky said. So that's 5 more minutes of batting, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. No one seems to be in that much of a hurry just for the moment. The big moments might still be to come for Bendix Brakes, manufacturing in Australia since 1955. Brought to Khawaja, who had to get on tippy toes to play that for mid-wicket.
And Bucky, what are you thinking about as an opening batsman? Thinking about that 40 minutes?
You're probably thinking Pat Cummins and Mitchell Stark come pretty hard, yeah. And even Nasiba Mead, he'd be thinking, wow, what's his career looking like after this test match if he misses out?
Hasn't been easy for him, has it really? After he made such a promising start in Bristol. Broad charges in and everything's easy for Usman Khawaja. He's seeing them nicely back in the crease and defended.
I mean, the only other thing is whether Australia have just decided, well, we're 3-0 up in the series.
Just keep batting.
Just keep batting. We'll back ourselves to bowl England out twice in 3 days. And the only way England can win, really, you think, is if they get 500. It's exceptionally unlikely.
It is exceptionally unlikely, but take your point. Broad can't interest Khawaja in that one outside off stump. Cummins, one of our eagle-eyed listeners who's also watching, said Cummins just changed into his playing shirt. ... declaration.
Okay.
Clem, I think you wrote an article overnight that said that England were in the game because of their bowling, and they've finally got the right bowling lineup. Have they bowled okay today, or have they been a bit off the mark?
I just think Bruce's use of Leach hasn't worked here or the MCG. There was a time at the G.
This one's played behind point by Khawaja off the open face. We'll come back to your answer on that, Flynn. It'll be over 7 for 392 for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Montine, Montine, everybody's talking about Montine.
Miles Fitzner here, and everyone's talking about the new Hyundai Kona exclusive to Montine, Cheltenham and Mount Barker. And best of all, Montine can deliver them to you today. Now that's refreshing. Montine, Hyundai, Cheltenham and Mount Barker have immediate delivery of over 100 Hyundais this month, and that's why everyone is talking about Montine. So remember,
Everybody's talking about Montine.
BD 182170.
7 for 392, Mitchell Stark's fourth score of over 20 in this series. His third over 30. He's contributed 30 of the 61 runs from this partnership so far. Again, there's a slight delay. Fleming to give his answer in a moment. It's going to be Mark Wood. Just getting his logistics right. Still giving it everything, Mark Wood. Stark is very close to edging it, and again he thrusts his head back in frustration and disappointment. Wood. Fleming.
Yeah, I think Bucky, when Broad was getting those wickets with the second new ball, I think Broad went to Leach too early. He didn't give Stokes a chance to pitch up and swing the ball. And if they were going to go short pitch bowling, I would have gone with Mark Wood for a couple of overs.
Wood bowling now. Stark is working it off the hip but can't get a run.
Because for me, Bucky, I'm not sure if you like Leach in the first innings at the G&E. It looks a little bit like a part-timer. You can see the tempo, and with the fields, there were plenty of singles. I thought it was a time to keep attacking.
Well, I mean, the interesting thing I thought in that first session is Australia weren't particularly being aggressive, but he had a really defensive field in. It just didn't seem to match up to what Australia were trying to do. If the batters are not being aggressive, then you can afford to be a bit more.
Wood is worked by Stark from the crease. He angled it wide of Milan, but he can't get a run.
And then it just played into Australia's hand. All they wanted to do was just keep turning the strike over and keep the run rate going with ones and twos. And if you're going to pick your spinner, he's still got to do a job. You've got to back him in that he will bowl good balls. I mean, I think there's a difference between just setting a good field and over-attacking.
Wood about to work his way in. Stark with that raise pointing up over gully. He is now whipping this one wristily down to fine leg into the gap, but not with any huge pace, so Bairstow able to ease around and do the fielding. And there's just one more run. 7 for 393 now. Stark is 31, Khawaja 133.
Clem, did you see that? I think I heard through someone else about a statistic around Mark Wood, who had over 50 played misses in this series.
That sounds like a lot. For the lack of wickets that he's got.
It's quite incredible, really, isn't it?
He perseveres. He bowls fuller, and Khawaja, that one came off the bottom of the bat. Vibrated into his hands. Khawaja has a long look at the bat afterwards, and he wants some tape.
I just like just the extra pace from Wood. It just, for him not to have played in Adelaide is almost a crime for the series. But no, he's going to be. The long run seems to fit well with him. He's a good bowler.
It's been said plenty of times, but it's such a shame that Archer, at least, wasn't here, and how different it might have been. Wood bowls to Khawaja, who's still trying to pick the right balls. He's jumped over anything that's been too short or too full, but he played that one quietly to mid-off. It's the end of the over. 7 for 393. It's all for Host Plus, the industry super fun for all Australians.
Your pals say a lot about you, and that's why Parafield Airport Liquor Store put all their pals to the test before they make the shelf. They've made pals with over 300 craft beers, 500 whiskies from around the world, and over 2,000 wines. They know good pals when they see them, and they've got an airport hangar full of pals to introduce you to. Parafield Airport Liquor Store. Pals. Open till late 7 days. Next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield.
SEN Test cricket on a day when Usman Khawaja has scored his 9th Test century. He's moved up to 133 not out. Still 6 innings he's previously played that has scored more runs than 133 not out. He's got 4 scores in the 140s that he can go past fairly quickly if they show intent. So 14 overs remaining in the day. It's 5:43. There's really no indication of a declaration yet. Broad bowls and Stark edges it popped up. It could have gone anywhere, went square on the offside, and it bounced well short of point. And there's nothing that Crawley could do or England could do to get near it.
Well, they don't have a gully. They have a man who's back on the gully line to stop the single, and that probably would have landed in the gully's breadbasket, really.
Yes, Broad does his best to process all of that. 4 for 83, his figures. He's the leading wicket taker for Spinelese. He'd love a fifer. Bowls to Stark, who's not interested outside the off stump. Spinelese, the best mattress in the world. spinaleze.com.au.
He deserves it, Stuart Broad. I mean, he come out publicly and said how annoyed he was not playing the last Test match. A bit rusty his first spell yesterday, but this has been high quality fast bowling.
Last one was at 134.1. What's he got in mind here for Mitchell Stark? He's on 31. It's at the hip and pretty easy pickings for him. Just helps it on its way down to final leg. Stark goes to 32 on Australia. Almost amassing 400 runs. 7 for 394.
This game's just a little bit of a holding pattern here, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's nothing really happening.
This is where you blokes earn your money.
Well, it's just one slip. It's a fielders in kind of random positions.
Just kind of random. Broad bowls. And Khawaja pulls delightfully and forcefully through mid-wicket for 4 runs. And he has been the clear highlight of the day for so many different reasons. Usman Khawaja shows that he's still got so much to offer at Test cricket. Another Foxtel 4K4 Foxtel for the love of cricket.
Well, it's always been one of his best shots, the pull shot. It just so easily swivels on that, and that wasn't that short really, but he was early on it and punched it hard through mid-wicket. There are 2 fielders back on the leg side, but neither of them were getting close to it.
Broad persists. And Khawaja's bowled. He's played it on off an inside edge. Stuart Broad has a 5 for the first for England in this series. Usman Khawaja, his return to Test cricket, has been uplifting. He's finished with 137 not out. And the crowd at the SCG will stand to a man, woman and child, I'm sure, to Usman Khawaja. Australia 8 for 398. Broad with the figures of 5 for 88. Helmet off, bat tucked under the arm. Raises the bat now. Cut by his teammate Nathan Lyon on the way out. It gives him a little pat. And the plaudits are well deserved for Usman Khawaja.
Well, I think he's got a few hundreds for Australia now, but without a doubt, that will be the one that means as much to him as any. The fact he probably thought that maybe his Test career was over, and to get that one chance, albeit through a bit of luck on his behalf, to come out and score such a superb 100 and really put his name back into the mix about this best side for Australia. He'll be so proud of that. And if anything, just showing a maturity he seems to have found in later in his career. There was incredible innings.
He just looks comfortable with his game, doesn't he? I mean, he come out when the Test match was still in the balance. Great partnership with Smith, but well done to Usman. That was a brilliant 100 at home, and well done to Broad. You know, getting a 5-wicket haul. It hasn't been easy. It's been hard for him to get into rhythm with the selections, but you know, he put his hand up and he's delivered.
It looked like a leg cutter, that one, Flem.
Yeah, definitely, like a quick leg cutter. So well bowled. I know it got an inside edge, but it actually moved off the seam. So that's great skills.
It's his 19th 5-wicket haul and 151 tests, and his 8th against Australia. Usman Khawaja had 13 boundaries, so 13 of those Foxtel 4K4s. Broad bowls to the new batsman, and Nathan Lyon got nowhere near it. End of the over, 8 for 398 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Get the power of safer tyres before you go on holidays. A road safety message from Tyre Power.
Having out-of-balance tyres causes uneven tread wear and an uncomfortable ride. You'll also cop excess wear on your suspension and other parts of your vehicle. If you experience severe vibration while driving, especially highway speeds, get your tyres dynamically balanced at your local Tyre Power store straight away.
Get the power of expert advice. Get the power of Australia's biggest independent. Tyre Power. Get the power!
Yeah, it was a good delivery. Slightly tired-looking shot from Usman Khawaja, but it was the wicket-taking ball from Stuart Broad. SEN Test cricket for Henley, their everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. That's Henley Homes. And that's Foxtel 4's Australia's only dedicated Sport 4K Ultra HD channel. Australia at 8 for 398 and still no declaration. So Wood gets to bowl another over to Stark. And he stands up and plays it away to mid-wicket.
It was actually an interesting celebration, that from Stuart Broad. Just, he kind of let out a yell of yes. More, I think, out of frustration, really. The fact that he probably feels at times he's getting written off. And to come back and bowl the way he has, it's almost saying to people, you know, I'm not done yet. There's plenty more to give.
It's phenomenal, isn't it, really, that both Anderson and Broad are doing what they're doing at this age. They're still their standout two bowlers. Wood to Stark, he slips under a bouncer.
The amount of tests they've played is insane, isn't it? Like, Anderson's the second highest Test matches played now behind Tendulkar.
It was a bit early in the day, I think, Flem, where Anderson had to run to the boundary twice in a row, and he was bowling. He's just such a incredible athlete.
Wood kicks off, charges in again. Stark is behind it in defence.
So they'll have less than 30 minutes now to bowl, so yeah, I'm not sure they're declaring.
That doesn't look like it, does it?
I don't really understand that because they're 8 down, so you don't think that they're going to add a lot of runs to the tally now.
No, as you mentioned, I reckon there's a couple of openers that are just clapping every ball, every new over. Wood to Stark, awkward ball. It was jumping up at him, but he's played it really well. Got it down to fine leg for one more.
And there's not an ideal amount of time either. I think as an opening bat that you'd be thinking every over that goes by here is a win for you. The less time, the better, really.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think anything under, an hour is just a bit of a, you've got so much to lose, not a lot to gain.
2 balls left in this over from Wood. He had to finish the over from Ben Stokes earlier in the day when he appeared to strain his side. Hasn't bowled again. It was a blow for England, that's for sure. Maybe meant that Leach ended up bowling a lot more. Nathan Lyon to face the music from Wood. His unique batting stance. He defends well enough over his bowl. Gerard's coming in for the next stanza. It's 8 for 399. I've been fooled, have I? I just explained why he had the odd figures.
Yeah.
And then
you've just done yourself there. Hey, Bucky, do you ever, as an opening batsman, do you ever start barracking for the opposition targets?
You do at the moment.
Having quiet words with your bowlers as well, just to bowl the 6th ball down the leg side.
High down.
Yeah. They don't tend to listen to you, though.
Wood's still giving it his best. Lyon, and he's whipped that away wristfully from just outside the off stump. He's pulled her through mid-wicket somehow for 4 with a jab. And he's got himself a Foxtel 4, and he's off the mark. And it's 8 for 403, and the over is bowled now, and Gerard's in next.
Summer Sizzlers on now at Harvey Norman. Get 60 months interest free, no deposit, no interest from Latitude, and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Shop furniture, bedding, technology, and electrical. 60 months interest free, no deposit, no interest with 60 approximately equal monthly payments, and receive a bonus gift card up to $1,000. Finance only on participating Latitude credit cards. Minimum finance amount $1,000. See T's and C's. Interest applies for non-compliance. Fees and product exclusions apply. Summer Sizzlers now at Harvey Norman.
8 for 403 on the Lorinex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Lorinex Cleaning today. Line 4, Stark 33, 8 for 403. The previous 20 minutes saw the end of Usman Khawaja and 137 to his name as he departed. SEN Test Cricket for Henley. Everyday advantage. We don't hide our prices. 20+ thousand. I think they were eager to get a crack at England, but Australia not willing to do so. 8 for 403. With Stuart Broad about to begin his 29th over as he bowls to Mitch Stark, and it's too short to trouble the tall quick. I think we've all been just on edge waiting for it, assuming that Australia would take a sustained period to rip out wickets tonight, but they've kept their powder dry.
Yeah, well, if they did declare now, you'd think that only the opening bowlers were going to bowl as well. So, I mean, as an opening batter too, it gives you more light at the end of the tunnel because you might only be 5 overs.
Yeah. Can't be maximum damage. Broad over the wicket bowl. Stark drives. He placed it in the gap at cover. Bairstow saw it this time. Got around to his left. Slides. Does the fielding. Keeps it to 1. 8 for 404 ticks over. Stuart Broad, interesting conversation here with Joe Root. Is he a bit distressed?
I don't think so. I think it's more about what their tactics are for Nathan Lyon, really.
Broad's best bowling figures in Australia were at the Gabba in 2013. 6 for 81. He's got 5 for 89. It's his second 5 for on these shores. Hello, documenting his history in the Ashes and his overall excellence through 151 test matches. He bowls to the line, who swings him straight down the ground. The lofted drive, pitches and runs toward the rope and touches for 4. So this is the insult to all of it. Nathan Lyon hits out. He's 8. A splendid drive.
Gazza doesn't think, he doesn't worry about 151 test matches. He's just going downtown.
Well, there's a short leg, if you can call him that, because he's about 3 pitches away. So he's about 2 metres deeper than a short leg. So he's thinking he's getting a short ball.
Yeah.
So I reckon anything full, he's just going to throw his hands through. Hopefully, he's probably thinking he gets a top edge straight out.
Broad in and bowls the Lion, who flings hard at it. He misses. He swung lustily, but it's through to Butler untouched.
Clem, did you ever get to this situation and think that you're happy to get out?
Oh, I think I prefer to be bowling. Not the Gazza wouldn't, but the Quicks would.
Stuart Broad, the leading wicket taker for Spinal Ease, the best mattress in the world. SpinalEase.com.au.
Surely this is the last over.
Yeah, well, let's see. That would be 20 minutes. If they declared now, all it does is go, why didn't they do it 20 minutes ago?
Yeah.
One slip in place. They are pretty well spread. Nathan Lyon's prepared to have a dash, and he does. He clouts the ball off an under edge out through mid-wickets. He'll get one and come back for a second as Bairstow gets around in the deep. 8 for 410 on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
I reckon they could almost put 3 out on the leg side here. They've only got 2, and one's fine leg, the other one's deep backward square, but the way Nathan Lyon's lining up, he's just going to try and flat back anything.
The last ball of Broad's 29th over, 7 from it. So Australia edging him towards his ton as well. I imagine this is just a big swing. Lyon goes. He's hit that superbly. Out into the stand for 6. And they'll do, the skipper said. Finish on a high. And Nathan Lyon 6. He races to the road. He might do a lap of honour. 16 for Nathan Lyon. Australia declares 8 for 416. And unfortunately for Stuart Broad, it tips him over the ton. 5 for 101.
Well, Flem, I think you could have predicted that. That was probably the worst ball he could bowl. It was right in the slot. Nathan Lyon was always going to try and lift that over mid-wicket boundary for 6. It needed to be above shoulder height, really.
Nose or toes, Bucky?
Yeah, just something a bit different. But it was just in the wheelhouse, and that went good 10, 15 rows back.
Yes, he absolutely smoked it. So Mitch Stark got the red ink that he played for. 34 from 60 balls. He kept it all well in check. Nathan Lyons, 16 from 7 balls. 2 fours for 6. He was the sneak attack. Australia 8 declared for 416 from 134 overs. Buck, just surmise Australia's batting for us.
Well, I think that they played a steady innings, really. It wasn't really too many risks throughout the innings. They just played good, consistent cricket. There was quite a few starts, but the standout was Khawaja. That innings, he had a bit of luck, dropped on 28, but apart from that, he just looked in complete control and played one of the innings of his life, and they've given themselves a total that was probably going to be too much for England, I would have thought.
Flem, will Australia take a wicket or 2 tonight?
I'm going to say 2. There you go.
So Australia to shortly be in the field for PGG Wrightson Turf Durascape. 8 declared for 416. Warner 30, Harris 38, Labuschagne 28, Smith 67, Green 5, Carey 13, Cummins 24, Khawaja 137. He's the leading run scorer for Victoria Police for non-urgent police matters. Call 131 444. It'll open a big debate around the country as national selectors in every lounge room meet. Stark not out 34, Lyon not out 16. All of your correspondents 0433 98 11 16. For Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. We're heading to the ground. All the fun is in the box at the SCG coming up when England march to the gallows for 20 minutes to see if they can survive. Our apparel sponsor at SEN Test Cricket, Ringers Western, from a Kimberley cattle station to the commentary box, ringerswestern.com. In a moment, you'll be with Adam Collins for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it.
Husky Drink Storage Solutions.
The celebration continues at home. Proud lunch break partner of SEN Test Cricket. Listen live, anywhere, anytime on the SEN app. Visit huskybrand.com.au.
If you have a family member that is currently troubled by or addicted to gambling, there is help for you. Call the Gambling Helpline on 1-800-858-858. Life-changing strategies to support your loved one are available. Find out more at thegamblinghelpline.org.au.
Shh. Can you hear that? Hang on. Here it comes. The new Kia Niro has landed. Available as a hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and full electric. It's Australia's broadest electric SUV range. Technology moves fast. Meet 3 ways to catch up. The new Kia Niro electric SUV range. Check with your local Kia dealer for details.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Prefer Australian owned? Want to support local businesses? Believe in community spirit? Want a deal on your energy? Of course you do. So, should you switch to Lumo SA? Of course you should. We're 100% Australian owned with a rewards program full of local finds. We're actively helping communities and offering amazing energy deals to boot. Call 131 5866 or search Lumo. SA residential customers only. Lumo Energy SA not available in all areas. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. See website for details.
Husky Drink Storage Solutions. The celebration continues at home. Proud lunch break partner of SEN Test Cricket. Listen live, anywhere, anytime on the SEN app. Visit huskybrand.com.au.
In a hurry? We've got you covered at Solitaire Volkswagen with Service Express. You still get the same quality service that you'd expect, but at pit crew speed. In and out in 1 hour at no extra cost. Visit solitairevolkswagen.com.au for more details. DL65541.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
The Ashes on SEN. For Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. That's a plus.
I imagine this is just a big swing. Line goes. He's hit that superbly. Out into the stand for 6. And they'll do, the skipper said. Finish on a high. And Nathan Lyon 6. He races to the road. He might do a lap of honour. 16 for Nathan Lyon. Australia declares 8 for 416. And unfortunately for Stuart Broad, it tips him over the ton. 5 for 101.
Finish on a high, they did, courtesy of Nathan Lyon. Unbeaten on 16 from 7 balls with Mitchell Stark there with him on 34 from 60 deliveries. Australia declaring it 8 for 416. And they give England 20 minutes. 20 precious minutes for Australia. How can they fare? It'll be Australia's quicks, Patrick Cummins and Mitchell Stark, up against 2 beleaguered openers in Hasiba Mead and Zach Crawley, who have to face the music. Chris Rogers, it must be one of the hardest jobs in cricket right now.
Yeah, that's why opening batters should get paid the big dollars, isn't it, really? But I think the first thing that they should be thinking about is how few overs can they make this? Can they make it only 4 overs? I know that'd be stretching it, but that's the first thing I'd be thinking about. And other than that, if it is going to be 5 overs, you're just thinking, all right, I've got 15 balls. 15 balls I've got to try and get through here, so just lock in, defend as hard as I can. But if I need to have a bit of luck, hopefully it comes, but it's going to be a tough little period for England, no doubt. And Australia, they just have to make sure they get the ball in the right area. I think there's enough in this pitch, particularly with the new ball. And the other thing that happens is when you go out to bat in these times, it feels like the bowlers are bowling 10 kilometres quicker. I don't know why, but it always does. So everything to gain here for Australia, not much for England.
All right, so they do cross the rope. Hasiba Mead wearing the short sleeve jumper. Zach Crawley wearing shirt number 56, and they're followed by the Australians. Led out by Patrick Cummins and Alex Carey, and they are ready to roll. I suppose, Chris, the one thing is, as an opening batter, you are prepared to do this because you do it an awful lot. It's not unusual to come out with 15, 20 minutes before the close of play.
No, opening batters don't get night watchman, do they? So, that's part of it. You know, you've got to get on with it. They would have done it plenty of times in their career, so just try and treat it like another time. I'm interested here, Colo, that they've almost beat the fielders out to the middle. Even that, you know, they should have been kind of stretching out. If you can just save 30 seconds a minute, you just never know what that means at the back end.
Yeah, well, it's a good point, actually. It's only 6:08 and 20 seconds here. There's actually not... They're not meant to restart until 10 past 6. It may very well be they start at 6:09, which could be the difference between them getting another over in at the very end of play. Time will tell. Pat Cummins, predictably, is going to take the first over. But they like to shake it up with Cummins, don't they? Bharat Sundaresan joining me at the SCG. Often, when it's late in the day, they give the ball to Cummins.
Because he produces those moments, doesn't he? That stay on social media forever. He famously did it in Manchester. It's also the 4th test of the last Ashes, don't forget. And, yeah, I mean, I do feel bad for the England openers. If they are late to the crease, their media, everybody goes after them saying they don't have any intent. If they walk out a little early, people are like, maybe, you know, like Chris correctly said, they just are bringing it upon themselves, giving themselves maybe the extra ball that they might have to face.
So a reconfigured cordon, Usman Khawaja into third slip next to Stephen Smith and David Warner. A gully as well. Here comes Cummins, ran weekend, burst ball, Asiba Mead facing up. And he's past the outside edge right away. A ball that took off from a length, hitting the seam. Just where he'll want to be. Maybe a fraction fuller, but getting Hamid playing right away.
He did play at it. Yeah, he took the bat away, but just for a second, yeah, I think he just played at it, Chris.
It's one of those half-half ones. You kind of go to play and then you just hold your hands back a little bit so you don't really get near it.
All the crowd behind the captain. The hometown boy Cummins arrives and bowls at Hamid, and he's off the mark for a mid-wicket. Nice clip past forward short leg where Marcus Harris is in position. They take an easy single. England off the mark. Hamid off the mark, none for one.
And funnily enough, Chris, that's exactly what they've been telling him in the nets, is look to play at it and then leave it. Quite a few of their coaches and actually even senior players tell Hasib Hamid, because he can get into that mind warp where he isn't sure about what his role is out there. I mean, should he just leave everything?
Crawley's turn, taking guard. He averaged 11 across 8 test matches last year. Made 12 and 5 last week upon his return to the team. He's a confident young man. He talked a big game before this test. Bharat in the press conference saying, why can't he go and bang out 100? Well, the first task is getting through to the close. And as Chris Rogers pointed out, there's some batsmanship involved here. Patting down the pitch, absorbing some time. He's got to face the music here. 3 slips and a gully. Cummins to the crease and bowls, and Crawley's able to leave a ball that's on the rise to the gloves of Carey outside the off stump.
It's interesting, Barrett, because I did hear after the first test with that meeting, it was a lot of the talk was about leaving the ball, but I always found if you went out with a mindset to leave the ball, that was almost the worst thing you could do. It's almost trying to play the ball where you want to. So if it's not in your zone, then you leave it, but you're looking to play first.
Everyone behind Pat Cummins. Bowling here to Crawley, who's in behind it, defending nicely out towards Cup. Good start.
Yeah, I mean, you can show intent in even the way you defend and even the way you leave the ball, right, Chris? I mean, that's what batters always say, the best ones, the better ones, really, where you're always looking to score, and if you can't, you just leave it alone.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you're almost thinking about what is the line I want to play. If it's not there, then I can just pull my hands out of the way if I need to.
They're clapping in Cummins, who bowls to Crawley, who leaves alone, hits him on the pad, well above the knee roll, spills into the cordon, no meaningful appeal. But Cummins asking the right questions already on that length.
Yeah, that length's just getting fuller and fuller and fuller, just by a little. You almost sense that the edge is coming.
Yeah, we saw that analytical work done last week by CricViz that said that Cummins' spell was the best in terms of pace, line and length they've ever seen in their database across 15 years, which gives you a sense of how just unrelenting he is with the new ball. Can he attack those stumps here? Last ball of the first over. Cummins bowls to Crawley, and Crawley leaves alone on length. That's really taken off. Over Carey as well. Tips it over the bar, but it spills down to the rope in front of us at the Paddington stand end. It's going to be signalled for buys. Yes, 4 buys. So England advanced to none for 5 at the end of the first over on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Think we've all dreamed of snaffling the big one. The Ashes winning catch, a goal after the siren, or a Snaffle wallet. Subscribe to Snaffle and get the stuff you want today and pay tomorrow. Snaffle a winning deal with all the best brands like Apple, Samsung, Smeg and more. Don't wait, Snaffle it now. Snaffle, 1 subscription, 1 wallet, hundreds of products. Subscribe today at snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
Mitchell Starc with 14 wickets at 19.6 in the series to continue. Watching the replay back of that last ball for Sundaresan, that took off. Carey had no chance.
Absolutely no chance. There are some spots on this pitch which are going to create some drama as this test match wears on. I've seen a few funny stuff already, but that one was, that was deadly.
Steve Hamid under the pump. Norton 7 at Melbourne. 3 slips in a gully in weight. Starc bowls and Hamid's able to lead outside the off stump, full and wide. So 3 in the cordon, including Usman Khawaja, the man of the moment, the player of the day without doubt for Ding Lee, grabbed a deal today, and a short leg as well. Starc looking to do what he did at Melbourne before the close of play on evening 2 when he had the MCG pumping. I welcome back Simon Katich and bid farewell to Chris Rogers. G'day, Kat.
Good evening, gents.
Hello, Simon.
How are you, Bharat?
Yeah, very good.
All present and ready. Ready for action. Mitch Starc racing away from us to the crease and bowls and playing off the front foot is Hamid. Quick single to cover and gets through. There's a ping at the stumps. Marnus Labuschagne was the man doing the work in there. Hamid committed to the run early and they got through easily enough in the end. But
not that easily a call. Hasib Hamid was ball watching. I think he made the call, if you see. He kept looking at the ball and was jogging towards the non-strikers end and almost had to stretch in the end. Does go to sleep, doesn't he, even on the field, even when he's batting.
So a couple of singles in the infield, so to speak, for Hamid so far. He's 2. Back to Zach Crawley, who's taking his time. Chris Rogers was speaking before about playing smart cricket as an opener at this stage of the evening, Cap.
Yep. Limit the damage with the amount of balls you have to face.
So now it's Starc's turn. Left arm over. 3 slips of gully, a short leg. Passes umpire Tucker now and bowls to Crawley, who leaves alone. Just above the off stump, maybe on the 4th stump line, but the length was fine to shoulder arms.
Good bounce and carry in this wicket. We're seeing a different ball game here late from day 2 with the speed of Starc. And even that last over to Cummins, the one that blew through Carey's gloves. Yeah, it's good. Good bounce.
The series has been an advertisement for that adage, right? Or don't make a judgment on the pitch until you see both teams bat, they say, but I think this is more about both teams bowl.
Correct. Very true.
Starc already up into the mid-140s. Bowls here to Crawley, who gets well forward and defends nicely. Starc does the work in his follow-through. So far, so good.
But saying that, this is still a good batting track because, yes, there's balls hitting gloves and stuff like that, but Usman Khawaja's made 137 today and hardly played a false stroke. Apart from the ball he got out to and the one he nicked off Jack Leach, there wasn't a lot else that he did wrong. So it just goes to show if you apply yourself and have a clear game plan, which I think he certainly did today, you can get runs on this wicket.
Starc galloping towards Zach Crawley. Bowls here, Crawley down the leg side, gets something on it, down towards the rope. That's going to be 4-leg buys. Just kissed the front pad on the way through, so Starc a little bit wayward there. None for 10 England. 1 ball to come in this, the second over. Got a message in here on the text saying first ball should be a Yorker. Pressure ball. All your text for Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Stark does like attacking the stumps early on. We saw that to begin the series. Feels like a long time ago when Rory Burns was taking the first ball for England.
14 days ago, wasn't it?
In test terms. I actually grabbed the stat during the week that this series was wrapped up quicker than 02-03 in terms of overs bowled, remarkably. So Stark to the crease. Last ball of his over delivers to Crawley, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Not a great over from start to start. England none for 10 on the Lauren X Cleaning scoreboard. Google Lauren X Cleaning today. 12 minutes until stumps.
G'day, Alex Carey here. Toyota have been taking families to cricket grounds all over Australia for 50 years. So when Toyota designed the Fortuner, they built it with power, comfort and added safety to get you through the toughest conditions. With Apple CarPlay and a stylish interior, there is plenty of space to keep you comfy and plenty of storage for all the gear. Visit your local Toyota dealer to book a test drive of the adventurous Toyota Fortuner. How's that? Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Cummins to Hamid, who's there on 2. Ramwick end. The captain bowls and England's opener edges, taken in the corner on the bounce by Green. Well stopped, save 4. Well, Cameron Green, not much gets through him. Hamid saved by soft hands.
What a magnificent save by Cameron Green. That raced off the outside edge of the bat. Full stretch to his left. Got a good wingspan. Big 200 centimetre giant that he is.
I think they need to come up with a new nickname for him. Mamba doesn't suit him at all.
You spent a lot of time watching Cameron Green during the week, Bharat. You'll have some work to do with the ball, I'm sure. Here is Cummins to Hamid, delivers here down the leg side. Just gets out the way of it in time. He thought about playing, but decided not to try and catch up with it. Stays at none for 10.
Yeah, such a challenge for these two young openers. Don't envy them one little bit here. There's pace, there's bounce, there's a little bit of movement off the seam there, just heading down the leg side by Pat Cummins.
And weight of numbers as well. Asiba Meads averaged 18. He's coming back into the test team. He fails here and fails at Hobart. He's back in the wilderness, surely. And the same may well apply to Crawley. Asiba Mead needs runs. He's facing up to Patrick Cummins, who bowls here, and Hamid leaves alone. That's a good leave. Committed to it early outside the off stump.
One change he has made, which I'm not in favour of, is he's cut his hair. I saw him the other day and I said it's a pity that COVID has ensured you and I can't take a picture with each other. A lot of people think we're brothers, and that's when he said, look, I cut my hair though. And he sounded so happy about it. I said, there's nothing to be happy about it. So if he does score runs, you know what will happen. People will blame the hair.
But it's still sitting on his shoulders. He's just had the ends taken off. The split ends. Here is Cummins to Hamid, a short leg as well. He leaves alone again outside the off stump. Nice bit of shape there from Cummins, but not close enough to the woodwork to make the right hander play. So 3 slips of gully, a short leg. The field for Australia for PGG Wrightson, Turf Durascape.
About that slip, Gordon, Colo and Simon. So you can see Steve Smith already very active about he's trying to reenact what Hasib Hamid is doing, but he doesn't have Manas anymore to react to whatever he says. I don't think Uzi or David Warner really care.
They're not giving him much, are they? They're doing their own thing. Here's Cummins, bowls to Hamid, and Hamid leaves alone. That's close to the off stump, though. That's the one that goes the other way. Cummins, hands on head as he spools out to cover. So a big outswinger than the one back off the seam could have easily taken out the off stump, Simon Katich.
And that's why he's number 1 in the world. The questions he asks for these two young men, it's a challenge because he'll hit the corridor and they know that there's the ability to bring the ball back in. So then that ball there dangerously passes the off stump. But the next one will probably be in the corridor swinging away and he'll probably think that he has to play it.
Last
where
ball,
the nick comes in.
Cummins over, bowls to Hamid, down the leg side. Did he get something on it? He doesn't. Carey takes it, moving to his left. Cummins was up. The cordon went with him. The end of a maiden over on the Lauren X Cleaning scoreboard. We might get 2 more in before the close of play. Lauren X Cleaning, Google Lauren X Cleaning today, England none for 10.
As the spotlight shines on the season of cricket, you can get your garden up in lights with Illuminate Garden Lighting. Simple, safe and easy to use, Illuminate Garden Lighting is DIY friendly. Sensational quality, Illuminate is the tradie's choice. Like making a century every time you bat, your home's garden will be unstoppable. Pick your lights, plug them in, turn them on and away you go. How does your garden glow? Illuminate, Australia's easiest garden lighting system. Available from Bunnings.
3 in the cordon waiting for a snaffle. 1 subscription, 1 wallet, hundreds of products. Snaffle. Stark away from us. It's gloomy now at the SCG. Bowling to Crawley over the wicket. He leaves alone. They've not quite had their radar yet, Simon Katich. That was the difference at Melbourne in the second innings when Cummins and Stark just gave them nothing.
Yeah, they were super disciplined there. And sometimes that's all it takes to cause a collapse because the batsmen just feel like there's no way out. But when you get a little bit of a reprieve, particularly with the line of the ball, and when it's missing the stumps early and you know you don't have to play, it just allows you that freedom. There's a big difference between an easy leave and a tough leave. And if you're consistently having to have tough leaves or play at the ball, that's when the mistakes come.
Stark passes umpire Tucker, bowls here and Crawley down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. So again, not quite the start Australia needed here. Doesn't quite have the same energy from the 24,855 in right now, yet to really go past the edge with the exception of 1 Cummins delivery to Hamid.
Could it have a little bit, especially in Stark's case, the fact that he just finished batting and I don't think how much time he had to even warm up. Could that have anything to do with it, Simon?
Yeah, you see that sometimes. Bowlers that have had a decent knock and maybe end up getting a little bit fatigued from their batting innings, then going out to bowl and maybe not quite focused and potentially not hitting the areas that they'd like to.
Stark arrives again, bowls to Crawley, leaving alone on length. That's gone way above the stumps. No need to get his bat anywhere near that. On that basis, a left field idea perhaps, but they might squeeze 2 in. It might be Cummins and 1 more. Scott Boland bowled 1 over before the close of play at Melbourne on day 2. Food for thought. I'm sure it'll be on the mind of Cummins.
Yeah, just wonder whether the crowd support won't be the same.
Yeah,
maybe there was a few people yelling out in the crowd to Pat Cummins to get him on at the MCG, whereas here at the SCG they might be calling for Nathan Lyon.
Crawley does a bit of gardening just to absorb another 20 seconds or so. The lights aren't on at the SCG, but it is getting quite dark. Stark, his long familiar approach to the crease delivers. Crawley past the edge. No, it's a takeout. Got it for a slip. Straight to David Warner. The most straightforward of chances, and Crawley's gone for another duck. Just when it looked to be drifting a little bit for Australia with this opportunity before the close of play. Predictably enough, it's Mitchell Stark finding the outside edge of the bat. England 1 for 10.
What a catch from David Warner too. That flew off the outside edge of Crawley's bat. It went quick and it went high. And I reckon when we see the replay of this, David Warner, very good pair of hands there off Mitchell Stark. Oh, no. Oh, no.
With Houston, we have a problem. That's Mitchell Stark's front foot. We're going to get several looks at this because it is very, very tight. It could go either way.
Crawley's walking back to the crease.
Yep, that's a no-y.
The one mitigating factor is that they judge it on when the heel, even the smallest part of heel or spike makes contact. Nope, no ball it is. No ball it will be. So Crawley reprieved. Doesn't walk off the field for a duck. Doesn't start 2022 the same way that England finished it in 2021 with a slew of ducks. Not yet, at least. And England advanced to none for 11. And as you say, it was a fabulous catch from David Warner. Not to be for Australia.
Is this the break that England have been waiting for the last 4 test matches, guys? It's never happened. They've never got that one reprieve early.
Yeah, well, they've got it now, and Crawley's got to make the most of this. He really has to, because with a first-class average of just over 31 leading into this series, he's got to make the most of his chance.
So they reset and go again. Stark again to the crease to Crawley. Can he find the edge once more? Not this time he won't. On leg stump, flipped away to long leg. Gets 1, comes back for 2. Scott Boland doing the fielding there in front of the Richies, much to their appreciation. None for 13. Crawley off the mark, belatedly, after his chance.
Out for a duck 2 minutes ago. Suddenly you're on to 2 not out. That must feel good, Simon.
Oh, what a game. I don't think I ever got out off a no ball.
Really?
Yeah.
And I suppose your test career, we didn't quite have the retrospective no ball either, did we?
No. And I think I actually got out off a no ball off Freddie at Lord's, and they saw the replay and saw how far over he was, but they didn't have any of the recall.
Stark to Crawley. On middle stump, he defends into the onside. No concerns there. So Crawley's had to face one really good delivery. He edged that, but the rest have been on about middle stump or middle of the leg, and a few he's been able to leave well wide of the off stump. Well, a bit of drama here late. This will probably be Stark's final delivery of the evening. In fact, it will be. They lost that time as Crawley made his way to the rope and then returned. So there'll be one more over from the round weekend, and that'll be it. So Stark, his last opportunity of evening 2. Into the crease. Bowls to Crawley, and Crawley defends competently back down the track. No run. End of the over on the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. England none for 13. Hamid 2, Crawley 2. Hamid has 6 more deliveries to negotiate from Patrick Cummins to get through to the close. I'm sure I said this to Buck before he departed before cap, but you would know what it's all about coming in late, trying to take some time off the clock, every trick in the book.
You've got to stay as positive as possible because ultimately you face the music at some point. So you can't be totally negative about it, but you've also got to mitigate the risk, and 6 balls is risky. So if you can limit the damage of how many overs you have to face, particularly when it's a short period of time and you've got nothing to gain. If you've got 20, 25 overs, it's a different kettle of fish because you can actually get some momentum in your innings and potentially come off with a decent partnership under your belt.
So a change in approach here with Marnus Labuschagne moving into a leg slip, let's call it, about third leg slip, not quite leg gully. Cummins on the way to Hamid. Last over of the evening. Bowls here. Hamid leaves alone outside the off stump, but again, that's the one that shapes back towards the right-hander, giving him something to think about. All the catches in there for Snaffle. 1 subscription, 1 wallet, hundreds of products. Snaffle.
Another guy who would have a huge sigh of relief is Mark Wood, who's padded up to come in as night watchman.
Yeah. As soon as it ticks over to 28 past, if you're the next guy, you're like, not tonight. You relax.
He'd have the pads off, he'd be in the shower.
Correct.
He wouldn't want to watch this. So the 5th over of this innings. Cummins, past umpire rifle, bowls to Hamid. It's full, it's straight, it's defended out to cover. Well played.
And this is where, when you're down the other end, you're hoping the bowler's bowling that good and over that you stay down that end. Yeah, exactly. It's when they tickle one down to fine leg, you think, oh, God, now I've got to soak up 2 or 3 balls. But that's part of partnership batting, and you try and help each other out. Strike rotation works both ways. There's times where you can get down the other end and your partner helps you out.
And now for Cummins' part, he can take his time. There's no rush in this final over. Ram weekend, bowling here to Hamid. The right-hander defends again. Straight back to the bowler, Cummins. Fancy footwork, kicks it up to himself. A la Mark Waugh.
And there's times where potentially there's a matchup where you need to try and absorb the 6 balls, whether it's a certain type of spinner, and it's slightly easier as a left-right combo, depending on rough and a better part of the wicket, particularly when it's the left-hander's getting a lot of rough late in the test match. But that's another time where you have to try and help each other out and make sure that you're taking the percentage option.
That was brilliant technique with Cummins with his feet, by the way. We'll come back to that. Cummins to the crease. Bowls to Hamid. Last over. Hamid again, confident. Riding the bounce, defending with soft hands. 2 balls left on the day. Yes, Cummins juggled it about 4 times before flicking it up with his back heel. Talented sportsman. Our post-game shows coming up for Anaconda. Play more, pay less. And, of course, our tourism partner looking for an exciting trip away this summer. Head to visitmildura.com.au. There's plenty for the kids to enjoy. Great food and amazing weather in Mildura.
First thing Nathan Lyon is heading to is the dressing room to watch 6 again. He's been telling everyone about it. Good see.
2 balls left on day 2. Cummins bowls to Hamid. Edged, but on the bounce again to Green. Well played. Again, the soft hands from Hamid. He's really rebuilt his game against fast bowling at domestic level in recent years, doubling his average against the seamers in the county championship. That's why he's in this team. They thought that he would have a technique suitable to succeed in Australia. It's not quite paid off yet, but that was the logic behind him originally.
And what he did right there is what he's been working on a lot in the last few years. One of those, he likes volume, bats a lot in the nets, and just making sure the ball just hits ground whenever he defends.
So last ball of the day, Pat Cummins, Randwick end. 3 slips a gully, a leg slip, a short leg. He bowls here to Mead, who's forward defending out to mid-on. A bit of an anticlimax in for Australia with England able to leave the field. 403 runs in arrears, but No wickets in their column. None for 13 from 5 overs. Crawley 2, Hamid 2 as well. Crawley reprieved on 0. Caught it firstly by David Warner from the bowling of Mitchell Starc, but retrospectively recalled because the foot wasn't behind the line. Other than that, they didn't quite get it right there, Simon.
Yeah, look, I think England deserves some credit for getting through that tricky little period, but I think Mitchell Starc probably didn't quite get the line and length that he showed in Melbourne recently, and throughout this series he's been magnificent with the ball. Pat Cummins was challenging there for Hamid, but they weathered the storm. It was a short little storm of 5 overs, so that's all they had to get through, and they did it well. Had a little bit of luck there for Crawley with the overstepping of Mitchell Starc, but once again, Australia dominant on day 2 of this test match, and the day belonged to the comeback king, Usman Khawaja. What a knock.
Did it ever. This is our post-match show for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Before the wickets for budget truck rental, no matter the job, they've got a truck. Well, there were a few there for Australia before they declared 2 after tea, Cummins and Khawaja for 24 and 137 respectively, but none for England. Let's return to Usman Khawaja though. As I say, 137, walking in not long before the close last night, Simon, at 3 for 117, batted through the majority of the day. His 9th test century, and one he'll remember fondly forever. It's on his home ground, it's the SCG.
Yeah, it's, in a way, it's a fairy tale story, really, having been out of the team for so long and potentially having given up hope that maybe this chance would never come again. He was in the squad at the start of the series, line ball decision between him and Travis Head. Travis Head gets COVID, ironically. Khawaja steps in, and now can he stay in this test team? Can he displace Marcus Harris? That's the big question now moving forward. I think he's done enough to deserve to warrant going up the order. It's a tough call on Harris. He played well at the MCG with the 76, but ultimately he doesn't have a test ton. He's played a number of tests now. I think, is it 13? He hasn't, and that's plenty of opportunities. So, yeah, I think Khawaja might be staying in this team for a little bit longer. And I think he's in that phase of his career now where the pressure's off. He's a happily married man with a beautiful young daughter, Aisha. It's given him perspective. He treats cricket as though he's a 10-year-old, goes out there trying to help his team win a game of cricket and loves it. And today was a great story and great reflection on that. I think, it was calm, it was composed, and he just knew what he was trying to do.
He's unquestionably our player of the day for Bingley Grab a Deal today. It becomes a pretty simple question, Bharat, doesn't it? And Kat's framed it up nicely. Is Usman Khawaja in the best six? Is he amongst the best 6 batsmen in Australia? I mean, how could you watch today and not arrive at that conclusion?
Absolutely. 5 top 6, I would say, the top 4 batsmen in Australia right now, considering some of the batters, Cam Green, the form he's been in, he, just him and Scott Boland, right? Cat back-to-back test matches, the 32-year-old, 35-year-old, just tells you never give up. And I seriously think it's a success story for the Sheffield Shield as well. I mean, all those runs that Usman Khawaja has scored this season in tough conditions, that 100 he made at the Adelaide Oval second innings was not easy. I remember being there. All sorts of things were happening there. And the runs he got at the Karen Rolton Oval as well at the end. So to see him lead the team off the field 2 years after he thought his test dream was over is quite something. And yeah, I'm with you. I think he should be opening at Hobart.
Well, the other significant thing today was that Australia were in a position where the test could have swung either way. So it was a critical partnership with Steve Smith. He got in that partnership. But then the other part of it was when that second new ball came just after lunch, Stuart Broad was at his best. He knocked over Steve Smith with a beauty, and then he knocked over Cameron Green. And then obviously Alex Carey got out not long after that, hitting one off Joe Root straight up in the air. So he got Australia into this position, and he faced that second new ball. So he's done it in tough conditions, and he got the bulk of his runs. I think he was only on 40-odd at the time when the second new ball came round. So he did a magnificent job.
And just gave the one chance as well, Khawaja, when he was put down from the bowling of Jack Leach by Joe Root at first slip. Let's turn our attention briefly to England. Kat, what was a plus for them for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians? Obviously Stuart Broad with his 5 wickets, but in terms of the way they, I suppose, kept it together after what happened at Melbourne?
Yeah, I think they fought pretty well today. I don't think you can be too hard on them. Yes, Australia have ended up getting 416, but I think that's a lot about the class of the batting. I thought Steve Smith played very, very well. He looked in great touch, and obviously he got a pretty good ball there from Stuart Broad. And I think Khawaja's innings was class. So England did a lot right. It just they came up against two very good players in these conditions on their home deck. You can't forget that those two have played a lot of cricket here, and that has a big advantage for Australia.
Well, that's a plus for England, Host Plus, an industry super fund that puts you first. That's a plus. Bharat, your thoughts on the way England, as Kat says, just managed to stick to their task after what was a fairly chastening experience at Melbourne last week?
Yeah, and for a change, they didn't do things that baffled you. Like, they did pretty similarly the same things in MCG as well, at the MCG with the ball. I thought they did well there. And again, for me, just seeing Stuart Broad, two 35-year-olds making a comeback in the same test and both starring with bat and ball respectively. And I thought he bowled really well in Adelaide. And who would have thought he would have had to wait 4 test matches to get his first test with a red ball in an Ashes series? And look what he's done. He's taken 5 wickets. And, a happy Stuart Broad almost feels like an England team which can reinvigorate themselves. And most importantly, Colo, not losing a wicket in those 5 overs. When Zach Crawley edged that ball, you're like, here we go again. There'll be 3 down. But I think that is a big plus for them.
A big smile on Usman Khawaja's face as he prepares to do the post-play media. Looking for an exciting trip away this summer, head to visitmildura.com.au. There's plenty for the kids to enjoy, great food and amazing weather. Simon, in signing off tomorrow, it's a fairly straightforward plan for Australia. Yes, this has been somewhat rain-reduced, but loads of time. They don't need to snatch at it. They've got the bowlers. They've got the mental edge over England, systematically working them over through the course of 2 or 3 sessions.
Yeah, and I think that's the challenge for England, is to try and wear this attack down and get some overs into their legs, because that hasn't really happened this series. But I think that's going to be a tough ask, because I think we've seen enough signs that there's going to be some deterioration in this wicket. There's been some uneven bounce. But saying that, it's still a very good batting surface. So you have to win that first half an hour, get through the new ball. Anything's possible if you apply yourself with the bat. But the problem is the mentality of the English batsmen. They're down, they're out, and this Australian attack's been all over them this series. Can they dig themselves out of that hole?
Thank you, Simon Katich. Thank you, Bharat Sundaresan. This was our post-match show for Anaconda. Play more, pay less with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. On the Laurenex Cleaning scoreboard, Google Laurenex Cleaning today. England, none for 13 at stumps, trailing by 403 runs. Up next, Sam Hargraves and Liam Pickering calling the Renegades versus the Heat on Big Bash Nation. The Renegades won the toss and they're bowling first. The Heat are currently 2 for 47 in the 9th over. Signing off from the SCG is Adam Collins on the day that was all about Usman Khawaja.
Welcome to Big Bash Nation, broadcasting every ball of the Big Bash summer, live and free on your home of sport, SEN. Very good evening to you and welcome to Big Bash Nation. 2 for 47, the Heat. The Renegades won the bat flip and they sent the Heat in. Zahir Khan's got both wickets, that of Jack Clayton, the Queensland rookie, and also the big name inclusion, Bakar Zaman from Pakistan was out for 3. Khan continuing bowling the 9th over. 3 balls into that over, 2 for 47 the Heat. Jake Lehman, the son of former Australian coach Darren Lehman, 21 off 20. One of the 10 changes to this Heat team from their New Year's Day side. Hazlitt is 3 off 9. Make that 9 off 10. Big slog, sweep, heave. Over mid-wicket, 1 for the full amount. Their leading run scorer this year. Sam Hargraves calling all the action. Liam Pickering alongside me. Pickers, do we have to change our invoice for a late start tonight, or?
No, I don't think so. I think we're okay, Sammy. But yeah, it's good to be here. They've got away to a good start, the Heat, and then a couple of wickets. It's this man, Zahir Khan, who's pulled them back. He's got both the wickets so far. We might have to run through the batting lineup for the Heat because there's about 5 blokes there I've never heard of. So we'll get to that at some stage. And what a great day of Test cricket it was.
Absolutely. That's the wrong at the back of the hand. Zahir Khan, very close to that blue line, wide on the offside.
Not sure how that wasn't called a wide.
Not sure either. Pickers,
so
not sure either.
The power play for the Heat, none for 33 off 4 overs. They have pulled it back a little bit in the last 4 overs. We're into the 9th now, just about 9 overs gone now.
The Type A trusted tyre experts at power play. Khan left arm over. That was a faster, flatter ball going across the body, down leg side, helped on its way by Hazlitt. Gets a single to fine leg. So just to go through the changes of this team. So in for the Heat,
Fakhar Zaman, first Pakistani to score a double century in one-day international cricket. Elite international player. Jake Lehman, Jack Wood, Lachlan Pfeffer. Don't know if he's any relation to Ruben Pfeffer from the movie Long Came Polly.
Yes, I know Ruben.
Jack Clayton, who's one of the men out. Will Prestwidge. Steve McGiffin, who was apparently on a boating charter 6.5 hours away from Brisbane when he got the call. Had to quickly head into shore and get to Brisbane. Ronan McDonald, don't know if he's any relation to Ronald. Paddy Hooley-Dooley and David Grant, South Australian cricketer. We'll do our best to give you some background on all of those guys, but as COVID continues to wreak havoc through this Big Bash season, it's a lot of credit going to the Heat for maintaining and putting a team out there. As Richardson into the attack, he's driven to mid-off for a single. 2 for 55 into the 10th over.
Well, they got away with a really good start off the faster ball, and then they took the pace off the ball, and all of a sudden they pulled it back. So he looks pretty good here, Jake Lehman. He's played some nice shots. Sammy Haslett's just got in. He's hit that big six there at the long boundary too. He took one. There's a long, deep mid-on fielder, and he took him on. And he's a long part of the ground at Geelong. Game's at the Cattery tonight.
Ground you know well.
I do know it well. It's a bit different. They're doing something with the stand there. There's a lot of dirt in one of the background.
Richardson right arm over. Little ducks and drakes from Lehman. Took a long step back to the leg side, then shuffled across to the off and tried to, with one hand down halfway down the back of the blade, tried to flick that over the keeper's head to no avail. For Liberty Free Thinking Loans, Liberty the principal partner of the Melbourne Renegades, Liberty Free Thinking Home, Car, Business and Personal Loans. So down at Geelong, Pickers, as we said, full credit to the Heat. I mean, they've got only 2 players that were in the starting 11 from that New Year's Day clash that they won against the Hurricanes in Majib and Sammy Haslett.
Yeah. Well, they're going to have their work cut out, you'd think. Renegades have got a pretty strong side in. We'll give you their batting line up in a second.
Short ball from Richardson, pull shot from Lehman for a single through mid-wicket.
Not too many changes for the Renegades. Harper, Finch, Marsh, Maddenson, Harvey, Seymour, Sutherland, Pattinson, Richardson, Evans and Zahir Khan. Mohamed Nabi's been left out tonight for the Renegades fans. He's been horribly out of form. He's the X-Factor player along with Fraser McGurk.
Well, Tommy Cooper's captaining the Heat, the hero of the Renegades BBL 9. BBL 8, sorry. Championship win. Square driving through point is Haslett. Just a single you'd think there.
Very short square boundary here at Geelong. Cat Park, as I like to call it. Beautiful surface. The wicket looks good too. A bit of pace in the wicket.
You know that you haven't been around the setup for a while when they don't have a shirt with your name on it. Just a number for Jake Lehman.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
That's all right.
They're doing everything on the run at the moment.
Absolutely. He's 22 to run a ball. Haslett 12 off 14. 257 the Heat. Richardson, second last ball of his over. Right arm over. Danced. And then had to rise up high on the toes, did Lehman. He drives to mid-off. Standing tall. Richardson saw him coming down and banged it in a little shorter.
Last 4 overs, just 18 runs and 1 wicket for the Heat, so things have slowed up. But they did get away to a good start, so they'll go in at the 10 over mark, around about 60, so might be a bad effort.
For Mate, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers at scoreboard 258. Haslett, leading run scorer for the Heat this year. He's averaging 43. Richardson gives him some width, but he can't cash in. Just was a little shorter than where he was anticipating. Couldn't take it on the half volley. Dot ball to finish out the 10th over. So halfway through this Heat innings, sent in by the Renegades. They're 2 for 58 for Mate, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers.
G'day, Flem here. Make a great power play. Become an apprentice with MEGT. Construction, IT, electrical, plumbing. A great career is waiting for you. Earn and learn with MEGT, your local apprenticeship experts. Visit MEGT.com.au.
Bowling to Max now, who smashes it to mid-wicket.
It goes past the rope. People are cheering. The man who did it is raising his bat. Something.
Pace your innings. You won't miss the moment if you drink Wise. Visit drinkwise.org.au.
Welcome back to Big Bash Nation for Liberty Free Thinking Loans. Renegades and Heat at Geelong. The Heat absolutely ravaged by COVID. 10 changes they've had to make to this side. And the halfway mark of their innings sent in by the Renegades. They are 2 for 58 on the scoreboard for Mate, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. The players out, just to bring you up to speed. First to go in this Brisbane Heat innings was Jack Clayton, who is a rookie, contracted player with Queensland Cricket. He was part of the Brisbane Lions Academy as a teenager, just a pretty handy footy player back in his day. Pickers, he was out LBW, Rashid Khan, 15 at a run of ball for him, including 3 boundaries.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Played some lovely shots.
Wasn't afraid of the opening
not the
trio.
The pace of Pattinson didn't concern him too much. Took him and Sutherland for 22 off 2 overs. And him and Lehman.
And Fakhar Zaman from Pakistan, who's
he looked out of sorts to me. He looked like he just got off a plane.
Got a 3-game contract with the Brisbane Heat and had to get an exemption, I think, to be able to. Well, need an exemption to play actually back in Brisbane. He was the quickest player ever to 1,000 one-day international runs, beating Viv Richards' record. He was out, caught in the deep at mid-wicket. Zach Evans, the catch for Snaffle, 1 subscription, 1 wallet, hundreds of products. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Okay, they've made a sub here, so Mohamed Nabi's into the game. Not sure who they've taken out.
Well, it can only be someone who's bowled 1 over or less. So Pattinson only bowled the 1.
Pattinson, or someone's
He's out.
bowled 2.
It is James Pattinson.
Okay, so they've taken, and they've given Nabi another chance, and we did say he's the X Factor, but he hasn't been playing very well. Oh, it looks like he's happy to be subbed out, to be fair.
Does not look concerned in any way, shape or
No,
form.
he's laughing and carrying on the bench, so let's see if Nabster can get it sorted out today, because he's been horribly out of form with the bat. He hasn't been bowling a lot either.
He's going to bowl right arm around to Jake Lehman, who just takes a little step forward outside off and lovely little lap sweep over the shoulder.
Get a couple for that.
And they do get...
He's a top quality player, Mohamed Nabi, but just this year hasn't been very good at all.
He's still the number 1 ranked ICC T20 all-round.
Well, not on what he's dished up this year for the Gades.
No.
Hopefully tonight's his night.
So what's he been able to put together this year, Mohamed Nabi?
With the bat.
One wicket.
Yeah.
In 8 games.
With the bat, not many.
36 runs. Reverse sweep from Lehman gets that. Past square leg. It was Madison there. Sutherland's going to come around from the deep.
Slow outfield this.
They did get the storm coming through today.
Yeah, they did well because it looks like it's in perfect condition, the ground, which it would be. What you would expect.
No bias.
It's HBA Stadium.
Jake Lehman hasn't played since BBL 8.
I'm surprised. I thought let's say 3 seasons since he's played a Big Bash game.
Yeah. Now he gives himself a heap of room, backs away to leg and tries to carve it past point.
Yeah, they worked out pretty quick. The pace on seems to be a lot easier to hit than the pace off. Hence why Pattinson's come out of the game. Zach Evans is the other one that's come in for his first game of the year.
Again, backing away. Lehman chopping down on, gets a forward point. And Sutherland does the fielding, keeps it to 1. So Jake Lehman's BBL career. So played 4 seasons with the striker, BBL 5, 6, 7, 8. 25 innings, high score of 46, just an average of 12.7. Nabi right around, big top edge. Harper's going to gobble this up, has it, had no idea where that had gone. He started meandering down the pitch like someone at the end of a night trying to find the cab rank. Harper takes the catch, only had to take a couple of steps behind him for Snapple. 1 subscription, 1 wallet, hundreds of products. Heat lose their 3rd wicket, and Nabi repays the faith. X-factored into the game, and he gets a wicket.
Yeah, he tried to turn it around the corner and got a leading edge straight up in the air, and Sammy Harper said, "Thank you very much. I only have to jog or walk 2 metres behind me, and I'll take an easy catch." So this brings in Tommy Cooper, who has played a lot of cricket with Mohamed Nabi, played a lot of cricket with the Renegades, played some nice hands this year, very good ramper, and a powerful hitter square of the wicket. Is Tommy Cooper. He's played a couple of quick knocks this year where he's just thrown the bat at a few, but hasn't lasted all that long. Great man, Tom Cooper. Very important player for the Renegades.
Well, he's still, when it comes to the Renegades over their histories, the Renegades' 2nd highest ever run scorer. He scored 1,202 runs for them.
Yeah, well, he was, when they did the best team of the first decade, he was certainly in the team. He was a good player, good leader. So this looks like a good pitch to me.
So Lehman on 28 off 27 still there. The 3rd wicket falls for Makita, 100% power through the season with Makita Power Garden. You can get involved with us, 0433 98 11 16. Big Bash Nation text line open for business. Tommy Cooper against his old club, 43 off 35. When the Renegades won their only title, he's sweeping one, wide outside off, in the air a long time. You heard the cries of catch, got it behind square, got off the mark with a single. He was their highest scorer at Pickers in that game. End of the over though, 11 down, 3 for 64.
G'day, Merv Hughes here. Summer is here, and that means two things. Our big push is steaming in on the pitch, and your car's aircon needs to be on top of its mark. Your off stump will be blown away by the aircon service at your local Repco authorised service centre. Their fully qualified mechanics will keep you cool all year with a comprehensive service on your car's aircon system, no matter what you drive. Book online today at repcoservice.com.
So into the 12th over, Zach Evans, who bowled the first over of this game, conceded just the 5 runs, redeployed into the Renegades attack with the heat at 3 for 64. With Cooper, the former Renegade, 1 off 1, captain of the heat tonight. Struck down 10 players out of the side for COVID. And Jake Lehman, one of the players brought in, son of Darren, former striker, 28 off 27. It'll be Evans right arm over to Cooper. Oh, yeah, just thick inside edge to mid-wicket, no run, trying to drive him through cover. Zach Evans, Pickers, this is his first game, from my understanding of this BBL 11 season.
Yeah, since the last game last year when he got 5 against the Hurricanes. In a game that didn't mean anything for the Renegades, except having a win, but it meant a hell of a lot for the Hurricanes because they only had the win to be in the finals. They missed the finals with that loss, the MCG. This bloke bowled well.
Evans to Cooper. He's coming forward. Just got inside the line of it and clipped it.
Now, he may have been injured over in the first part of the year, I'm not sure. But it is his first game this year. A promising young player. A very good footballer.
That was a single to Cooper to mid-wicket.
They play this game at this time of the year every year to try and get the Surf Coast holiday makers there down to the game. And I know a few of my mates that go along.
Yep.
Renegades are playing there. They always hit me up for tickets.
I reckon we should see more of this now, especially when crowds are down a little.
Good.
Get out to regional.
The players would love it too. They want to play in front of big crowds, or as big a crowd as they can get.
Lehman on strike. Wasn't that short? Able to pull it away. Couple of bounces through square leg for another boundary. Lehman moves to 32 and has looked really good.
It has. Looked really good. Yeah, thought there might have been some cover there, but there wasn't.
Three for 69 for Mate, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Big Bash Nation for Liberty, free thinking loans.
Got a one off the SMS from Mark and Samantha from St Ives. Can you clear it up? Did Sam's hand ever get replaced? Well, I can tell you right now, it hasn't been replaced.
Certainly has not.
And not only that, it's been replaced by a T-shirt that's gone missing.
Hawthorn T-shirt went missing, disappointing as well. Zach Evans saw the advancement of Lehman, then pushed it across just inside the blue line. It was smart bowling.
Yeah, No Hand Sam, he continues to keep that name, and he can be No T Sam either. Chance he taking his T-shirt in.
Who takes a T-shirt, to be honest?
Well, I was worried about the fact that you sent a group email around about a T-shirt and a coat hanger.
Just because I wanted to give some context.
I can help you with a coat hanger, but I haven't got the T-shirt.
It was a suit jacket coat, because I worked.
It's a wooden one.
I worked and then went to the work Christmas party.
Had it all.
No, it was one with the bigger shoulders for the blazer.
I've never seen you wearing a blazer.
Well, that's because you weren't at the Christmas party, Pickers.
Of course I was.
Unsociable. Dragging one from outside the line of off stump is Lehman. Well fielded Sutherland. Took the ball and the tumble.
He's been sensible at that time of the year. Being sensible.
Or boring, either way.
No, sensible. Stayed away from it.
The disappointing thing is, it's not just the T-shirt that's gone. The coat hanger's gone
as
as well.
I was worried sick about a coat hanger.
It's a vintage Hawthorn, Glen Ferry. It's got an image of Glen Ferry Oval on it.
What a duck that was.
Wow.
That was a duck.
I've got some suspicions.
You're just going to narrow him down? I'll try to put Coons right in the frame, but I don't think Coons was there.
No, he wasn't there. Because you still got him in the frame for the hair,
don't you? Hair, for sure.
We've done a lot of footy together, and
it's got his fingerprints all over it. He's never come clean.
No. Had to go to the pub for Christmas lunch.
Oh,
with the parents.
Disappointing.
It actually wasn't too bad.
Could always buy a ham. You didn't have to get a freebie.
Well, I was told I had one and made plans around that. Slow ball, driven up, just didn't get it in the full meat of the bat, but luckily he did not. There was a single down the ground for Lehman to mid-off, and that's the end of the 12th over. They ended up getting 8 from it, Peter 3 for 72.
Ever dreamt of snaffling glory? We can't fix sporting dreams, but you can snaffle hundreds of products today and pay in bite-sized payments tomorrow. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
There's nothing quite like celebrating and enjoying summer vibes with your pals. Parafield Airport Liquor Store, that is. Come into Pals. You'll be bowled over by our prices. Pals, next to Roulette Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
Big Bash Nation for Liberty, free thinking loan. Sam Hargraves, Liam Pickering with you, 3 for 72, the heat after 12. Jake Lehman, one of the 10 changes into the side. He's going along nicely, 35 off 31. He's facing Zahir Khan, who's got figures of 2 for 14. He gets some width outside off. He carves that past point for a single.
I won't want to be bowling short when this power surge comes. Very short square boundaries at Cat Park, GMHBA in Geelong. 60 on one side and 64 on the other. It's a mishit for 6 really. Square of the wicket. I think she's gone back to slip here.
Left arm over, gives that one a bit of flight, just drops at the toes.
Where's half the chance, I reckon. Caught and bowled.
Got past Zahir Khan, who's picking himself up
He's
now.
not a great fielder, in fairness. They hit the ball straight to him in room 2.
Singled a bit on. Wouldn't mind seeing a replay of that.
But he's bowled beautifully.
Yep.
2 for 16. He's nearly halfway through his last over.
Got Clayton and Fakhar Zaman. He's in again. Oh, he gives that a heap of flight.
Should get 2.
Dropped off a table, leaving able to back away and get it through cover. And they do get a couple. That's well run. Little bobble from Sammy Harper behind the stumps. So he moves to 38. Just seen this a few times. The Stars have had a couple of players come in. Travis Dean the other night scored 32. And the other young, was it young Cooper for the Stars? Is that his name? The other night?
Not sure.
Got the call up from Ringwood?
Yeah, I know.
32.
Yeah. Sure they'll take his arm on.
They do.
Yes, there was another one. This is one thing about what's happened is we are getting to see some kids basically that have been, they'll get a bit of exposure to a national audience, which I think is the only positive out of it. Everyone wants to see the Stars playing. Yeah, as in, not the Melbourne Stars, everyone wants to see the Stars of the competition playing. But you don't want to be watching the Brisbane League without Chris Speed and all those guys.
Left arm around Khan, bowling at the pads of Cooper, who's sweeping behind square. And they get a single.
He can score quickly, Tom Cooper. And Lehman's in a real good touch, 39 off 34. They're coming along all right here.
One ball left to come in this over. Just trying to get this bloke's name because I want to do him the service.
I watched it, I'm not sure. Is this against the Renegades you're talking about?
No, this was against the Scorchers.
Oh, that game, yeah. At Junction. Oh, yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. He batted at the top.
Yep.
Dunley was Cooper.
Lehman another single through the offside to finish out the 13th over. They got 7 from it to be 3 for 79 after 13 the heat.
Hi Australia, this is Sam Kerr, Australian football team captain and Chelsea FC footballer. Aussies have voted Mate as having the most satisfied NBN customers in the country in CanStar Blue's 2021 Satisfaction Awards. Mate scored 5 stars in 5 categories, beating all its competitors. If you want award-winning Aussie service together with great value internet, then Mate has your back. Search Mate online to find out more.
So 3 for 79, Heater doing all right here. Not setting the world on fire. The run rate over the last 5 has slowed to 6.4, but they've got wickets in hand. Lehman's set 40 off 35, and Tom Cooper knows how to play, and it was Tom Rogers, the young man's name I was looking for.
He played well. He played well at the Junction.
And it'll be Muhammad Nabi, right arm around, getting a reverse stand-up sweep. So it's not a reverse sweep, it's almost a reverse pull shot from Lehman. There's no run to what is point for him, the left-hander. By the way, fairly sure that right now, in Federal Circuit Court, Novak Djokovic's lawyers are arguing for him to get his visa back. And there's a couple other players that have been drawn into this saga that continues to be a bit of an embarrassment, really, for all parties involved.
The whole thing's a farce, really.
Yeah.
But I'm not really a commentator of tennis.
No, but just thought it's a pretty large world event.
It is. No, I'm not saying that. It's not about the event. This bloke's just taking up too much airtime, I think.
Could have been very, very simple.
As good a tennis player as he is, you know.
You vaxxed, mate? No, see ya.
That's all right, he's going to the sick bay.
Just dropping it into the offside.
Well, by Nappy. He's just taking the pace off it. Cooper will know him very well. Like, they've been teammates for a good 5 or 6 years. He knows his tricks. He'll have a plan. He hasn't quite got that.
No, I don't think he has. There is a man out there in the deep. Mac Harvey gobbles that up. Very good in the outfield. Safe pair of hands. Tom Cooper, heat skipper tonight, falls short against his old side.
Well, it's a cricket ball, Sammy. He saw that he was going to try and ramp. He just threw it in a bit quicker, and he got the toe of the bat, Tommy Cooper, and picked out the man who didn't have to move, Mac Harvey. Short as the boundary is, if you hit it off the toe, it's going to be difficult to get it over the fence.
And this is a great return to form for Mohamed Nabi. So dropped from the starting 11, X-factored in at the expense of James Patterson.
Been the plan, by the way.
Maybe it was, but it's surely...
It was telling him, because the two that have been wing the gun, if you like, have been Nabi and Patterson.
Yeah,
they're the two that have been in the gun.
And Jake Fraser-McGurk.
And Sutherland.
Yeah.
He's the third one. But they've got enough depth. I mean, they lost Topley was out of the side tonight, of course. He's been bowling quite well, by the way.
Yeah, he has.
He's bowled well. He's been their best bowler of the faster ones. So it's come in, obviously, because there's just a lack of depth. There's a few with COVID in the Renegades teams. That's why Topley's not playing. Toppers.
So Cooper goes. The cat's taken.
Here comes in here.
For Snapple, one subscription, one wallet, hundreds of products. This is Pepper.
Ruben Pepper from Along Came Polly. Now, listening audience know that we love movies. Well, I do it.
Yeah, me too.
Along Came Polly is an underrated gem. I totally agree.
It's a ripper.
Philip Seymour Hoffman plays a superb role. Doesn't he, Sammy?
Yeah, he does. He steals the movie, to be honest. Ben Stiller, Jennifer Aniston, Brian Brown.
Brian Brown is Ruben Pepper.
Alec Baldwin.
Alec Baldwin's funny in it too, yes.
Good things.
Good things. I know the movie backwards too.
So I could almost recite it to you. So, Lachlan Pfeffer is the young man's name, who's now on strike after Lehman gets a single to be 4 for 81.
So it's all on Lehman now, really, you'd think, with Cooper out of the way and Hazlitt. And then we're into a few names that we haven't heard of.
Around the wicket, angling it at the pads of the left-handed Pfeffer. He just turns it behind square for a single. A very, very good over. Pickers, how many from it?
Just the 3.
Just the 3. And a wicket. 4 for 82, the heat after 14.
Hi, Shane Heel here. Catch every game of the NBL live on ESPN with KO. This will be the biggest season yet with the return of NBA superstar Matthew Dellavedova. Even LeBron loves Delly.
I love Delly. What he brings to our team, he just brings toughness and grit.
There's also NBA stars in the making with Osman Dieng and Kai Soto, 7-foot Chinese giant Joe Chi, and the LeBron of the NBL, Bryce Cotton.
Every single set.
The NBL is here. Watch every game live on ESPN with KO.
4 for 82, the heat. You just see a replay from the last wicket to fall. Mohamed Nabi gets his second. Tom Cooper out for 4. Chewed up a few deliveries as well. It'll be Lachlan Pfeffer on strike to Will Sutherland. Lockie Pfeffer's played 6 first-class games for Queenslander. He's actually a wicket-keeper too.
Yeah?
I don't think he's currently in the Queensland squad.
Well, it doesn't matter. He must be in good enough form for them to call him up, so see how he goes tonight.
Sutherland right arm around. I don't know. It certainly did come off the bat of Pfeffer.
So he gets 2. What was the name of Brian Brown's or Ruben Pfeffer's boat?
The Roo Shooter.
It was indeed. Polly? Very funny movie.
So, Steve McGiffin, Ronan McDonald and Paddy Dooley have all been plucked from Queensland Premier cricket to play. Lehman and David Grant have come from SA. And as I said, I'll tell you where Steve McGiffin was again when he got the call up. Right arm around, Sutherland. Well, that's a really well played shot. Rock back and flicking the wrist on one to get it down the third man is Pfeffer for a single.
Well, So here comes bowled out now. He's bowled his 4 overs. So he was the danger man, really. He was one they really struggled to get away. They've handled pretty well.
What they get in the power play for Taipei, you trusted tyre expert?
The first 4 overs was 33 for none. None for 33, so good power play. They haven't taken the surge yet. Can't see what they're waiting for, to be honest. Lehman's still in there. He's the form batsman. He's 43 off 38. You can't take, to be fair, you can't take it when... You've got to take it when he's in form. You've got one form batsman. You just can't muck around with that.
Sutherland now over the wicket. That's right in the slot for Lehman. Stands, delivers, crunches that through cover, an extra cover to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Bit off up. Safe shot. He's timed it perfectly.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's his highest score in BBL cricket. It is.
It is.
Hasn't played since BBL 8.
You sound a lot happier tonight.
I just saw that one. Were you a bit grumpy the last couple of nights?
No, not the last couple of nights.
Benny, our producer's nodding feverishly.
The last time we were at the Marvel Stadium, it was no scoreboard.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Sutherland again. Oh, that's in the back of the hand. And
has to be a wide.
Yeah, it's called a wide. Captain America umpire with the shield on the arm says, yep, that's a wide.
He's an experienced umpire, Bruce Oxenford.
Yeah. A lot of cables coming out of his shield. Has he got a radio? He might be listening to us.
I don't think he's listening to us.
He might be a Big Bash Nation guy.
There are a few people that are, though, because they're messaging in.
No, we love that. 4 for 90 now.
Fire to Roy and Reservoir.
Lehman on strike.
Listen.
Sutherland to him now. Slower ball. Yeah, pitched outside leg and actually came back at the pads. And just turns it to mid-wicket. No run there.
Roy and Reservoir loving the commentary.
Thank you, Rory.
Been a good distraction during these crazy times.
I saw Darren Lehman was doing an interview with one of the broadcasters earlier. Is that the equivalent of a parent taking a phone call while their kid's in batting?
Pretty much.
As a junior cricket?
Pretty much.
All the other parents look and go, oh, that's no good. That's no good. Sutherland to Lehman. Left-hander, got some width, gets it up over backward point. Third man comes around. I thought he got more of that at first glance, but...
A bit riding on this game tonight. They can go, if they get the win and the 4 points, I'll go to above the Hurricanes. And if the Renegades win and get the Bash boost points, they'll go into the 5, if you can believe it.
I can't.
It's impossible to believe.
4 for 91. Lehman got a single, so Pepper back on strike. Kenny Brighton, good point. We forgot about the Ocelot in Along Came Polly. Do you remember the Ocelot's name? Just lifting one.
Is that the rat thinks you...
Yeah.
Ferret?
Yeah, the ferret. End of the over, a single came off the last ball, so Pepper keeps the strike. Lehman's on 48. With 5 to go, the heater 4 for 92.
Ever dreamt of Snaffle in glory? We can't fix sporting dreams, but you can snaffle hundreds of products today and pay in bite-sized payments tomorrow. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores, Proprietary Limited, Australian Credit Licence 393023.
Bowling to Max now, who smashes it to mid-wicket. It goes past the rope. People are cheering. The man who did it is raising his bat. Something.
Pace your innings. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise. Visit drinkwise.org.au.
The heater 4 for 92 and should be commended for putting a team out there.
There's the power surge.
Power surge has been called for Taipei. The summer scorcher sale. Of the text, what time Pepsi Max tonight picks? Got a bet rolling with a mate. What time?
Oh, I'll be letting you know. It'll be soonish.
Soonish.
I'm going to probably at the start of the next innings. It's looking likely at this stage.
At 5, toss of the coin coming into the summer heads. Leading run scorer up until this test.
I tell you, he's going to need to score some runs. I know he's bowling well, but maybe Green's going to have to find some runs.
Maybe.
He'll need to find some runs. He's bowling at the moment, is keeping him in the scene.
I think they'll persist with him.
No, I'm sure they'll persist with him, and I probably would too. But
so does that mean that Harris might be in trouble?
He's batted well in the first innings. His innings is good in the MCG.
Yep. Evans saw him moving the leg, and he stayed there this time. Lehman's just outthinking them at the moment. They'll to take that off the heel and take it to the boundary for 4 behind square.
It was exactly where he couldn't bowl it. As he gave himself around that side of the leg stump, he followed him and bowled him basically short of a length ball. Just helped it on square with the fine leg up. While the power surge is on, it was a poor ball. Inexperienced bowler though, of course.
63 is now, or 48.
That's been a great knock.
Hasn't what?
He's loving being back in the
second highest score for the Heat this season, by the way.
Is that right?
Yes. Duckett's got a 78, Lynn had a 57. Evans, shorter bouncer. It was a slower bouncer too. Lehman waited on it and then just sort of played it down from up high along the carpet for a single through square leg.
Well, they've taken 12 off this over. They took 7 off the first over and lost the wicket. So it hasn't been a bad surge. We're lucky they got the game on. I thought with the weather the way it was, and I almost thought that we might have had a bit of...
It was here for a good time, not a long time.
Yeah, it did. It was a fast-moving storm, according to Kookie Rothfield. Fast-moving storm.
McGiffin on strike. Traded the rod in for a bat. He's able to, up on his toes, play one just short of the length. Through 4 to the square leg umpire for a single, so he's going to keep the strike, which is probably not ideal with 3 overs to go. After 17, the Heat 5 for 112.
Ever dreamt of snaffling glory? We can't fix sporting dreams, but you can snaffle hundreds of products today and pay in bite-sized payments tomorrow. Visit snaffle.com.au.
Terms, conditions, fees, charges and lending criteria apply. Credit provided by Walker Stores Proprietary Limited. Australian Credit Licence 393023.
G'day, Flem here. Hit your career out of the park with an apprenticeship through MEGT. Business owners can open their innings in 2022 by letting MEGT source the best apprentices and trainees, and even qualify for wage subsidies. Visit MEGT.com.au.
So, very proud.
in 130 odd kilo bluefin tuna.
We hooked up, and your dad goes, I think we're on.
Oh, blew my. I'm like, what you reckon, John?
But anyway, we thought this fish had just shy of an hour. In the end, it was about 45 minutes I worked out. You did very well.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
626 the heat. Will Presswich 2 off 1. Steve McGiffin 13 off 10. Will Presswich, you mentioned the old man, he's actually one of the assistant coaches with the Heat's WBBL side.
Okay, well, he's a good, very good cricketer. Part of that dominant Queensland side.
He was part of the Bulls March One Day Cup squad, was Will, as well.
Okay.
It's his first ever BBL game.
We've got Natty here bowling the last over.
To McGiffin. Pitched it right up into the block hole, just outside off. Time to take it through mid-wicket was McGiffin, got sent back by Presswich looking for 2. 6 for 127 for Made Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. So the innings change over will be for Bundaberg Brewed Drinks. Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, is Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
CA's website's horrible now. Absolutely horrible. So bad. Just ruined it.
Right around, he got through him. How that's missed the off stump, I do not know. There was just a slight little gap between the body of Presswich, who'd wound up into a big slog sweep, and went past his back and missed the leg stump.
Bowled beautifully. You bowled well, Natty.
Yorker at middle stump, scrounged out of there by Presswich. No run, 2 dots in a row.
It's been a really good spell today by Natty.
Yeah.
Best his bowler of the year.
Right arm around again. Another brilliantly bowled Yorker at the leg stump. He was able to fend it out Presswich, but straight back to the bowler.
They're going to be disappointed they haven't got to 140 yet.
Are we you talk about how good an effort this is. We sometimes see people try to be too clever here. Yorkers. And another one, and straight back to the bowler.
They made in the last over. Oh, they got a single off the first ball.
Do sometimes the bowlers try to be too clever in these final overs?
A little bit, yeah. Natty just darts it in. You reckon that Presswich will think about a different attack.
Oh, it's a full toss. He French cutted it and it slammed into what I think was the pad of Sammy Harper, and they get a single to finish it up. Might have been a drop catch, but the damage won't be too severe. So they're just double checking that is the end of the Heat innings, and it is. So after their 20 overs, they battled along to be 6 for 128. Half of that came from Jake Lehman, 65 of 52 with 8 boundaries to his name. The next best was Jack Clayton in his first ever game of Big Bash cricket, who was 15 off 15. We'll give you the who, what, where, why and how. But it's going to be 129 for the Renegades for victory.
Painting? Monarch Premium Quality Brushes and Accessories help you get the job done right every time. Get inspired with videos and tips at monarchpainting.com.au and find all your Monarch painting tools at Bunnings and leading paint specialists.
If there are issues with your bathroom grout, up to it, and you need someone to sort it out, up to it. Stop leaking showers and balconies without removing tiles. Visit megaseal.com.au.
You're listening to Big Bash Nation, broadcasting every ball of the Big Bash summer, live and free on your home of sport, SEN.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
G'day, Flem here. When it comes to hiring apprentices, get MEGT on your side. MEGT's been your go-to business partner since 1982. Contact your local apprenticeship experts on 136963 today.
Tyre Power's big holiday sale gives you the power to get away with a great deal on Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on Kumho tyres, including a huge range of premium quality passenger car and SUV tyres. What a way to get away when you buy 3 and get 1 free on a big range of Kumho tyres. Only this January and only at Tyre Power. Conditions apply. Tyre Power's big holiday sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
G'day, G'day, Scotty Can here. If you're in the market for a new home, well, there's never been a better time to talk to my mates at Weeks Homes. They're having their biggest ever sale by offering an incredible $45,000 cash discount off all next-gen home designs. So come on, visit a display home today and discover more with Weeks.
The Hungry Jacks NBL season is taking it next level.
Catch Sunday Hoops this Sunday between the Illawarra Hawks and Melbourne United.
Don't miss a minute of the action with tip-off at 1 p.m. from Win Entertainment Centre.
Watch Sunday Hoops live and free on 10 Peach, 10 Play and KO Freebies.
Frozen underneath. Barbara
NBL 22, next level.
It's the summer of racing at the Dogs. Angle Park, Gawler and Murray Bridge are ready for a bumper summer of racing at the Greyhounds. Take the family along for heaps of fun and excitement, with great meals, a fantastic atmosphere, and of course, fast racing. So, when the heat is on, catch the best entertainment in town. Don't miss the summer of racing at the Greyhounds. Visit greyhoundracingsa.com.au for more info. Drink responsibly, gamble responsibly. Call 1-800-858-858.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors. Right now, you can land yourself a free Makita brushless blower when you buy any selected Makita LXT 18V x2 brushless line trimmer kit. Hurry! Limited time only. Offer via online redemption. Visit makita.com.au for details. Makita. Rule the outdoors.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
Stadium Super Trucks boss Nathan Kaiser reveals the real Barry Ryan.
People misunderstand Barry. You know, we see him for the guy that swears on TV and does that sort of stuff, but he's an incredible bloke.
Last time we spoke to Barry Ryan on this show, I think he was watching Maths. You think that's a joke? That's not a joke. That's dead serious. Yeah, that was dead serious.
Download The Driver's Seat app to listen now.
Gold Coast MG recognises the importance of supporting Special Forces veterans transitioning back to civilian life. They fought for us, so now let's fight for them. Purchase a raffle ticket from $10 and you could win a brand new MG HS Essence. All proceeds help Wandering Warriors support returning veterans and their families through education, employment, respite and mentoring programs. Hurry! Raffle drawn January 24. For tickets, visit mggoldcoast.com.au. Gold Coast MG and Wandering Warriors, saluting their sacrifice.
You're listening to Big Bash Nation, broadcasting every ball of the Big Bash summer, live and free on your home of sport, SEN.
Nabby Ross around, big top edge. Harper's going to gobble this up. Hazard had no idea where that had gone. He started meandering down the pitch. Like someone at the end of a night trying to find the cab rank. Lehman on strike. Wasn't that short, able to pull it away. Couple of bounces through square leg for another boundary.
Another plan. He hasn't quite got that.
No, I don't think he has. There is a man out there in the deep. Mac Harvey gobbles that up. Now Lehman's on 48 here. Heater 4 for 93. Right arm over Richardson. He goes a long way to the offside and spanks him over backward point to the boundary for 4. First ever BBL half century for Jake Lehman, called in at the last minute to be part of this Heat side after COVID went rampant through their squad. He hasn't played since BBL 8. Richardson, Lehman this time, short of the left side off. He was originally looking to play the cut, went for the pull shot instead, and he pulled it straight to Mohamed Nabi. Welcome to the innings. There we go, there's the mic. Welcome to the innings break for the Vic Emergency app. Vic Emergency app, Plan Act Survive. Vic Emergency app, check the fire danger rating daily this summer. Renegades and Heat from Geelong. The Renegades won the bat flip and decided to send the Brisbane Heat in 10 changes from their New Year's Day side that beat the Hurricanes. Only Sammy Hazlitt, Mujiba Rahman remain for the starting 11, and Tom Cooper has been installed as captain. He was the X-Factor player in that game. They brought in players from Premier Cricket. They brought in squad members from their Sheffield Shield outfit. They brought in blokes from South Australia in the form of Jake Lehman and David Grant as well. And in the end, the Heat were able to post 6 for 128 in their 20 overs. And it was led by that man, Jake Lehman, whose father, Darren Lehman, still part of the Brisbane Heat setup and former Test coach, as we know. He made 65 off 52, his highest ever BBL score in his first game back in the format since BBL 8. So he anchored the innings there. Next highest score, 15 off 15 for Jack Clayton, who is rookie contracted with Queensland Cricket. The big recruit, Fakhar Zaman, the Pakistani, who's just got out of quarantine, he went for 3 off 8. Sammy Hazlitt, 12 off 16. Tom Cooper, the star of the Renegades BBL 8 championship win, he was gone 4 off 7. Lachlan Pfeffer, 6 at a run of ball. Steve McGiffin, who was out fishing when called in to this Heat outfit yesterday, he made 14 off 11 valuable late order runs to give them just something to be able to defend. Will Prestwidge, the brother of Jack Prestwidge, who's with the Roman Renegades, was 2 off 6. And Liam Pickering rejoins. So, Pickers, it's a drinks break for Bundaberg Brew Drinks. Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, is Bundaberg Ginger Beer. We're tucking into a couple of those ourselves. Delicious. Look, they were gallant.
No, they were good. I thought they, that, considering the team they've got in, they got themselves in a good position. They'll be disappointed they didn't finish off a bit stronger than they could have. After 18 overs, they were 5 for 121, and they finished with 6 for 128. So, very disappointing that that's the case. Unfortunately, it's very disappointing, but never mind. We look at the situation of the game, 6 for 128. I would have thought, for what it's worth, the Renegades should chase these runs down reasonably comfortably, just over 6 and a bit and over. You'd think that the Renegades would be able to get there.
Yeah, so 129, they've probably got their strongest batting lineup in. The other game at the moment going on, which is starting, or the other game that will be going on.
Well, it's just be starting. It's not on now, surely.
No, 9:15 later on this evening is the Perth Scorchers versus the Sydney Thunder. That's going to be at about 9:15 Eastern Standard Daylight Savings Time.
Yeah.
So that's later on this evening. But so for this one, I mean, you got to give full credit to the Brisbane Heat. I mean, they're being made to play when common sense would tell you that if you've got 10 players out of your side, then maybe it's just have another spell. But they're persevering, they're pushing through, and we're not getting the big names. What we are getting is great stories, and Jake Lehman is certainly one of those.
Yeah, he is. Look, I mean, just coming off the bench basically and score 65 off 52. I had a question off the SMS whether from the big fella. Does it mean Lehman can continue to play for them? I assume he can. He won't have just done a one-match contract, so he'll be playing in the next game. I've got no doubt about that.
Yeah, I think it'll be open-ended, wouldn't it?
Well, I think from now on. I mean, he's now available for the rest of the season for them. So we know there's going to be a pool of players when they all relocate to Melbourne, which I assume is in the next few days, is it?
I haven't seen an official story just yet.
Well, it's definitely happening. It's just a matter of I saw the ACA email that went out today. I'm not sure when it'll be. I think next week. All the teams will be in Melbourne, but I saw one come through today.
I knew it was being discussed.
No, it's definitely happening because ACA have sent it out to all the agents to say that they're all coming to Melbourne.
Well, that's good because everything else is saying tip to be.
Oh, tip to be.
Hang on.
I've spoken out of school. But I know that there'll be a pool of 8 players, I think is what my understanding is. And if I'm
hot off the press, Pickering.
It didn't say
hot before the press.
It doesn't say anything about not telling anybody.
Embargo? Does it have the words embargo?
There's no embargo on it, written on here. Blah, blah, blah. This means that COVID protocols, charter flights, I go through it all. Rescheduling games, blah, 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 which they're doing.
Please keep this under wraps until...
No, it doesn't say any of that. But they are definitely coming to Melbourne, that's for sure.
Oh, well, there you go.
I'm trying to find the exact words.
Big breaking story.
Well, let me just double check on one of them. CA intends to relocate all teams to Melbourne. So, yeah, intends to. So when that is, it's not ideal, as they say. And
by the way, the major wicket takers for Henley Holmes.
I can tell you right now,
everyday advantage. Henley Holmes delivering affordability.
There are 3 bowlers that got 2 wickets apiece. Kane Richardson, 2 for 19. Zahir Khan, 2 for 21. And Mohammed Nabi, 2 for 19. So they were the wicket takers for the Renegades.
And Jake Lehman, the highest run scorer, as we mentioned, for Henley, delivering affordability. And so for the Renegades, I mean, when we have a look at...
On paper, they should get the run. So they've got a pretty good batting lineup. Harper and Finch, Marsh, Madison, Harvey, Seymour, Sutherland, Pattinson. Well, I think Nabi will be in that spot now instead of Pattinson. So we'll push probably Seymour down from 6 to 7.
The Renegades currently sit in 7th on the BBL table.
If they can get the Bash Boost point and win the game, they'll go to 5th.
They do go to 5th.
They'll
They'll leapfrog the Heat. So that's amazing, considering that they were 1 and 5.
Well, it's not really amazing when you consider they beat the Stars, who had 10 of their best players not playing.
Yeah, amazing.
And they're playing the Heat with 10 of their best players not playing if they win the night.
Tone that down ever so slightly.
But you can only beat what you're playing against.
Well, what is amazing, though, all right, let me rephrase that. What is amazing, though, is in this season that you can be 5th and still have a losing record.
Yeah, it's staggering.
Yeah.
It sums up how good the top are and how ordinary the rest of them are, in my view.
Yeah, Scorch is still 8 and 1.
The top two are a class above. Thunder not far behind them. And the rest of them are very beatable.
Hurricanes 4 and 5.
Yeah.
Whose top 3 is as good as any in the competition. Matty Wade's having some struggles at the moment. Ben McDermott
Darcy Short can't get his timing.
Yeah.
Benny McDermott, well, he's got knocked over the last 2 games, but
back-to-back tons.
He's back-to-back 100, so let's not have a go at him. Last game we did together was he made 120 or whatever it was. So
Highest score of the year. Isn't it great though? In this season, last year there was only 2 centuries scored for the whole BBL season. We've already doubled that this year.
We had 4 this year.
Yeah.
Colin Munro's got one as well, and Philippi got a 99 not out. Maxwell got 100, and 2 to McDermott.
Yeah, so the highest scores this season, McDermott 127. There's been 5 centuries. McDermott, Munro, McDermott again. Maxwell got 103, and Marsh got 100 not out. Philippi's got a 99. So here come the Renegades.
The Gades are on the deck.
Don't forget the innings break was for the Vic Emergency Act. Vic Emergency Act Plan, Act, Survive. Vic Emergency Act check the fire danger rating daily. This summer, they've all had a drink and a freshen up thanks to Bundaberg Brewed Drinks. Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, is Bundaberg Ginger Beer. So,
there's a little at Geelong outfit down here. We'll have a look at the ground. The Gary Ablett Terrace, where that was, that's all been redone. New stands at Geelong. Fantastic venue now. Sure, it won't be ready for the footy season, but looks at this. You're going to be seeing half crowds next year.
So, Finch,
they can work fast.
Finch coming off his second half century, 60. He made 50 against the Stars in their last game, and Sammy Harper 174 runs at 29 this season.
No big best tomorrow night, Matt Muzzer, unfortunately. That game's been postponed tomorrow night.
Interesting that Sammy Harper is now up to 3rd all-time highest run scorer for the Renegades.
A terrific good player. Really good player for the Renegades. Okay, who's going to open the bowling here? Because I don't know all these guys' names.
This is David Grant. Right arm, fast medium, South Australia.
Okay, South Australia. He's going to take the first ball to Sammy Harper.
He's bowling right arm over. Oh, squaring him up too, and the ball squirts out square on the offside.
Post and bounce. Well, let's see quick for the bounce. It's a big tall, right? Looks it. They've got enough to lose. This is a great opportunity for the bowlers to bowl against the class of Harper, Finch, Marsh, Madison. We're playing against top line cricketers here. So what a challenge for these young bowlers. We've still got McGain. McGain's a very cunning bowler.
Oh, now that's a bumper going up over the stumps very safely. Harper tried to back away and play the aerial cut shot. And Grant beats the bat through to the keeper.
They don't really have a look at the bowlers these days. It's somewhere premeditated.
David Grant, part of the Redbacks.
Yeah, he's got played 4 matches this year, got 8 wickets.
12 first-class games in total and 7 one-dayers for South Australia.
Yeah,
so
it's a promising top.
All I can see, it's his first ever game of Big Bash. Oh, he's knocked over Sammy Harper. Tried to back into the offside and ramp him up over the left shoulder. And on his 3rd ever ball in Big Bash cricket, David Grant bowls Sam Harper for a duck.
Well, he tried to get a bit clever there, Sam Harper exposed his stuff and tried to ramp him, but the ball was right on the money. And then the stump goes back. It's a Yorker. Premeditated shot. He didn't like to give himself much of a chance to get in. Harper, I'm not sure why. He wouldn't know anything about Grant, I would think.
No.
So you probably want to have a bit of a look first as Sean Marsh comes to the crease. That's a bad start. 1 for none.
A quacker for Sam Harper.
He does move around his crease a lot, but Mohamed Nabi's got the pads on, so he might be coming up in at number 6. I would think, but you need some clear heads here. You don't want to be getting too industrious early, getting yourself in a dirty big hole, which can happen.
So just doing a little.
Think that's just going to happen out there?
Just doing a little bit of reading on David Grant. So he's part of Australia's under-19 team. I'm reading that as a kid, he wanted, like a lot of kids, he wanted to model himself on Glenn McGrath. So he's never been one to try and bowl fast. He's all about seam, movement, bounce, a little bit extra.
Yeah. Well, it's good size.
Pigeon play.
Right? I wouldn't think Sean Marsh would be. He likes to get himself set, Marsh, as a general rule.
Oh, beating the bat of Marsh. She came forward at him, and it's just missed the outside edge.
It was a good, beautiful ball. Pearson seemed away from Marsh. Through to the keeper. Come around the wicket to Sean Marsh. That's a cracking ball. Angled in, pitched and went past the outside edge.
Represented the national performance squad team. She's actually done a bit of cricket around the world as Grant on different pitches. Going right arm around to Marsh. That's a full toss. Just bunts it back into the pitch and bounces up over the head of Grant. And they get their first run from the batter Sean Marsh to single to mid-off. They're 1 for 1, the Renegades. But I'll tell you what, as a Renegades fan, you would just be breathing a sigh of relief and be pretty much at ease when you've got the names Marsh and Finch at the crease, chasing 129 to 128 for victory. 129.
Well, you'd hope so, but it wasn't an ideal start, was it? When you had your opener get your stumps knocked back trying to play a ramp the third ball of the innings.
Going back to over the wicket, and Finch is leaving the ball about a 5th, 6th stump line outside off. And that's the end of the over. So just 1 run and a wicket coming. Take a bow, David Grant. Lovely introduction to BBL cricket. Half of the man gone. Renegades 1 for 1.
Throughout the summer, whatever occasion you have, at Powell's, we've got you covered. Over 200 gins, 300 beers, 500 whiskies and 2,000 wines. Come into Powell's. The team are ready to help. Powell's, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
So the Renegades need 128 of 114 balls. Not the ideal start. David Grant, his first game of Big Bash for the Heat, called in as one of the 10 replacement players. 1 for 1. Sam Harper gone for a duck. The first wicket to fall from Makita. 100% power through to Stephen Makita. Power Garden. This is Ronan McDonald. And there's no run for Marsh to cover.
A little warm-up ball there that Sean Marsh was disappointed. He didn't put that away. Full toss outside off stump. Hit the fielder out.
29 years of age, Ronan McDonald. He was a Queensland contracted player in 2012-2013.
That's a few years ago now.
Yeah, I reckon he's one that they brought up from Premier Cricket.
Okay, good on him. Good luck to him.
We'll check that.
He's a big fella as well.
Yeah, just taking it off the toes. He loves that there, Marsh. Just leans into that to perfection. Just flicked back inside the field of play in the mid-wicket boundary.
Just the two, though.
I think they've got a couple.
Well, they're not as quick as they used to be, Marsh and Finch. Timed it beautifully, but the slow outfield here at GMHBO.
So it's McGiffin, Dooley and McDonald that they've called up out of Premier Cricket in Queensland. And he's bowling to one of the best ever at this format in Sean Marsh in Australia. Slower Yorker. He's able to drive it square and get enough of it to get a single backline point. Interesting throw.
Little keeper, no chance.
Tom Cooper there to back up, who's former Renegade, the hero of the BBL 8 title and captain here tonight.
Very important, that game. Craig's on the heat to win. Yeah, well. They very well win.
Marsh just working his way back into proceedings, 20-odd the other night. And now coming forward, beautiful from Finch. Square driving through point after dancing down a little.
Where's the keeper?
The keeper.
Sefa?
It's either Pfeffer or
Yeah, it has to be Sefa.
Clayton.
Or Clayton, maybe.
Hang on, I think it's
one of the guys is definitely batted. Tiny little fella.
Yeah, you'll have to excuse us. The squads
These are all new to us. So
squads didn't land until very late this afternoon.
Well, normally you would have done your homework by then, but anyway.
Pfeffer is the wicket keeper.
Okay.
So McDonald to Pfeffer, right arm over.
That's got the treatment.
To Marsh. He just whips that through mid-wicket.
He was right in his hitting zone for Sean Marsh. And nothing the big square leg fielder could do. He just put that to mid-wicket. A couple of bounces forward.
Just a half step forward, wasn't it? Picked up the line and length early.
What he does I like about Marsh, he doesn't try and overhit anything. Like, he never really tries to overhit it, he just times the ball so well. Clean, he's a clean hitter without trying to be a big hitter. That makes any sense.
Still going right arm over to the left-handed Marsh, who's on 8 off 6. It's a slower Yorker, just outside the line of leg stump, and again, he's just able to work that through mid-wicket. And just a single on this occasion. So,
9 off, 1 for 10.
Thinking about an SUV? Well, think Hyundai SUV. Imagine a range of 5 SUVs all equipped with the technology, performance and safety features to tackle your kind of action in style. Imagine yourself behind the wheel of the up-for-anything Kona, the multi-terrain ready Tucson, or the bold 8-seat Palisade, and anything in between. Because whatever your next adventure, from down the road to up the coast, we've got the SUV for you. Contact your local Hyundai dealer to find yours.
Marsh on 9 off 7, Finch 1 off 2. 1 for 10, the Renegades leading 129 for victory. Third over of their power play for Taipei. Trusted tyre expert Grant, who was 1 for 1 in his first over. Right in the slot for Marsh. Couldn't cash in. Straight to mid-off. Full of ball. Marsh's record is outstanding. When you look at, he's got the highest average inside the top 6 run scorers. He's 41.22. 63 games, 2,226 runs.
This is Prestwich. I thought it was Grant again. It's an hell of to say.
They've just they put the wrong name up, but it is Prestwich bowling.
Oh.
Winding up.
Shit. Said before he doesn't try and overhit it. Sean Marsh tried to hit that to Lara. All off the SMS. Can you boys think of any other Ronans who have played first class cricket in Australia? Ronans, it would have been first class, I'm sure. It would be.
Ronan. No, Ronan.
You might know. Paul
I think it was Ronan Keating.
That's the only one I can think of too. He says nothing at all.
No, life is a roller coaster. For him, he's playing Premier Cricket on the weekend. Oh, that's just spanked. Stand and deliver. Inside out. Marsh up over cover for 4.
Renegades got a really poor record at this venue. They played 5 times. They only won once. That was the first time they went there. I think they beat the Thunder. Or the Strike as it was, the end of the game. But every time we've been down there to broadcast, it's been a bit of hammering the other way. Good shot by Sean Marsh, 7 off 10 from same face, 2 balls.
Prestwich to Marsh now on 13. Oh, that's again.
On drive.
Half volley on off stump, on drive. Of the highest order from Marsh to the boundary for 4.
He's got rolling now.
Full face of the bat.
Who the Scorchers playing tonight?
Thunder.
Scorchers Thunder. There is a question about why some games have been pushed back and some are plowing on, like the Stars are disadvantaged.
Test results. Just waiting on test results.
I understand that, but...
And the ability to call people in at the last minute.
Yeah.
Prestwich to Marsh. Oh, that struck him on the pads, going down leg. Squared him up, though. It was a good response from Prestwich.
It's well outside leg. It's a good response, though, you're right. He had that guilty sort of feeling, though, Sean Marsh. He took off like a mad rabbit.
Might just get out of the line here.
Well, it was clearly pitching outside leg. There you go. Best score in the BBL's 99. Not out. It was a great innings too. He ran out of time. Well, Marcy's been 3, I reckon that's right.
Still searching for that elusive ton. And Maxwell got his first this year, so maybe the best. Prestwich. Marsh, full toss.
It's got a
Crunch.
as well. There's a man out there.
There is cover on the offside square.
Just be a single.
Only got the one.
They did.
Well, that was the power in which it was hit. I mean, it didn't waste any time.
Another 9 off the over, though.
Yep, 1 for 19, the Renegades.
G'day, Flem here. Make a great power play. Become an apprentice with MEGT. Construction, IT, electrical, plumbing. A great career is waiting for you. Earn and learn with MEGT, your local apprenticeship experts. Visit MEGT.com.au.
Has your business put cleaning standards to the test? There's no job too big for Laurenex Cleaning. With world-class environmental products, services and staff, Laurenex Cleaning are your locally owned and operated industry leaders, keeping South Australia safe and clean. Laurenex Cleaning. Google them today.
So the Renegades are 1 for 19, needing 129 for victory. Marsh is seeing them really nicely, and that's no exception. He's played that drive 2 straight. Off the front foot from Grant, and he's cannoned that into the stumps, and they'll take a single.
Gee, that was a good shot. I often say this about being the non-striker in an opening partnership. You just don't see as many balls. It's as simple as that. Aaron Fitch again is at the non-striker's end, and out of 19 balls, he's faced 2.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
I'm never quite sure why Finch doesn't take the first ball.
Renegades still with 5 balls left in their power play for Taipei. Trusted tyre expert.
Well, they had a good power play.
They got 33 the heat off theirs for Taipei. Someone scored to Sale. Right arm over. Well, now Finch is coming up. Right a taking on the offside, and that just got a thick inside edge.
Easy too, but that was...
Goes through mid-wicket.
That was a dead-set slog.
Well, he was dancing in to take him through off, and yeah, that just might have moved a little bit.
Well, he's just frustrated he hasn't seen any balls. It's only his 3rd ball he's faced.
Got 2.
He got 2. He needs to be doing anything silly here. The run rate's up required only 6.5.
107 off 100 needed. Now he's just opening the face. He's pitched up just outside off. He ran it down.
They're sitting good fields here, though.
The 3rd man.
They've covered off some really good shots so far. Sean Marshall's a terrific touch.
19 off 14.
Just a beautiful batsman to watch.
Yeah, he's a couple of boundaries in a row. The play of the day so far for the Renegades. For Drink Wise, you won't miss a moment. If you drink Wise, please choose to drink Wise. Grant, the South Australian, called in his first BBL game. Wicket in his first over and just 1 run from it. Now he's going around the wicket, angling it back into the left-hander Marsh, who just drops it out square on the offside for 1.
He's bowling a really good line of length. Grant, his first over was a beauty. There's not much wrong with this over either. Even no width. Nothing really to hit.
I know we've only seen it for 1.4 overs, but when you can come on straight away, get a pole in your first game, our bowling stocks are ridiculously deep.
We have got good fast bowling stocks.
Finch on strike. Oh, that was coming back at him. He didn't have enough width to cut. He was able to get bat on ball, and you can hear the frustration. Took the bottom hand off the bat, singled it back to point.
Doesn't need to get frustrated, though. He's in pretty good touch at the moment, Aaron Finch. Time in the middle. That's what he needs. Runs come quickly with Finch when he's going.
Marsh scored 21 in the game against the Stars. His first game of this BBL season, he went from 4th on the all-time run scorers to 11th after the games. 6th for the games that he missed. Round the wicket now again. The left-hander Yorker is able to dig it out. Quick single to mid-on. Finish up another good over. So Grant's got figures of 1 for 8 in his 2 overs. The Renegades after their power play. The tie power, the summer score to Sale, 1 for 26.
The all-new Kia Sportage medium SUV has been unleashed. Know the beauty of having a wild one with an all-new turbocharged engine. Bred to be fearless with a strikingly sculpted exterior, soft touch leather interior, and a kingdom worth of Kia boot space. Unleash the beast, explore the beauty with the redesigned Kia Sportage. For more info, visit kia.com.au.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Majibur Rahman averages a wicket a game. 35 wickets, 35 BBL matches, economy 6.18 to elite. Came off a 3 for 20 in their win against the Canes. So, what's the tactic here for the Renegades? Because they're 1 for 26. They were none for 33 the heat. Do they Are you looking to make sure you get the bash boost and the 3 points and net run rate? Are they just trying to get this done as quickly as possible, or is it just win it first?
Well, I think the main goal is to get the 3 points to win.
The Jeep right arm around. Marsh back on his stumps, open face, does the fielding.
Very wily customer, though. Jeep. Hard to score off. I don't want the bash boost point, there's no doubt about that. They only need 59, they need to be, after the 10th over.
The Jeep right arm around, just standing, delivering, driving to long on. Is Marsh for a single.
You can easily get too many per over off the Jeep, though. He's very good bowler. Really only need to run a ball to get your bash boost point. That's fair.
Fourth best figures in BBL history, that 5 for 15. Back in December last year against the Hurricanes.
The Jeep?
Yeah.
There's not many wickets this year.
6, half of those in the last game. He beat Finch there. Finch stepped back on his stumps and then dangled the bat out trying to fend it off. Not quite sure if that was going to him or away from him. No run. Finch on 5 off 6. Majib over the wicket. Now he comes forward. Fizzes past the outside edge. Well taken, Pfeffer. Beautiful bowling from Majibur Rahman.
Yeah, that's fun. Come past the outside edge of Aaron Finch's bat. He said, yep, I'll bowl.
This time, trying a little lap sweep. Sort of got halfway down to it.
Should get 3 here.
Got it fine, didn't he?
Finch is quick between the wickets.
Deceptively quick, isn't he?
Yeah, he is a very fast runner, but he says only took 2 in the finish. No, they got 3. Yeah, he gets those little pistons going. Quick.
Piston pumping.
Even Warner when they opened for Australia, they're running between the wickets at least. Marsh, not so much. Sure, he's not the greatest runner between the wickets, but beautiful.
Wouldn't say it's his bread and butter.
It need to be, really. No. Really deep. Backwards square of deep mid-wicket.
Oh, now that was spinning away from the left-hander. Didn't get any of that on the pull shot. You're right, Pickers, it was to long on, not mid-wicket where he was intending. And they got 1 to finish out Majib's first over. 5 came from it after 5. Renegades 1 for 31.
There's nothing quite like celebrating and enjoying summer vibes with your pals. Parafield Airport Liquor Store, that is. Come into Pals. You'll be bowled over by our prices. Pals, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
SEN SA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company. Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
Renegades are 1 for 31 with Marsh on 23 of 19. Finch 8 at a run of ball, and they bring the fisherman, Steve McGiffin. Brought him out of Premier Cricket.
Oh, no, I put him off a boat this morning.
Yesterday.
Turkey
Beach near Gladstone.
Wait. You didn't have that at the start.
90 minutes into a charter, so it'd be a fair way out when they got the call. They got mobile reception.
They did very well. Might have had those back phones.
Yeah, true. Right arm over, all heaps of wind.
Over the top.
Sean Mars had to use the bat to prop himself up. He reached out a long way for that, got it out of the middle of the bat, and then just held himself up. Statue of Liberty style. He's like a harbour bridge, rather.
Jeez, he timed it, though, didn't he? One bounce over the rope.
I don't know where I got Statue of Liberty from. He got down on the knee, had to prop himself up with the blade. And another boundary for him. He's looking very good. And now inside out, that's the biggest of the day. Just over the rope, over cover for the full amount.
Well, he's bowling full wide balls to Sean Marsh without it flying off. Yeah, it's good luck with that. He can't be thrown out there with McGiffin. She does a beautiful. That's a long boundary out there where they went. Where he went, that's one of the longest boundaries on the ground. Every bit of 80 metres. 82, in fact. There you go.
So the Renegades have got 4 boundaries and a 6. They've all come from Marsh.
I think you say play balls.
Just saying.
Just saying.
McGiffin. Now Marsh. That's clever. Just probes it down past point. Opening the face. Gets a single. That's experience, isn't it? Didn't need to go after that because he knows he's got
10 already.
They
needed 2 balls, yeah. So that's why Finch doesn't need to do anything silly here either. Bash boost points should be a walk in the park. They need 17 runs off just under 5 overs. So that shouldn't be an issue. Just going to play good cricket shots and they should get home pretty comfortably here. But you never know, a couple of wickets. Middle order. It's not the most reliable middle order I've seen all year.
McGiffin to Finch. That ball's swinging into the pads, and that's a misfield. Dove over the top of it, mid-wicket.
Some of these young blokes wouldn't have had an outfield as good as this.
Single.
If it's playing club cricket, I mean, you don't get outfields as well. Like the John Brown is magnificent. They've redressed it a couple of times over the last few years. He's had fabulous surface.
Played a few games in Queensland's second 11. There's McGiffin. Oh, he's beaten Marsh. Big windmill action outside off. No connection, no run.
One from Joe and Roval. Yes, off the benches on tomorrow morning. That show goes 52 weeks of the year, old mate. First one tomorrow. No, me. I'm off. I'm heading to... on Saturday, I should say. I'm heading to Queensland. Craig will be doing it with his new bestie, Brownie.
Okay.
That's who will be doing it. Brownie will be the next couple of weeks.
McGiffin to Marsh. That's right in the slot to drive square. That'll take some getting, and you won't get that, Sammy Hazlitt. Valiant dive in the field for Juriscope Lawn Seat from PGG Rods and a fruit-fed stores, but that
16 off.
Where he loves it, Sean Marsh, cracking a square drive for 4 and after 6. You heard it, 16 off, 1 for 47, the Renegades.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Stacey Pearce, Amy Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel, we cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more. For the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
1 for 47 on the scoreboard for Mate, Australia's most satisfied NBN customers. Just 1 wicket fallen from Makita, 100% power through the season. Makita Power Guard, Majee's beating the bat of Aaron Finch again, coming forward to 1, and he's
got no idea.
Very hard to pick out of the hand, isn't he, Majee?
One that goes away, Finch is not picking at all. And spinning.
Yep. One straying down leg for Finch to help it on its way for a single behind square.
You'll play him off the back foot all day, but the ones when he has to come forward are the ones he's having trouble with.
Just Googled Steve McGiffin. There's like a stump. He plays for West. And it says we have a chat to 23-year-old keen fisherman.
Steve
McGiffin. Right arm around is Majee. That was spinning back in to the pads of the left-handed Marsh. He's been able to fend it out into the leg side safely, no run.
He took 16 off the last over of McGiffin, the keen fisherman. Majee's been tidy though.
Majee to Marsh. Now he wound up to sweep, then had a look at the line, then dangled the bat out and quickly was able to drag it away.
It was a good decision not to do that because that bounced. It would have been very difficult if he swept that to keep it on the ground.
Well picked by the keeper, Pfeffer. Now that's there to be driven. Didn't get all of it. There's a single long on for Marsh. Have a think about that. You coming in, young Pfeffer, take the gloves to
Majee. Yeah, he's a bit of a genius. Majee, he gets him going both ways. There's similar action.
Majee to Finch. Now he came down to try and blunt the spin and actually struck him on the pads going down leg.
We're 3 this time.
Lead leg buys. Should bring 50 up. And they need another 8 more runs for the Bash Boost point off another 19 balls.
What a wild call. Don't hit anything?
It might not have.
It's over.
It grazed the posterior. 1 for 52 after 7.
SEN's coverage of the Australian Open is served up by Kia. All the big matches, winners and excitement, SEN and Kia will be there. The all-new Kia Sportage SUV has been unleashed. The Australian Open on SEN. Powered by Kia. Movement that inspires.
Throughout the summer, whatever occasion you have, at Powell's, we've got you covered. Over 200 gins, 300 beers, 500 whiskies and 2,000 wines. Come into Powell's. The team are ready to help. Powell's, next to Roulette's Tavern, Kings Road, Parafield. Always drink responsibly.
Now, do my eyes deceive me, or is Sammy Hazlitt coming on for a bowl?
No, your eyes are not deceiving you, my friend. Sam Hazlett's bowling. I've never seen him bowl.
I haven't
what he
either.
bowls.
Left arm. Oh, now Finch backing away as the ball was coming down the pitch, and you heard it through the stump mic saying that they're talking to him. He's got the earpiece in on the commentary.
I wish they'd hate all that garbage.
That's unbelievable. Hazlitt. Left arm around, Finch
You've got to
backing
know
away,
that
clicks him past square for a
I
single.
don't mic these blokes up. It drives me mad. Don't mic up the batsman. I mean, it makes no sense to me. I mean, they're trying to concentrate.
If they'd had a bowled him,
I think they would have got away with it. But he pulled out as the ball was being delivered.
Very interesting.
I mean, but it's poor in the commentary team. The 7 commentators have got to have an idea of what's going on. But that's not good enough. It will cost a wicket at some stage. I've seen it before. Yapping away to the commentators while you're trying to do what you're supposed to be doing.
big wind up from Marsh. Pitch was full outside off. He wanted the slog sweep, cow corner vicinity. Just got him edging down into the pitch safely, but not bad. Sammy Hazlitt. Left arm around. This time he still doesn't get it, Mark. He's able to drag it past mid-wicket for a single into the deep.
Probably not a bad move. He's taking the pace off it.
This is the first time he's ever bowled in big match cricket. Sammy Hazlitt. I looked at his career stats. Doesn't have any bowling ones.
He must do something in the nets.
He's only gone for 2 so far in this over, halfway through it. Left arm around, dancing, taking it on the half volley, but not getting full connection is Finch. Through mid-wicket single.
Next up, Scorchers and Thunder. Pretty good game, that. Thunder, pretty good side.
Yeah, 2 good sides.
And he's doing the commentary.
Scorchers look really...
Who's joining the commentary?
Get you all those details in just a moment. Step, hit, 6, over long on for Marsh.
That's a long boundary. That's a big 6. It's quite the narrow ground here. Cat Park, so strong, straight hit. That is a big 6 into the construction area. Over the fence.
Yep, then into the construction fence. Oh, yeah.
Geez, hit that well.
He's flushed that.
He's 46 off 30, Sean Marsh. Absolutely smashing it. Oh, Wahos and Hogg.
That's a good team. Marsh and 46 now. He goes again. This time a little bit squarer, a bit longer. Into the construction side. Put your hard hat on. Get a light on the front of it and go find it.
1 for 67 after 8.
On the SEN app, check out the SENW channel with stars of women's sport at home and abroad. Daisy Pierce, Amy Brown, Stephanie Brance. Plus, on the SENW channel,
We cover AFLW, Rugby League, W League, netball, cricket, and track the female stars of horse racing and more.
for the latest news, interviews, and catch-up podcasts with the biggest names in women's sport, jump on the SENW channel. Download the SEN app now.
John Marsh brings up his first half century of BBL 11.
Gee, that was a good
Bludgeon Sammy Hazlitt for 2 6s in a row.
He said, so the first one went 98 metres. The one before, I reckon, would have gone just about as far. So the first one he hit, that went into onto the old Gary Ablett terrace. That's where that went. I hope they're putting the Ablett's name back up there, by the way. They should. 2 champions of the AFL.
21st score over 50 in Big Bash cricket for Sean Marsh.
He's hitting the ball. He's on the switch.
Going to Finch, right arm over. It's a Yorker ball. Now Finch is getting in on the act. Does he have enough on this? Just inside the rope, I think. He went full face of the bat over extra cover. And they'll just have a little look.
I think it was a 4 because the crowd would have told us that if it went all the way. They went right into it. I just got a feel that it landed just before the rope.
It's such a great sight, isn't it, when the player gets the full blade, the elbow nice and high, through the shot with the follow through.
Well, Finch doesn't have to do much, really. At the end of the day, it's bounced just before, I reckon.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. Proud to get some entertainment. Could have possibly been 3 6s and 3 balls, but Finch is going along nicely here. He's 16 off 15 balls. Marsh is 52 off 31. The Renegades 71 of 8.1 overs.
Yeah, secured the Bash Boost point in the last over. 1 for 71. Finch on 16. That's a slower ball. That bit off the pitch too. Pickers pitch middle and off, and it's coming back in the leg, and Finch kept it out.
A little bit low. So that was Richo apparently annoying Finch. Oh, come on, Richo. Jeez. Imagine you wouldn't do that to a jockey as he was about to get over the scores. Oh, come on, Jason.
A very good friend of ours.
Richo. Do you know?
What's that? A little bit.
He's good.
Just as an overall, as an overall organisation.
That's
edged. Over the keeper.
He was so small.
Big wind up for the pull shot from Finch.
Oh.
The edge has gone over the top of the keeper, Fepper. Prestwich has denied his first wicket, and what a wicket it would have been, the second highest run scorer in BBL history, but it's 4.
It was a thick edge, and
all through.
No, it's a bit, got through him a bit quick, and I think he's a little bit small. No, he actually got there a bit
just
quick.
touched the back of his gloves.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Are we putting that down as a drop?
Well, you'd have to.
Yeah.
He's not, it was a big, thick edge, though.
Oh,
it went pretty high.
So Finch gets a half light, and that's a great follow-up. Hits high up on the bat, and Finch pulled a hand off the bat. It did. It bit up and reared its head like a cobra out of the basket. And he just got a single into the leg side as it fell safely.
It did. It spat off the deck, didn't it? I think she
found something there.
What's going on? We could start to play tricks. That just come from nowhere. He was thinking it was just going to play a little bit lower and get on the gloves.
So 53 off 68 needed. 4.68 is the required run rate. So their net run rate, they're going to be mindful of, Pickers, and they're going to want to get home early.
Well, they're not on their own.
1.36.
Holidays tomorrow.
Marsh on 52. Prestwich right arm over.
Oh.
Fizzes it over the top of off stump. Marsh dangled the bat and had to quickly withdraw it.
It's a good over.
And then Finch saying that was well bowled. That's great from Aaron Finch.
Well, was it? He's bowled well. I mean, the over's gone for 9, but
yeah.
Yes, there was a streaky shot in there. I passed in the first one with Finch nailed and really went for 6.
But he is part of their BBL squad is Prestwich.
Okay.
So it's just his
He's
first
not
game.
playing tonight for the Gags. I'm not sure why.
That's a shame. Prestwich to Marsh. Helps it on its way. It was a bit sloppy going down leg, and Marsh will help it to its required destination, and that's to the rope for 4. Finishes up the over. Expensive one again. What do they get, Pickers?
They got 13 off that.
1 for 80, the Renegades after 9.
Montaigne, everybody's talking about Montaigne.
Hi, Miles Fitzner here, and everyone is talking about the exclusive shipment of Kia stock to Montaigne Kia in Cheltenham, Mount Barker. Over 100 Kias ready for immediate delivery, including the all-new Kia Stonic, Kia Sorrento, Kia Stinger, and the world-famous Kia 7-year warranty on all deliveries this month. And that's why
Everybody's talking about Montaigne.
BD 182170.
Renegades cruising with 2 of the very best that we've seen in this format. Marsh and Finch at the helm. And off the text, how lucky the Renegades. They might make the semis having beaten the Stars Park team and now the Heat Fishermen. Next game will be a good one. Yeah, the Renegades have got the Thunder Saturday night.
Tommy Cooper's coming on to give himself a bowl. Why wouldn't you, Coops? You're the captain. Give yourself a trundle. It's quite a clever bowler in Big Bash, Tom Cooper. He's bowled some handy overs for the Renegades when he was there.
10 wickets.
Often taking the first over of the innings. I set Sean Marsh and Aaron Finch on 21 off 18.
Forget how much Big Bash he's played.
Mightn't be quite as easy.
Right arm around to his former skipper. Drops it down and almost jamming down on it was Finch. Drives mid-off. Little misfield. In the deep.
It's allowed them to come back to 2. I don't think Marsh was getting back.
No.
Until the fumble, I should say.
The fumbler, McGiffin. Finch sliding one up, and he got to that on the full, but he's creamed that straight to cover. but no run. Prestwich there doing the fielding for PGG Wrightson. Durascape Lawn Seed from PGG Wrightson. Fruit Fed Stores. Cooper. Right arm around.
Him on the arm.
Big slog sweep. There's a man there, but that struck the Toblerone on the full, and that'll be 6 from Finch. He's first of the run chase, and he moves to 29 off 21, and the Renegades are 1 for 88.
There was a man in the deep there. He was just a bit straight though, in between the gap. I think that did land right on the paddy. Yeah, that's 6. That'll be 6 to Aaron Finch. And hit it on the full for sure. Crashed into it. So, well hit 6 by Aaron Finch. And there's 400 replays of it.
Yep.
You can't get a review of the bad decisions.
It's laughable, isn't it?
You just use a TV feed, it's not that hard.
Yeah. Here we go. 6 call. Oh, hang on. Something going on again.
It's all a noise.
Finch has stepped away for the second time.
No, I don't think it's upstairs. I think that was the loudspeaker of the ground.
Yeah. Crowd, was it? Or was there a wave going past? Or
I'm not sure, but he's pulled out twice now, hasn't she?
Right arm around Cooper.
Oh,
that's bigger. That's much, much bigger. Down the players' race, I reckon, or just next to it. It falls 6 rows back. Consecutive maximums from Aaron Finch.
Well, it was a bit of a gift though from Tom Cooper. He just lobbed it up, and he said, "I'll have a little piece of that." And the big 6. It's gone 86 metres. We've seen some lusty hitting.
Oh yeah,
proud of getting into it, aren't they?
Run rate required now 3.39. They need 35 off 62. Leg in the air style for the Renegades at the minute.
Well, they've got a few break up just over.
Good question from Mario from Maslin Beach. Where's the Pickering wing?
I didn't go too near the wing too much when I was playing.
Geelong stand.
Oh, what's
now Finch wanted to go over mid-wicket. You're right. That's come right off, I think, the actual toe.
That was a toe.
To mid-off. Mid-on.
Took the sin. He's dribbled it.
Like a cool cue. He's played that.
Yeah, got a big 3 overs here.
Well, I had 28 off the last 2, but this one's gone for 15 already, and Marsh is hungry.
Look at his lips. I would have thought if Tommy Cooper just throwing lobbing up there.
He'd know what Tom brings.
Yeah, he will.
All the net sessions. His time at the Renegades. And these two. That's pretty well bowled. He's only going to get a single to mid-off. He's going to come around. Pitched it up and gave it some length, and that finishes out the 10th over. So, needing 129 for victory. The Renegades have got the halfway mark. Only Sammy Harper gone in the first over, out for a duck. Marsh 57, Finch 36, and the Renegades are 1 for 96.
Victorian harness racing just got bigger with all the exciting action on Trots Vision. It's an enhanced online platform with every Victorian harness race streamed live. Enjoy exclusive content, the daily form, tips from Australia's most respected racing analysts, and more. Trots Vision brings you all the live action every day at home or on your phone. And best